Thank you for watching and supporting our channel. Don't forget to subscribe. And if you enjoy any of the comics, feel free to let us know in the comments. In the year 2025, a cataclysm known as World Break struck planet Earth, changing everything. The world was plunged into chaos as humans were forced into the deadly challenge of the Grand Abyss Labyrinth. This marked the dawn of a new era, the Age of Adventurers. 25 years later, Earth was no longer a home but a battlefield. Monsters spilled into the world, unleashed by catastrophic dungeon breaks. Humanity had advanced with magic tech, supernatural powers, and newfound resources from the labyrinth and dungeons that made them formidable, but it wasn't enough. Thousands of dungeon breaks ravaged the land due to failure to clear the labyrinth's 30th floor in time, where even the mightiest adventurers had fallen. Selfishness and cowardice overtook the remaining powerful few, who fled in Magi-tech spaceships as millions escaped while leaving billions to die on the planet they once called home. Among those left behind was Armand Crochet. As the world crumbled, he stood alone, deep in the heart of the labyrinth, facing the impossible, the 30th floor boss. In a frozen, desolate world of blue and black flames, he squared off against a towering beast of godly might, Algeran, the Black Flame Terror, a colossal being of over 100 meters, with shimmering blue crystal fangs, spiraling horns, and black fur lined with flamy aura that oozed out from it. It had crushed every challenger before. And now, it mocked Armand. Human, your tenacity is impressive. And your persistence is something I haven't seen. Despite losing so many times, you escape and still challenge me. Kakakaka. It's fun. Algeran's voice boomed with cruel laughter. Unfortunately, you lack the power to defeat me, and this shall be your last attempt. Armand, battered and bloodied, stood unconscious, but his body moved as it obeyed his undaunted will. Pitiful kid. If only you were a bit lucky and born early, you might have been able to change this fate, Algeran thought. But suddenly, its pupils shrank upon seeing dreamy golden particles oozing out from Armand. Armand's grip tightened around his legendary grade black sword. He could barely form a thought. Yet he had not surrendered. The will to fight, his tenacity drove him, as he stabbed the sword forward and slashed it diagonally. Without warning, golden particles began to swirl around him, like sparks of some strange power. The beast's mocking expression faltered as its icy gaze locked onto the mysterious glow. Armand's voice echoed. His eyes whitened. Without focus, scatter. Away. What? How can he wield this power, when he is just a mere torrent of golden red energy erupted? Far beyond anything a mere adventurer should have wielded. The power Armand unleashed from his stab and swing motion drowned the dreadful floor boss that nobody could defeat. The mythical rank level 300 floor boss just got shredded till it turned into mist and scattered as a rain of blood formed, painting the landscape red. Armand fell, exhausted and unconscious. Shortly, a blurred figure appeared. A silhouette barely discernible, but with the elegance of a woman, her long hair cascading in a haze of mystery. My. This is a surprise, she whispered, her tone curious, almost amused. You are an interesting one. The woman gazed upon Armand, who had collapsed in exhaustion. His consciousness had already faded as he was in slumber. Her eyes narrowed, scanning him closely as something unseen caught her attention. Trait discovered, tenacity, X, an X-rank trait. The figure's voice cracked in shock. Her eyes showed excitement and amusement as she muttered. Nothing fancy sounding one. But an X-rank trait signifies limitless potential, so it was this thing that allowed him to break the limits and wield that transcendental power. This is too precious and fun of a toy to let it rot here. The woman's eyes glinted, her finger caressing her lips as she looked at Armand with cheeks red, and the grin wide. Let's see, there's one more planet on which Grimworld's tutorial will descend. Yes. There. You will go there. On a planet Earth just like this one. As the last vestiges of energy drained from Armand's body, he fell into a deep unconsciousness. What happened? I lost. I won? But, nobody is alive, I am dead. He had won. Yet all he felt was an all-consuming frustration. As darkness enveloped him, he screamed a roar. Primal cry of rage that echoed through this abyss of darkness around him. It's over? Armand thought he died. But then, in the silence that followed, A mechanical and cold voice echoed in his mind. Transfer to another world commencing, your memories will be sealed. And you will reincarnate in another world where Grimworld's tutorial awaits. Each floor cleared will unlock your past memories until the 10th floor, on which you will regain your entire memory of this life. Transfer. Reincarnate. And what does it mean by Grimworld's tutorial? And I have to clear the floors in another world to unlock memories. Does this mean I'm not dead yet? Good luck. In the Grand Abyss Labyrinth's first floor. At one of the 8 starting areas. This can't be happening. We are all classmates. And this is our important day. My important day to change my life. So why? A black-haired young man with a thin figure was in a dark hall made of stones and illuminated with flame torches on the stone pillars every 10 meters apart. Armand crocheted, turned 18 9 days ago in his second life, which he wasn't aware of yet. And was dealt with a bad starting hand in this new life. Hey. Armand? You're lucky. Hey. Come on. Give that thing you got from the treasure chest. I can't believe you found a treasure chest in the starting area. A young man with dark red hair and 2 other boys of the same age surrounded Armand. His back against a pillar as he looked at the trio, with a mixture of fear and hate. The dark red-haired young man grabbed Armand's black hair and forced him to look at him. A hint of jealousy in his eyes. I hate your eyes. Bastard. They always glow in golden almond color in light. Like your fucking name. Hurry up and take out the thing you got. Armand clenched his teeth. Feeling anger but also helplessness as he wiped away the spit from his face. I can't overpower him even if I use the physical enchantment I've learned. Damn my body. Why is it so weak? If only I had some time to level up. Fuck. Lamp, Venom, Adventurer rank, Bronze. Level, 1 class, B rank Flame Sorcerer. Stats, Physical, Strength. Health. Stamina. Magic, Mana. Focus. Perception. Armand couldn't see their class or stats usually. But since he had learned about Lamp's class from his own mouth, it appeared in the interface. As long as the information he heard was true, it would appear in the interface. He looked at his classmates with a mixture of hate and fear. As his luck would have it, after entering the labyrinth that was mandatory by the system for everyone who turned 18 and awakened their class, he encountered these bastards. There were 8 beginning areas on the labyrinth's first floor. 8 different corners. After entering any of the thousands of gates, one would arrive at one of the 8 areas in this Grand Abyss labyrinth. But he just had to encounter these bastards from his class. Thanks to his misfortune. PFF. He selected the support role and got a D rank clergyman class. Ha ha ha. I know you have some defect making you physically weak and all. But seriously. Did you think you could do anything with this class on your own? Smack a punch struck Armand's face, making his nose bleed. If you don't want to die, hand over the thing you got. The blue-haired young man put the dagger at Armand's throat, his eyes menacing as he grinned sadistically. Seung Kim, Adventurer rank, Bronze. Level, 1 class, C rank Dagger Killer. Stats. Physical, Strength. Health. Stamina. Magic, Mana. Focus. Perception. Hurry up. Armand, nobody is waiting outside to cry for you. And nobody gives a damn. Stop wasting our time, said the third boy with an annoyed expression. He had brown hair and looked at Armand as if he were looking at a dead man. His eyes cold as he felt no empathy. Jacob Rocher, Adventurer rank, Bronze. Level, 1 class, A rank Sentinel Swordsman. Stats. Physical, Strength, Health. Stamina. Magic, Mana. Focus. Perception. Seriously? Just disappear and rest in peace. Would ya? Weaklings are supposed to die here in the first place, Jacob said with a deadpan expression. Why can't you leave me alone? Armand's eyes were bloodshot as fear of death enveloped him. He really felt they were going to kill him. Especially Jacob. This was my chance to turn my life around. But these pieces of trash. I have to survive for now. Armand tremblingly took out the reward from the treasure chest he got. He had no other choice. It was a rare grade item called Pearl of Light Flower. Able to cure all types of harmful effects and give a protection barrier for 10 seconds after activating it with a cooldown of 1 day. He was super lucky to find a treasure chest right after entering Labyrinth's first floor in this area. And even more lucky to find a rare grey item inside the bronze treasure chest. But now, he had to give it away. Damn. This bastard got a rare grade accessory item. That's pretty lucky. Hey. It's super lucky to get this here. Lol. But I guess we are the lucky ones. Boss. Seung grinned. Thanks. Almond? Seungkin looked at Almond with squinted eyes and a nasty smile. His dagger still on Almond's throat. You said you would let me go. Almond's eyes were filled with more and more fear of death as he saw Seung's eyes. Will he kill me? No way. Right? He is 18 years old. First time entering the labyrinth like me. Will he kill his classmate for nothing? Are we really gonna kill him? Lamp asked while looking at Almond. Looking slightly nervous. Tisk. Jacob picked his right ear boringly and turned around. Finish him off. Seung? Today is your debut killing. My father told me that if I make a conflict, I have to make sure there are no loose ends. Jacob glanced at Lamp to his side. If we don't want complications Almond can bring, we have to finish him off. Do it. Seung? Yes. Boss. No. Almond's pupils shrank. He tried to get up using all of his strength. But it was lower than Jacob, who suddenly pressed his foot on his shoulder. Sit down. Jacob snorted. Seung grinned. Ready to slash his dagger. Don't. I only have 2 skills, Healing Wisp and Cord of Peace. I have 2. Slash. Your health is dropping rapidly. You have been poisoned, use them. Let's go. And Lamp. Jacob turned to Lamp. Get used to killing if you want to join my father's guild. Sure. I killed somebody. But it doesn't feel much. Hey. Jacob. I want to kill one more. Seung displayed a nasty grin. Meanwhile, Lamp was pretty nervous and even felt like throwing up seeing Almond twitching. But he held it in and turned around. Let's see. Jacob looked at the map he brought. We are in this area of the first floor. We should start with the goblin settlement in the west. It's not far and a perfect starting area to hunt. They are easier to kill with our team. And once we level up, we'll target the goblin colony. Jacob put away the map and said, let's go. We might also meet some people on the way. He added with a grin. Hopefully we meet more of our classmates. Hee hee. We can form a team with our lead in that case. Almond looked at them with blurry vision as they walked away. He heard their words for several seconds before everything started going blank. You have used Healing Wisp, D. Healing Wisp, create a wisp that can enter into a wound. Purify it from harmful effects. And heal the wound. You have used the Whisper of Peace, D. Whisper of Peace, alleviate the pain and calm the mind. Your health is at a critical juncture, your mana is drained. Poison can't be removed completely, your health is at a critical juncture, I am not dead yet. Almond regained his consciousness. But the system notification told him that his survival chances were 0. I can't do anything. Why did I have to get the treasure chest right off the bat? Would they have left me alone if I didn't find the treasure chest? Your death is imminent, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Almond looked at the system panel. Is there no way? Anyone out there? Help. Your life force connection is ending, I don't want to die, I just turned 18. And this was my chance to turn my life around. I don't want to die. You are dead, condition fulfilled. 10 years ago. A calamity known as World Break occurred on the planet Earth. Commencing, as this unrecognizable notification arrived before everyone's eyes. A strange calamity descended. Geography changed, due to a 20% reduction in seawater and the formation of new lands. Despite earthquakes and tsunamis occurring worldwide, resulting in large-scale destruction. No human or animal was hurt because a mysterious protective golden film enveloped everyone when the first notification arrived. It was all magical. The calamity lasted 24 hours. And after that, everything was fixed. It was as if someone was treating this planet as clay to play with and mold as they liked. The geography changed. And something else also appeared. Thousands of labyrinth gates. They appeared in different parts of the globe. With all those gates leading into a single large labyrinth. The Grand Abyss Labyrinth. At the same time, all humans at 18 years old and above received a notification in their minds. It told them to select an option. Everyone had 5 options. Warrior, Mage, Thief, Tank, Support, select within 1 hour, failure to select before the countdown will result in instant death, if you have selected. You will enter the Grand Abyss Labyrinth after the countdown. Since you are the first ones on Earth to enter, You shall be given a newbie pack containing a common grade weapon suitable to whatever class you awaken. Good luck. That was how humanity on Earth was ushered into the new age. Age of Adventurers. The general currency became gold coins that one could acquire after killing monsters in the labyrinth. After the initial forced entry, everyone was required to enter the labyrinth within 1 month of turning 18 years old. The newbie pack was removed after the first wave of humans entered. But it was nothing important since people could easily get a common grade weapon inside the labyrinth. The system also asked for monthly tax in gold coins after one turned 18 and entered labyrinth, with the tax increasing according to their level, but with power, riches, and fortunes as rewards to obtain. Many adventurers braved the labyrinth, and many died trying. 10 years later, humanity was fairly established in the new age. The labyrinth was an unknown world that humans had to explore. And so far, the top forces of humanity were exploring the 10th floor after defeating the 9th floor boss 3 months ago. Aside from labyrinth gates at different places on Earth that remained permanent, dungeon doors would appear randomly as well, granting rich rewards with great difficulty. Unless a dungeon was cleared, it would gradually fill up, and a dungeon break would occur, pouring monsters onto Earth. So adventurers also had to clear dungeons. Guilds consisting of powerful adventurers were established, and the Global Adventurers Association was formed to maintain the world of adventurers. The concept of countries was replaced with a single governor body, Earth Union, due to geographical changes and looming danger from the mysterious system that brought dungeons and labyrinth that nobody could figure out. The labyrinth was permanent but had schedules. The labyrinth's gates that spread throughout the globe would only remain open for 15 days a month. During the first half of the month, they remained closed. Once it opened for people to enter, the exit portal would appear every 3 days for 5 hours. For a total of 5 times during the 15 days the labyrinth remained active. And every 3 days, the defeated monsters and bosses would respawn, or new ones would arrive with stronger power, granting new rewards and riches. The newbie awakeners, those turning 18, must enter a labyrinth within 1 month or accept death. Armand turned 18 9 days ago, and he was waiting for the day to enter the labyrinth once it opened. With his frail body that couldn't physically train due to a gene defect, he was weak. But he had absorbed all helpful knowledge about the labyrinth and the type of powers recorded so far in the library and daily news because he wanted to turn around his life after entering the labyrinth. He thought he could fix his condition by selecting a support class at first and then creating a powerful build after reaching level 10, where everyone is given a specialized second class. He also trained in the use of Manha, learning physical enchantment by doing a hellish training. But due to his strength already being low, it wasn't useful yet. However, it would become useful after adding stat points to his low strength after leveling up, since this technique could boost his strength stat up to double, practically making his attacks stronger. There were plenty of opportunities for one to get strong and turn around their situation after becoming an adventurer if one was brave and hardworking enough. Or so Armand thought until the last moments of his life. Unique conditions fulfilled. You have triggered a special event, by staying between the realm of living and dead with your stubborn soul and a flicker of luck keeping your body alive thanks to your class. You are granted a new primary class courtesy to the more forgotten. Oblivion. Am I making up things due to my broken hope even after death? There's still darkness around. Suddenly, Armand's eyes shot open as he found himself floating midair with a powerful aura gushing out of him and enveloping him. Congratulations. You have awakened an SS rank class spirit dealer. Armand slowly descended on the ground, his injuries healed, and feeling healthy like never before. I am alive. Armand's eyes trembled as he looked at his hands and body, feeling everything as real as reality. I am alive. Armand reined himself as he wiped the tears that appeared due to intense relief and exhilaration from his resurrection. But he knew that he had to make things right if he wanted to live. Jacob won't let me live if I come out of the labyrinth alive. But his fist clenched tightly as he muttered, since I am alive, I am not letting you 3 pieces of trash live, no matter what. Armand's whole vibe changed as fear escaped from him, and his eyes oozed out ferociousness and bloodthirst. He then took a deep breath and looked at the new class he got. Spirit Dealer, class rank, SS class perk, greater than plus 150% mana capacity, SS, class skills, greater than, S, Spirit Pocket, you can harvest a spirit containing memories of a target that has recently died. 020, greater than, S, Spirit Explosion, you can use a stored spirit to cause an explosion in any location within 10 meters of yourself. Explosion might become special by chance. Boosted by the random powers of the spirit's arsenal of skills before their owner's death, greater than, SS, Spirit Devour, devour the spirits to acquire permanent stats. There's a limit to gaining stats from the spirits of the same species, greater than, SS, Spirit Factory, use the spirits and turn them into one-time use items or spirit equipment with their effect depending on the target spirit's power before their owner's death. So I can harvest spirits and use these spirits for other skills. This looks powerful. Armand felt his class's power within, boosting his mood and confidence. Looking at the path ahead into the forest, he started walking. According to the first floor's map, I am at the southwest starting point of the labyrinth. I remember those three talking about going to the goblin settlement in this area. Armand's eyes glinted sharply. Very good. That's a perfect place to test my skills and kill those three pieces of trash. Armand, Adventurer rank, Bronze. Level, 1, 0%, Class, Spirit Dealer, SS. Vitality, 100%, Mana, 250-250, Stats, Vertical bar Physical, Strength, 7, Health, 7, Stamina, 7, Vertical bar Mental, Mana, 10 plus 15, Focus, 10, Perception, 13, my stats changed, my health was 3. Strength was 2. And Stamina was also 3. My Mana was 10. But it increased to 25 thanks to my class perk. Focus and Perception are same as before. I already had above average perception and focus. So I was hopeful after entering here. But those three pieces of trash got me. Armand clenched his fist. But I may be even a bit thankful to them now. Armand grinned. Not that I would spare them. Though? All right. I am here. Armand arrived in Murky Woods, a small woodland area occupied by dire wolves between levels 1 to 3. He saw clear signs of those three entering this forest. The goblin settlement was at the end of this forest, at a riverbank running from Fairy Mountain, which was one of the higher level areas on the first floor. As Armand walked into the forest, he finally encountered the dire wolves. But dead ones. What's that? Armand saw a blue wisp hovering above the furthest wolf. Dire Wolf Spirit, 0:1, Dire Wolf Spirit, 0:0, it vanished. So it was a countdown. Armand understood what it was and made haste into the forest. If I can get some spirits for free, I can start getting stronger. Due to getting the clergyman class, the academy gave me a holy staff. But Armand glanced at his staff while running. Holy staff, grade, common effects, greater than plus 10 mana capacity. Skills, greater than Holy Blast, shoot a holy orb that blasts in a 1 meter radius and deals pure magic damage of light attribute. Cost, 10 mana. Still, this is the lowest level of staff even in common grade with that shitty effect. I can also use Spirit Explosion as an offensive means. So I am not out of options for an attack skill. Armand saw more wolf spirits and quickly acted, using his Spirit Pocket skill. Spirit Pocket, rank, S effect, pull spirits within your vision and store them in the Spirit Pocket. Cost, current number of spirits, 320. Armand resumed running. Is this an effect of my class? My physical body is performing like this for the first time. Fatigue isn't catching up like I thought. I can speed up. Armand soon arrived at another pack of dead wolves. And all of them had their spirits still hovering. Spirit Pocket. Current number of spirits, 820, just running like this feels good. Alwyn grinned as he ran at his full speed ahead. He could feel his body in its entirety without feeling weakness like before. There's some kind of power that's preventing fatigue from building up. I can feel it. Haha. This is awesome. You have discovered your awakened innate talent, you have been unknown. Should you have died, there would be no record of you or memories of you in anyone. Therefore, you were to be devoured by oblivion. The more forgotten, you witnessed its presence, yet you managed to escape, thus. You have awakened an innate talent, Heir of Oblivion, description, for you. Who has witnessed the presence of oblivion yet managed to escape? Rank, Mythic. Effects, greater than mana consumption and stamina consumption are halved, greater than mana recovery. Stamina recovery. And health recovery is doubled, greater than your impression on others is easily forgotten, greater than your impression on people you hold important is strongly remembered. This. Armand was dumbfounded. Amazed. Overjoyed. No wonder I am not tired at all by running. Simply running won't consume my stamina due to this fast recovery. With such a passive trait, I should also try to learn close combat style skills. I don't want to leave an obvious weakness when I can fill it up and make it my strong suit. He encountered another pack of 4 dead wolves and absorbed the spirits. Armand was getting excited by his future prospects. But his daydreaming was over as he smelled smoke and heard chaotic sounds nearby. They started attacking the settlement already, but they should be tired after fighting in the forest. Armand arrived at the periphery and could easily see the fight occurring in the center of the settlement. This place feels familiar, must be because I've read about the first floor many times. Armand wryly smiled and focused on the settlement. They killed 3 goblins out of 10. Current number of spirits, 1820, got them. All 3 goblin archers are burned to death. So goblins lost their long-range attackers already. Armand suddenly saw one of them chugging a potion, and understood why they weren't tired. Jacob. That bastard. He must have brought a bunch of potions from outside. His father is guild leader of an A-rank guild. So he must be loaded. That pouch I saw hanging at his waist must be a storage pouch. Armand's eyes were coldly fixed on the trio. I have to kill them before they grow. Those potions give them a way higher edge. Especially if he also has special effect potions. I have to eliminate Jacob before anyone else. He had seen the latest developed potions. It was a new way of making potions. Instead of just creating buff, debuff, and recovery potions. This method was offensive. Throw a potion and freeze an area. Throw a potion and burn a field. Throw a potion and release toxic gas. Potions became disposable special weapons. Jacob. Please don't use too many potions until I am done. They'll be very helpful to me. Armand grinned. Spirit Factory has finished the production, perfect. Using this skill for 4 spirits drained half of my mana pool. But it's already recovering fast. He quickly checked out the result. As this Spirit Factory was actually a mystical room he could access with just a thought. He saw 4 items on a table and checked them out, greater than Wolf Claw Gauntlet X1, greater than Ring of Crimson Howl X2, greater than Wolf Fur's Coat X1. Wolf Claw Gauntlets, Grade, Common, Durability, 100 100ths, Duration, 1 day, Attack, 12, Effects - greater than 10% chance to cause bleeding. Spirit Effects, greater than transform it into a pair of spectral wolves inheriting your stats for 30 seconds. Cost, 10% of your mana. It requires 5% of your mana every 30 seconds to maintain the spectral wolves, greater than feeding a spirit to this item also extends its duration of existence. Armand's eyes popped out of his sockets. Am I a blacksmith or what? Such a crazy weapon with a transforming effect by simply using mana and a dead monster's spirit. But I also need to feed such weapons spirits to keep it. Otherwise, it will disappear. Still, this is awesome. Armand equipped the gauntlets in his hand with the design of sharp wolf claws of dire wolves. Great. This is better than Holy Staff. Although I have to get into close range. Afterward, Armand adorned the wolf fur coat behind him. This coat should cover even if I get a couple of hits. And this looks awesome. Wish I had a mirror. Wolf Fur's Coat, Grade, Common, Durability, 100 100ths, Duration, 1 day, Defense, 10 effects, greater than upon getting injured. You gain a 5% damage reduction for 10 seconds. And your natural healing is increased by 5% for 30 seconds. 1 minute cooldown. Not bad. Good for a common grade. But I have no intention of getting attacked in this battle. Armand saw that only 4 goblins remained now since those 3 had good synergy in skills and could spam skills due to recovery potions. Lamp spammed his fireball and firewall from the back. Seong used his speed to go in and out to stab or slash goblins with his poisoned dagger that made the goblins wobbly. Jacob seemed to have received combat training and could fare well against the goblins. Using his sword to release a sword/projectile to attack while also deflecting attacks in close range using some kind of parry skill. He acted as the vanguard for the other 2. Jacob has to go first. Armand thought and looked back at the last item to check it. Ring of Crimson Howl. Seeing its effect, his eyes sharply glinted. This is it. Ring of Crimson Howl, Grade, Common. Type, one-time use. Effect, unleashes an intimidating howl that briefly stuns or distracts everyone within 10 meters of it. For use, after infusing 5 mana in the ring. The howl will unleash after 5 seconds from it. It's like a flashbang. Armand narrowed his eyes as he moved his gaze to the battle in the settlement. The only goblin remaining is Goblin Captain now. It's time. Jacob's at level 3. That bastard. I need to kill him, before he kills Goblin Captain. Jacob was injured twice due to Goblin Captain. But he healed himself. And now that other goblins were dead, Those trio would finish off Goblin Captain easily. But I won't let you do that. Without further ado, Armand threw a ring after activating it. Right between the Goblin Captain and Jacob. Upon countdown, the ring released a howl with a red aura in a 10-meter radius. Armand couldn't hear anything. But seeing that Jacob and others, including the Goblin Captain, covered their ears as if hearing an unbearable sound, he knew it worked. Armand had already dashed 1 second before the ring activated. When he was within 10 meters of Jacob, he immediately used 2 spirit explosions. I don't want to take any risks. 2 should be better than 1. Ha! Jacob opened his eyes as the howl vanished but saw a bluish-green ghostly wisp right in front of him. And 1 wisp was behind him. Boom! Boom! Jacob! What the fuck just happened? Pock! In front of Sean. Jacob's half-burned head landed. And half a second later, both he and Lamp screamed in horror and shock. What the fuck? Sean was scared out of his wits. Jacob was his backer and anchor. He was basically Jacob's servant. As he knew he would have good future prospects if he stuck with Jacob. But, he just died. Arg. Sean turned around upon hearing Lamp scream and saw a wolf's claw-like weapon piercing his chest from behind. Hi. Sean? Why you? Sean tremblingly took a step back as he saw Armand walking out from behind Lamp like a demon. The setting sun's faint glow highlighted Armand's eyes and gave it a faint red hue, scaring the shit out of Seon. Surprised, Armand smiled and pulled up his claw as blood sprayed out. Lamp grabbed his neck as he struggled to stop the bleeding. But the notification told him he was going to die soon. Help. Seon was filled with fear and didn't act. Only looking at Armand, as he pointed his dagger at Armand. His hands trembling. I killed you with poison coat skill on my dagger, how can you live after that? Dark rule number 1. If you want to kill someone in labyrinth or dungeon, you have to confirm their death. Armand smiled. After all, the system won't notify an adventurer's death like monsters. Nor will it give you any exp for level up. Seon felt a chill crawling down his back upon hearing Armand's words. Why you don't need to kill me. SC. Your hand is trembling. Seon quickly said while forcing out a smile. Lamp was a good guy, he didn't want to kill you. Armand looked at his hand. And it, indeed, was slightly trembling. Maybe I am scared. But I am conscious of another feeling at the moment, Armand said. His lips parting into a grin. It's excitement and thirst to thrive because I am alive. And I want to fucking continue living. Seon felt chills as he looked at Armand's grin and eyes. We can make a deal. Brother Armand, deal? Armand sneered. Do you think Jacob's father won't investigate anything and let you go without doing anything if you live? I don't want to die. Armand's eyes turned frigid cold. And for that, you will not live. Suddenly, Seon felt intense pain and saw a spear driving through his stomach from behind. You have been attacked by Goblin Captain, your vitality is dangerously low, P potion. Seon spoke while blood oozed out of his mouth. Looking at the mess of blood and gore that was Jacob as he tried to find the storage pouch. Goblin Captain didn't give him that chance and finished him off. You are dead, come to me. Armand also took Seon's spirit. This is good. I have my personal death inspection way. If someone's dead, I can know by seeing the spirit wisp. His gaze focused on the Goblin Captain. It's your turn. Gah. Goblin Captain warily looked at Armand while pointing a spear at them. Injured but slowly healing with some kind of healing skill. Goblin Captain, rank, bronze level, 5 stats, physical, strength, 13, health, 12, stamina, 11, mental, mana, 11, focus 9, perception, 9, you will be the first monster I kill. Be honored. You will be the first monster I kill. Be honored. 10 never mind. That dialogue felt cringe. Armand wryly smiled. Seeing Goblin Captain flinching after hearing him. That monster is wary of me. And I have a combo for this situation. Good. Stay like that. Boom. He used a spirit explosion behind it, causing it to lurch forward while Armand readied his wolf claw gauntlet. His eyes focused as he drove both hands wolf claws forward. One into Goblin Captain's forehead, and the other into his neck. You have killed a level 5 Goblin Captain, due to you killing a monster 5 levels above you. You have gained 50% more XP. You have reached level 2. You have gained 3 stat points you can distribute, you have triggered the level up boon. Please select your boon, finally? Armand grinned, looking at the progress bar and percentage. He was already 94% deep into level 2. So just one monster. And he would level up again. He also got 13 gold coins for killing the goblin captain. This strangely feels like this isn't my first time fighting goblins. Is it because I've always imagined fighting them after reading and watching the videos? Whatever. Time to pick up a boon. Select your level up boon. 1. Skill random. 2. Weapon random. 3. Accessory random. 4. Magic item random. 5. Random. Adventurer's rule number 1, if there's a skill option in the level up boon, always choose it. Armand selected the first option. These level up boons would be different each time. And they only appear once every 5 levels. The skill option wouldn't always appear. But it was considered the most important priority once it appeared because it could either give one a new skill or upgrade an existing skill. Random could give stat points. But it could also give anything or nothing. So it wasn't something most adventurers would select unless other options were not desirable for them. Your skill S, Spirit Pocket, is upgraded to SS, rank, a new effect. Armand's eyes glimmered golden. Spirit Pocket, rank, SS effects. Spirit Pocket, rank, SS effects, greater than pull spirits within your vision and store them, greater than pocket, Spirit Kodoku add spirits to this special pocket where they would devour each other until the last one surviving has devoured others and evolved into a spirit wraith that you can use as your summon. 020, cost, none. Current number of spirits, 21 100ths. This is interesting. A new effect and my pocket also got bigger. Spirit Wraith. I want to see what it is. But I have to gather more spirits. I don't want to use 20 of my 21 spirits in this Spirit Wraith. I used 3 on Spirit Explosions and 4 to create items. The ring is powerful for now. But judging by how Jacob recovered, the ring's effect won't be useful on higher level monsters in Fairy Mountain. Still, I have 1 left. And it can be my emergency bomb. Even if it was a higher level monster, it could give a window of a second or less for him to act. As long as the ring proves to be a surprise element for the enemy. It was useful. Armand looked at the mountain from afar, which was spreading out glow as the evening descended. Let's wrap up the preparation before entering that area. The goblin colony is on the way. So I'll clear it and level up. But before that, he picked up Jacob's storage pouch and put it in his backpack. He also put spirits of Jacob, Lamb, and Sayang into Spirit Kodoku. Afterward, Armand used his class skill Spirit Devour, S. Let's see how this skill rolls. You have devoured a level 2 dire wolf spirit, you have gained +1 strength, you have devoured a level 3 goblin warrior spirit, you have gained +1 health and +1 stamina, you have devoured a level 2 dire wolf spirit, you have gained nothing. Wait. What? No more points after just devouring 1. Let me try with a higher level 1. You have devoured a level 3 dire wolf spirit, you have gained +1 mana, before using 1 more level 3 wolf. I should check the goblin one. You have devoured a level 4 goblin archer spirit, you have gained +1 focus and +1 perception, interesting. Level 3 goblin warrior gave me 2 stat boosts. And level 4 goblin archer also did the same. Is it because they are different monsters? Armand grinned and looked at his clenched fist filled with newfound power. Let's continue. It feels awesome to actively feel myself getting powerful. You have devoured a level 3 dire wolf spirit, you have gained 0.5 strength, well. Better than nothing. I have 4 wolf spirits left. So I'll use them for Spirit Wraith ingredients. Next. You have devoured a level 5 goblin captain spirit, you have gained +2 mana and +2 strength, awesome. Armand could feel strength surging from within. Both physical and magical. You have devoured a level 4 goblin archer spirit, you have gained +1 perception, I have 1 more goblin archer. But I might get nothing or 0.5 if I devour it. Nah. I better use it as an ingredient since I'll have more spirits to devour later anyway. Armand put the goblin archer spirit in the Spirit Kodoku pocket along with the 4 dire wolf spirits. You have devoured a level 5 goblin warrior spirit, you have gained +2 stamina and +1 focus, nice. Armand grinned from ear to ear, feeling his stats increasing. Others need to level up to increase stats or eat rare and precious potions that are always in demand but not always in stock. Not to mention, whenever such items are found in the labyrinth, or even raw resources that can be processed to make a potion that increases stats. The big shot guilds and those with the money grab them first. Many also end up in auctions. My stats are already way higher than what people of my level should have. Armand's eyes glinted. You have devoured a level 4 Goblin Guardian Spirit, you have gained +1 focus and +1 health, alright. This is it. The remaining spirits were of 2 level 4 Goblin Warriors and 1 level 3 Goblin Guardian. I already devoured a level 5 and a level 3 Goblin Warrior spirits. I might get nothing. But I'm not sure since I could also get 0.5 stat points. Armand thought for a moment and decided to experiment since he felt it would be better to find the limits and effects of the skill properly. You have devoured a level 4 Goblin Warrior Spirit, you have gained +1 health, alright. So it's related to my level to a certain extent since I devoured a level 5 Goblin Warrior before this. And this level 4 Goblin Warrior still gave me a full point. Armand put the remaining level 4 Goblin Warrior and level 3 Goblin Guardian within Spirit Kodoku's pocket. Along with 4 wolves and 1 Goblin Archer. I need 11 spirits more to create a Spirit Wraith. Alright. Let's do this. Spirit Kodoku, 920, Spirit Pocket, 0100, Armand started walking towards the Fairy Mountain. But his next goal was the Goblin Colony, which was somewhere at the base of the Fairy Mountain in the west. The rough and slightly green open ground continued for 500 meters before more trees appeared. There's fire atop a wooden tower and... Armand squinted his eyes and focused, which caused his eyesight to get better. And he gained a slightly zoomed-in view. That's a goblin. Which means that's the place I am looking for. But he was still around 100 meters away from the Goblin Colony. Rustles. Armand paused as he heard a rustling sound. My senses are sharper. There. Armand infused mana in his wolf claw gauntlets, causing both gauntlets to turn into a beam of dreamy light before they transformed into 2 spectral dire wolves. Go? Armand commanded the wolves to get into the bushes. Wait. Wait. Please. Stop. Armand hurriedly commanded the wolves to stop upon hearing the words before an orange-haired girl with a short ponytail emerged from the bushes, a wand in her hand. She was surprised upon seeing a familiar face. This guy is the one who sleeps in the corner mostly and gets bullied sometimes, I think. You, Armand? Right? She asked with a bit of doubt. Natalia, adventurer rank, bronze? Level, 4 class. Armand's brows creased upon seeing the girl. Natalia. She was his classmate. Oh. So you're him. Natalia heaved a sigh of relief before she approached him. Have you seen Jacob and others? He told me we would meet up near the Goblin Colony when we met earlier. I think only Jacob's group. You. Me. And Lily spawned in this area. The other classmates must have spawned at other starting areas. Armand's hand holding his staff clenched. But his expression remained slightly frowning as he shook his head. I haven't seen them. He glanced around Natalia and asked. Are you alone? Hell no. I'm with Lily. She got a powerful Phantom Thief class. So she has concealed herself near the Goblin Colony to be on the lookout and scout it. Anyway. You seem pretty good. What's with the wolves? Natalia looked at 2 ghostly wolves with a metallic sheen in front of Armand in surprise. She is with Lily. That's bad. It's my skill. Armand flatly replied before saying. Anyway. I'm going to find some dire wolves to kill and level up. Bye. I guess Goblin Colony is cancelled since Lily is there. But Natalia won't be suspicious. Right? Armand thought as he couldn't help but feel apprehensive. She saw me, and if she thinks a bit more. I came from the same direction where Jacob and others were. According to her. Normally speaking. There's a high chance for us to meet given that the starting area is not big and it's not as thick with trees. Armand thought while walking past Natalia. Good thing she is stupid. I hope. But should I really just walk away from her? What if? Wait. Armand? You came from the Goblin settlement. Right? Jacob and others were also there. Though? Natalia rubbed her chin with a confused expression. Where the hell did they go? Did you see any signs of them going anywhere? Armand cursed internally, as he turned around and shook his head at her. No. But I can't be sure since I didn't pay attention to that kind of stuff. I skipped the Goblin settlement area, and directly walked here. As you can see. I am just level 2. Erg. Fine. It's over an hour. And we haven't even done much. Natalia wryly smiled before she asked. But since you are here and I am tired of waiting. How about we 3 work together to clear the Goblin Colony? But I don't want to show you my skills. Almond annoyingly thought. Fuck it. I'll have to wing it by using the 2 wolf spirits and my holy staff. Goblin colony is a good place to earn EXP. I shouldn't revert wolves back to the weapon form. I have to keep this a secret until I decide what to show for my class to others. Almond didn't want to create a hassle. So he agreed. And the duo silently walked toward the spot where Lily was hiding. That furry coat looks pretty good, Lily said as she emerged from conceal. She was covered in a sleek black ninja-like robe. And only her beautiful dark blue eyes were visible to others. I didn't sense her until she spoke. Almond thought as he looked at the black-haired beauty with a slender figure and ample bosom. Looking sexy yet deadly in that outfit. She is prepared. That outfit is definitely a magic item. Lily Darkwood, Adventurer rank, Bronze. Level 5 class, Phantom Thief. Did she kill some level 6 wandering trolls around here? They are the only ones around here that can make you reach level 5 aside from goblins in the colony. Her class is of S rank. From what I've heard, her stats should be high since she is level 5. That's 15 stat points from level up, not to mention her combat ability that's best in the academy. Almond glanced at Lily and Natalia as the trio walked towards the goblin colony with him in the middle. What should I do? Lily is not as stupid as Natalia. Natalia was chubby in the right areas and a beauty of the class. However, Lily was considered the top beauty of the Froststar City Academy and also the most powerful student in it. She was already scouted by one of the globally renowned guilds, League of Firefly. One of the top 10 most powerful guilds in the world. On top of that, her background was also powerful. Her father and mother were in the GA branch in Froststar City. They were not just normal staff members but the Froststar City's Global Adventurers Association branch president and branch commander. Both were strong adventurers. But her father was the branch commander. Meaning that he was one of the strongest adventurers in Froststar City, like Jacob's father, who was a guild leader of the strongest guild in the city. With Lily entering the League of Firefly, her parents' influence and power were bound to grow further in the Froststar City. Jacob's father can easily talk with Lily's parents and launch an investigation unless he has a bad relationship with GAA's top brass. But even so, he can still use his influence and money to get help. If Lily or Natalia mention me, I will come into his radar. No. In fact, he'll be suspicious of me because there's no other suspicious element aside from me. We just entered the labyrinth. And their first meeting was with me. Nobody would see them afterward because they are dead. Their bodies are in Goblin Settlement. Though they will be eaten after 3 days once new goblins spawn. But still, with his people, he can easily find out that I was getting bullied by them sometimes. Which also gives me a good reason to kill them after gaining power. A result of power trip. Almond's eyes glinted. But they killed me? So I simply paid back. And I won't let myself get caught. No matter what. Almond? There's a pack of wolves over there. Since you're just level 2, why don't you kill them and gain a level or 2? Lily said as she pointed her dagger at a cave to the east of Goblin Colony. The cave was small. And there was rough grassless ground outside. Perfect for wolves to rest with stones and boulders around it. The river stream was also not far, as one could hear the sound of it flowing down from the mountain. All right. I'll be back. No. We are coming. We'll watch from behind and be on the lookout, Lily said. Her sapphire blue eyes looking at him. Fine. Almond flatly replied before he walked towards them. Almond? Are you always this boring? Even the way you speak is boring, Natalia chuckled. No wonder you get boo. Lily glanced at her. But Natalia also realized she was about to say something bad. So she stopped. Almond didn't bother replying and continued walking silently before stopping behind a tree. The cave was 20 meters away on open ground near the mountain's base area. And this was the last tree to hide. Wait a second. I want to assign my stat points. All right? Lily nodded. Almond, Adventurer rank, Bronze. Level 2, 94%, Class, Spirit Dealer, SS, Vitality, 100%, Mana, 256 325 plus 10, Stats, 3 unassigned points. Vertical bar Physical, Strength, 10.5, Health, 9, Stamina, 10, Vertical bar Mental, Mana, 13, plus 19.5, Focus, 13, Perception, 15, 10 Focus can improve my overall magic control and efficiency. While Perception will allow me to get insight to improve my skills and enhance my senses. Both need to be improved to get better and learn new skills. But I have a flexible way to get stat points. So, Armand added 2 points in strength and 1 in health. He didn't have any magic skills that used mana. So his main attacks were physical. As such, it was important to increase his strength to increase his overall combat power for now. All right. I am going, Armand said as he started walking towards the open ground from the woods. But one of the wolves had woken up and was walking around. So the moment it saw him, the wolf howled. And the other 4 wolves woke up. A pack of 5 dire wolves. Armand's eyes glinted. All of them are at level 4. Guess I'll reach level 4 if I kill them all alone. Suddenly, Armand heard a voice as if someone whispered in his ear. Do you need help? It's Lily's voice. For her to learn Magic Whisper, both her focus and perception must be over 15. Magic Whisper was a simple application of mana, using it to carry one's voice directly toward a target's ear. But the range depended on one's control. Armand simply raised his hand and shook it left and right to answer her. I had 9 days to learn some tricks myself. Lily must have taken a potion to boost her stats before entering the labyrinth and learning some skills thanks to her background. But I also learned physical enchantment. Physical enchantment would show its power now that he had higher stats in strength. Armand was confident. He had given his all for this day and his future. There was a hiccup. But everything was going well aside from the 2 new surprising elements, Natalia and Lily, that he had to ensure wouldn't trouble him in the future before leaving the labyrinth after 3 days. The 2 girls stayed behind in the woods while watching him. He is level 2 and alone. Natalia rubbed her chin. Do you think he can kill those 5 wolves? I don't know. Lily replied. I don't remember him doing anything in the academy. But Rosa mentioned him to me a few times since she often sees him in the academy's library. Well, that's the only thing he can do since he is physically frail, Natalia said before she chuckled, as she remembered something. I remember swooning over him on the first day of the academy because he looked handsome, and his eyes were mesmerizingly attractive. But he looked very pathetic afterward. He would get tired after running a bit and always stumbling in physical classes. Not to mention getting bullied. Natalia wryly smiled. Is that so? Lily looked at Armand's back as the fight had already begun. He doesn't look bad or unfit right now. Armand sent both of his spectral dire wolves into the fray of 5 wolves while he cast Holy Blast to attack the strongest wolf of the pack. Fortunately, his aim wasn't bad. And the orb from his staff struck the wolf, causing the Holy Blast. Interesting? I can use mana to heal my spirit wolves. Armand's eyes glowed. His spectral dire wolves were stronger. Even if their limbs would tear away, he could use mana to regenerate them. And he had no lack of mana. Growl. The alpha that survived the first Holy Blast dashed toward him with bloodshot eyes, wanting to tear him to pieces. I can see its movement clearly and react. Armand's eyes glinted as he dodged and ducked while clenching his fist tightly and punching with all of his strength after infusing 10 mana points in his fist. Physical enchantment. Cree. His fist penetrated the dire wolf's head from below as Armand simply uppercut the beast. Blood splattered, painting his face red. This was easy. Armand grinned. You have killed a level 4 dire wolf, you have reached level 3. You have gained 3 unassigned stat points, instantly after that. He released Holy Blast on the wolf that his 2 spectral dire wolves had attacked and finished it off. After using 20 mana to heal both of his spectral dire wolves, they began fighting against the remaining 3 wolves while Armand also joined the fray. What the? Why is his physical enchantment so good? Lily's eyes glinted, showing a hint of shock. It's even better than mine. He should be able to infuse the mana evenly and accurately in all chakra points of his limbs to burst out with that power. It requires 50 perceptions to even detect the chakra points. I had my father's help, and I still couldn't accurately do it like him. How did he do that? Is this even possible? Or does he have some kind of skill, or he awakened a talent to help him with that? Whoa. He really killed the wolves just like that. Natalia's mouth was wide open in surprise. Those 2 wolf spirits look just like dire wolves. Is he some kind of summoner? And it's weird. He never attended physical combat classes. But he is fighting like a warrior. Natalia muttered as she wasn't expecting Armand to join the fight physically and kill the wolves brutally like that. He never did. Maybe he trained at another place. Lily said, her eyebrows raising in surprise. Because his movements are not at all of a beginner who never trained. Could be. But he is a poor boy and works part-time to get by from the talk in the academy. I doubt he can pay for any good training center. On the other hand, Armand devoured a level 4 dire wolf spirit and got +1 stamina. He stored the remaining 4 spirits in the spirit Kadoku pocket. Now I only need 9 spirits to create that spirit wraith. Armand thought as he turned around and walked towards the girls. He could see them looking at him and feel their eyes on him a bit different than before. I'm not sure I can defeat Lily. She is an assassin type. And her perception and focus seem higher than mine. Ambushing her is a tall order. Not to mention, I've seen her fight. And I am not at all confident if I were to brawl against her. With a weapon or without a weapon. She'll wipe the floor with me. But as long as these two live, there's a high chance I could get caught and killed. What should I do? I don't want to kill unnecessarily. But I want to survive. Armand was feeling anxious about the upcoming future. But he calmed down as it was no use getting anxious over it. He just had to think more and reach a conclusion. He still had time. We can wait for a few minutes, so you can recover your mana, Lily said. You can meditate and recover fast. You know the method? Right? Armand nodded and closed his eyes. But he didn't meditate. Which requires one to enter a deep, focused state. If he did, he wouldn't know what was going on around him. My mana recovery is already fast thanks to my innate talent. Armand looked at the status and saw his mana recovering. Meditation would increase mana's recovery by 100% of the normal rate. The initial normal rate of mana's recovery depends on one's class rank. The higher the rank, the better the mana recovery rate. Afterward, it would increase every 10 points into the mana stat. His SS rank class gave him a natural mana recovery of 0.7 mana per second. And with over 30 mana points, he gained 0.3 extra, which propelled his normal recovery to 1 mana per second, which was then doubled due to his innate talent. If he meditated on top of that, it would increase even more. 2 minutes later, Armand opened his eyes and nodded. I'm done. We can go. Good. Here's the plan. Lily began explaining. I've scouted the goblin colony. There are 20 goblins inside unless I missed 1 or 2. And most of them are level 5 and 6. But 4 of them are at level 7. Which includes the goblin chief, 1 goblin archer, 1 goblin mage, and 1 goblin guardian. Natalia can use a decoy-type skill to create a clone. It can move. And it inherits 50% of her stats and she can use her skills through it. We'll use it to lure out the goblins from the front gate while you and I will attack from behind and take out the goblin archers and goblin mages who will stay behind first, Lily said to Armand. Got it. Armand nodded. After that, Lily took out 2 daggers from her storage pouch. That's all to the plan. We'll fight the rest of the battle accordingly since it won't be hard. I've done a simulation of fighting in this colony multiple times in the training center. All right? Armand nodded as he glanced at the daggers. They are not common grade for sure. Let's go. Natalia grinned and used her skill, conjuring another Natalia looking just like her. Her class must be pretty useful if it has a skill like this. Armand's eyes glinted. She and her friends talked about their classes during lunch break. If I remember correctly, it's called Mirage, which be rank class. Well, I can confirm it right now. Armand checked her status this time. And indeed, her class name and rank appeared as his information was true. I wonder what else she can do with it. The trio moved towards the goblin colony. Natalia went towards the front gate and hid 10 meters away behind a tree. Since she could share her senses with her clone, she controlled it as the clone arrived in front of the goblin colony's gate. The colony was like a tiny village with 7 wooden huts. 1 wooden house bigger than the huts. And a wooden watchtower at the center. The gate was closed. And there were 2 trees on both sides, along with a few other trees inside. As Natalia's clone appeared near the gate, the level 6 goblin archer on the watchtower soon noticed her and picked up a crude blowhorn to alert the goblins. Natalia's clone threw a flask of flame, an attack-type potion that could explode and set flammable things on fire to destroy the colony gate and set both trees to the sides on fire. This aggravated the goblins further as 4 level 5 to 6 goblin guardians and 4 level 5 to 6 goblin warriors, along with a level 6 goblin mage and the level 7 goblin chief, rushed out and chased after Natalia's clone, who ran at full speed into the woods. The other goblins remained inside and rushed towards the gate and trees to put out the fire by filling up water buckets from their well. Meanwhile, Lily and Armand jumped over the wall from the back and landed on a wooden bridge that was fixed around the colony's walls for goblin mages and archers to give them higher ground. Lily's daggers glowed before she threw both of them toward the level 7 goblin mage, who stayed at the back along with the level 7 goblin archer. Both daggers penetrated the goblin mage, one into its throat, and the other into his chest. But the goblin mage didn't die instantly like she expected, since it seemed to use a skill to heal itself while barely holding on. Tisk. Real life still has variables that simulation can't compute. Lily thought, I saw the goblin mage living. But she didn't bother with it anymore and took out a bow to aim at the goblin archer in the watchtower according to her plan. She had to kill it before it could alert the goblins chasing Natalia's clone. It had a blowhorn, which could give a message to the goblins outside. So it was important to kill it fast. Meanwhile, Armand had also attacked, commanding both of his spirit wolves to pounce on the level 7 goblin archer, pinning it on the ground while he rushed forward with physical enchantment and jumped, landing directly on the goblin archer's head with a kick to finish it off. Splatty saw Lily failing to kill goblin mage due to it having some kind of support type skill and took that chance to use a spirit explosion by using a level 3 dire wolf spirit from Spirit Kadoku Pocket. The explosion would alert other goblins. But that's fine. We finished off 3 who were at the back. Naturally, Lily heard the explosion right as she released the arrow at the goblin archer on the watchtower. She wanted to make sure this goblin archer died, so she didn't hold back in using mana and finished it off. What was that? Lily asked, as she turned to Armand. So he killed both level 7 goblins. That must have propelled him to level 5. Armand, adventurer rank, bronze. Level 5 class. It was my class skill. Armand answered, his eyes on the goblins near the gate. The explosion alerted them. Let's finish them off fast. Yeah. There are a few more goblins than I initially counted. But that won't change anything. Lily looked at the incoming goblins, screaming and shouting with red eyes, and released arrows while her daggers flew back at her. Geez. She is loaded with items. Armand also stored all 3 spirits and used Spirit Devour on them. 2 level 7 goblins and 1 level 6 goblin gave him +2 focus, +1 perception, +1 health, and +1 stamina. Armand commanded his wolves while he stayed back with Lily and assigned all 6 stat points to his strength. If I want to kill goblin warriors and goblin guardians with one attack solely using physical enchantment, I need to increase strength. Physical enchantment could increase the user's strength stat by 10% to 100%, depending on the proficiency of the skill. And Armand's proficiency was enough to give him a 100% boost. Thanks to the intense training, he designed himself to learn physical enchantment after reading and learning about it from various sources. The mana consumption required to use physical enchantment was relative to the strength stat and the area it affected. The higher the strength stat and larger the area, the more mana it requires to use physical enchantment. The duration it remained active also depended on one's proficiency. And for now, Armand's physical enchantment could last for around 20 seconds. Armand only enchanted his arms and legs. He didn't even know how to enchant his whole body yet because he didn't train in other areas. After assigning stat points, he rushed forward with physical enchantment to finish off the level 7 Goblin Guardian, since Goblin Guardians could have support type skills as well, and they could prove troublesome. Meanwhile, Lily finished off the 2 Goblin Archers who were at the back using her bow. They didn't get the chance to even release a single arrow before they were killed. A skilled marksman, Armand thought as he saw the double kill by Lily. On the other hand, Armand was instantly surrounded by the remaining 9 goblins, among which one was a goblin mage, 4 goblin warriors, and 3 goblin guardians, all of them at level 5 to 6. The wolves pounced on the goblin mage at his left upon his command, and he exerted strength in his legs, jumped out of the encirclement while dodging an attack from the goblin warrior, and landed behind the goblin mage before killing it with a kick. The goblin warriors and guardians couldn't catch up with Armand's speed, and they were melee combatants, so they angrily rushed at him to attack him, wanting to skewer him with their swords and spears. I'll finish them off. Thanks for gathering them. Armand suddenly heard Lily's voice in his right ear. Lily, with glinting daggers in her hand, jumped right into the middle of the group of 8 goblins. Armand was wondering what she would do. And then he saw Lily's figure clad in purple lightning before her speed drastically increased, and she moved zigzag around the goblins, her daggers slashing away at their throats as they were beheaded while they couldn't even react. Seeing this, Armand's eyes widened before they lit up with blaze. His fist clenched. Physical enchantment, a self-buff skill, and a movement-type skill. all in a perfect symphony that allowed her to make a move like this. She must have learned other skills outside. Thanks to her background and trained herself, skill scrolls are rare to come by. But it shouldn't be hard for her. Natalia should be coming here soon, Lily said as she walked towards Armand. Armand nodded. Status open. Armand reached level 6. While Lily remained at level 6 after leveling up once despite killing many goblins, since killing monsters weaker than one's level would yield lower EXP than usual. Still, she was only a bit away from reaching level 7. Strength. Armand added all 3 stat points into strength, feeling power surging in him. Vertical bar physical, strength, 21.5, health, 11, stamina, 12, vertical bar mental, mana, 13, plus 19.5, focus, 14, perception, 16, Armand. How did you learn your physical enchantment? Lily asked after she chugged a mana potion instead of meditating to recover her mana. I designed a training method after learning about it to master it. Armand answered. What? Lily's eyes showed disbelief. You can't be serious. Armand frowned but didn't bother arguing and calmed his expression as he replied flatly. I have no reason to lie. Did he really master physical enchantment himself? Lily didn't want to believe. But a part of her believed he was telling the truth since it didn't feel like he was lying. What was the training? I can tell you. But the training is hell. You won't do it even if you learn it. Just tell me. Lily stared at Armand's eyes. I learned that infusing mana appropriately in chakra points is the key. But it was impossible to find these points. So I tried to spread mana and feel them wait. Wait. Lily interrupted Armand. Her eyes trembling. You spread mana. That hurts like hell. Especially around the chakra points. You don't feel anything other than pain if you do that. How can you even sense the chakra point's location? There are so many in each limb and other parts. You also need a fine mana control and precisely infuse mana in the chakra point to avoid pain and injury in case loss of mana control. Lily was still in disbelief. Armand wryly smiled. It was hard. I spent 3 days simply in pain without any results. But I couldn't quit. I had to learn it. Since I picked a support role, I needed something that makes me strong and increases my chance of survival. Armand looked at his fist. The pain I went through was well worth it. He remembered how many times he thought about giving up. But giving up because of that pain painted a picture even bleaker in his mind. He formed that picture to make himself go forward. Lily saw Armand's fist clenching while she herself felt involuntarily admiration. She knew the pain. And literally nobody was willing to go through that. Anyway, physical enchantment is one of the most important skills to learn. And one could learn it right after awakening. I had to learn it to become better. Simple as that. Armand cracked his index finger and turned to the gate as he heard something. Natalia's here. Meanwhile, Lily's eyes glinted as she looked at Armand. And a grin formed behind her mask. This guy is a monster. What happened to Jacob and others? Armand was startled at the sudden question from Lily. Why is she asking me? Is she suspicious of me? How would I know? I haven't seen them. He turned to Lily with a plain expression and answered before turning to the gate again. Lily's eyes showed an amusing expression. I would have believed you if I didn't hear your name from Seung's mouth. He didn't finish the name when we met as Jacob glared at him. But he was likely going to speak your name. Something definitely happened between you and them. Meanwhile, Armand's brain was heating up. I can feel her gaze on my back. Why is she suspicious of me? This is not good. Guys. The goblins are returning. Let's get ready, Natalia said as she rushed towards them. All right. Lily nodded and took out her bow again to deal long-range damage first. Meanwhile, Armand devoured the goblin spirits he captured. 9 goblin spirits. With one of them being level 7 and the rest being level 6 or 5. You have devoured a level 5 goblin warrior spirit, you have gained plus 0.5 perception, already over. Must be because I've already devoured goblin warriors from the goblin settlement, and I'm also at level 6 level 6, 4.2%, you have devoured a level 6 goblin mage spirit, you have gained plus 1 focus alright. Last one. You have devoured a level 7 goblin guardian spirit, you have gained plus 1 health and plus 0.5 stamina, I guess I'll be able to get a point from one more goblin guardian. Even if it's level 6. Roar of the sound of goblins arrived as they entered the gate. Goblin Chief furiously roared upon seeing dead goblins and humans in his colony. Rushing at full speed using some skill while the giant club in its hand also glowed. Lily? showing no hesitation, instantly fired a powerful arrow toward the incoming goblin chief, who couldn't dodge at the frontal speed it was coming at. However, its reaction speed wasn't bad as it swung its hand holding the black wooden club towards the arrow, causing it to explode. The black wooden club was half destroyed while the goblin chief was slightly injured and slowed down. "I'll kill it," Armand said as he sacrificed a wolf spirit to cause spirit explosion since goblin chief was within range of 10 meters. Boom! But Armand was surprised to see this spirit explosion's wisp color turning red right before exploding in the crimson spectacle. Oh right. It's that effect that can activate by chance. Whoa. What was that? Natalia exclaimed in shock. It's almost dead. Lily raised her eyebrows. This explosion skill is quite powerful. The goblin chief was gravely injured. And since this spirit explosion acquired the bleeding effect from the dire wolf, it was also more powerful. Goblin chief started bleeding all over. And even the goblin mage's healing didn't work. Goblin warriors and guardians rushed at the group with bloodshot eyes to attack. But just 8 of them were no match. Armand's face couldn't help but form a grin as he rushed forward with his fists glinting from physical enchantment. His steps light as a feather. He jumped and swung a kick at Goblin Guardian's head, exploding it. Right after landing, he threw his punch after ducking a Goblin Warrior's sword slash and exploding its head. I didn't know fighting like this unrestrainedly would feel so good. You have killed a level 6 Goblin Guardian, you have killed a level 6 Goblin Warrior. Meanwhile, Lily also attacked, not backing down. After releasing an arrow to kill the Goblin Mage who was trying to heal Goblin Chief, she joined Armand with her daggers, swiftly killing one level 6 Goblin Warrior and proceeding towards a level 5 Goblin Warrior. Lily reached level 7. Shit. I need to do something, or I won't get any experience. Natalia quickly used a skill light pebbles B rank. 5 glowing brown pebbles formed as she controlled them and shot towards Goblin Warrior and Goblin Guardians, damaging them. Meanwhile, Goblin Chief died of bleeding. Since it was the leader monster, Armand got a lot of EXP from it. You have killed a level 7 Goblin Chief. Armand attacked the last level 5 Goblin Guardian that got damaged from Natalia's skill, finishing it off. You have killed a level 5 Goblin Guardian. You have reached level 7. You have gained 3 unassigned stat points. You have triggered the level up boon. You two are monsters. Natalia wryly smiled and looked at Armand before adding, "And what's with your love for heads, Armand? Geez. Too, it's not love, but common sense. Exploding heads guarantee death for the majority of the monsters." Armand flatly replied before he looked at the dead bodies and absorbed their spirits. You have devoured a level 7 Goblin Chief. You have gained +1 health, +1 stamina, +1 mana. Let's rest here for a bit. We have plenty of huts here to explore and rest, Lily said as she looked at the wooden house. We might also find some useful things here. Natalia grinned and walked towards a nearby hut. Let's go. Armand? You can come with me to explore the house, since you contributed a lot. I won't need stuff from here unless it's something rare, Lily said to Armand before she started walking towards the only wooden house. Are you saying if it's something rare, you won't give it to me? Armand asked as he caught up to her. Yeah. But it depends. Lily glanced at Armand, her eyes glinting, a faint smile behind her mask. If you continue to team up with us, I don't mind giving it to you. Armand thought for a moment before nodding with a smile. Sure. I have no other choice. Lily and Natalia are a danger to my life. I have to resolve this issue before the exit opens on the 3rd day. Armand thought as he opened his level up boon. It's better if I stay with them and proceed according to development. Please give me a skill option. Armand opened the boon window. Select your level up boon. 1. Skill random. 2. Accessory random. 3. Random. 3 options. But I got skill again. Armand was thrilled. He instantly selected the skill option. Congratulations. You have acquired. Congratulations. You have awakened a new class skill Spirit Syringe, S5, Spirit Syringe, rank, S effect, greater than consume 10% of your stamina to conjure a Spirit Syringe. You can inject it and absorb the target's mana and health in the syringe, with the syringe's limit being up to 100% of your health and mana. You can then use it to heal and recover yourself or others, greater than you can store up to 5 Spirit Syringes. Full recovery syringes. Armand was dumbfounded. I need to see how it works. Armand thought as he entered the house. This could also work as an offensive skill because it drains the target's mana and health. It was a 2-story house. So Lily went upstairs while Armand started browsing below. Cupboards, beds, or anything that looked like it contained something. Common grade weapons that are useless. But I use a melee one since it's better to use wolf claw gauntlets as spectral dire wolves. Armand grabbed a common grade sword. Feeling it settling in his hand. Sword, I felt like using it many times. But I couldn't because of my weak body. Swoosh! Armand swung the sword horizontally. His eyes gleaming. This feels good. He then continued searching and, a minute later, looked up before thinking. Usually, the bronze treasure chest spawning in this colony is on the 2nd floor of this house. From the information, Lily shortly returned and said, I found the treasure chest. What did you get from it? Armand curiously asked. However, Lily just walked towards Armand while looking at him. Her eyes piercing into his. Soon, she was close enough for her breasts to touch his chest. Which prompted Armand to step back before his back was against the wall. What the hell is going on? Armand frowned. They are pressing against me. I know, Lily said as she blinked once before her eyes looked into Armand's golden almond-colored eyes. Her breasts pressed against his chest. And her face just a few inches away from his. Your heart is beating very fast, Lily chuckled. Armand raised his eyebrows. So is yours. My perception is not that low. Well, I am feeling a bit excited. That's why. Lily smiled behind her mask. So, what happened to Jacob and others? And before you say any bullshit, allow me to tell you that I absolutely don't care about those 3 idiots. Lily narrowed her eyes. I just want to know you really. Armand looked at her silently. Her eyes crystal clear. He didn't feel she was lying. And from what he knew about Lily, she indeed didn't give 2 hoots about anyone in the academy. Be it any rich boy or talented boy. Because no one was more rich or talented than her in the academy. Looking at her sapphire eyes that looked as if curious, Armand's expression gradually eased as he came to a conclusion. I killed them. Why? They killed me in the starting area for a rare grade item I found in the bronze treasure chest. But I survived. Armand coldly said. So I killed them because if I don't, then Jacob won't leave me alive after I leave and his trash father would also support him to hunt me. Because I am a nobody outside. Quite literally. After a few seconds of silence, with just them staring into each other's eyes, Lily took a step back and grabbed his hand before taking out a ring from her storage pouch. Earth Flower Ring, rank, uncommon. Effect, greater than infusing 50 mana in the ring will create a defensive earth flower in front of you the size of a 5-meter radius. It will disappear after 1 minute or if it's destroyed by attacks. This is what I found from the bronze treasure chest above. Lily put the ring on Armand's index finger before looking at Armand. From now on, you're not a nobody but my partner. Partner? Armand's face showed a bit of confusion. Lily's dark blue eyes glinted as she removed her mask, revealing her angelic yet cool beauty-type face as she charmingly smiled. Closing in. She paused with just an inch of distance between their faces. Her pink lips just a centimeter away from his as she whispered with a sassy smile. In other words, my boyfriend. 16 Are you messing with me? Armand frowned. Lily shook her head. A faint smile on her face. Not at all. I feel like we have chemistry. And it would be exciting to have you in my life. Do I have a say in it? Armand asked with a serious expression. No. Whatever the case, it's better to go along with her for now. But is she seriously serious? Blinking twice, Armand's hand went around her waist before he pulled her towards him and pecked her lips. All right. Lily was stunned. Her ears turning red and her white cheeks a shade of pink. She was so bold. And now look at her? This confirms she has a reason to pull this on me, a reason I can't understand yet. Why does she want to be in a relationship with me? We talked for the first time today. That was my first kiss. Lily wryly smiled and put her mask back on as she walked towards the door. So was mine, Armand said as he followed her out. What the fuck is going on? Good to know. Same. She is not faking it. What's going on? Armand wasn't sure about the reasons Lily had to like him. He didn't know what she saw in him. But I have gained eyes to see if someone is sincere or scheming when I deal with them thanks to the shitty life I lived. She has nothing to gain by deceiving me. Not that I feel she is doing that. So what does she see in me? He would be more than happy if he could get an ally instead of an enemy. But he knew it was hard. Based on points. She has no reason to rat me out to Jacob's father. There's nothing he can give to her that she doesn't have already. Not to mention she is going to a top 10 guild soon. Maybe she's just really interested in me. She is an oddball from what I knew about her. But this was a crazy curveball she threw just now. As they both left the house, Natalia saw them. Yo. Did you two find anything? Yeah. Lily nodded. You can search the other huts. We are going to rest. I can keep things I find. Right? Yep. Great. Natalia grinned and dashed into the third hut. Jacob's father will investigate. 3 days later. He will send people here to find his son once he sees he didn't come out, Armand said as he sat down cross-legged against a nearby tree, leaning at its trunk. Did you forget about your girlfriend already? Armand's lips twitched. This feels unreal. Just a while ago. I had considered the possibility of killing you two to keep myself safe. Lily's eyes expressed her smile as she moved and boldly sat on his right side lap before putting her arms around his shoulder. You need to better hide your intent to kill. Though that's what made me curious in the first place. You could sense even that? Armand was startled as sweat beads formed on his forehead. She sensed that. Well? That is thanks to my passive class skill. Phantom's sixth sense. If it's an intent directed at me, I'll be able to sense it even if it comes from a pro or a noob. As for Jacob's father, Lily's dark, blue eyes glinted as she slyly smiled. GAA will support his investigation if he comes. But it won't lead to you? Now that you are my darling. Of course. I will support you. Armand wryly smiled. Well? That's reassuring to hear. But what about Natalia? She has hung out with Jacob multiple times. So if his father asks her and she tells him about meeting me. Natalia. Lily looked at the hut and saw Natalia emerging from the third hut and smiled. But Natalia was shocked to see the duo in their position and hurriedly rushed towards them instead of going to the fourth hut. What's going on? A/N, if you want to learn about Lily's thought process and her decision regarding this. You will find that soon in later free chapters. What's going on? Lily? Natalia asked. Her expression uncomfortable. Her body language fidgety. Why are they so close? What's going on? Armand blinked as he looked at Natalia. Something feels weird, her expression. We got into a relationship a few minutes ago, Lily said as she rested her head on his shoulder. Her breasts slightly pressing against him. Natalia's eyes started tearing up. But, you know my feelings. So that's what it is. Armand wryly smiled. She is a lesbian. Natalia. Since I understood your situation and hung out with you as your friend. You should also understand that I am only attracted to males. I've made that clear. But. Lily stood up and approached Natalia. Her mask vanishing as she faintly smiled and caressed Natalia's cheeks as she gently said. I know you love me. And I won't stop you or keep you away. But you have to accept me and my feelings. 2:13 Natalia angrily pouted and wiped her tears. Looking at Armand with a hateful gaze as she stomped her feet and said. But how is this possible? You two just met and talked for the first time today. Armand raised his arms in surrender. I don't know. To be honest. I still haven't accepted the situation fully. But I am trying to. See? He doesn't even love you. Natalia's cheeks puffed as she intently looked at Lily. Lily turned to Armand with deadpan eyes. So you don't feel attracted to me? No. No. That's not what I mean. Armand weakly smiled as he looked at her eyes and then below. Sizing her up. You are the most beautiful girl I've ever seen. And as a male. I feel super attracted to you. God forbid if someone puts us in a room together. Actually. Never mind about that. Armand coughed. But you know. Armand stood up and continued as his smile vanished. His golden almond eyes sharply gleaming. I've been a weak nobody until now. And although I believed I could change my life after turning 18 and entering the labyrinth, I died because of some pieces of trash and my luck. But fate was with me. So I am here. And I don't want to die but thrive in this world, Armand continued with a somber expression. Lily? You are attracted to me. But as of right now, do you think you put your life on the line for me? Lily raised her eyebrows. Natalia suddenly said with gritted teeth. I can put my life on the line for Lily. Let me finish. At least. Armand rolled his eyes and said as he looked at Lily's eyes with determined expression. Lily? I want someone who I can completely trust. I've been alone forever. So I do long for such a person. It would be great if I have someone who has my back. But it's hard to do in this world for someone like me who has always been alone. And you are the first person who got this close to me. I can feel you are sincere because you acted on your impulse and what your heart tells you. And that's good. That's better. And that's why I will extend my trust to you. Will you do the same? Armand's eyes were sincere and hopeful, burying the deep doubts and skepticism away. If he wanted someone's trust, he had to give his trust to someone. He would rather trust someone and take a chance than regret it later. And most of all, he believed his judgment on who to extend his trust to after the way he lived until now. In response to Armand's question, Lily's dark, blue eyes sparkled as she walked towards him and put her arms around his waist before gluing together. Her face an inch away from his as she said with a grin. You don't know how you are making me fall for you more and more with each passing second. Darling, her face inched closer. And she planted her lips on his before kissing him. +7 Natalia's face turned horrified. Lily's first kiss. No, Lily chuckled and linked her arms with Armand as she winked at Natalia while grinning. That wasn't our first? Armand coughed. How fast are you guys? Don't start fucking now. Natalia pouted and angrily stomped her feet. Her words causing both Armand and Lily's ears to turn red. Natalia went back to scavenging the huts while Armand and Lily rested under a tree, checking their status. My current focus and perception are enough for now. My main offensive arsenal is physical enchantment. So increasing strength will allow me to kill the higher-leveled monster easily. Armand's eyes glinted, adding the 3 stat points into strength as it reached 24.5. Here's my current stats. Armand? Take a look, Lily said as she shared her stats with Armand. Her curious eyes indicating she also wanted to see his stats. If she sees my stats. Armand internally shook his head. If I want trust, I need to give trust. Lily, Adventurer rank, Bronze. Level, 7, 11%, Class, Phantom Thief, S, Vitality, 100%, Mana, 250-250, Stats, O unassigned points, Strength, 25/Health, 15/Stamina, 15, Mana, 25 Focus, 17 Vertical Bar Perception, 20, Pretty good. Armand raised his eyebrows. Thanks to the stat increasing potions I had before and now leveling up. My stats are better than average, Lily said with a thrilled sheen in her eyes. We'll visit all 5 important locations on the mountain and a secret one. Secret one? Are you talking about White Poland's lair? Armand asked in surprise. This lair is randomized every time. And we have to follow small clues to find its location. But with her? We should be able to find it rather quickly. Yep. I assume you know all the information about the first floor. Right? Yeah. That's what I did for years. Gathering information on the labyrinth's floors, Armand said as he couldn't help but smile. I know everything that is revealed in any piece of media. Saying that, he shared his status with her. Armand, Adventurer rank, Bronze. Level, 7, 4%, Class, Spirit Healer, SS, Vitality, 100%, Mana, 335, Stats, O unassigned points, Strength, 24.5 Vertical Bar Health, 13 Vertical Bar Stamina, 13.5, Mana, 14, plus 19.5, Focus, 15 Perception, 16.5, the first thing she saw was the class and its rank as her eyes widened in shock. Your class? Lily's eyes sparkled, as she looked at Armand. It is unheard of to get an SS rank class right off the bat. I don't think so. Armand shook his head and faintly smiled. What if those who awakened it didn't reveal it? I initially awakened a D rank class. But I met some sort of conditions. So there's a high chance there are other people who have an SS rank class. Lily became thoughtful. True. It could be that the S rank is the maximum rank of class one can naturally get. The higher rank class might need to fulfill some conditions to acquire. Armand nodded. I have one more insight in this matter. I think that if we can trigger some kind of event by fulfilling conditions, we can rank up our classes. That? Lily blinked, and nodded. Her eyes twinkling. It does sound possible. I want to try doing it. Do you have any information about this since you experienced it? I died. I didn't almost die as I said before. But I actually died. Almond wryly smiled. I was killed by those three beyond doubt. I could feel it, that darkness. But then I heard I fulfilled some condition and resurrected with this new class. That's a rather extreme condition, Lily lamented. I don't want to try dying. Of course. Almond released a hollow laugh. But, I think the clue should be in our class. Also? We should wait until we get our specialized class after reaching level 10 before exploring this. True that. Lily nodded with a grin and stretched her arms as they went around Almond's neck before she planted her lips on his before shortly Almond's hands went around her waist. Her tempting smell wafted into his nose as their lips played with each other. The taste of her lips feeling strangely sweet. Lily's hands tightened as she pressed closer. Feeling an electrifying pleasure. The slightly sweaty yet manly smell numbed her brain as their lips wildly played with each other. Their heartbeats quickened each second. Their breathing rugged yet coming in sync. It was a new yet desirable experience for both of them. Feeling this warmth and pleasure of becoming close to someone. Almond? Didn't want to push this away. Your hormones are exploding. I can tell. But this is not the place or time. Guys, Natalia said while rolling her eyes. Cough. Let's go. It's time to start moving. Almond stood up and grabbed the belt-holding sword in the sheath before putting it on his body at his back. Put your backpack in this storage pouch. It'd be bothersome to carry it now that you have a sword to carry, Lily said as she opened the storage pouch. Thanks. And then? The trio finally resumed their exploration. Moving towards the Fairy Mountains, southwest area base. This mountain was humongous. Stretching at 6 kilometers in height with the mountain base taking up to 10-kilometer radius of area. So. Which site do you think we should raid first? Lily asked with a smile. I trust you have more comprehensive planning than me. Almond chuckled and said. We'll go to the Nest of Willow Bees area first. Leveling will be harder now. But our goal is to reach level 10 to trigger our specialized classes initiation before Labyrinth's night descends. Because once 24 hours pass, the monsters will double in number. Yeah. It will take time to complete quests of our specialized class. So the earlier we get them, the better. Lily nodded. Thank you for carrying me in advance. Natalia cheekily said. Nah. You will be our key player. Almond deviously smiled. Natalia felt a chill. The hell are you planning? It's fine. Lily held back her laugh and smiled as she patted Natalia's shoulder. He will surely lead us well. Natalia, TT first. I sacrificed my love. Now my body, fine? Do whatever you want with me. As the trio entered Fairy Mountain, and started walking towards their first destination. Almond took out a parchment from his pocket and opened it. It revealed the map of this mountain and the special areas on it. Fairy Mountain Major Location. 1. Nest of Willow Bees Bronze Rank Level 7 to 10-2. Cavern of Glassblaze Bears Silver Rank Level 1 to 3-3. The Shimmering Fen Silver Rank Level 3 to 5-4. Briarwood Grove Silver Rank Level 5 to 7. 5. Frostbite Cliffs Silver Rank Level 7 to 10. Secret Areas on the Mountain, Greater than White Poland's Lair Silver Rank Level 1 to 10. Field Bosses on the Mountain, Greater than Blade Mantis Bronze Rank Level 10, Greater than Maddening Beaver Silver Rank Level 5, Greater than Wandering Fairy Silver Rank Level 10. We'll most likely spend 3 days on this mountain. And we won't be alone here, Armand said as he looked ahead at the higher ground containing new types of tall and big trees. If we encounter another group, we'll act according to their power and conduct. Lily narrowed her eyes. Let's hope we don't encounter a big group. Natalia weakly smiled and added. By the way, is that area of willow bees? Not yet, but we'll get there after crossing that patch of trees. Armand tapped on the parchment in the willow bees area. And it changed. Revealing information. This item was map parchment. It's a blank paper when bought. But it can be filled with details drawn and written by a person. You've really made sufficient details on this. Lily raised her eyebrows. Don't tell me you have all the details like this of all areas on the first floor. All floors. Damn. Natalia couldn't help but utter in amazement. Nest of willow bees, description, hidden among the towering trees and thick flowering vines. This is the hive of the willow bees. Large, aggressive insectoid creatures that resemble a cross between bees and willows. They feed on magical nectar from enchanted flowers, giving them the ability to shoot blasts of pollen and summon vines to entangle intruders. Key features, dense foliage, towering enchanted trees, massive beehives dangling from branches, and scattered pools of magical nectar that can be collected as a resource to craft healing potions. Monsters, willow bee workers, weaker. Swarm enemies, willow bee guards, larger. With venomous stings, willow bee queen, boss. Summons roots and vines to trap enemies, let's go. We'll enter their territory after crossing a kilometer of distance. We might encounter wild monsters, but they won't be a threat to us unless it's the field boss of the lower area. The Blade Mantis. There were 8 major locations on the first floor of the labyrinth. Like Fairy Mountain. Exploring any of those 8 locations and adventuring there successfully can make adventurers powerful, as each major location has monsters up to silver rank level 10. Which is also the limit of level on the first floor. On the Fairy Mountain, the higher one went up, the stronger the monsters one would encounter, including silver rank monsters. The bronze rank's limit was level 10. After reaching level 10, 2 things happen: -1. Specialized class quest. 2. Advancement trial to reach silver rank and start from level 0 until level 30 for gold rank trial. Armand's goal was to reach level 10 by clearing the nest of willow bees. It was dangerous as willow bees were flying monsters and required a certain amount of combat expertise and skills. But it was the fastest place to reach level 10 on the first day of the labyrinth. According to the calculation of experience needed to reach level 10 from level 7. 1 was required to kill 15 level 10 monsters, 50 level 9 monsters, or 100 level 8 monsters to reach level 10. Farming in one place wasn't useful because killing the same monsters, lower level than them, would eventually give them 0 EXP. As the trio finally entered the area of towering trees, Natalia almost cursed out loud. The 3 of them quickly hid behind a tree. Shit. There's already a group here, Natalia whispered. What do we do? Are they familiar to you? Lily? Armand asked as he secretly looked at them. Lily's head was right above him as they both peeked out from behind the tree to look at the group of 6 people. They were similar in their age but had an older man in his mid-20s with them as well. They are foreigners. Definitely not from our city. Lily narrowed her eyes. Although their outfits are different, each of them has an armband above their elbows, which is kinda familiar. Armand felt his head on a soft cushion as Lily's breasts pressed on him, her arms around his neck from above as she entered a thoughtful state to remember about the armband. Meanwhile, Natalia stared at Lily's butt cheeks from behind, her hands raised and fingers moving with an eager expression as if she wanted to squeeze them. I remember now. Lily sat down behind the tree, a light bulb glowing in her eyes. That armband belongs to Thunderbird Guild. It's not a top 10 global guild, but it's still powerful enough to be ranked 14th. So they are the new recruits they got this month. Armand frowned. They even got a knight with them. Knight was a term used for adventurers who were at higher levels but still visited lower floors of the labyrinth to accompany other adventurers. The term knight was given because each floor had limitations on entry. The first floor's limit was silver rank level 10. If anyone higher than this level entered the labyrinth, their stats would be suppressed with a penalty. Their stats would become the same as when they were silver rank level 5 in short. There was a high chance that knights would die if they encountered powerful monsters or adventurers of silver rank level 10 unless the knight was exceptionally skilled and had a refined combat arsenal. This is troublesome. My parents had no contact or deal with this guild, so they won't give me a face even if they know I am the daughter of a GA branch president and branch command. Lily clenched her fist. And I don't believe they will be happy seeing us here. I got an idea. Armand's eyes glinted. Let's make contact with them, and see what they think about strangers. You mean? Lily raised her eyebrows before she looked at Natalia. What are you two looking at me for? Don't tell me use my clone. The giant hives of willow bees were not present on trees at the start. But the group had just entered the area, and spotted a big hive the size of a house 50 meters above, dangling on a branch with around 50 arm-sized bees working high up in the trees to collect nectar from flowers and fruits growing these unique trees. The group had stopped behind a tree to prepare a few traps before initiating their attack. But then, they heard something and looked back. Natalia's clone was running towards them, her eyes and expression weary, and her outfit dirty as if she had recently experienced some struggle. The group silently watched her. 1 girl, 3 boys at 18 years old, and a 25-year-old man who was a knight. The boys, seeing Natalia's breasts bouncing, couldn't help but look there as they felt blood rushing below. She was a mage and wore a dress that showed her cleavage, so it was a tempting sight. Horny bastards. Natalia internally snorted. She quietly arrived behind the boulder as well and took deep breaths as her chest heaved up and down before weakly smiling. I'm sorry to disturb you. But my group and I separated because of Blade Mantis. Blade Mantis? You didn't bring it here, right? The man in his mid-twenties asked with a frown. I don't think so. Natalia hesitantly shook her head before she pleaded as her eyes got a bit teary. I can't survive alone. Can I stay with you? Please. Yeah. Of course. A blonde-haired young man said with a dashing smile as he approached her. A fair lady like you shouldn't wander this mountain alone. Zoran. You know we can't do that. The knight said as his brows furrowed. I said we can. Zoran glanced at the knight. Any problem with that? Henry. This damn playboy. Henry internally cursed. But he couldn't defy Zoran. Who was the second son of Vice Guildmaster of Thunderbird Guild? The other three didn't say anything because they had no say in this. Though the two boys were stealing glances at Natalia's figure while the red-haired girl appeared a bit annoyed and looked at the beehive as she ignored this matter. Come. Sit here for a bit. Zoran gently grabbed Natalia's shoulders and sat her down at the boulder. The plan might go smoother than expected thanks to this playboy. I am Natalia. Thank you. Zoran, Natalia said as she wiped her tears and smiled. Can you help me find my friends? Please. You can also kill Blade Mantis and get rewards. They are not far from this area. Blade Mantis might drop a special sword with a low chance. So it's a priority. Henry said. We have to kill it before others. But for now, we'll clear that one hive of willow bees since we are prepared. It should take 10 minutes max with the traps as long as you four coordinate properly according to the plan. But Blade Mantis might be after my friends, Natalia said while she glanced at the red-haired girl briefly before turning to Zoran. Why is that bitch looking out? Let's hope we aren't discovered before we pass by them. The plan was to distract this group while they went around them and enter deeper into this area to farm a hive or two of willow bees. Of course. This plan had 2 points to clear. And Natalia proceeded to the second point. Please. Zoran. I am worried about my boyfriend. I will be eternally grateful if we can go to them right now, Natalia said as her eyes turned teary again. Pat. Natalia felt a stinging pain on her cheek as Zoran angrily slapped her. Bitch. Do you think I'm a fool? You have a boyfriend already. Yet you want me to save them. Zoran said. His narrowed eyes glinting darkly with lust as he ogled at her and grabbed her wrist tightly. His other hand went into his storage pouch as he took out a pair of handcuffs. A magic item crafted by Earth Union that disrupts mana flow to prevent anyone from using skills. What are you doing? Natalia found her hands in handcuffs. This motherfucker. The red-haired girl wanted to say something but stayed silent. This piece of trash. The boys also wanted to stop him. But if they said anything, Zoran could easily kick them out of the guild. I'll have fun with you when we camp. If you satisfy me, I'll save your friends. Zoran nastily grinned. That's it. This bastard needs to die. You better be careful now. You piece of garbage. Natalia coldly said before her clone exploded. Boom. Arg. What the fuck? Zoran was closest to her. So he was injured. The defensive item on him reduced damage further. So he only got superficial burns. The 3 bronze rank adventurers were slightly injured, while Henry was unscathed. On the other hand, Armand and Lily had already passed by the group and arrived around 100 meters deeper into this area while carrying Natalia's real body, which was resting behind a tree at the moment. Lily was in the position to aim at the beehive that was near that group for the last minute. And the moment she heard the explosion, she released the arrow that went straight through a level 7 willow bee worker before hitting the giant beehive the size of a house. Hit the beehive. Kill that bastard, Natalia hissed the moment her senses regained in her real body. What happened? Armand was surprised at Natalia's outburst. What did they do? I already did, Lily said as she looked at Natalia. They have a knight? So they can't be in danger even if they are good people. But? Her eyes narrowed as she continued. What happened there? Were they that bad? Not all, Natalia said as she calmed down and continued. But that blonde-haired bastard called Zoran is apparently a big shot's son. So even that knight obeys him. Not to mention the other 3 random new recruits of their guild who can't do anything since they want to join the guild. Natalia clenched her fists, her eyes trembling. That bastard slapped me and wanted to rape me. He even put sealing handcuffs on me to prevent me from escaping. She shuddered as some memories surfaced in her mind and hung her head down. Her breathing becoming uneven. Her fists clenched. That piece of trash. Sorry. Nat. Lily walked towards her and hugged her as she caressed her back. You did well. And don't worry. We'll deal with him. Does she have some kind of trauma? Armand thought as he felt it was the case, seeing Natalia's state. Rest for 5 minutes and relax, Lily said as she wiped Natalia's tears. We have time since that group will be busy fighting and fending off that swarm of willow bees. Armand looked at the area as a big barrier covered the group. He could not see the people from this position due to the big boulder. But it was clear they decided to stay from the look of the situation there. It seems they are gonna kill the willow bees instead of running. That knight is silver rank level 5. But his barrier skill can easily protect them from these bronze rank bees for an hour. Even if the willow bee queen emerges from that hive. Not to mention they won't have a lack of mana recovery potions. Lily nodded. They have plenty of time to prepare and let the 4 newbies deal with them. After all, it wouldn't be worth it if that knight killed the willow bees. As nobody would get any EXP. What if I use 10 spirit explosions at once? What if I stack them? This is the kind of skill that doesn't cost mana but spirits. Armand's eyes glinted. Eager to try? But he needed more spirits for this and it wasn't wise to stay here to collect the spirits while that group attacked. They had to move away from them and start killing willow bees at another hive. Armand looked into the mysterious spirit Kodoku pocket where he had put 20 spirits when they left the goblin colony. This spirit Kodoku also had the spirit of Jacob, Lamb, and Seong alongside goblin spirits and a few dire wolf spirits. I wonder what would come out from this. There was no countdown or anything. He just had to wait until the process inside this spirit Kodoku pocket was finished. 5 minutes later. The trio moved deeper as they created distance from the Thunderbird Guild. Armand wanted to earn free spirits. But it was too dangerous to stay there. That knight was a silver rank level 5. Someone they couldn't hope to defeat at the moment and couldn't run away if he decided to chase them. They passed by 3 hives of willow bees and crossed 600 meters of distance before finally stopping at the next hive they saw. Let's do this fast, Lily said as she took out her bow. Aiming a 45-degree angle at the house-sized hive 60 meters off the ground dangling on a big branch. Natalia was hidden behind a big rock while her clone was right below the hive on ground level, which she would use to taunt and distract the bees. Armand also commanded his spectral wolves to accompany Natalia's clone for higher efficiency in taunting the bees. After all, it was clear that no matter who attacked the hive, the willow bees would first go for the targets that were close to them. A few seconds later, Lily released the arrow as it struck a level 7 willow bee worker, killing it before proceeding to stab the hive. The willow bee workers hummed heavily as the air vibrated, all flying towards Natalia, who started running. Armand captured the spirit of that level 7 willow bee and immediately used it right below Natalia's clone. But with its lag of a second, Natalia got out of its range while the 3 willow bees that were closing in on her got caught up in the blast. You have killed a level 7 willow bee worker, you have killed, 2 willow bee workers died while 1 was injured. Meanwhile, Lily also started shooting arrows empowered by mana, often piercing 2 or 3 willow bee workers at once. The moment 15 willow bee workers died, the willow bee guards spawned from the hive. They were bigger and had a huge venomous sting. Unlike the willow bee workers, who only had small stings and usually attacked with their piercing hands. 10 willow bee guards of levels 8 and 9 arrived as they quickly flew towards Armand and Lily. Dodge their stings or destroy them, Armand said before he unsheathed his sword. His eyes dancing with the light of thrill as he rushed forward. He wanted to move and fight physically with a sword since the moment he held it. And seeing the incoming willow bee guards, he couldn't hold himself back. See? 4 black venomous stings shot at Armand upon seeing him rushing forward. But Armand waved his sword as he destroyed one while moving at high speed before jumping and directly landing on a willow bee guard, his sword piercing its head. Physical enchantment was activated as he overpoweringly moved his hand, slicing the willow bee guard's head to its tail in half. You have killed a shush. Armand jumped as a willow bee guard was about to attack him with its piercing claws. But it was as if he was already skilled with a sword. Armand parried the attack by moving the sword, his hand speed fast as he sliced it into 2 pieces. What the? Lily was taken aback. But she didn't have time to take a look at Armand as she took out her daggers, jumping into the fray to kill the 3 willow bee guards coming at her. Boom! Boom! Armin used 2 spirit explosions by using 2 level 7 Willoughby workers' spirits. One of them turned special, oozing out a green spark that poisoned the Willoughby guards, ultimately killing 3 Willoughby guards in 2 explosions. Armin's legs anchored on the ground as he exerted his strength and jumped high, his sword directly piercing a Willoughby guard from below. But he still went up until he was within 10 meters of distance between him and the Willoughby hive. Spirit explosion. He put 5 spirits of Willoughby workers, stacking them and sticking them right in the hive as he used the spirit explosion skill. Moreover, since they killed over 7 Willoughby guards, the Willoughby queen was also emerging and got caught in the blast. Boom! The hive was destroyed as its chunks fell on the ground while the injured Willoughby queen shrieked. Let's see. Armin's eyes glinted as he fell down, but his eyes were on the Willoughby queen as he used his new skill. Spirit syringe. A mystical ghastly syringe appeared and was injected into the Willoughby queen before. It was filling up rather quickly. 20% in 1 second. Armin landed on the ground, Lily appearing right beside him. The remaining Willoughby guards were killed by her, and Natalia's clone was also destroyed. She arrived here beside them as well, ready to fight the remaining Willoughby workers and the queen. Armin and Lily leveled up to 8 while Natalia reached level 7. Let's do this. Lily smiled as she chugged a mana potion and dashed, her daggers glinting. Armin held his sword tightly as he also dashed, still having plenty of mana to last in the battle. He continued slicing the Willoughby workers into half while waiting for the Willoughby queen to descend. A few seconds later, the queen descended, already injured and poisoned, as one of the explosions became special. Its vitality was at 67% already. The spirit syringe was already filled, so Armin was about to go there and grab it himself with a high-speed dash empowered by physical enchantment. But surprisingly, the moment he looked at the syringe, it vanished and appeared in front of him. Nice. The fight against the Willoughby queen was uneventful as Lily and Armin finished it off with 1 attack each while Natalia used a debuff skill on it called Mirage Blindness, making the Willoughby queen hallucinate that there were multiple Lily and Armin, which caused its attacks to miss. Let's go. We have to change our location and I know a perfect place, Armin said as he absorbed the spirits into his pocket and started moving, arriving at a nearby tree before punching it. Not this. He moved to the next tree several meters away and did the same while Lily and Natalia followed him. What are you doing? Natalia asked. There's a chance one of the tree trunks is hollow and it's a good hiding place since these tree trunks are wide and big, especially at the bottom. A minute later, they found a hollow tree. Armin pierced his sword and carved out a door and the trio entered inside. After creating small holes for the light to pass through, they sat down in meditation to recover. A hiding place was required if one wanted to meditate, since meditating would require them to focus deep enough that they wouldn't know what was happening around them. Strong adventurers had multiple ways to keep themselves safe. But for the newbies, it was better to be safe than sorry by finding a good hiding spot. Time to check the loot and get strong. You have devoured a level 7 Willoughby worker. Gained +1 health and +1 stamina. You have devoured a level 7 Willoughby worker. Gained +1 focus. You have devoured a level 7 Willoughby worker. Gained +0.5 focus. 3 is a rough limit to gain stats from the same species, unless I devour higher level ones. Then it would be 1 more, I guess. Next. You have devoured a level 8 Willoughby guard. Gained +1 strength and +1 health. You have devoured a level 9 Willoughby guard. Gained +1 perception and +0.5 focus. You have devoured a level 8 Willoughby guard. Gained +0.5 mana. Last to devour. Armin used Spirit Devour on the Willoughby Queen spirit. You have devoured a level 10 Willoughby Queen. Gained +1 strength, +1 perception, and +1 mana. Armin clenched his fist and opened it a few times as he felt the surge of power-up he gained settling. Armin, Adventurer rank, Bronze. Level, 8, 5.2%, Class, Spirit Dealer, SS, Vitality, 100%, Mana, 388, Stats, 3 unassigned points, Physical, Strength, 26.5, Health, 15, Stamina, 14.5, Mental, Mana, 15.5, plus 23.25, Focus, 17, Perception, 18.5, after he looked at his status. He decided to add 3 unassigned stat points to his focus. Armin felt a slight change as he added 3 points to the focus stat. And a second later, he heard a notification. The activation range of your spirit explosion has increased to 20 meters from 10 meters. Awesome. He could now use Spirit Explosion anywhere within 20 meters of himself. If I could get a vision like a bird's eye from above, it would make things easier since I'd be able to put Spirit Explosions with uncanny precision. Armand thought. Alright. This is a goal. I'll have to get a skill like that somehow. He then looked at the Spirit Pocket skills interface in his mind and fell into thought. Spirit Pocket, 47/100ths, after a second. He put the remaining 7 Willoughby Guard spirits into the Spirit Factory, along with 3 Willoughby workers. Almost all of his mana was exhausted as he put these 10 spirits into the Spirit Factory. The stronger the spirit, the more mana was required to put it into the Spirit Factory. However, the cost of mana was lower than when he put the Dire Wolf spirits. Armand guessed that the cost was adjusted according to his level as well. One more addition was that the Spirit Factory didn't have a timer before, but it showed a timer after he put the spirits this time. It could be related to increasing focus. Time until the first production 1 minute and 42 seconds, afterward. He looked at the Spirit Doku Pocket, though it still didn't show any timer. Hurry up, Armand internally said to it before he closed off everything and entered meditation to recover mana. The room in the trunk was silent as minutes passed by. After the trio recovered their mana, they drank water to quench their thirst and continued to rest to recover their stamina for a few minutes. 5 minutes later, they left the trunk and crossed a bit over 100 meters of distance before targeting another Willoughby hive. It took them a bit over 5 minutes to kill all the Willoughbys. How are you so good with the sword? You couldn't even hold one properly if I remember correctly. Natalia asked as she stared at Armand weirdly. Geez? Is he some kind of natural-born genius with the sword? Yeah. I am honestly impressed. Lily nodded. And it's like you're improving crazily fast. Yeah. Armand looked at the sword, his wrist masterfully bending as he swung it swiftly around him. I don't know. The sword just feels right in my hand. And I somehow know how to use it. I can figure out new ways to attack with it fast while fighting. Weird. But good for us. Natalia snickered. We'll need to hunt 2 more Willoughby hives to reach level 10. Yeah. Let's go and get a quick rest somewhere before continuing. Lily nodded as she put away her daggers. We are doing way better than I expected. The trio continued walking and soon found a small pond after crossing a bunch of bushes. However, they immediately scurried away from there and found a hollow tree trunk before settling inside. Shit. Blade Mantis is drinking water there. What should we do? I heard they are really perceptive and can find their prey from 50 meters away, Natalia said as she gulped. Are we safe in this trunk? Don't worry. The mantis can't smell much. So we are safe here. It's their sharp vision from those big eyes that can look at all sides and wear or sensing antennas that make it a hunter, Armand said. Yes. It's impossible to ambush that blade mantis. Lily nodded. It will sense me even if I use my skill, which makes me invisible to the eyes. I have yet to master Mana Shroud. If I could use it alongside my Phantom Cloak skill, I could ambush it. Mana Shroud was another technique that used mana to close all nodes of one's body to prevent any aura from leaking. It required 20 focus and 20 perception to begin learning it due to the requirement on mana control. We can kill it, Armand suddenly said. I thought you were a walking encyclopedia. Armand? Natalia rolled her eyes. Blade Mantis Bronze rank level 10 is the same level as Willoughby Queen. But it is twice or more as strong if you don't know. I know, Armand said as his eyes flickered a bit. And a strange wooden crossbow with patterns of Willoughby Guard's yellow and silver design. Willoughby crossbow uncommon grade. Oh. Lily blinked. Item. I thought you could summon monsters. Natalia was startled. One of my class skills can create items from monsters I kill. Basically, dead monsters drop something unique that only I can see. And I can use that thing for my skill, which can create random things. But where would you get arrows for this? Natalia tilted her head in confusion. I think there's no need for external arrows. Right? Lily smiled. Yep. Armand nodded and shared the item's status with them. It costs mana per shot. Willoughby crossbow, grade, uncommon. Durability, 100/100ths, duration, 1 day. Attack, 100 per shot. Cost, 10 mana per crossbow arrow. Spirit effects, greater than you can infuse an additional 10 mana in the crossbow to grant the poison effect to the arrow, greater than feeding a spirit to this item also extends its duration of existence and recovers its durability. And, ahem. I have more items. Waving his hand. Armand took out 9 more items as they lay on the ground, causing Natalia and Lily to stare at them with a dumbfounded expression. 3x Willoughby crossbow. Uncommon, 3x Willoughby poison bomb. Uncommon, 1x Willoughby shield. Uncommon, 3x Willoughby daggers. Common. Take a look at them, Armand said, sharing details of the items. Willoughby poison bomb, grade, uncommon, type, one-time use item, effect, a bomb that explodes upon impact and covers a 5-meter radius area into a poison mist that slows and damages everyone within. With a chance to paralyze them if inhaled, you can throw it after infusing 10 mana points. And it will activate at the location where it is impacted by anything. The bomb was palm-sized, etched with Willoughby's characteristic patterns. This is amazing. Lily blinked to see if she wasn't mistaken. Clearly impressed. It's even better than those recently developed potions. 5-meter radius is not small either. Natalia grinned. Damn. Armand? You can make some sick stuff. Let's see the others. Lily curiously looked at the dagger's window panel next. Willoughby dagger, grade, common, durability, 100/100ths, duration, 1 day, attack, 15, effects, greater than 15% chance of paralyzing. Spirit effects, greater than infusing 10 mana in the dagger will increase the paralyze chance to 50% for 2 seconds, greater than feeding a spirit to this item also extends its duration of existence. So it doesn't last long unless you feed it a spirit. Natalia raised an eyebrow. Yeah. Armand nodded as he glanced at Lily. Take them. You'll use them better. Thanks. Lily smiled and took the 3 daggers as she put them in the storage pouch. These are pretty good. At least. This paralyzing effect will work on monsters of bronze rank up to level 10. So. Is it hard to get the spirit or easy? Natalia asked. 1 monster's death gives me 1 spirit. Armand faintly smiled. So long as we hunt monsters, I won't run out of spirits. That's good. Lily nodded as she chuckled, her eyes showing eagerness. Your class lives up to its rank. I also can't wait to upgrade mine. That reminds me. What's your class and its rank? Natalia pouted and shared her status with Armand. Here's mine if you are curious. Natalia, Adventurer rank, Bronze. Level, 8 class, Mirage Witch, B, Vitality, 100%/100%. Mana, 250/250. Stats, Physical, Strength, 15 vertical bar health, 12 stamina, 12, mental, mana, 25 focus, 15 perception, 14, here, Armand said, revealing his status. But added. Don't tell anyone about this class. Only you two know. And I don't trust anyone else with it. That means you trust me. Natalia cheekily grinned and looked at Armand's status before she suddenly exclaimed. Fuck you. SS rank, class. Natalia's eyes almost popped out of her sockets. Are you sure about this? Lily somberly looked at Armand. Yeah. Armand grabbed the shield and felt it as he moved it around. It's light and will work in case plan A fails. Let's kill it before anyone else does. Willoughby shield, grade, uncommon, durability, 200/200, duration, 2 days, physical defense, 41, magical defense, 38, effects, greater than 15% chance to retaliate with a dart if attacked by a melee attack. Greater than feeding a spirit to this item also extends its duration of existence and recovers 50% durability. Geez? I am getting fidgety. Natalia wryly smiled, her heart beating faster. It wouldn't be strange if Blade Mantis suddenly pounced on them any time now. They were too close to it. The only reason it hadn't discovered them was because it was taking a rest and drinking water. Because when it usually starts roaming for hunting, it easily discovers prey within 50 meters of itself. Your clone is crucial, Armand said. And this is the best time to kill the Blade Mantis. If we kill it while we are below level 10, the chance to drop that rare grade sword increases. And? Armand paused and looked at his common grade sword before continuing. I want a better sword. Lily resigned upon seeing that Armand was adamant about killing the Blade Mantis. All right. Let's do this. If you get that rare grade sword, you won't have to fear anyone on this floor. Given your crazy sword mastery. Armand nodded, feeling a rush of adrenaline and thrill. It was time to execute their plan. The trio crouched behind a tree at the edge of the pond area that was surrounded by bushes and trees. The clearing was about 12 meters in radius. with the pond itself covering a 5-meter span in the center. Natalia conjured her clone and made it walk around the area silently. It wouldn't be strange if the blade mantis found them. The only saving grace was that it wasn't in hunting mode, which allowed them to initiate against this hunter, who usually takes the initiative in attacking others. Armand knew this was a good opportunity, and he wanted to grasp it. As Natalia's clone covered halfway distance and reached the west side of the pond, the mantis's antenna moved, and its head looked up before turning straight at Natalia's clone. The mantis was drinking water from the southeast side of the pond while the trio was hiding behind the tree on the south side. There was only around 10 meters of distance and some bushes between them and the blade mantis. "Please, don't sense us and go after the clone," Natalia thought as she looked at the blade mantis through her clone, her eyes soon meeting its eye. Fuck. It's 2 meters tall with those crazy scythe blades. One attack, and we would die. Natalia stepped towards it, entering the pond area. The moment her clone moved, the blade mantis's black eyes glinted red, and it dashed like a wind. It was time. The plan was to paralyze it with daggers and Armand finish it off with a full-powered attack of his sword at its neck. Lily and Armand swiftly entered the pond area as they activated their physical enchantment, eyeing the blade mantis's back. Swoosh, swoosh. 2 daggers empowered by Lily shot at the blade mantis, who hacked both of its blades at Natalia's clone in an X-shaped motion, cutting it instantly. Its eyes rotated as it also saw the daggers and moved, but it couldn't dodge them completely as both daggers stuck in its middle body area, which was the widest part of its body structure. It had a rotund carapace part that seemed to contain its main bodily organs, and Armand had told her to aim in this area. This area ensured that daggers would strike it and might also increase the paralyzing chance. After getting struck with the daggers, the monster's attention shifted to Armand, who was coming at him like the wind, his sword glowing as he empowered it with mana in a perfectly cinched swinging motion according to his dash. Feeling the threat, it wanted to move but suddenly found itself paralyzed. There was a 50% chance of both daggers to paralyze it, and one of them succeeded. Die. Armand's dash was fast, and his hand swung at deadly precision as he converted the burst of speed to increase his swinging force. His physical enchantment gave a 100% boost to his strength, so his strength stat was higher than Blade Mantis, who had 45 strength. Its defense was naturally lower. Beautiful. Lily's eyes saw the dash, and that arc of sword Armand swung with the sword, her perception and skill allowing her to see this motion very clearly. But, right before Armand's sword was about to strike the neck of Blade Mantis, his sword exploded. Blade Mantis screeched in pain and anger while Armand's heartbeat instantly quickened. Fuck. Fuck. I used too much mana to empower this shitty common grade sword. It couldn't handle it. The sword was destroyed right before its blade could cut off that head. Armand had used the sword a lot already, so its durability was already low. It's not over. Armand's pupils shrank to the extreme. His heart beat loud enough to fill his mind, but his focus remained steadfast. It's not over. Armand's pupils shrank to the extreme as the Blade Mantis's blade arms swung at him, glowing with a red aura as it was about to hack him into 4 pieces. Naturally, the shield was precisely for this. It was a rectangle shield almost a meter long. Now, Armand's eyes flickered as he stacked 5 spirits right below the mantis the moment its blades were about to strike him. Usually, this blade mantis was sharp enough that it would easily dodge out of spirit explosion's range since it had a delay of 1 second, which was plenty of time for this agile monster to react. But how would it dodge while it was attacking him? Armand was dragged back a few meters as the shield blocked the attack while his powerful strength boosted by physical enchant allowed him to stand his ground with his shield as he remained uninjured except for a minor shock due to the impact. But on the other hand, boom! A loud explosion rang in a colored spectacle of green smoke and dust, obliterating the blade mantis that was already injured by the accidental sword blast. But even if it wasn't injured, this stack of 5 spirit explosions hitting at point-blank range right below it was enough to kill it. Congratulations! You have killed the level 10 Blade Mantis, the field boss of the lower area of Fairy Mountain. 100 gold coins to all participants in the battle. We did it. Natalia ran towards them as she shouted with excitement. Lily smiled and nodded, looking at the smoke and dust where the explosion occurred. The plan was perfect. Paralyzing daggers are great, though they wouldn't have survived that explosion. She wryly smiled. Armand walked toward the dead mantis, His attention on the drops. If any. You have reached level 10. Please check out the Specialized Class tab and Rank Advancement tab for more information. He had the highest contribution. And since the field boss gave higher EXP, he filled the big progress bar from level 9 to 10. Successfully reaching level 10. Natalia reached level 9. While Lily remained at level 9. But most importantly, a faint blue glow could be seen as the smoke and dust from the explosion settled. Armand's fist clenched as he took a deep breath. His mouth stretching into a grin as he picked up the black-bladed sword with sharp red patterns on its blade edge. Grabbing the exquisite dark green wooden handle, Armand instantly felt powerful upon holding it. Praying Hunter's Sword, Grade, Rare/Low, Durability, 1000/1000th, Attack, 100 plus 100% of user's strength, Effects, greater than if you are chasing someone. Your movement speed increases by 30%, greater than /type attacks of this sword have 35% higher penetration power, greater than Praying Sense. Infusing 50 mana in the sword will allow you to sense all living beings within 50 meters of yourself for 10 seconds. Armand's hand trembled as he read the weapon's details. The chance to get this sword as a drop was usually low. It had only dropped 2 times in 10 years. 2 even though it was a rare grade low tier. It was still powerful. Moreover, rare grade items were something that usually gold rank monsters dropped, who only appeared on the 5th floor and onward. Lower floors had a chance to grant such items at a very low rate or by meeting some conditions. Field bosses were such monsters that had those drops at a low rate. Moreover, just like how stronger people would be suppressed with a penalty if they entered lower floors, it was also forbidden to enter the lower floors with items gained from higher floors. Otherwise, Lily could easily bring more powerful items since her parents were higher floor adventurers and they had tons of items. This is a chance? If we kill the other 2 bosses while being lower level than them, we might also get their rare drops. Even if one of them drops, it will be worth it? How's the sword? Lily asked as she and Natalia walked towards Armand, looking curiously at the sword. See for yourself. Armand grinned as he shared the sword's details. Holy cow! Natalia spluttered, her mouth wide. This is going to be so deadly in your hand. Lily's eyes glinted. You mastered physical enchantment in arms and legs, so your strength doubles. And adding that to this sword's offense, Armand, I think you can instantly kill the second field boss with this if the attack lands properly. Yeah. Possibly. Armand nodded as he swung the sword masterfully around him for a couple of seconds before putting it in the sheath. Let's continue moving. Armand looked west, where the Nest of Willowbee area was about to end. One more hive and you 2 will reach level 10 as well. I'll check out my specialized class stuff and rank advancement quest while walking. The trio began moving towards the west while slowly going higher up in the mountain. They were already a bit higher and once they crossed the Nest of Willowbee's area, they would enter the middle part of the mountain where silver rank monster would start to appear. Interesting, so I can choose how I want this to proceed. A. You are now qualified to build your specialized class. Please choose how you want this to proceed. Option 1, analyzing your journey in the labyrinth so far. You can have the S-rank class, Runic Spellsword. After completing the specialized class quest, option 2, selecting this option will allow you to build your own specialized class and each of its aspects through a series of quests that will test your capabilities to determine the class building options, once selected. You cannot change the options, rank, class and it's even sword related. Armand was tempted. But as he looked at his current class, his eyes glinted sharply. I have an SS rank class, and a class above S rank cannot be naturally obtained. There have been cases of people building an SS rank class after they chose option 2. And he wanted to do the same. Heck, the guild leader of the globally #1 guild had an SSS rank class he acquired after choosing option 2. And he was sure there was more than one person with an SSS rank class after choosing this option. They just didn't disclose it to the public. Option 2. As Armand selected option 2, a thought drifted through his mind. Is there a class rank that's above SSS rank? Please select the suffix you want for your specialized class from the options given to you. The first quest will be generated afterward. Suffix, options, Slayer Swordsman Warden Hunter Spellsword Grimblade 2. This is a bit tricky. Armand frowned. Swordsman is ideal. I don't want to brag, but I feel like I am a genius with the sword. But that last option is making me feel that itch I want to scratch. What's up? Troubling to select your suffix. Lily elbowed Armand upon seeing his frown. Ultimately, it's just a name. The real determination will be the rating you achieve in your quests. which will determine the skill options you will get. That's true. Armand looked at the options thoughtfully and decided to dissect the names logically. Swordsman will likely present me with sword-related options, though this will be influenced by the prefix I select later as well. As for Grimblade, which is Grim plus Blade, well, swords also have blades. It can be said that blade is a broader term and can include all bladed weapons, including swords. Armand entered a thoughtful state for a while as he just walked alongside Lily and Natalia before he finally concluded after a minute. This is it. Armand selected Grimblade. Quest to determine the options for your prefix, greater than objective, kill 50 monsters. It looked simple. But Armand knew he would be analyzed thoroughly on how he would kill those 50 monsters as the options would generate based on that. Skipping 2 hives. The trio stopped at the seemingly last hive as they were almost out of the Nest of Willoughby area. During this battle, Armand didn't take much action. He stood at one spot, right below the hive, and held his sword in a leisurely yet masterful grip. Natalia focused on killing instead of baiting the Willoughbys. Lily also did the same, often switching her weapon between bow and daggers. As for Armand, he stood like a sword god. If any Willoughby worker attacked him with their sharp, pointy hands, he would deflect them and hit them with the back of his blade, throwing them towards Natalia. Having reached level 10, he would get 0 EXP from killing those level 7 Willoughby workers. So it wasn't worth it. He also didn't want to fill up his new quest progress with kills of such weak monsters. Incoming Willoughby workers were deflected like he was swatting flies. Soon, Willoughby guards arrived and started shooting their venomous things, but with precise slashes and nimble motions of his hand. Armand also deflected those with his sword before swatting them toward Natalia and Lily. His strength after using physical enchantment allowed him to overpower the Willoughbys. And with his sword being rare grade, it took no damage or loss of durability against these bronze rank monsters' attacks. Soon, the Willoughby Queen arrived and targeted Armand right off the bat as vines sprung from the ground around him and snared him. Armand chuckled. He wasn't going to run away anyway. In fact, he hadn't moved a single step from his spot since the start of the battle. Willoughby Queen was big and level 10. But it still wasn't strong enough to make him move. Armand split the incoming stinger from the precise center. The Willoughby Queen buzzed towards Armand immediately after its stinger attack, intending to impale him with its venomous hands and bite him with its fangs. However, Armand waved his hand, a cold sheen of the blade sweeping across him as all 4 of the Willoughby Queen's legs were cut finely before he bent, spun, and kicked it, shooting the monster straight toward Natalia. Thanksies. Natalia grinned, her eyes dancing with excitement. Only she was left since Lily had just reached level 10 after killing some Willoughby guards. Pointing her wand at the incoming monster, Natalia conjured a cloud of purple sparks that transformed into an ethereal blade as if it were a slash attack. Threes? The incoming Willoughby Queen found itself split in half from the middle, its eyes losing light a second later. That was. Armand blinked as he paused and confirmed what he saw before he continued a second later. That was my attack. Bingo. Natalia showed a victory sign with her fingers with a grin. Action Mirage. My class skill. It copies a phenomenon I have seen at its original effects, but with 20% reduces potency. Lily killed the last Willoughby guard with her dagger, stabbing straight into its head. Turning to Armand, she said, her class is quite useful in a group, especially in a powerful group. Picking up her dagger from the bee's corpse, she added, your attacks are strongest among us even though it's just you swinging your sword. Despite a 20% reduction in them, they are enough for Natalia. Exactly, Natalie laughed. Gosh. Armand is so powerful. I bet he could become one of the super rookies that's been famous these days. Spare me that attention. Armand wryly smiled. I want to remain low-key and get stronger. Well, that might not be a safe option anymore. Armand? Lily? Armand? And Natalia began walking again as they continued to converse. What do you mean not a safe option anymore? Armand blinked. I am not powerful enough to defend myself against the ugly minds who have more power and backing. Getting attention without protection will land me trouble. Lily calmly shook her head. You have a great deal of knowledge about Labyrinth and other information that's on the surface. But I know the insides of how this society works and news that never gets to the public. Just know that being weak will also attract nasty fellows that prey on the weak now that you are a bona fide adventurer. Both here and outside. Lily's hand grabbed Armand's. Her fingers intertwining with his. You have to get a backing. In this world. Having a strong backing in your profile for all the world to see is the best deterrence and protection you can get. Lily's hand grip tightened. And entering a dungeon without a backing is hard because association and guilds get priority. That's right. Natalia quipped. For example. Becoming a member of the top 10 guilds. I bet if you participate in those examinations and tournaments they hold, you can get fame and backing. That is not wrong. Armand's face turned contemplative. What Lily said made sense. Although he hadn't heard the news. He had heard rumors of nasty things happening around the big shot families, guilds, and other forces. And not all rumors were groundless. As he accepted the grim reality, the hairs on his body stood. And a sudden wave of goosebumps and harrowing cringe filled him up. Sweatbed formed on his forehead. And everything turned black for a second. Armand? What happened? Seeing Armand slowing down and swaying, Lily and Natalia stopped. Both looking confused and concerned. He recovered swiftly. But his breathing turned uneven. His eyes confused. I don't know. This was strange. That felt familiar, Natalia said. Her eyes slightly trembling. Armand, did you have some kind of trauma or any memories of anything happening when you were a kid? Has this ever happened before? Lily asked. Her brows creased up in worry. No. It's my first time experiencing this. Moreover, I don't remember anything trauma-inducing. My parents, I was 8 years old when they entered the labyrinth in the first wave of humans and never returned. Armand shook his head. This was strange. He looked fine now? It was as if what he had just experienced didn't happen at all. But that happened for a reason, Natalia said. Her tone firm. Armand? What you experienced happened for a reason. It triggered for a reason. What were you thinking right before that happened? Lily nodded and said. We were talking about the society. Undercover news. And top 10 guilds. I was thinking about how shitty the world is. Armand dryly chuckled. But I am thinking about that topic right now. And it's not happening. Anyway. Let's forget about this. If that happens again, we can talk and explore. Armand added. You two also reached level 10. So it's time to leave this area, and complete our rank advancement quests. Advancement quest was simple. One just had to kill 10 silver-ranked monsters. Armand, Lily, and Natalia left the nest of Willoughby, and arrived in the second large area of the Fairy Mountain. Containing silver ranked from level 1 to 3. It was a huge cavern inside the mountain. With 4 entrances available for people to go inside. The trio entered inside through the southwest entrance of the cavern. Armand opened a map of the cavern. Such maps were available in the market. And he used those maps to create his own on the magic map parchment. Like the nest of Willoughby area. Cavern of Glassblaze Bears, silver level 1 to 3, this shimmering cavern is home to the Glassblaze Bears. Enormous. Crystalline bears that breathe fire and have molten cores. The cavern walls are lined with crystalline formations that reflect light. Creating a mesmerizing but dangerous landscape. Key features, jagged crystal walls and flickering lava pools. Monsters, Glassblaze Cubs. Glassblaze Brute Bears. Elder Glassblaze Bears. Here's the map. We are near area number 25. If we walk just 10 meters and turn north, we'll likely see a group of Glassblaze Bears. Lily nodded. These Glassblaze Bears are both tough with their armored exteriors and powerful because of their lava and glass-based skills. But they are not as fast. This won't be hard. Sword is a bad weapon against them. Right? Natalia turned to Armand. If you use this sword to deflect their lavatic attacks, its durability will decrease even though it's rare grade. I'll just have to kill them by moving fast. One attack is enough. Armand's eyes glinted as he took the lead. His sword ready to taste a new prey. As the trio approached, Armand's keen eyes scanned the field ahead. The bears shimmered under the reflection of the crystal-laden cavern walls. 8 in total. An elder Glassblaze Bear stood in the middle. Its fiery core pulsating with heat like a molten heart. Surrounding it, 4 massive brute bears paced slowly. Their jagged crystal hides catching the ambient light. While 3 Glassblaze Cubs skittered around. Small but still dangerous. Armand glanced at Natalia and nodded. Who used her clone skill to attract the bears first so that they would have an easier time initiating the attacks. Seeing Natalia's clone, The bears roared. Elder Glassblaze Bear was the first one to attack. Opening its mouth, it released a glassy orb containing fiery lava that shot at Natalia's clone and it exploded, destroying it. Ash and sparks covered a small area. A perfect smoke screen. Armand and Lily both went out with physical enchantment activated. "I'll kill the Elder One," Armand said as he jumped in an arc, going straight toward the Elder Glassblaze Bear, his sword's blade gleaming sharply. Swoosh! The bear swiped its paw, as if it wasn't bad even though Armand attacked suddenly. But ass! It wasn't fast enough. Stash! A head rolled down a second later. A notification entered his ears. "You have killed a silver level 3 Elder Glassblaze Bear. 1 leveling was impossible while advancement quest was ongoing. But he got 28 gold coins for killing it." Lily threw 2 Willoughby daggers at 2 Glassblaze brute bears, paralyzing one. She attacked one that wasn't paralyzed, her figure vanishing before a sharp slashing sound of flesh tearing rang out as the Glassblaze brute bear's head rolled down. She didn't wait and attacked the one that was paralyzed, though it had freed itself already in half a second. But that was enough. Phantom slash with a wave of her dagger. A black slash with a violet hue shot at the bear, tearing through its armor and slashing its head off. Its whole body was armored, but the neck area was still weaker than other parts. As for Natalia, she copied Lily's Phantom Slash and shot it at the Glassblaze cubs. They didn't have armor plating on their bodies yet, but they were small, nimble, and powerful. One of the bear cubs rolled away from the slash, but one got killed meanwhile. Armand swiftly dispatched the last 2 agile Glassblaze cubs with his sword after slicing a Glassblaze brute bear. These small cubs, capable of launching lava-infused claw projectiles with a mere swipe of their paws, were responsible for most of the deaths among novice adventurers, who often underestimated them due to their size and armor-less exterior. A Glassblaze brute bear remained, but Armand and Lily just watched as Natalia dealt with it, releasing the light pebble skill on the surface near it. It exploded in light and blinded it, which was further enhanced by the cavern's glassy style. Right after that, she used Action Mirage again, unleashing Armand's slashing attack as an ethereal slash projectile swiftly beheaded the monster. "Their items are going to be very good." Armand smiled as he captured all spirits. "But first, it's time to get strong." He had told them about the Spirit Devour skill as well, since there was no point in hiding just this given his increasing power that would become obvious. "Let's take a break and eat something before continuing," Lily said. "True. I made sandwiches, so let's eat those first." Natalia grinned. "Lily, take Em out." The trio decided to rest for a bit and eat something since this area in the cave was closed on all sides except for the north. Though at the north, 2 passages parted, one at the west and another at the east. Meanwhile, Armand began. He would only be able to get stats from 9 to 12 spirits at a maximum of these 3 types of Glassblaze bears, so he wanted to do that first. "You have devoured an Elder Glassblaze Bear spirit. +2 strength. 1 perception. +1 mana. You have devoured a Glassblaze brute bear spirit. +1 health. +1 stamina. 1 strength. You have devoured a Glassblaze brute bear spirit. +1 focus. +1 health. You have devoured a Glassblaze brute bear spirit. +1 stamina. J. You have devoured a Glassblaze brute bear spirit. 0.5 strength. You have devoured a Glassblaze cub spirit. +1 mana. 1 perception. 1 stamina. You have devoured a Glassblaze cub spirit. +1 focus. 1 strength. You have devoured a Glassblaze cub spirit. +1 mana. Armand, adventurer rank, bronze. Level 10, class, Spirit Dealer, SS, Vitality, 100% 1, Mana, 342 462, Stat, 0 unassigned points. Physical, Strength, 31, Health, 17, Stamina, 17.51 Mental, Mana, 18.5, plus 27.75, Focus 22, Perception, 20.51. The trio had just finished eating and resting for 10 minutes when they suddenly heard something and their faces fell. "I swear if that bitch is here, I am going to capture her. Henry. You better act fast this time. Run." Lily's whisper reached Natalia's and Armand's ears the moment they heard it. "Use your clone and send it to east," Armand whispered. There were 2 ways. One west and another east. Going east would give them more passages soon, according to the map. So the trio quickly ran east side passage. Natalia had used her clone skill and sent it to the east passage while making a sound to attract them. And while the trio ran with Lily carrying Natalia's body like a sandbag over her shoulder so she could control her clone, Armand suddenly received a notification from his skill. Spirit Wraith has been birthed. Due to the involvement of 3 sentient intelligent human spirits, the Spirit Wraith will have human-level intelligence. Please write down the personality description for your Spirit Wraith and its gender. Armand was startled but acted fast upon seeing a misty, dark gold window. 1. Write the name. Describe, gender. The trio stopped after crossing 20 meters in a hurry and hiding behind a natural obsidian stone pillar growing out of the ground. Meanwhile, Natalia let herself get spotted by that group. But only her back. And immediately used light pebble skill on the ground to create a blinding flash. Henry the Knight acted fast, dashing at a breakneck speed as he waved his sword when he was halfway towards Natalia's clone, releasing a wind/projectile as her clone was cut. It's that bitch. Hurry. We have to capture her. Fucking hell. Are we here to kill monsters to capture girls? This goddamn garbage bag. Why did I have to team up with this guy for my first entrance into Labyrinth? The girl and 2 boys in the group were frustrated but bound. Just like Henry. They could only hatefully look at Zoran and nothing else. Because if something happened to Zoran in the Labyrinth, Henry knew his life would turn into a living hell. Those 3 kids also knew that there was no justice out there who would protect them from Zoran's influential father. After all, they had normal parents, who were only silver ranked and had no backing. Zoran's father could make them disappear without leaving any proof for the Global Adventurer Association or Earth Union. And being a frontline adventurer exploring the 10th floor, Zoran's father had more weight in this world. The plight of the weak against the strong and influential remained the same. No matter the age. We have to kill that bastard. Armand calmly said. Alfred less than write the name. Describe, butler's disposition. Gender, male. Well? If we continue with our pace, it won't be long before we are strong enough. Lily nodded. You will become stronger even faster, Natalia said. Her eyes a mixture of slight fear and anger. I want him dead because he clearly wants me to be subject to a life worse than death. Voice down? Armand wryly smiled. The next group of bears shouldn't be too far. Saying that, he waved his hand and added. And we got a new ally. Lily and Natalia were startled as dark green and dark gold sparkling smoke gathered before Armand, who soon turned into a 6-foot-tall butler wearing a black suit with a dark gold design and a dark green glowing border around him, appearing material yet slightly ghastly. A butler ghost. Natalia was dumbfounded. He seems powerful. Lily blinked. Her eyes filled with curiosity. Before she could ask, Armand already shared the Spirit Wraith's status with them. Spirit Wraith Alfred, rank, bronze level, 1 stats, physical, strength, 20 health, 15 stamina, 18, mental, mana, 23 focus, 17 vertical bar perception, 21, skills, flame manipulation, B, sword mastery, A, sword wave, A, poison lace, C, bleeding claws, C, healing orb, C, icicle spear shot, B, fortitude aura, C, damn. Armand muttered in amazement. Your summon has a level. Does that mean it can level up? Lily asked, her eyes glinting. If it can, then this is big. It's just like that dragon rider Chrome. His dragon just evolved recently. So Armand's summon can also get powerful? Natalia excitedly said. And this guy got so many skills of different natures and types. Alfred, use your skills appropriately and aid us in battle. We are going to kill a group of Glassablaze bears. Axe you wish. Master. Alfred bowed like a butler with one hand on his heart. The trio went towards another group of Glassblaze bears and killed them. This group had 10 Glassblaze bears consisting of 2 elder Glassblaze bears, 4 brutes, and 4 cubs. Alfred's fortitude aura increased everyone's resistance to magic and physical damage by 10%. And although he didn't have a physical sword, he could conjure one made of flame and use it. His movements were also not bad. And it appeared to learn from Armand, which was simply a cheat because Armand was getting scarily proficient with the sword. And so was Alfred by imitating him. After the battle, Armand devoured 2 elder Glassblaze bear spirits, gaining a total of 2 health, 2.5 stamina, and minus 0.5 mana. He decided to use Spirit Kadoku one more, adding 10 Willowbee Guard Spirit, 2 Willowbee Queen Spirits, 4 Glassblaze Brute Bears, and 4 Glassblaze Cubs. However, it didn't work. You must include at least 5 different types of monsters among the 20 spirits Jahum. If that's the case, then it seems each human is considered a different type individually. After all, he had added goblin, wolf, and human spirits previously, which technically meant 3 types of monsters. But if Lamp, Sam, and Jacob were considered different types individually, then it made sense. I am done recovering mana, Natalia said as she stood up. The trio continued as they followed the passages and arrived at big or small caverns with groups of bears and continued killing. This area was huge and was like a maze of sorts due to many passages. So it wasn't often they would encounter other people, but there were times when people would encounter another group accidentally as well due to its intertwining passages. There was no way of knowing when they would suddenly find another group at junctions where 2 or more passages intersected. It wasn't long before all 3 of them had killed 2 silver-ranked monsters each and completed their advancement quest. Alfred also reached level 8 since he was participating in the killing of silver-ranked monsters while being lower-ranked, gaining experience faster. His stat distribution was left to Armand, and he evenly distributed stat points to all stats. There was just one problem. Alfred couldn't learn physical enchantment and such applications of mana. He could only use skills. It appeared that his body wasn't capable of that as he didn't have chakra points. After the group reached silver rank level 1 after completing their advancement quest, they decided to rest at a relatively safe place covered by obsidian pillars. It had been 2 hours since they entered this area, and the group was fully geared. Thanks to Armand, he made a bunch of stuff from Glass Blaze Bear spirits. All useful and powerful armors, weapons, and one-time use accessories of defensive and offensive type. There should be Glass Blaze Bears there. Let's check it out. A group of 6 adventurers were passing by and stopped seeing a bunch of stone pillars that blocked their views. Armand, Lily, and Natalia stood up while Alfred also became combat ready. The group of 6 adventurers seemed to be from an academy in another city, and they also became alert when they saw Armand and others. Relax. I thought there were bears here, the leading man with light red spiky hair said with a dry chuckle as he raised his hand holding the sword. Then go back. Armand plainly said. Yeah. That group also didn't want to bother fighting against other adventurers. Usually, nobody would fight without a reason because if a fight occurred between 2 groups of similar levels, it would result in casualties from both sides. After resting for a few minutes, the gang began exploring once again to find bears and kill them. Half an hour later, the 3 of them had reached silver rank level, and their progression in the first specialized class quest reached halfway. All of them had killed 25 or more monsters so far. After advancement to silver rank, they started at level 0. So reaching level 3 granted them 9 stat points. Alfred finished his advancement quest and reached silver rank level 1 as well, gaining 30 stat points total as he became more powerful. Spirit Wraith Alfred, rank, silver level, 1 stats, physical, strength, 251 health, 23, stamina, 231 mental, mana, 25, focus, 23, perception, 251 Armand found it slightly funny that Alfred was stronger than him stat-wise if he didn't count the 30 bonus mana stat he had thanks to his class perk. Armand, adventurer rank, silver. Level, 3 class, spirit dealer, SS, vitality, 100%, mana, 500 stat, 0 unassigned points physical, strength, 31, health, 20, stamina, 20, mental, mana, 20, plus 30, focus, 25 perception, 24.5, in the end. They didn't encounter the Thunderfire Guild group again but encountered 2 other groups. Those encounters ended with peace, as nobody wanted to fight. There was no point in farming here anymore as they had reached level 3. On top of that, all of the bears were killed by multiple groups who were exploring. They would respawn tomorrow. So it was time to enter the new area. The night will come soon. We'll camp somewhere in the Shimmering Fen, Armand said. Yeah. That area is best. The fog covers it all day and night. And the area has a low amount of trees and is open with various plants and flowers of bronze rank and rarely some silver ranks. Lily nodded. I have a magic camp kit that can make a good spot for us to rest. They couldn't harvest any Willowbee nectar pools because it was a bronze rank area. And many guilds usually sent their higher rank adventurers daily while Labyrinth remained activated so they could go and farm the nectar since those could be used to make healing potions. However, the Shimmering Fen was a different story. It was an area as silver rank level 3 to 5. Along with a field boss silver rank level 5. Maddening Beaver who roamed around and targeted higher level adventurers, since it stayed burrowed and traveled through the ground. It could pop out at any time. If a group of silver rank level 3 rested there, it wouldn't target them but instead go for silver rank level 4 or 5 if there were any. And there were bound to be many groups there because that. Good for camping and resting. Vast and the evening had already descended. So it was time to find a spot to rest before the night. Naturally. A few groups already planned to camp in this cavern of glass blaze bears as there were many passages. And one could take a corner and build camp before taking a rest and keeping a watch turn by one. Armand and the gang arrived at the northern exit and then left. But the moment they emerged, a group was standing 20 meters away under a tree as if waiting. Hee. So that's your group. Ha. We saw some destroyed willow beehives on our way out of that area. So I figured you would be with your group and might exit here. Zoran spoke. A nasty sneer plastered on his face. The 3 young adventurers who were new recruits of Thunderbird Guild behind Zoran pointed their weapons at them. Nervous and unwilling meanwhile. The knight's expression was indifferent or rather dead. As he pointed his sword at them. If you could send that lady over here. We won't need to shed your blood. Are you serious? Lily narrowed her as she took out her bow and nocked an arrow. A rather special arrow that Armand's spirit factory crafted from glass blaze bear spirits. It could explode in a 2-meter radius upon exploding and cover the area in flames if the area had greenery or woods. Natalia held a towering glass shield and also had a lava crystal chest plate for her defense while holding a wand in her other hand. Alfred had a round glass shield and a glass bone sword made from the spirit factory as well. Ready for combat. As for Armand, he only kept the rare grade sword in his hand as that was enough. All of those items are uncommon rank and that chest plate is rare rank. How did they get those? Henry frowned seeing their items. And that guy also got the rare praying hunter's sword. So this group was the one who killed it. He had a premonition that this wasn't going to go as well as he and his shitty young master thought. I have a proposal. Armand suddenly said. His eyes flashing disgust as he glanced at Zoran before turning to the knight. Those 3 fellows don't seem to be willing to throw their lives away for this. And you never mind. Anyway. If you are the source of confidence for that pulse of trash. Then how about we duel and settle this without involving others? Ha! Zoran was stunned before he started laughing. You think you can do anything to us? Taking out a scroll. He infused mana as it vanished and created a 5-meter radius ring. Buffing everyone within as their defense increased. That's not going to help you much. Lily snorted as she also took out the same looking buff scroll and buffed the group. Really? But do you have this? Zoran sneered as he took out a scroll. But it was black with dark yellow patterns and oozed out the same colored aura. That Lily's eyes turned somber. Armand also recognized it. His eyes flashing a dark glint. This piece of trash. That unusual scroll in Zoran's hand was a curse scroll. A rare drop by the Wandering Fairy. A field boss of silver rank level 10 that wandered the upper area of the Fairy Mountain. The buff scrolls were something one could buy. Albeit at a high price. Which wasn't a concern for the established guilds and forces. But this curse scroll wasn't like that. Lily didn't have that one. It seems you know what this scroll is. Zoran's nose went up. His expression haughty. That's right. Once I use this scroll, all of you will get your stats halved for 1 minute. I wonder how the battle will proceed after that. He added with a grin. Armand's lips moved as he used Magic Whisper. Which he had already mastered after learning from Lily during their breaks. He got the hang of it pretty fast. Lily? We can dispel that curse. You know how? But that guy is stupid to wait. We'll make the first move. Armand had already retrieved his rare grade item that he, fortunately, acquired from a bronze rank treasure chest right after entering the labyrinth. Pearl of Light Flower able to cure all harmful effects and grants protection for 10 seconds. The harmful cleansing effect was a no effect. But the protection was only for the user holding the pearl. And this effect had a cooldown of a day. Yeah. So are we really killing them? Nah. Just cut off that garbage's limbs instead of killing him for now. I'll fight the knight. Alfred. It's fine if you cut their hands, since that will be enough to put them down. Armand commanded. But if they surrender, which I feel they likely will if Lily and I win fast, then spare them. Lily's eyes glinted. Natalia. Can you support Alfred while he deals with those 3 adventurers? Got it. They don't even seem that gutsy to fight other adventurers. Natalia nodded. The knight saw their lips move and knew they were talking in Magic Whisper. But he didn't make a move. So. What's your damn decision? Give her to me. And she will exit this labyrinth from your city's gate after 2 days when the exit opens. Safe and sound. We'll just have a bit of fun? Zoran licked his lips. The knight tightened his grip on his sword, sensing the tension that his shitty young master couldn't feel. He had no choice but to protect him and obey him. If Zoran died here and he exited from the portal, the people of Thunderbird Guild and his father or uncle would most likely be standing outside at the entrance of their city's labyrinth gate. If Zoran wasn't with him, it would be over for him and his family. Suddenly, he saw the guy with Praying Hunter's sword dashing swiftly. Fast. Henry's pupils shrank, clang. Their swords clashed. Crack, and the knight's sword cracked as he was pushed back. What? Henry was shocked. Wow. The 30% penetration on /type attack is working well. Armand's eyes glinted. Zoran was startled at the sudden development and quickly used the scroll, targeting the group ahead instead of Armand. However, Lily had already vanished using her invisible skill, and Alfred had dashed toward the 3 adventurers. So the scroll only affected Natalia. Awoo. Armand's 2 spectral wolves materialized and attacked the knight. But wind swirling appeared around his legs as he flew up. However, the wolves jumped and bit his legs just in time while Armand also used Spirit Explosion right above him, 10 meters off the ground, causing him to smack down violently. Before he knew what happened next, a strong kick struck his belly, causing him to gasp, and his arm holding the sword was sliced off. Don't kill him. Please. The knight shouted with bloodshot eyes. Despite the pain, his gaze on Lily, who had appeared behind Zoran. My family will die if he dies. Lily, who was standing like a death god behind Zoran with her daggers raised and ready, immediately swung them, cutting both of Zoran's arms from his shoulder. Arg. As for the other 3 adventurers, they didn't stand a chance in the first place. And seeing Zoran and the knight already losing, they immediately dropped their weapons and started pleading. One of the guys even begging to spare them. Geez. This was anticlimactic. Natalia wryly smiled. Naturally, Lily didn't stop at merely cutting Zoran's arms. She threw a Willoughby dagger right at his crotch as well. Zoran screeched horrifyingly, before he straight up fainted. However, a ring on his hand shone and covered him in a golden barrier before he started healing. Albeit slowly. The dagger from his crotch also expelled and lay on him. His bleeding stopped, and his arms gradually began to regenerate. Ring of Aegis Elysian. Armand raised his eyebrows. It's from the major area Fallen Monastery Town. Dropped from killing the silver rank level to field boss there. Hair. His parents sent him prepared for his first adventure. Natalia scoffed. So, do you want to give us any suggestion on how to end this, Mr. Helpless Knight? Lily looked at Henry with a deadpan expression as she walked and stood beside Armand. Henry stood up, his expression weary. He sealed off his wound by using mana and tightening his muscles to stop the bleeding before bowing full 90 degrees. Thank you for sparing him. Look. It would leave a bad taste in our mouth if we kill those 3 newbies who were clearly forced into this shit. Armand coldly said. And a case like yours isn't rare as well. So tell me. Is your guild leader understanding of his subordinate or listens to his trashy son and believes him? Henry shook his head. The guild leader will listen to me. But Zoran needs to stay alive for that. And, I hope you can cut my other arm off as well. Along with Zoran's. Once he wakes up. We will finish our journey here and wait at the starting area for 2 days for the exit. Henry spoke with determination. If I am disabled, that bastard won't order me around. And I will also have a reason to state to the guild leader why we pulled out early. One, I am going to leave the Thunderbird Guild after this. Fuck it. Fuck this bastard. The girl spoke as she trembled. The 3 of them were clearly unable to continue the adventure on their own. They were at silver rank level 1. But that was where their first entry into the labyrinth would end. This is seriously unpleasant. Natalia clicked her tongue. That bastard will at most get a slap on his wrist from his parents even if you tell your guild leader that you all landed in trouble because of him. Henry weakly smiled. That's right. But what can I do? My original level is gold rank level 55. And I am one of the promising members of the guild. But in front of the vice guild leader's son, my worth is still low. The top most powerful adventurers who were exploring the 10th floor were all platinum rank adventurers. Gold rank adventurers also considered powerful forces and usually a promising asset of a force because they could reach platinum rank sooner or later. All right? We'll do that. Lily nodded at the knight. And if that piece of trash cries for revenge, then tell him and your vice guild leader to meet me at the League of Firefly. I have a rather temperamental master who made me her disciple and will love to solve this conflict. Lily smiled. Albeit coldly. I mean, you've heard of the Lady Arya of Crimson Shadow. Henry's eyes widened. And a strange relief washed over him, before he burst out laughing. Thank you. So you are the mysterious disciple she announced she took 5 days ago. Truly. Thank you for sparing him and us. This information will surely give Zoran more than just a slap at his wrist. After Zoran woke up, he saw that Henry's arms were cut off as he was held at the point of Armand's sword tip while those 3 new recruits were lying on the ground, surrounded by wolves. Alfred. And Natalia. He looked above and saw Lily looking at him with an icy smile as dread instantly filled him up. Why, you don't know who you are messing with. Lily instantly swung a kick at his head. Speak another word, and your head will fly. I am sparing your life. But not easily. Before I begin, listen to me because you'll once again scream like a bitch and faint, Lily said with a disgusted expression. I am Lily Darkwood, a member of the League of Firefly and the disciple of Crimson Shadow. If you have any more problems and beef, bring your father, mother, or your entire family there. After saying that, she didn't wait for his response and immediately swung her daggers, cutting off his arms and legs as he screamed in pain again before losing consciousness. Lily took out a healing potion and threw it on him as it shattered, spilled, and stopped Zoran's bleeding. A healing potion of this level couldn't regenerate limbs, but it could stop the bleeding and seal the wound. Natalia ran towards Zoran and removed the storage pouch from his waist along with that ring of Aegis Elysian before spitting on his face. These are our spoils, she snorted. Armand faintly smiled. That's for sure. We'll leave the mountain and head out. The faster, the better. Henry stood up and bowed again. Thank you again. I will remember this favor. The Shimmering Fen, Silver rank level 3 to 5 area. Description: this enchanted bog is a treacherous area where the ground is often covered in a layer of shimmering, luminescent fog. The starting part of this area has solid ground, but the further area is unstable land with big bogs. They are inhabited by moonlight wisps and bog slithers, ethereal and predatory creatures that hide in the fog, ambushing adventurers with stealth and deception. Key features: murky, fog-covered waters, floating magical lights, and dangerous sinkholes. Monsters: moonlight wisps, ghost-like, elusive, cast illusions, bog slithers, snake-like, blend with the water. Lethal strikes: Shimmering Fen serpent, massive and capable of controlling the fog. The group arrived at the Shimmering Fen already midway up the huge mountain. There were already 3 camps at the open ground where the Shimmering Fen area began. The fog wasn't much here, so visibility was not impacted. The 3 groups had lit up campfires and built tents, preparing for the night. That spot is big and good for us. Let's go. Lily identified a relatively good spot according to the camp kit she had and led the group there. Alfred was resting in Spirit Pocket, but Armand could summon him with a thought, and he planned to keep Alfred out to watch out for the group along with the wolves. Alfred wasn't a human despite his appearance, so he didn't need rest or sleep. A charge of mana was enough to invigorate him. People were already cooking meat on their campfire as the smell wafted around. The sun about to completely set, so it was time to eat and rest. By the way, I only have 1 camp. A big one. The 3 of us will have to share it, Lily said as she glanced at Natalia. Nat. You know what I mean? Right? Natalia's expression dramatically changed. You want me to sleep outside so you 2 can have fun inside? Armand almost choked on the water he was drinking and coughed violently. Lily? Natalia burst out laughing. Yeah. I got it. I don't have any problem if we 3 share it. The camp was like a room. It was similar to one of the other camps that a group was sharing a bit over 20 meters away. The other 2 had lower quality tents. This is pretty good. There are cupboards and even a big bed inside. Armand looked around inside the tent. It was 7 meters tall at the center and 6 meters overall while being roughly 144 square feet big. Is that a bathtub? Armand was taken aback to see a small, round, empty bathtub with curtains at the corner. Yep. And I am going to clean myself first. You should go out? Almond? Natalia grinned. But Lily will join me. Nonsense. Of course I am going to join you. Almond snickered. In your dreams. The development of Magitech was already progressing with more and more access to items and wonders found in the labyrinth floors, dungeons, and exotic skills from the specialized and subclasses that people had. The price of this tent is 350,000 gold coins. But the good thing is that the tent's external comers have monster-repelling talismans attached that can repel all monsters up to silver rank level 10. Lily smiled. That's one problem less. But we still have to be wary of others. Almond wryly smiled. That's for sure. All right. You two freshen up. I am going out. Almond left the tent before summoning Alfred and the wolves. He had attached the wolf claw gauntlets to his waist horizontally as if they were grabbing his waists so they wouldn't get in the way during the fight. And he could also summon the wolves because the spirit effect required physical contact with the item to be activated. But he planned to fasten them to Alfred's waist later since they would get in his way of sleeping. One more interesting thing he found was the magical connection between him and Alfred. Almond could transfer his mana to Alfred and vice versa. He didn't check the distance until this remained activated. So he began with that experiment. Master. That's the limit. I can't absorb your mana anymore, Alfred said in magic whisper while raising his hand and waving it. Almond was 50 meters away when he heard Alfred's magic whisper and saw his hand as he understood. He began walking closer. And soon. Alfred gave thumbs up along with another magic whisper. Master. This distance is the maximum for me to fluidly absorb your mana. Alfred couldn't learn physical enchantment, because his physical body did not have chakra points. His physiology was different. However, Magic Whisper didn't require chakra points, but only the mental process and proficiency of mana. So he learned that pretty fast and fluently. So the maximum distance is roughly 45 meters. Almond muttered. Looking around. He saw more tents standing and more people coming in. It's going to get crowded soon. Returning to the campsite. He fastened the wolf claw gauntlets to Alfred's waist. Keep the wolves materialized by infusing mana. You can absorb mana from me since the consumption won't even matter to me, given my recovery speed. Understood. Master. The spectral dire wolves had a keen sense of smell and the ability to find hidden targets. They were bound to be helpful in keeping a watch. Lily and Natalia finished bathing roughly 20 minutes later and called him. The girls went to make the campfire and prepare the dinner while Armand went for his turn to freshen up. There was body wash liquid, a brand new towel, and clean water as the old one was replaced with a handy magic item capable of storing 1 ton of water. It wasn't even that expensive. But he still didn't have money to buy it before entering his first adventure. Looking at the gold coins he had amassed, and his current status, Armand couldn't help but smile. Life's going to get better. He finished bathing 10 minutes later and saw that the big area already had 12 tents at various spots. Come. The food is ready. The trio sat with the tent at their back and open ground in front of them with multiple tents in view. Looking at people as their indistinct chatter rang. It's crowded already, Natalia said as she picked up the skewer stick. I bet there's going to be some drama. Hee. There's still space to make tents. So unless a shitty group arrives and demands one of those tents to get removed for them, there won't be a drama, Lily said before she took a bite of the meat piece. Armand was patiently eating, chewing, and watching as well. I wonder if other people would stop such tyranny or just watch. What would you do? Natalia asked. I won't help. I wouldn't mind lending help to such trouble, if I was very strong. But I'm not. So I am not in a position to help others, and attract an enemy. Conflicts and tyranny inside the labyrinth will reduce. Lily faintly smiled. GA is developing a type of recording camera that adventurers can bring in and record everything they face. This data can't go out of the labyrinth directly. So they will build stations at the starting points on each floor. And those stations would be guarded tightly with formations and defense from magic items. Natalia and Armand were surprised. If GA and Earth Union got the proof, they could indeed nab people and punish them accordingly. If a guild group behaved poorly and tyrannically, the guild's reputation would suffer. And it would face problems as well. Tisk. If we had that now, we could have sent that piece of trash to the pits of hell. Natalia clicked her tongue as she remembered Zeron. Imagine if we uploaded that to the internet. His social life would be over. That will reduce conflicts. But Armand nodded but felt that this was going to be a double-edged sword. If all big guilds and powerful forces can access Those recordings, it might bring trouble. Not to mention, there are people in GA and Earth Union both who are not exactly righteous enough to protect the weak. Natalia and Lily understood what he meant by then because they knew what Armand did. Yeah. That's why this is not mandatory. You can bring that tiny recording camera with you for your safety only if you want to. Lily faintly smiled. And nobody would know if you bring one with you or not. You can buy it. But whether to use it or not is up to you. So everyone would automatically assume that the other party has the cameras attached. That sounds good. The labyrinth would, at most, turn like our real world. Justice will be served to few while powerful and influential will get away in the end. Armand shook his head and continued eating. Whatever. Getting powerful is the only way to survive. That's for sure. The trio finished eating and went to bed without further ado. It was around 8:30 p.m. And most of them were going to sleep already. But around 10 p.m. when the area was completely silent, a group arrived in the area, as their noise woke people. They came from the direction where Lily's tent was. But seeing Alfred and two wolves, they quietly walked past them. However, it wasn't long before the noise outside increased. Armand and Lily woke up and looked at each other as they got up and peeked outside through a zipped window that Lily unzipped. Get the fuck out of here. Yeah. Let others sleep and find a different spot. Just make some place by adjusting your tents. And we'll camp. Or we won't mind destroying one. Natalia also woke up as the noise increased. What's going on? A group arrived at this late to make a mess of our sleep. She also peeked outside from the window. It wasn't long before the drama settled down. One of the members of that new group apologized and requested to make some space at the side to move two tents to make space for theirs. In the end, it was solved rather peacefully. And everyone went back to sleep once again. Of course. Most of the others had one person keeping watch outside, taking turns every 2 or 3 hours depending on the number of people in their groups. Only Armand's group was sleeping soundly because of Alfred and the wolves that kept watch for them. Around 4 am. Armand, Lily, and Natalia woke up. They freshened up and emptied their bowels one by one after digging a hole and sitting on a portable toilet inside the tent. A group or two seemed to have left. But the majority was still resting when Armand, Lily, and Natalia departed deeper into the shimmering fen. Usually, it was better to venture when the sun came up because shimmering fen already had fog that reduced visibility. Not to mention the pitfalls and sneaky monsters in this area. Armand? Do you know how to focus field? Lily asked as her dark blue eyes flickered with the faint glinting light blue of Manha while a circular invisible field appeared around her that only she could see. Didn't have time nor stats to practice it. Armand shook his head. And we can't learn it right now. Not in this situation. Yeah. Lily nodded and smiled as she said. But I'm sure you will be able to learn it rather quickly once we exit. I planned to train Natalia with my mom's help anyway. So you can join us. That I'd be grateful for that. Thanks. Focus field required 20 perception, 20 focus in stats. It was an application of using physical enchantment in the eyes and then using mana to construct a field via their vision. Physical enchantment in the eyes worked wonders, allowing one to sense the aura and potency of things and beings. The better the mastery, the more details of aura sections one could see, which could allow the user to measure a target's parameters, but the focus field was a step higher. Within the range of one's focus field, one would be able to sense movements and auras of other things and beings clearly, allowing them to react fast. They would gain ultimate sight within this range. The downside was that the consumption of this technique was no joke. So it was impossible to maintain the focus field perpetually for beginners. The bigger the range, the higher the consumption. Naturally, it was one of the toughest techniques because one needed to find chakra points in their eyes. And a slight mistake there could cost their eyes. On top of that, after enchanting their eyes, they needed to learn to properly create the field via their eyes, requiring a challenging control of mana. Controlling a small amount of mana and a higher amount of mana had a big difference and difficulty. Armand didn't dare to try because he didn't even have enough money to buy a single high-quality potion to recover his eyes in case he went blind. He could torture his arms and legs, and he could recover them using his own healing skills from his previous class. But his eyes were different. His only healing skill wasn't powerful enough to recover his eyes. He had a pain-reducing skill, but it useless in reducing pain during the process of finding chakra points because he couldn't use mana for it. Nor would it remain active for long once he started training. And he had to save mana for his injury recovery using the healing skill. Focus field was one of the essential techniques for adventurers to eventually learn and master because it was also the only way to discover sudden attacks, traps, and ambushes unless one had some kind of skills that helped them in this regard. As such, in case of feeling danger via gut feeling or during battles, one could use focus field to discover threats and react fast. The wolves growled as the fog thickened. And they started seeing glowing wisps. Those glowing wisps were actually silver ranked level 3 monsters, moonlight wisps. They showed hallucinations to adventurers via eye contact, altering their perception. So one had to remain focused. Otherwise, they might get attacked, walking into vine traps, fall into pitfalls, or get attacked by bog slithers, the silver ranked level and monsters that remained hidden on the ground of greenery. Snake-like and elusive that released lethal water beams. "I'll handle those wisps," Armand said as he looked at the 3 wisps over 5 meters away. Spirit explosion. Armand had no lack of spirits. So he immediately executed 2 spirit explosions using Willoughby spirits on the group of 3 moonlight wisps. One of them turned poisonous. But even without that, those moonlight wisps would have died. Their defense was too weak. Even weaker than bronze-ranked monsters. Capturing the spirits of those 3 moonlight wisps, Armand said, "We encounter more since we are properly in the Shimmering Fen now. I'll use the sword skill and detect the monsters within 50 meters. Great. We'll hunt them swiftly once you detect them. That's the plan." Similar to focus field, Armand activated the praying sense effect of the sword, giving him power in the next second. He looked around and could see all the monsters within a 50-meter radius with him as the center. "We'll go in the northeast direction, as that's the most crowded area, and clean it up while Alfred, you will go with the wolves to taunt the wisps and bog slithers in the west. Just bring them to the northeast. Don't fight there or you'll get into trouble." "Understood, Master." The hunt in Shimmering Fen was going as smoothly as they expected. Their capabilities were shown to each other, especially with Armand's additional boons like various items. Armand had looted Jacob's storage pouch. And recently, they got another storage pouch from an even richer young master. In short, there was no lack of potions for them. So they didn't spare them as well. Swiftly using mana or healing potions and started progressing fast right from the start. They only stopped after 2 hours. And that was when they were truly tired and also found a spot to rest on solid high ground. So far, they had killed over 50 monsters total, consisting of moonlight wisps, bog slithers, and 6 shimmering fen serpents. Armand had also begun his second creation in Spirit Kodoku, adding moonlight wisps, bog slithers, shimmering fen serpents, glassblaze bears, all 3 of a kind, and Willoughby wisps, queens, 5 different types of monsters. He saved Blade Mantis Spirit for another creation process as he didn't want to throw it in this round. "This is going good." Armand leaned on his hands behind him, stretched. "We'll likely finish our first-class series quest in the White Poland's lair." The next area was usually Briarwood Grove silver ranked level 5 to 7 area. But the secret area, White Poland's lair, was located before that area at this time. They have been observing the places and hints, which consisted of a small white flying bird, tiny white feathers, and white powder. These 3 were clues and hints to find the White Poland's lair since its location changed every 3 days. They had spotted white powder and a white feather in the Shimmering Fen and also removed those hints so that others wouldn't find them. Since those hints appeared in the Shimmering Fen, they just had to find the small white bird flying somewhere outside of the Shimmering Fen and follow it, which would lead them to the entrance of White Poland's lair. Hiss! Suddenly, Lily's ears twitched, and Armand also sensed the danger as both of them jumped. From the ground, a blast occurred with sparkling crystal particles blasting out, throwing Natalia high up. Alfred jumped and caught her before landing, while Lily and Armand immediately pounced on the Shimmering Fen serpent. Lily directly threw the daggers while she was in the air while Armand pushed his feet, his arms and legs physically enchanted, and his sword in his hand as he zoomed in towards the monster before cutting off its head. But it wasn't over. This serpent could grow heads and shoot off its semi-crystallized scales, which were poisonous and penetrative. Cutting off its head gave them time to prepare for the next move since that was its only weakness. Cutting its head would prevent it from shooting its attacks, though it wouldn't kill it. Armand had literally studied all monsters on the first floor and knew their weakness. He had added that data in his magic parchment as well. As such, he jumped away after slicing its head and released 2 spirit explosions. One glued to it below and one above it, boxing the monster between the 2 explosions. Boom! One of them turned special, releasing blue sparks that would show 1 hallucination. You have reached silver rank level 5. You have triggered the level up boon, alright. I'm done, Armand chuckled. And it finally triggered. On the last level. You leveled up? Great. Guess I'll also trigger it at level 5. Lily grinned. So. What did you get? No skill option. Unfortunately. Armand glanced at the options and put them away. Not choosing the reward right away. These snakes are damn annoying. Natalia puffed as she walked to the side. Always coming out of the ground like that. After all. Their daddy is that maddening beaver. Lily smilingly said before she looked at Armand. On that note. That beaver might come after us. We are deepest in this area right now. And you're the only silver rank level 5 adventurer here for now. Yeah. I hope it comes to us. Armand was looking at his sword while raising it. His eyes squinted as he looked at the surface of its blade that was sparkling due to some sunrays passing through the fog and hitting it. What are you looking at? Natalia sat down and asked upon seeing Armand looking at the sword's blade like that. I feel something familiar. Armand sat down beside Lily and put away the sword. But it's a bit annoying. I feel like there's something within my reach but infinitely away. Regarding sword? Lily curiously asked. Yeah. I'm getting that feeling sometimes when I swing my sword. And it just appeared again. But? Armand shook his head. Forget it. It's annoying. It's like a wall is blocking me while showing and calling me for something attractive. The group rested for 15 minutes and fully recovered their stamina and spirits before finally moving again. Soon? Lily also reached silver rank level 5. Alfred reached silver rank level 4. The same as Natalia. An hour later. They were nearly at the edge of the shimmering fen area. They kept themselves at least half refilled in mana all the time in case of the sudden raid from maddening beaver. And just as they finished off 3 bog slithers and a shimmering fen serpent. The ground trembled. It's coming, Natalia exclaimed. Armand immediately chugged mana potion before saying. Lily? Can I kill it alone? I have an idea to increase the rare item drop chances. He infused 50 mana in the sword to get a scanning of his surroundings. 3 o'clock. 3 wisps. And 2 bog slithers. A fen serpent, and a group of 4 wisps at 8 o'clock. Alfred. Go there with the wolves. There are 2 more groups at 11 o'clock and 12 o'clock. Which is straight ahead facing the snowy peak we can see from here. Finish them off. I'll deal with the beaver. And that gave all the directions they needed. Natalia and Lily jumped into action along with Alfred, leaving Armand alone with the maddening beaver that jumped out of the ground right after he finished speaking. Its eyes locked on Armand. It also glanced at Lily since she was also level 5. But seeing Armand's gaze on itself, the monster also focused on Armand. It was 6 meters tall, fat, and with a thick brown metallic shining scaly exterior. Not to mention those sharp claws that could instantly dig through the ground. The potholes it dug had many adventurers dying since those potholes usually had monsters and its surface would get swiftly covered with magical moss and greenery growing in the shimmering fen to make it look like just any other surface of the area. Judging from the marks on its body, it was clear that it had fought other adventurers, but managed to escape. Either after killing them or after getting injured and feeling danger since this field boss was a master in escape. And had high vitality and defense. Maddening Beaver, rank, silver. Level, 5, vitality, 100%, mana, 600, stats. Maddening Beaver, rank, silver. Level, 5, vitality, 100%, mana, 600, stats, physical, strength, 70, health, 70, stamina, 70, mental, mana, 60, focus, 60, perception, 60, it's fat. Alright. Armand looked at its status. His eyes focused. Field bosses were stronger than adventurers of the same rank and level, requiring a group effort to defeat them. But Armand had different thoughts. What if the rare drop chance increased if he fought and killed it alone? Without any help. And did it quickly despite the gap in stats. Moonlight Wisps x3 equals 2 mana. 1 focus. 1 perception. 1 mana. 0.5 perception. Bog Slithers x3 equals 1 strength. 2 health. 2 stamina. Fen Serpents x3 equals 1 perception. 2 strength. 2 health. 1 stamina. 1 focus. The above was the result of spirit devouring in this area, and below his current status, Almond, Adventurer rank, Silver. Level, 5 class, Spirit Dealer, SS, Vitality, 100%, Mana, 575, Stats, 6 unassigned points, Physical, 4 Strength, 34, Health, 24, Stamina, 23, Mental, Mana, 23, plus 34 to 5, Focus 27, Perception, 27, come on. Maddie. Almond muttered under his breath as his eyes were locked onto the maddening breather that was in the air and falling. But before it reached the ground, the monster had swiped its right hand, shooting a sharp and 2-meter-long 3-clawed projectile at Almond. Its speed breakneck. Almond didn't even flinch. His eyes only flickered as the pupils shrank. And a blast occurred. His feet kicking off dust while he shot at the beaver like a bullet. His sword's edge gleaming crimson. Refill my syringes. You big healthy bastard. Almond consumed 20% of his stamina right off the bat, as his sword cut past the monster's neck and landed behind it. 2 ghastly syringes were injected into the beaver, sucking its health and mana. Almond's slash-type sword attack penetrated and slashed through its tough armor and also dealt damage. Enough to shave away 7% of its health since it was cut at its neck and sprayed a fountain of blood. Maddening Beaver got mad that it was damaged and didn't even notice the syringes due to the cut on its neck. 200% of Almond's max vitality and mana was akin to over 20% of the beaver's vitality and mana. So the syringe weakened it more. But it was strange to monsters since this was a type of attack that didn't inflict pain, but still dealt damage in a way. Maddening Beaver contributed the weakening to that slash at its thick neck. Not feeling threatening enough to escape, it angrily turned to Almond and opened its mouth, releasing sharp and compact mud bullets. Almond quickly manifested the Glass Blaze shield, its durability reducing crazily. It was a huge rectangle shield, but it allowed the user to see through it. So Almond approached the beaver while it shot the bullets, his legs pumping. 2 seconds later, he jumped along with the shield and threw it towards the monster. Maddening Beaver's eyes glinted dark red as its tail struck the shield, easily shattering it while its claw went for Almond, who was airborne. Not that easy. Maddie. Almond smiled as he knew this would happen. This monster's reaction was fast, and its fatal point was its head. Moreover, if it was damaged below 50%, it would usually escape to the ground. One of its specialties was fast healing while it was under the ground. So once it escaped, it was over. It would recover quickly and target other adventurers. Moreover, if Almond went for the beaver's head carelessly, it would finish him off with its claw and tails that packed more power with its skill than just displayed in its stats. Even if he didn't die, he would be a mess at least. Frontal attacks like that were useless unless he attacked beyond its speed of reaction. And he only had one way to do that. And he had to one-shot the monster to win. He pumped his feet, and did an air jump using mana, dodging the claw swiping while also using a spirit explosion behind him. Right before the explosion occurred, another Glass Blaze shield appeared behind him to block the explosion while his feet gently laid the shield in the last of milliseconds. All according to his plan. But the satisfaction of actually executing the moves he imagined was exhilarating. He was in full control of his body and mind, in perfect synchronization. Boom! The explosion impacted the shield and then his feet, which Almond used to push forward, getting a speed boost from the explosion's impact. He broke the sound barrier as a loud boom occurred immediately after the explosion, and his sword, enchanted with 200 mana, suddenly and unknowingly produced a blade-like aura that extended from it, making it longer and razor-sharp. Slash! What did I do? The thick and wide neck of the maddening beaver was cleanly cut. Smash! Almond landed on the ground and rolled several meters before smashing into a tree, his expression dumbfounded while his head began bleeding due to the impact. His speed was fast, so it aided in strengthening impact, cracking his head slightly. However, his mind was on that strange sword attack he just executed. I was going for the stab in the head, but why did I slash through its neck? And what the hell was that? Did I just perform a freaking aura enfold? His thought train stopped before it began as he felt a headache and pain, his vision turning red. Shit. He quickly injected the spirit syringe and recovered himself. Congratulations. You have killed a challenging foe all by yourself. You are rewarded 10.000 gold coins for defeating the maddening beaver alone at your current level. You have reached silver rank level 6, the notification is different. Armand's eyes glinted. He looked at where the maddening beaver died and absorbed its spirit. Nearby, a glowing palm-sized orb was present. Blue with brown patterns? Armand had recovered to full thanks to his spirit syringe. He walked towards the orb and picked it up. Looking at the rare grade drop. Earth-shattering gloves, grade, rare/low, durability, 1500 attack, 100 plus 100% of user's strength, effects greater than, active, drilling claw, transforms the gloves into claws and consumes a certain amount of mana every second. Depending on the ground's toughness to dig through and travel fast, greater than, active, infusing 50 mana in the claws will create an earth elemental barrier with a radius of 5 meters around the user, greater than, passive, while the gloves are equipped. You exude an aura within a 5-meter radius that increases physical and magical defense by 50 flat values. This is only applicable to up to 5 ally targets selected by you. These are simply wonderful. Armand smiled. I can wear the gloves and hold the swords. The pair of gloves wasn't a weapon. After all. However, it could become one with that first active effect. Rare drops are awesome. He didn't join Lily and others in clearing the monsters. Lily also didn't deal many killing blows. Instead, she let Alfred kill them. She only killed shimmering fen serpents masterfully to leave a good record in her class quest. Natalia was progressing as well. Albeit slowly. That was really fast. Armand? I looked away for a moment. And the beaver's giant head rolled off. Natalia blinked in curiosity. But I saw a light. Or enfold, Lily said as she stared at Armand. Her eyes sparkling with thrill and shock. How did you do that? Armand coughed and stood up. His expression turning solemn as he stood on a sword. Holding a pose like a Jedi. Super Blade Awakening. Ha! Armand cringed at his own words. But he swung the sword. And nothing happened. As you can see. I also don't know. Armand wryly smiled. Natalia and Lily almost fell to the ground. You got us. Natalia burst out laughing. True. But that makes more sense because aura enfold is not easy to learn at all. But you're really a monster. My darling. Lily's arms went around his neck. Resting on his shoulder and pecking on his lips. A box full of surprise. Here's another one. Armand smiled and showed them the earth-shattering gloves. With earth-shattering gloves in addition. The party's overall power became even stronger. During their last phase of exploration in the Shimmering Fen, Armand made sure to fill up 5 spirit syringes before exiting the area. He didn't level up anymore. But Natalia and Alfred reached silver level 5 while Lily stayed at silver level 5. Barely at the half bar towards silver level 6. Armand only jumped a level because of solo killing the maddening beaver. Which gave him an unusual amount of high EXP. After finally leaving the Shimmering Fen, the party moved west and arrived at a grove of snow-almond trees. This grove was a small collection of beautiful snow-almond trees. It was called this name because its leaves were in the shape of snowflakes while having the color of almonds and vein patterns. Armand, Lily, and Natalia lay on the grassy ground under a tree. Resting after cooking steaks and egg rolls with bread from ingredients Lily and Natalia brought from outside. Alfred sat on a relatively thick branch of the tree, keeping a lookout in all directions. The leaves have almost the same colors as your eyes. Lily's fingers were interlinked with Armand's. And her head leaned towards his shoulder. Yeah. Armand replied. His mind half resting and half thinking about Lily as he turned his head towards her. What are you looking at? Lily asked. Her smile like a graceful yet cheery moonlight shining on a clear pond as she looked at him. Looked at his glossy almond eyes. Her gaze then went to his lips. And she stole a short, smoochy kiss, causing Natalia to roll her eyes as she heard the sound. I feel like something's filling up because of you. And it's making me feel good, Armand said. His eyes becoming unfocused as he felt various emotions. Is this what it feels like to get close to someone and trust them while receiving the same? I can feel her affection so purely, it feels real. It must be your love pool. Lily replied with a grin. I am filling it up with my love. My love pool empty. Natalia muttered. Anyway. Lily? What did you see in him? I mean, I can see it now. If I was a normal girl, I would have definitely felt attracted to the current Armand. Most of the girls would jump into his lap for a good future. Be it short-term or long-term. But you knew nothing about him except that he was freaky with his physical enchantment mastery at first. I know you have some crazy thought process. But I want a clear answer. K. Armand felt a bit of a sting. But he was also curious. Lily blinked, as she saw Armand's eyes and mischievously smiled. You also seem to be curious about this. Darling. Armand dryly chuckled. Well? I can say I am pretty good right now. But at that time, yeah. I don't understand what you saw in me. Do you believe in chemistry between people? The chemical reaction between people? Or like an attractive force that pulls you towards a person because of feel? Instincts? And those fleeting things? Wait, don't tell me my innate talent attracted her attention because I was thinking about her most of the time since we met. Armand suddenly felt kind of sad. And this made him realize that he didn't feel good that he attracted her because of that innate talent. To be honest. Lily, I don't believe in that. But I think it exists. Armand answered according to what he felt. I don't believe it because I am not sure I am capable of getting myself to feel that chemistry. I think too much to accept that. Lily smiled gently and adjusted herself. Moving to lay her head on his chest. Their faces inches apart. Armand's heart started pounding. And he could feel her heartbeat against him. Both of their pulses quickening in sync. I believe in it, she whispered. Her eyes closed. Her peaceful smile lighting up her face. I believe in following my instincts. In the chemistry that feels right. I decide who I want close to me because of how they make me feel. Their words mean nothing if they are lies. And I can capture that. So I believe in my instincts. My feelings? She paused. A faint blush coloring her cheeks. And when I met you, I felt it, the connection. The desire. You were guarded and distrustful. But I could see the drive in you. That, to me, was incredible. I felt a resonance. Armand could understand. He had seen Lily in the academy. But she was always stoic and indifferent. It felt like she had a mask ready that could be adept when interacting with people. She appeared a professional and level-headed beauty who had an air of confidence with her smile when she was interviewed a week ago. But she wasn't anything like that right now. Natalia snickered. That's why nobody knows her true self. Well, except for me. You. And her parents. True. I have a desire deep down. And that's why I focus more on training. Learning martial arts and honing my skills to become strong is necessary for that desire, and it's most fun to me. Lily spoke while her eyes were closed with a peaceful smile. Armand suddenly felt very connected to Lily. When you thought about killing us. Killing me. I felt that desire in you. I had figured out why you wanted to kill us already. So I also felt that conviction and desire to survive. Lily looked at Armand. Only a few inches of distance between their faces as she grinned at Armand. That was super attractive too, and it made a chemical reaction in me like no other. My instincts sought you. Desired you. And because of that, I decided to get you for myself. Even if I had to blackmail you. But you showed your true colors. And it made me even more happy. Lily smiled. You made a decision to trust me. The level of distrust I saw in your eyes at first was crazy. But for your survival and desire, you decided to overcome that. So it wasn't because of my innate talent. Armand's hands wrapped around her back. His mind and heart feeling infinitely attracted to her at the moment. He could see her dreamy dark blue eyes were oozing out intense affection for him. Lily could see the same in his, and it made her even more happy. More satisfied, as if her cells, her instincts got delicious food. Armand? My darling. I knew if I showered you with my affection and love, we would work out. But you made a step as well. And that was just amazing to me. That was the proof that our chemical reaction was like no other. You felt it too? But subconsciously, and that's why you made that decision to trust me completely. That? Armand was amazed. His eyes turned slightly misty as his emotions whirled. He understood something at the moment that made him grateful. He wanted to think this was fate. But his rationality told him it was really a coincidence. A good one for him. A lucky one. Thank you. Lily? Armand's lips directly went to hers as he passionately kissed her, and both of them got absorbed in it for a few seconds before Natalia coughed. Come on. You're making me jealous. Armand and Lily stopped as they lightly chuckled and got up. Sorry. Natalia. Armand apologetically smiled. But seeing that her eyes were actually watering, He was taken aback. I'm sorry. This was insensitive. We won't do anything like this anymore while we are here. Okay. Lily bit her lips and sighed. Sorry. Nat. That was bad on us. Lily? Let's not do this for Natalia anymore, Armand said with a serious expression. I was lucky, truly lucky to encounter you. Lily? I am changing. No. I am developing. And evolving because you took initiative for me. And I know what it feels like to have love. Armand turned to Natalia. We won't hurt you anymore. Natalia sniffed as she wiped away her tears. Now you understand. Ha. I guess you too. Lily? She pouted as she spoke. But her eyes were still getting watery despite her trying to hold back. I am heartbroken. The two dunces who were feeling love for the first time. Only now could understand Natalia who had her heart broken completely. And the fact that she would have to accept that. I'm sorry. My candy. Lily hugged her. Sniff, lick me. A few minutes later. As the trio were resting or rather waiting. Alfred suddenly spoke. Master. I see the bird you mentioned. Armand sprung up on his feet. Where? Alfred quickly pinpointed it. And the group began moving again. Following the bird. The clues led them to this area. Particularly the direction the feather pointed when they discovered it. Based on that, Lily and Armand deduced that the bird would appear around this area of Snow Almond Grove. After following it for 20 minutes, it led them on a zigzag path upward. And they finally arrived at a tall grass area with a mud pond. The bird flew towards the mud pond and suddenly dived down. Damn. So it's under that. Natalia's face scrumped. Guess we'll have to get muddy. But the special area was worth it because defeating the boss there would give them a random rare grade item. The important thing was that rare grade items found inside the first floor would be valuable forever. As long as the labyrinth existed. Because rare grade items crafted outside or gained from second or other floors couldn't be brought into the first floor. Selling these first floor rare grade items would fetch a high price because it could tremendously help newbie adventurers on the first floor. Alfred. You go first and find the passage so that we can quickly dive and reach there, Armand said with a wry smile. Got it. Alfred seemed to smile and dived into the pond. A minute later. Armand got magic whisper from Alfred. Found it. I've created a mana trail to the passage for you to follow. Thanks. Alfred. The trio could see a string of mana coming out of the pond. They jumped in and quickly followed the string of mana through the darkness of the mud below. Lily and Armand could tear through the mud and go smoothly thanks to physical enchantment. Both of them held Natalia's hand and pulled her with them since she couldn't travel inside on her own without physical enchantment. Without physical enchantment. A group must have 1 or 2 warrior role adventurers to even enter and lead their group to the passage with their class skills since warrior-based classes usually had at least 1 strengthening skill. Of course. Other skills could also work since there were a myriad of classes and class skills. A minute later. The trio finally entered a passage and met with Alfred before resuming their journey after cleaning up with water from a water bag. Let's go straight for monsters at silver level 5 and above, Lily said. No need to waste time on silver level 1 to 4 monsters. Yep. Armand nodded. If I remember correctly. White Polen have those strange white snakes and white lynxes. Right. Natalia spoke as the group arrived at a big cavern with white trees and white fog covering it all. The group stopped at the passage's end and didn't enter the cavern. This area should have monsters between silver level 1 to 5, Armand said as he grabbed his sword. I'll scan the location, and we'll make a beeline straight towards that passage at the end. 65 meters away was a passage leading to the next cavern. All right? Let's do this. Lily nodded and carried Natalia in her arms. It'll be faster if I carry you. Armand nodded as he consumed 50 mana, and used the praying sense of the sword. Locating all the monsters 50 meters in front of him. The last 15 meters will be unknown. So I will take the lead and deal with monsters that jump on us but won't stop our speed. We'll be able to fight better inside the passage even if some monsters follow us. Alfred. You will run behind Lily and Natalia so you can act if some monsters attack from behind after we pass them. Understood. Let's go, Armand said and dashed. Lily and Natalia right on his tail, and Alfred behind them. Since he knew where all the monsters were hidden in this fog-covered, tall grass area. He knew what to do. Crossing 10 meters. Armand said with magic whisper. Jump high. Cross 6 meters at once. Armand was 2 meters ahead of Lily and Natalia. So it was enough. He jumped and crossed 6 meters, skipping over a bunch of white Poland snakes and tigers that were on the right and left. Lily also jumped, powering her legs as she crossed 7 meters and resumed running with a 2-meter distance between her and Armand. "Tigers on our ass," Natalia said as she spotted 2 tigers pouncing behind Lily. They were already alerted when Armand jumped. So when Lily jumped, they decided to attack her. Unfortunately for them, Alfred was right behind as his fiery sword cut both of them and tailed behind Lily before smiling at Natalia, who was looking back over Lily's shoulder. Alfred had learned to use flame manipulation to empower his sword, effectively creating a technique flame elemental aura on his sword, coating it with a fiery layer that increased his attack's lethality to a notch above. The group continued behind Armand as he bypassed all the monsters. But the last 15 meters were unknown. "Lily, let's jump with our full power. We can cross 15 meters easily with physical enchantment." "Good idea. Better to do that than to rush through." Armand's legs pumped as he arrived at the mark, consuming mana, and empowering his legs further as he jumped long. He crossed over 15 meters and directly arrived at the solid stone ground in front of the passage. Turning around, he saw Lily and Natalia coming as well. But their balance shifted due to double weight. Lily blinked as she saw Armand looking at them and let go of Natalia with a slight arm motion towards him. Natalia's mouth was open, tongue out, and face shocked while forced to the side as her angle had changed midair. It was a funny scene as she didn't expect to be thrown at such height and speed. But Armand quickly acted and caught her while Lily also landed safely. Alfred arrived right behind, bringing 5 white Poland tigers and snakes. The group entered the passage fast as the monsters followed. But since the space was small inside, the monsters couldn't fight properly. And their main weapon, the specialty of monsters here, white Poland poison, couldn't work that much. White Poland poison was dangerous because it could make someone paralyzed and also sleep, making their consciousness wobbly. Paralysis could only stop the body, but not the applications of mana or the usage of skills. But sleep affected the mind, so it was hard to use mana techniques or skills. White Poland monsters all had this poison as their main attribute, so most of their attacks were infused with this poison. However, inside the passage, they couldn't move freely to attack, and they weren't intelligent enough to make a formation. The group killed silver level 4 and 5 white Poland tigers and snakes easily without getting hit. Lily was close to silver level 6, at 97%, while Alfred and Natalia were halfway to silver level 6 after the battle. "We got a drop," Natalia exclaimed. "That's our first drop from normal monsters. Nice. It looks like something you can use," Lily said as she inspected the item Natalia picked up. Serpent Curse Wand, grade, uncommon. Attack, plus 10% potency to control type and offense type skills. Perk, plus 3 perception. Plus 3 focus. Effects, greater than serpent spell, using 50 mana. You can shoot an ethereal white serpent. If struck, it puts the target to sleep with a 50% chance while having a 100% chance of paralyzing for 2 seconds. "This is great," Armand said as read the status. "It can paralyze boss monsters for a second. Not to mention its usefulness against other silver-ranked adventurers. Glad we triggered the drop here. This is indeed one of the better uncommon grade drops on the first floor." Lily smiled. "And its perk is maxed. The maximum stats we can get from an uncommon grade is 6 if I remember correctly." "Yep. It's 6. Rare grade has up to 50 based on its sub-grade. But mind you on that one, since low-class rare grade could have a maximum of 10 stats bonus." Armand wryly smiled. "But in exchange, I got all possible effects. So that's good." Praying Hunter's sword didn't get any boost that increased the user's stats perks. His common grade staff also had a stat boost, though it was just plus 1 mana stat, plus 10 mana into the mana pool, anyway. This was a good find. "Let's continue," Natalia said with a jolly grin, clearly in a happy mood as she gave her common grade wand to Lily, who put it in the storage pouch while she held a white wand with a crystal red-eyed serpent head at the top. The chance of getting drops from normal monsters was utterly low. It was less than 1%. Be it common grade or uncommon grade. It was the same for both, since this rate was the rate of drop from a normal monster. This rate increased by 5% every 3 days, since the floors would get powerful every 3 days. Up to 21% on the last 3 days of the month. The elite monsters would also spawn. A stronger version of the same monster like Elite Goblin Archer, Elite Bog Slither, and so on. Those had an extra 10% chance on drops. But only one elite monster of each kind would spawn in an area. Naturally. Their numbers would also double every 3 days. So the last 3 days of the labyrinth were practically in hell mode due to a massive increase in the number of monsters. Not to mention how they would be 5% to 10% stronger every 3 days. The party was walking and arrived at the end of the passage after walking for 100 meters. Well, I guess this will be our new battlefield for some hours, Lily said as she looked at a large cavern with glowing plants. Tall grass. Trees. And less fog than the first area. But more variety of trees. Plants. And other things? The Spirit Factory has successfully finished its production list, nice. Let's sit down for a bit, Armand said with a smug smile and sat down. We just got 20 new items. Lily and Natalia clearly appeared excited and sat down. Bring the stuff on the table. Boss. Natalia rubbed her hands with anticipation while grinning. Let's see what you cooked this time, Lily chuckled as she winked at Armand. A scrumptious meal as always. For sure. Armand had put 15 spirits inside. Resulting in 15 items. 5x bog slithers spirits. 5x moonlight wisps spirits. 5x shimmering fen serpent spirits. Here we go. Armand waved his hand as he spawned out the items. 5x bog slither arrows uncommon grade, 3x moonlight crystal, uncommon grade, 2x wispy illusion bombs one-time use, uncommon grade, 2x shimmering spine spears, uncommon grade, 2x shimmering serpent's fangs one-time use, uncommon grade, 1x shimmering trap one-time use, rare grade, that last one. Lily was surprised. Your Spirit Factory crafted a rare grade. I wonder what it does. Natalia blinked curiously as she looked at the 5-inch radius thick ring with shimmering serpents' tails shining as its material. Yeah. I was also surprised to see a rare grade one. Armand shared the item's details with them. Shimmering trap, grade, rare type, one-time use, greater than infuse 50 mana in the ring to activate the ring and then put it anywhere you wish to set the trap. Anyone who steps on the ring or touches it will trigger the trap in half a second. Effects, greater than turns 5-meter radius ground into deadly bog 5 meters deep that pulls the targets downward while covering the area with thick fog. Voice can't travel out of the fog unless enhanced with mana. Reading the effects. The trio got chills. It was deadly. Alright. Armand grinned and said, this is going to be useful. It doesn't even look like a trap. But more like a dropped item or something. Let's see other items. Lily moved her gaze to the arrows. Her eyes sparkling. Those seem very useful to me. Me too, Natalia said as she waved her Willoughby crossbow. Armand laughed. Yep. Take a look. Sharing the details. Everyone looked at the new status window. Bog slither arrow, grade, uncommon duration, 1 day, durability, 100 100ths, attack, 50 plus 100% of mana infused converting to attack. Max 100 mana, effects, greater than targets stuck by the arrow will get ensnared by vines from the ground. The number of vines depends on the mana infused into the arrow, 1 vine per 10 mana infused. Note, greater than using the arrow decreases its durability. And loss increases per mana infused, 10 mana infused is a loss of 10 durability. And using 100 mana will destroy the arrow after it is hit, greater than you can repair the item's durability by 100% using 1 spirit. Another crazy item. Natalia muttered. These arrows are so powerful. I can repair their durability as well. Armand chucked. We have 5. So split up yourselves. I'll take 2, Natalia said with a grin. Lily? You got a quiver from Goblin Colony. Right? Yep. Lily nodded as she picked up the remaining 3 arrows and put them in her storage bag before taking out the quiver. Willoughby crossbow could generate an arrow using mana, so she didn't need a quiver until now. Check out this. It's most useful in my opinion. Armand shared the details of the Moonlight Crystal. Moonlight Crystal, grade, uncommon effects, greater than infuse 10 mana to activate the crystal. Producing a bright light to illuminate an area. It also discovers monsters within a 10-meter radius and gives light up to a 50-meter radius. It remains active for 1 hour. And the crystal can stick to anything solid but drowns in water. Cooldown, 1 hour. Note, after the crystal activates. It becomes fragile and can be destroyed if struck by an attack of 25. Be it physical or magical. This is very useful. Like very. Lily muttered. Realizing this item's potential. As long as it's not destroyed. We can use it. Crazy effect. Damn. The illuminating items like magic torches and lamps in the market don't even come close to this crystal's effect, Natalia said in amazement. Yep. But even a level 1 bronze-ranked monster can destroy that crystal if it punches it. Armand wryly smiled. So it's safe to say that even shockwaves of stronger attack could accidentally destroy it. Unless? Armand grinned and took out a glass blaze shield. We protect it with another item. This shield can work. But we want something like a glass cube. Great idea. Lily's eyes lit up. Once we get out of the labyrinth, I'll tell my father to commission a tough glass cube. We can put this crystal inside it and use it. Excellent. Armand smiled. And for that, we shouldn't use these crystals here. They are too fragile for now. So put them in your storage pouch. After Lily put them inside her storage pouch, Armand shared the details of the Wispy Illusion Bomb. Wispy Illusion Bomb, grade, uncommon type, one-time use. Wispy Illusion Bomb, grade, uncommon type, one-time use. Effect, greater than infuse 10 mana and throw the bomb. Upon impact, it explodes and makes everyone within a 10-meter radius dizzy and shows them hallucinations for 2 seconds. Not bad. Useful against other adventurers like the Shimmering Trap. Lily nodded. Shimmering Serpent's Fangs, grade, uncommon type, one-time use. Attack, 50, plus 100% of user's strength effect, greater than poisonous flying dagger that rapidly dissolves into lethal acid and fast-acting poison once struck to the flesh. This one is also good. Lily raised her eyebrows. Yeah. It's deadly. Natalia nodded. And last, Armand shared the details of Shimmering Spine Spear. Shimmering Spine Spear, grade, uncommon duration, 2 days, durability, 1000/1000ths, attack, 50 plus 60% of the user's strength, perk, greater than plus 2 strength. Effect, greater than Shimmering Stab, increases piercing power by 50% and user's action speed by 30% for 3 seconds after infusing 50 mana. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Note, greater than increased duration by 1 day and durability by 50% at the cost of 1 spirit. We'll open our attack with this. Armand grinned as he grabbed all 3 spears and stood up, before turning to the passage's exit. The sword was in contact with him at his back in the sheath. So he activated Praying Sense after walking to the edge, overlooking the cavern. Praying Sense. Armand's eyes grew as if he was looking from a higher dimension. Everything within a 50-meter radius completely clear. The air felt cooler, carrying a damp, earthy scent that mingled with the faint aroma of the glowing plants, scattered across the landscape. The cavern stretched like a sprawling underground forest. Luminescent fungi clung to the cavern walls, casting an eerie, bluish glow that bathed the scene in soft, flickering light. Trees with twisted, dark trunks and silver-leafed branches reached upward, swaying gently as if moved by an unseen breeze. In the middle of the cavern, a crystalline river wound its way through the terrain, its waters glowing faintly. Along the riverbank, tall, thick grass swayed, concealing movement underneath. Some of the plants pulsed with life, their bioluminescent hues flickering from green to purple in a rhythmic dance. Scattered throughout were stone formations, large, jagged rocks that jutted out of the earth, some wrapped in vines, creating natural obstacles. The fog here was thinner than in the previous area but still present, clinging low to the ground, curling around the tree roots and obscuring their feet. It shifted and swirled, giving the sense that something could emerge at any moment. Occasional flashes of movement could be seen in the distance, shadows darting between the trees, their forms indistinct in the pale light. Armand detected the pinpoint location of every monster 50 meters away. He grabbed one of the spears from his left hand and stood in a spear-throwing position, his right arm exerting full power along with his 2 legs using physical enchantment, as he gained a solid foothold. The ground beneath him slightly cracked as his right arm's veins popped out, his strength fully exerted. And then, he attacked. A loud sonic boom echoed as the spear instantly vanished from Lily and Natalia's sight. A moment later, another blast rang out, and they saw 4 lethal fang rabbits impaled in various spots as the spear crashed into the cavern wall 180 meters away. You have killed 4 level 7 lethal fang rabbits. You have completed your first specialized class quest. Armand stayed focused, ignoring the notifications. He had already picked up the second spear with only 5 seconds left. Boom! The second spear shot out like a bolt with another sonic boom, piercing a level 7 white Poland tiger before skewering through 2 level 6 white Poland snakes. You have reached level 7, once more. He grabbed the final spear. Even faster this time. And hurled it with a loud rumble. Striking 2 level 6 lethal fang rabbits and a level 7 white dust centipede squarely in the head. Splattering it. After 10 seconds of praying sense. Armand's body relaxed. Releasing visible steam. Woo. That felt good. Natalia's mouth hung open in shock motherfucking $#. What the hell? Wonderful attacks. Lily grinned as she walked to the edge of the passage and put her hand on Armand's shoulder. Cool down a bit and recover. Darling, we'll take the field now. Armand laughed and sat down on the floor. Enjoy? I'll be there soon. Alfred. Summon the wolves and let them aid Natalia while you can fight however you like. With pleasure? Alfred slightly bowed before the claws at his waist glowed and summoned 2 spectral wolves. Hurry. Nat. Or you'll be left behind, Lily said before she jumped high. Her figure glinting with aura as she used physical enchant along with her 2 class skills. Turning invisible and boosting her speed as she moved like the wind while her daggers cleanly cut off 5 monsters' heads, 2x level 6 tigers and 3x level 7 lethal fang rabbits. Natalia also joined while Alfred took on a different area to be his battlefield with the spectral wolves. Armand gathered all 15 spirits and meditated. Quickly recovering his mana and stamina. I have to add some points into stamina. Using my full physical power exerts more stamina. Those 3 spears drained 80% of his stamina since he had gone all out in physical exertion on top of using physical enchantment. But the results were just as satisfying. Having killed 10 monsters in 10 seconds with praying sense. He had 34 strength and 23 stamina. The more strength he exerted, the more stamina he consumed. And his stamina wasn't keeping up with his strength at the moment. Just like how a stronger or slash and a higher graded skill would consume more mana. It was the same with exerting one's physical body's strength. And just like how one's skill execution mastery, technique execution mastery, and efficiency of the skills brought out higher performance with the same amount of mana consumption. It was the same with using the physical body efficiently to bring out higher performance with the same amount of stamina consumption. Armand had 12 unassigned stat points. And he decided to dump 11 into his stamina to fight longer. He fully recovered 30 seconds later and cooled down. As adding points to his stamina stat increased both his maximum stamina and recovery rate. Armand jumped into the fray with his sword. Joining the battlefield at far right. Alfred was in the far northeast. 100 meters away. While Natalia was 50 meters below him in the southeast. Lily was in the center of the battlefield. So Armand jumped towards the western area. A level 7 white Poland tiger pounced on him along with a level 7 lethal fang rabbit in a pincer attack. Let the dance with blade begin. Armand had an expression of utmost enjoyment and thrill. Armand's sword glinted in motion as he targeted the tiger first as it was closer. His sword cutting in an arc as it rolled off the tiger. His motion slowed down only a bit while it still continued. His foot pressing on the ground as he turned. His blade slicing the lethal fang rabbit into 2. Horizontally. Lethal fang rabbits were 1 meter tall and had sharp, blade-like fangs along with claws. Their fangs were truly lethal due to the high penetration they had. Capable of even piercing uncommon grade shields and containing a fast-acting poison that deteriorates health. So if they jumped and drove their fangs into an adventurer without defensive skill, it would usually result in 100% death. Armand was more careful of the rabbits. But it wasn't hard. As long as he was careful of their close-range fang attack, he would be safe. Everyone was in combat. Using various skills and new items. Natalia's new wand matched perfectly with her class skills. And with the Willoughby crossbow that produces its own arrows at the cost of 10 mana. She could easily finish off the monsters. She also had big slither arrows. Which were considerably powerful. The wolves were helping her as Armand commanded them. Making it easier for Natalia to maneuver and get protection. Alfred had no difficulty fighting solo like Lily and Armand since he had a good assortment of various skills. And he used them proficiently. Everyone was in different areas in this small forest-like cavern. Thrillingly fighting against monsters, and undoubtedly improving. Gaining experience in their first run of Labyrinth. Armand freely used spirits from his spirit pocket since he was going to get more. And he could only keep 100. He restored the durability of both slither arrows each time Natalia used them. And he also restored the durability of the spear but didn't use them anymore. He also started devouring spirits during the battle since it didn't hinder him performance-wise. Even if he used Spirit Devour during the fight. This way. He emptied more space to keep storing the spirits. 3x White Poland Tigers, +1 strength. +1 stamina. +1 perception. +1.5 focus. 3x white Poland snakes, +2 health. +1 perception. +1 mana. 3x lethal fang rabbits, +1 health. +1 strength. +1 focus. +1 stamina. +0.5 focus. 3x white dust centipede, 1 mana. +2 health. +1 strength. The battle lasted for around 20 minutes as the group chugged a few mana potions in the middle of the battle. They didn't exert themselves heavily in the physical area as there were no potions to recover stamina. But by combining steadfast and efficient physical exertion in tandem with using their skills, they could last longer in the battle while killing more monsters. There was no need to exert 100% of physical power every second. In total, the number of monsters killed stood at 58 as Armand acquired 58 spirits. And this also marked the completion of Lily's and Natalia's first specialized class quest. During the battle, Armand also devoured 12 spirits of White Poland Lairs monsters. And his spirit pocket was still 100/100ths by the time the battle ended as he calculatingly used up the spirits he had from previous areas for his skills and recovering items. In the end, Armand remained at level 7. But 92% progressed toward level 8. While Lily, Natalia, and Alfred reached level 7. After the battle was over, the group picked up some uncommon grade flowers and fruits from the tree. White Poland's lair had a good amount of resources. A perk of being a hidden area. The first cavern had nothing. But the second and third caverns were bound to have a good amount. From this second cavern, they got 9 uncommon grade resources. After scouring the forestic cavern, the group entered the second passage and sat down to recover as well as proceed in their specialized class quest. First of all, Armand added 20 spirits in the spirit factory for the new production batch. 5x White Poland tigers. 5x White Poland snakes. 5x lethal fang rabbits. 5x white dust centipedes. Afterward, he looked at his specialized class panel. Prefix, Grimblade, please select a prefix out of the options given below, add to library, options, Shadowbane Ironfang Stormborn Cinderborn Ashen Void Riftveil 6 options. Armand rubbed his temples. This was going to be hard to decide. Alright. Let's break this down. Shadowbane Grimblade, this would lean towards assassin side. Having shadow attribute, and other points complementing it. Ironfang Grimblade, Iron and Fang. This sounds like a full assault class. I guess this would be more like a warrior. Stormborn Grimblade, considering elements. Storm would have wind, lightning, and water. And storm itself. Sounds like this class would have a bit of versatility but more on the offense side and powerful with flashy style. Cinderborn Grimblade obviously sounds like flame related. Ash. Magma. Flame, no doubt this sounds powerful as well. But the next two. Armand's eyes glinted. They are more interesting. Ashen Void, ashen means many things, very pale. An indication of fear or being sick. And could be related to ashes as well. Void is self-explanatory. But I can't imagine how and what kind of skills this class would generate. Lastly, Armand looked at the last option and wryly smiled. Damn this. Riftveil? Rift has multiple different meanings based on context. A crack in the ground or space and a crack in the relationship between people are two. But how does it combine with the veil? Veil can mean multiple things. First is a face-covering veil. It also symbolizes mystery, and can also mean separation. Like rift. Some comics and webtoons read in the library also describe the veil as a boundary between the physical and spiritual realm. It's used to separate the material world from spiritual stuff. Armand had removed the first 4 options from his mind. The last 2 were simply too interesting. But he had to choose one. What should I choose? Think. Think more. And reach a conclusion. Ashen Void Grimblade or Riftveil Grimblade. Which one will synergize with me more with my first class and can enhance my style? Armand was thinking of all the possibilities and crazy fantasies that could be possible with those 2 class names. Ashen Void sounds more powerful for obvious reasons. Void is related to spacetime. Or rather, the absence of it. Its nothingness? It should be offensive based on its name. But Armand's eyes were glued on the last option. Riftveil is more mysterious. It also has the concept of void in a way since it nullifies connections. But it seems to be able to do more. And I cannot figure out everything. Who knows what kind of possibilities are there? Riftveil, this word. It's more mystical. And it definitely has more unique possibilities. Armand's thoughts swirled. And he made a decision. This is it. You have chosen Riftveil as your special class's prefix. The initial potential rank of your specialized class has been determined. Which is based on not just the simple words but also your thoughts and desires. Show me the rank. Armand's eyes burned with anticipation. A second later. It finally appeared. Riftveil Grimblade's initial potential class rank is SS. Depending on your next quest's result. This rank could decrease or increase, decreases too. Armand winced. Second quest of your specialized class, skill visualization. This will determine the first skill of your class and also its rank as well as the number of class skills you can initially have and get hints regarding the development of your next class skills. Here it is. Armand gulped. Quest, skill visualization, objective, greater than imagine and visualize a skill completely based on your class name. Derive meanings. Bend them to your will. And draw your skill. You may visualize multiple times. And you don't have to think about restricting your imagination. Be sure to name your visualized skills so you can submit one. Armand? Did you finish your class name? Lily asked. Armand opened his eyes and nodded. Yep. Here's mine. Natalia excitedly said as she used Mana to write in the air with her control with a stylish font. Chaosbound Serenador. Both Lily and Armand were surprised. Chaosbound Serenador, sounds good. Lily blinked, as she said. Guess the rank, Natalia said cheekily. S rank. Armand smiled. That class name deserves S rank for sure. Can't deny that. Lily nodded before asking curiously. So. What's the rank? Never mind. Your expression gave it away, Lily said with a chuckle before Natalia could speak. Natalia merrily grinned. It's an S rank class. And I'll make it SS rank. What did you two get? SS rank class, Lily said as her smile contained a hint of joyous pride. I am satisfied with it because I feel like it's going to synergize with my ego well. Saying that she also wrote her class name and rank using Mana. Dreadspire, Warlock SS rank. Whoa. That's one scary class name, Natalia exclaimed and then snickered. Definitely suitable to you. Lily showed her paws and growled while smiling. I'll make sure you tremble in fear and wet your bed after I get this class. Neo? Natalia dramatically said before she and Lily couldn't help but laugh. What did you get? Darling. Mine is also SS rank. But not as scary sounding. Armand smiled and snapped his finger. Drawing his class name in the air as Lily and Natalia looked at it. Riftveil Grimblade SS rank. Natalia smacked her lips. Amazed. That's one hell of a cool name. Damn. Very cool. Just like mine? Lily grinned. And if we just take suffixes of our class. Grimblade sounds more scary than Warlock. Grimblade is strange, I don't think I've seen that suffix on anyone before. Did you? Lily? Lily shook her head. Her eyes twinkling in curiosity. There are a lot of suffixes. But there's no suffix that's completely unique to oneself so far. Many people have the same suffixes. But it's my first time seeing Grimblade. That's kinda true. Armand thoughtfully nodded. I saw familiar suffixes in the list. But this one struck me. Serenador and Warlock were not suffixes that appeared the first time. One of the top 10 strongest adventurers had a Warlock in his title. And it was because of his special class. There were even Warlock in the starting class of people. Like Blood Warlock. Storm Warlock. And such. Serenador was also not that rare. It was just like Bard. There were class names with Serenador as a suffix as well. But Grimblade seems to be a new addition. Anyway. Our class ranks are promising. But we have to be careful with our next quest, Lily said. Her expression turning serious. Based on the information I have. The chance of increasing our class rank with the next quest is low. In fact. The likelihood of our class rank decreasing is higher. You can say that decreasing in rank and keeping the same rank have the same chance on average while increasing the rank has a low chance. Interesting? Armand was surprised. He didn't have information about this. But it wasn't strange Lily had that information. Having parents in the Global Adventurer Association sure is handy. Natalia grinned. Share some tips with us. The tip is already given in the quest. You can imagine and visualize a drum that shatters the planet. But as the quest mentioned, we have to visualize the skill, completely, Lily said. Emphasizing the last word. Completely? Armand muttered. You see? The quest tells us not to restrict our imagination. But it also wants us to visualize skills fully. I feel like we have to visualize an overpowered skill with great details and multiple possibilities based on the meanings we derive from our class names. He added. Yes. Darling. Lily smiled. That's exactly what I feel. And most people don't do that. I also think that we have to put as many details as possible in our skill visualization while keeping it tied to our class name's meanings. But Almond. Your class name sounds confusing, Natalia said as she looked at Almond. Riftvale Grimblade, I am having a headache just thinking about what to visualize with that to make it overpowered. Lol. Do you have any idea? Lily nodded in agreement. True. It's a bit tricky. Almond's expression was blank. I have no idea yet. I haven't even begun thinking about anything overpowered related to it. But... Almond's eyes glinted as his face shifted into a grin filled with anticipation and excitement. I'll definitely come up with something awesome. That's good to hear. Let's finish off this area and clear the Briarwood Grove area after that, Lily said as she took out a bunch of things from the storage pouch. The evening would descend by then. And we'll take our time visualizing the skill at the camp in high hills at the upper part of the mountain. Sounds good. Almond nodded. Followed by a growling sound from his stomach. I was hungry. But now I am even more hungry. Almond? Help us this time so we can cook faster. Natalia rolled up her invisible sleeves. All right. I am famished. Lily rubbed her stomach. Let's make something quick and filling. The three of them grinned and spoke at the same time. Steak. After all. They were exhausted after fighting. Consuming all their physical energy at the end. And Almond was even more so since he exhausted himself twice. Stamina's recovery heavily depends on hunger. Especially for adventurers who exhaust themselves multiple times a day. If the physical body doesn't have any energy, stamina recovery considerably slows down. As such, the trio cooked a meal with a makeshift outdoor kitchen as usual. Thanks to the tools Lily brought with her. Half an hour later, everyone had eaten and fully recovered as they resumed their journey towards the final cavern of White Poland's lair. Third cavern of the White Poland's lair. It had many monsters and resources. But the final boss was further at the end in the lair. Slumbering. Number of monsters in the third cavern, 78. Number of resources, 26. 36x silver level 8 to 9 white reaper beetles. 29x silver level 9 to 10 chilling spark panthers. 13x silver level 10 sabersnout hogs. Among them, Almond killed a total of 26 monsters. His progress stopping at level 9, 77%. Lily killed 23 monsters. Her progress stopping at level 9, 39%. Natalia killed 16 monsters. Reaching level 9, 3%. And the remaining were killed by Alfred. Who also reached level 9, 8%. It took around 40 minutes to fight and kill monsters in this large cavern that was 4 kilometers square in size. Almond gained a new surge of stat points after devouring 3 spirits of each type of monster. Getting stronger again. Devouring those 9 spirits. He got 3x white reaper beetles, 2 strength. 1 health. Plus 1 stamina. Plus 0.5 focus. 3x chilling spark panthers, 1 strength. 2 health. 1 mana. 1 perception. 3x sabersnout hogs, plus 1 strength. Plus 2 health. 1 stamina. 1 focus. Plus 0.5 perception. He wasn't even trying hard because if he did, he would eat most of the monster kills. As such, he focused on refining and discovering more sword plays instead. The party was practically invincible against monsters on this first floor. Mainly thanks to the abundance of items Almond's Spirit Factory produced and the synergy of the team. Almond and Lily were absolute beasts in combat. And Natalia was a trickster to the enemy and support in a way. Not to mention the spectral wolves and Alfred, who were not any less powerful. Almond had lent earth-shattering gloves to Natalia for the time being. She could utilize its passive effect of increasing the defense of allies within a 5-meter radius better since she was in the team with Wolves and Alfred. The party dominated this third cavern completely and cleared it before finally under a tree in the center instead of entering the last passage since it was short. And they could see the boss slumbering from there. To make space for the new 78 spirits -9 that he devoured, Almond sacrificed all the spirits he had gained from previous areas by repairing items and using them to increase the durations of some more useful spirit items. Of course, he had recovered Wolfclaw Gauntlet long ago. making it duration 30 days when he was in Willoughby Nest, since he had excess spirits to be used because there were a lot of Willowbees. Wolf Claw gauntlets were useless to be used as a weapon. But the effect it got from his spirit factory was fantastic, since the spectral wolves inherited Armand's stats, making them powerful. As for other items, he mainly increased the duration of all 3 shimmering spine spears to 3 days, costing him 9 spirits. Bog slither arrows to 3 days, which cost him 15 spirits. Finally, 1 glass blaze shield's duration 3 days, which cost him 3 spirits. Glass blaze bears gave mostly one-time use items except for glass blaze shields, and they had already used them in Shimmering Fen. The shield was good, so Armand kept one since the rest were destroyed. 3x moonlight crystals didn't have durations despite not being one-time use items. Fortunately, they were safe in the storage pouch. 2x wispy illusion bombs were one-time use items, and they hadn't used any yet as there was no need so far. 2x shimmering serpent's fangs were also one-time use items, and Armand planned to use them in the incoming boss fight. 1x shimmering trap, the only rare grade item his spirit factory has produced so far, was put into the safe. It was a rare grade, meaning that it could affect monsters above silver level 10 easily as well. There was no need to use it blindly. As for other items that Natalia and Lily used, he had already increased their durations to 10 days yesterday. Natalia's Willoughby crossbow was at 10 days duration. The other 2 crossbows had vanished since a day passed. Lily's all 3 Willoughby daggers were also at 10 days duration. These were useful because of the paralyzing effect. All in all, Armand had 10 different types of items from his spirit factory, all of them abundantly useful and more powerful than regular items of the same grade. Right after they sat down for recovery in a triangle formation, Armand heard the sweet sound of notification from his spirit factory. He looked at the list. 3x Snow Hide Cloak, uncommon grade. 2x Poland Tiger's Belt, uncommon grade. 4x White Poland Charm Rings, uncommon grade. 1x Spirit Snake Bite, one-time use, uncommon grade. 2x White Dust Carapace Armor, uncommon grade. 3x White Dust Venom Quiver, uncommon grade. 2x Lethal Fang Sabers, uncommon grade. 3x Lethal Fangs Boots, uncommon grade. Interesting new items. And only one-time use item. Just as Armand finished reading the list, another notification greeted him, making him excited. It was from his spirit pocket. Hey, party. It's finally time we get one more member. Armand grinned as he eagerly activated the Spirit Kadoku pocket and brought out the new Spirit Wraith in the middle of the triangle they had formed. Lily and Natalia quickly attended to Armand upon hearing that, as they knew what he meant. What's it going to be? Lily muttered in anticipation as she saw a swirl of mystical and colorful smoke with sparks gathering in the middle. It won't be a humanoid since there's no human spirits inside. Right? Natalia blinked before she added. If only that bastard Zoran didn't affect others with his death. We could have killed him. He deserves to die. Humph. Can't deny that. Armand nodded, his eyes on the Spirit Wraith manifesting. Half a second later, everyone saw a monster they had never seen before. A chimera type. Ha! Lily's eyes glinted in curiosity. It looks scary as hell. Natalia winced. It was 2.5 meters tall, had glassy scales over its body, and had 4 snake-like arms with a literal snake-like mouth in place of a standard hand or claw. They wiggled like tentacles, the snake mouth hissing as their venomous fangs glinted. It also had 4 legs like a mantis, but they were thick and stubby. Its crystally eyes glowed dark green with blue pupils. And the final horror factor was a pair of giant bee-like wings but furry with green and yellow patterns at its back. There were 4 glowing blue crystal orbs on its chest as a part of its body as well, pulsing like a heartbeat. Alright. This is one hell of a creepy thing. No wonder the product is called Spirit Wraith. Armand wryly chuckled. Please name your new Spirit Wraith, share us the status. I wonder what skills it has. Lily grinned. I'm sure it's powerful. Yep. Armand quickly made a name and then shared the status. Oh. This doesn't start from level 1. And what's with the new things? Armand was surprised and shared it. This is new. Alright. Take a look. Chimera Viper Fiend, classification, off tank. Chimera Viper Fiend, rank, silver level, 5 classification, off-tank quirks, greater than irrational, can switch between defensive and offensive mode quickly. Speed plus 30% in offensive mode. Defense plus 30% in defensive mode, greater than poison physique, can absorb various kinds of poisons and store them. Stats, 42 unassigned stat points. Physical, strength, 15, health, 15, stamina, 15, mental, 4 mana, 15, focus, 15, perception, 15, skills, 1. Viper Fang Shot. 2. Synthesized Tank. 3. Toxin Flare. 4. Nightmare Mist. 5. Moonlight Barrier. Note, this Spirit Wraith has a chance to awaken new skills upon getting stronger. Whoa! What a monster, Natalia exclaimed. Those quirks are so useful. Why don't we have those? Maybe we would have if we ate each other and evolved like that. I guess that depends on chemistry, Armand chuckled as he looked at Lily. Lily would know. Natalia burst out laughing while Lily jokingly rolled her eyes. That aside, this monster is going to be very useful for us. Lily's eyes glinted. Armand? How do you plan to assign the stat points? I'm tempted to focus on strength, health, and mana more. But I'll do evenly for now. What if it awakens a new skill if I increase its focus and perception? Saying that, Armand distributed the stat points, adding 7 to each stat. And? Armand grinned and waved his hand. The new batch of items are ready. With them, we'll be able to fight the boss with fewer risks. The boss they were going to fight could be arguably the strongest boss on this fairy mountain. Wandering Fairy was also strong. But it was a different type of monster than the one they were going to fight in White Poland's lair. Both were silver level 10 boss-type monsters. The strongest ceiling possible on the first floor of the labyrinth. However, in terms of lethality, White Poland's boss was stronger. Each of us will wear the Snowhide cloak since we have 3. They are made from White Poland tiger spirits. Armand shared the cloaks and then the items details. Snowhide cloak, grade, uncommon. Duration, 3 days, durability, 500/500, defense, plus 30p.def. Plus 30m.def. Perks, greater than plus 3 health. Effects, gravity repel, infusing 50 mana in the cloak will make you highly lightweight for 1 minute. Reducing the gravity effect on you by 30%. Cooldown, 2 minutes. What's this? Your items didn't give stat perks before. Lily was surprised. And the duration is automatically 3 days. Yep. I think reaching 30 in focus and perception improved Spirit Factory automatically. I got a notification. But it was during the fight. And now it's gone. But I remember it was related to it. This is nice. Natalia wore the cloak. It's furry like tiger's fur. But it also gives us good overall defense. Especially at the back. Yep. It's indeed very good equipment. Lily nodded as she also wore the cloak and grinned. This effect is going to be my favorite. Yeah. We'll become faster with it. Armand nodded and took out the next items. Next is Poland Tiger's Belt. But I only got 2 of those. Poland Tiger's Belt, grade, uncommon. Duration, 3 days, durability, 300/300, perk, greater than plus 2 stamina. Plus 2 focus. Effects, greater than poly items, passive, you can stick items to this belt in miniature form with simple contact. Up to 5 items. Wait. For real? Natalia quickly took a belt and put her crossbow on it. In the next second, the crossbow became like a keychain and hung on the belt. Holy shit. Lily and Armand were also surprised. These effects from your spirit items are pretty awesome. Lily grinned. You too wear the belt. I already have a storage pouch at my waist to pick things. Yeah. This will be handy. We can hang potions and items at our waists now. Armand got up and put on the belt. He put on the one that gave lower stat perks and gave the one with more stat perks to Natalia. Lily took out 2 mana potions and 2 healing potions before taking out more things. Here. You wanted to use this at this boss from the start. So you can hang them at your waist now. Lily took out 2 shimmering serpent's fangs one-time use items. Lily? I want 2 bog slither arrows. Natalia's eyes twinkled. I can use them during battle now. No need. Armand interjected with a chuckle as he took out the next item. I have something better to hold the arrows. Whoa. Quivers. Natalia fixed her gaze on the 3 quivers. That's pretty nice. Lily blinked. Curious. And I suppose these quivers have effects too? Yep. Let's see what they got. Armand shared the details. White dust venom quiver, grade, uncommon. Duration, 3 days, enchant, plus 10% damage to arrows in the quiver. Perk, greater than plus 2 mana. Plus 1 perception. Effects, greater than arrow 1, infuse 10 mana to generate a white dust venom arrow in the quiver, greater than arrow 2, infuse 20 mana to generate a white dust toxin blast arrow in the quiver, greater than the quiver can only hold up to 10 arrows. Crazy item. Natalia was dazed. How many quivers you got? Lily asked with twinkling eyes. She was also an expert archer. So this quiver was very tempting. More than we need, Armand chuckled and took out 2 more quivers. Take these 2. They got better stat perk. Both of them replaced the normal common grade quivers with the new ones. Next items are rings. I got 4 of them. So Alfred can also get 1. Armand took out 4 rings before sharing the status of 1. White Poland Charm Ring, grade, uncommon. Duration, 3 days. Perk, greater than plus 1 focus. Plus 3 stamina. Effects, greater than charm, infuse 50 mana in the ring to manifest a snake illusion, that has a 10% chance to charm the target. Allowing you to command it for 10 seconds, greater than magic shield, infuse 50 mana to generate a projectile shield in front of you to defend. High magic defense but low physical defense. Cooldown, 1 minute. The first effect is pretty much useless with a 10% chance, Natalia said. But the second one is pretty good. Yeah. High magic defense shield is good, Armand said as he activated the effect. A meter radius big shield appeared 1 meter in front of him. He could move it just with his thought. Making him a little surprised. Lily blinked. That's nice. At least we won't need to hold the shield and can instantly activate the ring's effect. Armand gave the ring with the best perk to Natalia and then distributed the others with him. Keeping the one with the lowest stat perk. Spirit Snake Bite. This one is a one-time use item that can increase any pain felt by twice for 1 minute. And I got only 1. Armand handed it to Lily. Put it in the pouch. We don't need to use it on monsters. True. What's next? Natalia eagerly asked while rubbing her palms. White dust carapace armor. It's big and heavy. So Lily and I won't use it. Alfred and you can use it. Armand gave the armor to Natalia and Alfred before sharing its details. It looks kinda beautiful even though it's made from that white dust centipede. Natalia grinned. A mage with that armor looks funny, Lily chuckled. White dust carapace armor, grade, uncommon duration, 3 days, defense, plus 100p. Def. Plus 70m. Def. Perk, greater than plus 3 health. Plus 1 strength. Plus 1 focus. Effects, greater than defense up, infuse 50 mana to increase original defense values by 20% for 1 minute. Cooldown, 2 minutes, greater than dust mist, infuse 50 mana to release a dusty mist within a 10-meter radius for 10 seconds. Obstructing the vision of everyone. Not bad. Natalia grinned. Looks tough enough. And I love the effects. Thank you. Master. Any more? Lily looked at Armand as if asking for more candies. Armand smiled and took out 3 pairs of boots and 2 sabers. Lethal Fang boots and Lethal Fang sabers. These are the last ones. Boots? Nice. Natalia was excited. Weapons were useless to her. But this batch of production was all useful items that everyone could wear and use. Boots sounds nice indeed. Lily smiled. Let's see what they got for us. Armand shared the status of Lethal Fang boots. Lethal Fang boots, grade, uncommon duration, 3 days, speed, plus 10% normally. Plus 20% in the forest. Perk, plus 2 perception. Effects, greater than lethal jump, passive, increases jumping power by 50%, greater than lethal dash, active, consume 50 mana and dash anywhere within 10 meters at a sonic speed. But silently. Kinetic power generated in the process is stored in your body. Increasing your next physical attack's power by 10% to 20%. Cooldown, 10 seconds. This one is simply wonderful. Lily was amazed. Indeed. Jumping power 50% is big for us. Armand grinned. Not to mention the increase in movement speed. I like the boots. But since we only have 3 pairs. Give one to Alfred, Natalia said. A bit reluctant. Since he is paired with me and protects me. They would be better off on him? Ow. My baby finally grew up, Lily teased Natalia. Natalia pouted. I am still a baby. Give me your milk. Mama Lily. Oh shit. I got an idea. Don't use condoms when you make love. So Lily can produce milk eventually, and I can drink it then. Armand threw the saber at Alfred, giving him a better sword. This saber had better attack than the spear, and its effect gave it bonus damage on slash-type attacks. I am not going to use this. So put it in the storage, Armand said as he gave the other one to Lily. All right? Ignoring Natalia. Both of them closed their eyes and started meditating to recover their mana. White King Manticore boss rank, silver level, 10 vitality, 100%/100%, mana, 1500 stats, physical, strength, 150, health, 150, stamina, 150, mental, 4 mana, 150, focus, 150, perception, 150. This boss was 5 meters tall with a quadruped beastly body. A pair of tough draconic wings. A tail like a snake but with a scorpion's sting. And a dreadful head that was a mixture of lion and monkey. It was mostly white with just patterns on the tail. Fur. And wings of other colors. All of them were also at level 9. One level lower. So there was a high chance they would get a rare drop. It's powerful. Natalia's teeth chattered as she looked at its stats. Won't we die if we get hit by one of its attacks? Lily chuckled and said. Of course not. Silly? Well? You won't die because of that armor. But there's a high chance Armand and I get fatally injured if we get hit by a solid attack. Which won't happen? Armand drew his sword as he walked into the passage that was merely 10 meters long. With the Manticore sleeping right in the plain barren cavern's center. Armand, stats, 7 unassigned points, physical, 4 strength, 41, health, 341 stamina, 38, mental, mana, 26, plus 39, focus, 31.5 perception, 30.5, Lily. Do you know its attacks? Armand turned to Lily as the group entered the passage. Yeah. We'll have to cut off its tail and one of the wings to weaken it. I'll get the tail by sneaking up. Lily held her daggers and scrapped their blades against each other as sparks flew. While the daggers glowed as she activated their effect. Good. I'll taunt it first. So aim for the tail and cut it off as soon as you get the chance. Which you will know. Armand nodded before turning to Natalia. But send your clone first so I can start with a solid attack. I want to cut off one of its wings first. At least make it less troublesome for us. Roger. Natalia nodded as she used her skill. Summoning a clone looking just like her. Alfred. You will enter last with the wolves. Attack it as efficiently as possible. You don't have to worry about injury anyway. Understood. Lily looked further at the back. How do you plan to use the new spirit wraith? Armand smiled. I have an idea. I'll command it with my thoughts. So let's go. It's time to start. Natalia's clone went first, causing the White King Manticore to wake up as soon as the clone stepped foot inside. She made her clone use a class skill Sparkling Dust that she got from skill option in Level Up, Boon. It covered the area around Manticore in a sparkling purple-red dust, lowering its vision and making it see everything double. Growl. Armand saw it was about to attack and dashed inside. Physical enchantment activated in his arms and legs as he consumed 80 mana. The monster's tail was like an invisible wind wave as it struck Natalia's clone in a horizontal sweep. It was seeing 2 Natalias. So it attacked like that. But Armand had arrived right above it, his sword gleaming as its red blade glinted straight toward one of its huge wings. Gravity repel. Lethal dash. Armand's figure vanished as a glowing slash clearly became visible in a straight line, cutting through the Manticore's right wing while also managing to slash its body in the process. Roar. -8% vitality. Lily had turned invisible and entered right after Armand jumped inside. Not yet. Lily didn't attack. This wasn't the chance Armand was talking about. She observed Armand and Manticore waiting. Meanwhile, the enraged Manticore swiped its claw at Armand, who had landed on its right side. Its claw burned with flame in the process. A powerful attack that only those with tank role and defensive skill could block. As such, Armand didn't plan to block it in the first place. He rolled right below Manticore's belly as he drove 2 fangs into its stomach. Shimmering Serpent's Fangs. The one-time use items of high lethality. Shimmering Serpent's Fangs, grade, uncommon type, one-time use. Attack, 50, plus 100% of user's strength effect, greater than poisonous flying dagger that rapidly dissolves into lethal acid and fast-acting poison once struck to the flesh. He drove both daggers into it, opening a wound and causing the manticore to jump away from Armand while it roared in pain and anger. It wanted to fly since this cavern had a high ceiling. But Armand had cut off its right wing. Use Nightmare Mist. Armand commanded Chimera Viper Fiend. Manticore jumped near the cavern entrance. So Chimera Viper Fiend was ready. Chimera Viper Fiend entered and opened its mouth, releasing a dreamy purple sparkling mist and covering a 10-meter radius area, aiming to cover the first half of the manticore's body. This was another debuff skill like Natalia's Sparkling Dust. The difference was that Nightmare Mist would enhance the feeling of fear in everyone inside the mist and cause them to look at living beings in a different way, making them resemble things they fear. Manticore was debuffed and paired with Toxin Injury. Before the Nightmare Mist effect kicked in, its rage was towards Armand and had already opened its mouth to release a wide-range attack, bursting out a sea of flame in a cone area in front of it, targeting Armand. But unfortunately for the Manticore, Armand had Gravity Repel activated. With a strong slam on the ground with his hand, Armand flew 10 meters off the ground at once, easily dodging the attack. Meanwhile, Lily was right behind it, where its tail was out of the Nightmare Mist's range. Her daggers glimmered sharply as she judged this to be the chance and cut off its tail. Its scorpion tail was most lethal because it was very fast, and a single hit of it could kill any one of them. At the same time, Alfred was also out of its attack range, so he released Flame Sword Wave, a skill that synergized Flame Mastery and Sword Wave. This move was also considered Slash-type due to its shape and attack, so the Lethal Fang Saber's passive effect boosted it. Natalia didn't want to be outdone and also attack along with Alfred since she recognized this was the chance, shooting a Bog Slither arrow to the right side of her head from the passage's entrance. Take it, bastard. Manticore was ganged up hard as it roared and jumped again. Nightmare Mist's effect had kicked in, so it jumped away from everyone and arrived at the far northwest of the cavern at a corner 50 meters away, shaking its head vigorously as its body glowed. Damn. It crossed a big distance, Armand muttered, but his eyes glinted as he dug his feet into the ground and grabbed a tiny spear keychain from his belt. Too bad you won't escape from our attacks. Armand's eyes glinted as the spear became big the moment he grabbed it and he aimed at its head. Boom! This spear attack's speed wasn't something Manticore could react to, even though it was one of the strongest bosses on the first floor. But even though it couldn't react fully to dodge, it could still react, which caused the spear to miss its head by a centimeter. Armand knew this could happen, so he aimed the spear to its left. Even if it managed to react, the spear still struck its intact left wing. Its vitality dropped 57% with all the attacks so far. But there was no time to waste. They had a total of 1 minute to finish the battle because of the item's effects they had activated. And 30 seconds had passed by. It was time to go all out. Synthesized tank. Chimera Viper Fiend transformed as its feet dug into the ground and its upper body bent, its forearms combining into a single barrel. What the fuck? It became a literal tank. The 4 crystals on its chest actually produced a frontal barrier for it with a central gap for the barrel. It was a tank that could tank damage and attack. Naturally, Manticore wasn't waiting. After suffering the spear's attack, it roared strongly and released several blades of dark winds, targeting not just Armand but Lily, Alfred, and Chimera Viper Fiend. Natalia was still in the passage at a safe distance, but she entered after seeing that attack, ready to release an arrow from her new quiver. She had consumed 100 mana to summon 5 strong 2.0 arrows costing 20 mana each, so she released them while Armand and Lily successfully dodged the dark wind blades. Alfred also dodged them while Chimera Viper Fiend was struck, its barrier shattering. However, it also released a powerful shot from its barrel, an attack with acid and poison that could combust. Boom! Natalia's first arrow also struck its head, reducing 3% of its vitality. Raw. Minus 11% vitality from Chimera's attack. That one shot had consumed all of Chimera Viper Fiend's remaining mana according to Armand's command. But it was worth it? The blast was big and a perfect cover. Armand and Lily were less than halfway to their mana pool, so Armand injected both of them with Spirit Syringe, recovering to full as they resumed their attack. Lily released her ultimate combo move as the Manticore was damaged and blinded due to the blast Chimera Viper Fiend released. Meanwhile, Armand also dashed and attacked, his sword gleaming coldly as he infused 100 mana to empower it. Lily? We must back off quickly after this attack. Slash? Chris. Both of their full-powered attacks struck Manticore as it could only blindly release its claw attack, which Armand and Lily easily dodged. Alfred released a flamesword wave from 10 meters away with all of his remaining mana at the opportunity as well. The Manticore was on the verge of death, and that meant it was going to release its strongest attack that could potentially kill them. But Armand wasn't about to let that happen, and that was why he told Lily to back off after their final full-powered attacks. Spirit Explosion X5. 5 was overkilling it since the Manticore had 8% of its vitality left. But Armand wanted to make sure it died with this attack. Boom! Congratulations on defeating White King Manticore. 10.000 gold coins to each party member, congratulations. You have reached level 10, you have triggered the level up boon, everyone, including Alfred, leveled up to silver level 10. Armand and Lily finally triggered their second level up boon after entering silver rank. Natalia had already triggered it when she reached level 9 and got a skill option in it. Chimera Viper Fiend reached silver level 8 from silver level 5 as well. Are we going to be lucky again? Armand muttered, looking at the spot where the boss had died and absorbed its spirit. It had dropped materials for crafting armor and weapons. But that wasn't what everyone was hoping for. As the dust scattered, they finally saw all the drops, including a blue orb. The trio moved in closer to inspect the item. It's an accessory. Armand raised an eyebrow. White King Manticore's necklace, grade, rare/low, durability, 1000/1000ths, aura, plus 10% elemental resistance to the user. Perk, greater than plus 4 health. Plus 4 mana. Effects, greater than magic scales, passive, reduce magic damage dealt to you by 10%, greater than mana overload, active, increases your mana by 100%. But after 5 minutes, your mana recovery will be sealed for 10 minutes, greater than flame barrier, active, conjures a barrier of fire element at the cost of 100 mana. This could sell for millions. Natalia's eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed at the necklace. This is indeed the most valuable item we've gotten so far. Armand grinned. Natalia coughed and looked at Lily and Armand. So who's going to keep it? You can keep it for now. But I'll take it in 3 days since I plan to stay on this floor, Armand said with a faint smile. Guess why? Spirit Devour? Lily asked, a knowing look on her face. Exactly, Armand said with a nod. Devouring lower-level monsters' spirits gives fewer stat points. I've reached the maximum level possible on the first floor, so I'm not going to get any stat points from bronze rank monsters anymore. I might also get nothing from other silver level 5 or lower monsters, though I'll have to check that first. But there are other areas, like Fairy Mountain. 7 more. To be exact, Armand said, his eyes glinting. I'm going to do a Spirit Devour hunt at every place. Holy shit. Natalia muttered. You're going to be so much stronger than others at the same level. Good. Then I'll focus on dungeons after leaving, Lily said with a sharp smile, her eyes fiery. Dungeons don't level you up, but the monsters there drop many things. And bosses drop stat-boosting items at a low chance. You can grind here while I'll grind in the dungeons, Armand chuckled as he handed the necklace to Natalia. Sounds good. Lily put the materials in her storage ring while Natalia and Armand went to pick up the arrows and spear, respectively. What did you get this time? Skill options. Lily asked Armand with a smile. I got a skill option this time. Let me see, Armand said, thinking about the 2 level-up boons he now had. He'd saved the first one since it didn't have a skill option and planned to keep saving it. As for the second, Armand looked at it and couldn't help but grin. I got it. Without hesitation, he selected the skill option. Your skill, Spirit Factory, SS, has been evolved to Spirit Forge Factory, SSS. Your skill, Spirit Forge Factory, SSS, requires some conditions to be fulfilled for a complete upgrade. Oh. Armand raised an eyebrow. Let's rest for a bit. I need to focus, he said. Then took a seat. Then, he activated the Spirit Forge Factory, finding himself in a cyberpunk fantasy-themed hall lit by spiritual torches. It's bigger, Armand thought as he scanned the room, spotting a large screen that displayed the skills details and upgrade requirements. A mystical Scully Moore with a swirling black vortex was centered below the screen, according to the new information Armand got after the skill was upgraded. He knew the Maw was responsible for creating items after eating spirits. What's this? There were more things. To the left and right of the hall were various square slabs displaying item types. Many types of items. Don't tell me. Armand suddenly thought of something. Quickly turning to read the information on the screen. Damn. I was right. The skill's new effects were crazy. Spirit Forge Factory locked. Rank, SSS effects, greater than use spirits and turn them into various items via Spirit Maw. It will not display more details regarding crafting when you add spirits into the Spirit Forge Maw. Greater than you can now initiate Super Spirit Item Forge. Requiring 20 spirits for a single item creation. It will be a guaranteed maximum potentialized item. Cooldown, 1 day, greater than you can select item type slabs to decide which type of items you want to create for each spirit. You can also select slabs and randomize the creation of items based on selected slabs. Currently available item type slabs: weapons, swords, long sword, great sword, katana, rapier, scimitar, broad sword, short sword, pole sword, daggers, curved dagger, wavy bladed dagger, slender dagger, long dagger, spears, lance, javelin, pike, glaive, halberd, axe, broad axe, double-headed axe, throwing axe, armors, light armors, leather armor, cloth armor, robes, medium armors, chainmail, studded leather, heavy armors, plate armor, accessories, rings, necklace, bangles, earrings. He then looked at the requirement on the right side of the screen, making his eyes widen in shock. Damn. The class can go above SSS rank. This is crazy, he murmured. Since he'd spoken out loud, Lily and Natalia became curious. They knew Armand got a skill option. So it was bound to be crazy. Given already his high-ranked skills. What happened? I bet your crazy class skill got even crazier. Natalia smirked. Which one got upgraded? Lily blinked. Throwing a guess. Don't tell me it's Spirit Factory. Fuck. If it's that one, how broken is it now? Natalia was dumbfounded. Is it Spirit Factory for real? Nah. No way. Actually. It is, Armand said with a wry smile. But it's sealed for now. I need to fulfill the requirement to make it activate. He shared the new skill information with them, causing their jaws to drop. Fuck. This is too op. Natalia muttered. Agreed. Lily nodded. Her eyes twinkling. An SSS rank skill, it's got to be this strong. So. What's the requirement? Natalia asked. It's going to make me broke for the foreseeable future, Armand sighed. Sharing the details. Requirement to unlock the skill and finish the upgrade, -1. Sacrifice 100 rare grade items, 0-100, greater than skill unlock and guaranteed rare grade item forge option. -2. Sacrifice 50 super grade items, 0-50, greater than guaranteed super grade item forge option. -3. Sacrifice 10 epic grade items, 0-10, greater than guaranteed epic grade item forge option. -4. Sacrifice 5 legendary grade items, 0-5. Guaranteed legendary grade item forge option. -5. Sealed, requires the class to reach L rank. Damn. Natalia muttered. Wait. The class can go beyond SSS rank too. Lily's eyes sparkled as she read the end. I can eventually craft epic grade and legendary grade items by using the spirits of epic and legendary rank monsters. But that'll require me to go to higher floors. But it'll be better if I unlock that guaranteed option before that. Lily nodded. Yeah. You can start by purchasing cheap rare grade items from artisans outside to unlock the skill. That's the plan. I also want to buy epic grade and legendary grade items to unlock the epic and legendary forge options as early as possible. All in all, I'm going to be broke for a while. But it'll be worth it? I'll help, Lily said. Her eyes lighting up as a plan started forming. The thought of them living together made her grin. I think I have a suggestion you'll like. Want to hear it? Darling. I also think I'll like it. Let's hear it, Armand said. Smiling. So here's the plan. Since I'm going to League of Firefly. And you will surely come with me to the same city. I'll arrange for cheaper rare grade items with the guild's help. We can live together in the new city. Lily grinned. The apartment I chose is big enough for 2 of us. You will come with me? Right. I will come. Almond grinned. His eyes hopeful and filled with anticipation about his future. He had no one to call his own for a long time now. And no one to say farewell in this city. Living in academy dorms. He was a completely isolated student. He had spent most of his time with books and gathering information until 9 days when he awakened and started training for Labyrinth. As he was already ready for a new, better future that he wanted to shape for himself. For your information, I am also going with Lily, Natalia said with a smug smile. Oh. Almond was surprised. But she will be living with her grandparents. Lily smiled as she patted Natalia's head. She can finally go there and live with her family. Thanks to you. Natalia side-hugged Lily, rubbing her cheeks onto hers. You seem happy about it. So all is well that do you well. Anyway, let's start moving now. We'll recover by the time we reach Briarwood Grove. Yeah. Let's start moving. Lily nodded. The trio stood up and began walking out of the White Poland's lair leisurely with Alfred at the back and Chimera Viper Fiend at the front. Now I got 3 boss spirits. And there are only 2 more big bosses on the Fairy Mountain left. So that makes it 5. Almond smiled. With these 5, I'll put the 15 other spirits in the Spirit Kodoku. That's going to be one hell of a crazy spirit wraith. Natalia grinned. I am looking forward to it, Lily said. Nodding. That said, you are sufficiently powerful to be recruited by top guilds. How about you join League of Firefly with me? I'll talk to my mentor about it. Since we are going to live together anyway. Guild. I did plan to join one because having a guild could help me. But that was when I had that D-rank support class. Almond's eyes glinted. I shouldn't join a guild. Natalia blinked and asked, as she raised her eyebrows. Yo. Boss. Do you want to create your own guild? No. I have a better idea. Almond smiled. I can't create a guild. You need to be a platinum rank adventurer as the guild master and need at least 5 gold rank adventurers as members to start a guild and register it to GA. What's your idea? Lily asked. Curious. I am planning. The party eventually walked out of the White Poland's lair right as Almond finished talking about his plan. That's a good idea. If I am not recruited in the League of Firefly, I'll join your program, Natalia said with a nod. Her eyes glinting. That's seriously a good plan. Lily nodded. True. It won't be hard to find people who will ride on that program of yours. Especially in the current generation where youths want to become adventurers. But not everyone gets a good start. Either with a class or their background. Yeah. The death toll is less than starting. But it's increasing for those who graduated since last year. Almond admitted. His fist clenching. I had the worst category start. But it changed like someone flipped a coin in my favor. If I flip coins for others who had a bad start with my class, specifically the Spirit Forge factory skill, I can get good soldiers. Lord Almond. Banzai? Natalia cheered. I am kinda excited since we are friends. But envious of your class. Tisk. Tisk. Almond lightly laughed in response. Lily and Natalia could feel and clearly agree that it wouldn't be long before Almond became a solid force of power at the front. I won't be left behind. Lily glanced at Almond as her eyes turned fiery. I'll make sure to keep up with you. Darling. All right. Time to get muddy again, Almond said as they arrived at the swamp wall. If only it was just mud. Natalia gagged. It's disgusting and smells too. Yeah. It's a mix of mud and some aquatic plant growth that turned into a natural chemical of some sort, creating this green-blue swamp. Lily wryly smiled. We'll get out faster this time? Almond smiled and commanded Chimera Archfiend. Alfred. You go and take Chimera with you. Once you are on the surface, hook your 1 snake hand at the edge to remain above. And stretch your 3 snake hands to here to pull us. Chimera Viper Fiend's 4 arms could stretch up to 20 meters. And the distance from here to the surface was merely 13 meters according to Almond's command. Both Alfred and Chimera went up first before 3 snake arms entered the passage after a minute. Almond. Lily? and Natalia grabbed an arm each before Chimera pulled them up as they swiftly tore through the mud pond and emerged after cleaning themselves again with the 1-ton water pouch. The party started moving towards Briarwood Grove. They arrived there after an hour. And there were monsters on the way. Armand killed 2 new varieties of wandering monsters of the mountain. But they were silver level 4 and 5. Respectively. Time to test Spirit Devour. You have devoured silver level 4 Blue Flame Deer Spirit. You have gained 0 stat points. Although he expected that, he still felt a bit disappointed. Next try. You have devoured silver level 5 Green Flame Stag. You have gained 0 stat points. Fuck. It seems you didn't get any from either, Lily said as she saw Armand's expression. Yeah. Geez. I want to see if I'll get from level 6 and further. Briarwood Grove has monsters from levels 5 to 7. And there are no boss-type monsters there like the previous 3 general areas. If I don't get stats from level 6 or level 7 monsters there, then we'll rush through it and go to Frostbite Cliffs. Armand opened his magic parchment and zoomed towards Frostbite Cliffs. Fairy Mountain Major Location. 1. Nest of Willow Bees, Bronze rank level 7 to 102. Cavern of Glassblaze Bears, Silver rank level 1 to 33. The Shimmering Fen, Silver rank level 3 to 54. Briarwood Grove, Silver rank level 5 to 7. 5. Frostbite Cliffs, Silver rank level 7 to 10. Secret Areas on the Mountain, greater than White Poland's Lair, Silver rank level 1 to 10. Field Bosses on the Mountain, greater than Blade Mantis, Bronze rank level 10, greater than Maddening Beaver, Silver rank level 5, greater than Wandering Fairy, Silver rank level 10. Here. There's a hidden boss in the Frostbite Cliffs. It's been exposed for years. But due to the difficulty of getting there because of the risk of falling off to death, not many parties try to go there, Armand said with a ferocious grin. We'll hunt it. That's a must. Of course. That hidden boss drops a random skill from rank D to A rank with a 100% guarantee. Lily grinned back. With our party, we can defeat it easily. Damn. There's a boss like that. Natalia was startled. Yep. But people actually die before getting to the boss. That's why it is a famous death trap. Usually. Only high-ranking adventurers go there. Even if they are suppressed to silver level 5 stats of their past self. Their skills are not. So with some good skills help, they can reach there. We can reach there. All thanks to Chimera Viper Fiend. Armand grinned. And the boss is not even as hard as White King Manticore. Yep. And, we have arrived. Lily observed ahead. Briarwood Grove stretched before them. Dotted with yellow flowers covered in sharp spikes and trees bearing large, prickly yellow fruits that dangled from high branches. Briarwood Grove Silver level 5 to 7 area. A once beautiful grove now overgrown with dangerous, magical thorny flora and fauna inhabited by thornwalkers. Sentient plant humanoid-like creatures. Along with briarweb spiders and gloombriar shrooms that use the thorny landscape to their advantage. The grove pulses with corrupted energy, creating a hostile environment. Key features: dense, twisting thorny bushes, dark energy pulses, and overgrown ruins. Monsters: Thornwalker Silver level 5 to 7. Briarweb spiders, Silver level 5 to 7. Gloombristol shrooms, Silver level 5 to 7. The party entered the creepy forest full of thorns. Fortunately, not all thorns were poisonous. But the monsters here were most poisonous. The party entered with Chimera Viper Fiend clearing the way. With this tanky guy, no traps, thorns, or poison could block their path. Being resistant to poisons and even able to absorb them, Chimera Viper Fiend was a bane of monsters in this area. It wasn't long before they killed their first batch of monsters. Numbering 6. You have devoured Silver level 6 Thornwalker Spirit, you have gained plus 0.5 health. Oh. Armand's eyes twinkled. So. It works on Silver level 6 monster spirits. It's only half a stat point. So I suppose I won't get more. But there was no harm in trying since he didn't lack spirits. You have devoured Silver level 7 Thornwalker Spirit, you have gained plus 0.5 health, alright. I guess that's how it works. I am sure to gain more stats from level 8 since I know that for sure. But I guess any lower. And I'll only get half a stat point per type of monster at levels 6 and 7. That's one stat point. So it's still worth it. Alright. I'm done. Let's continue. The party continued as it went deeper into the forest. But instead of going roundabout like in the Shimmering Fen, they followed the map to take the shortest route to get out so they could reach the Frostbite Cliffs before the evening. After all, there was no need for excessive farming here since they had already reached the maximum level possible on the first floor thanks to farming in the hidden area. White Poland's lair. Armand started using some spirits of monsters from White Poland's lair to make space for monster spirits of Briarwood Grove. He increased his stat points. Even if it was only one stat point per type of monster here. You have devoured a level 6 Gloomblister Shroom Spirit, you have gained plus 0.5 Perception, you have devoured a level 7 Gloomblister Shroom Spirit, you have gained plus 0.5 Mana, you have devoured a level 6 Briarweb Spider Spirit, you have gained plus 0.5 Focus, you have devoured a level 7 Briarweb Spider Spirit, you have gained plus 0.5 Health. An hour later, the group successfully left the Briarwood Grove. There was a distance of a bit over 1 kilometer until they reached the Frostbite Cliff area at the top of the mountain. But before that, they had to kill the Wandering Fairy. Wandering Fairy Silver level 10 boss type monster. A mage-like monster that used whatever area she was to her advantage using her nature magic. Evolving nearby plants and guiding wandering monsters to her command. Along with using direct nature magic skills. Was her specialty. She could very well be the toughest boss monster to defeat if one was unlucky. But that also meant that if a party used their brains and isolated her properly in a small area, she could be easy to defeat because she wasn't that tough. Unfortunately for Wandering Fairy of this period, Armand and the gang were her worst enemies due to having 2 talented attackers with high-ranked skills and 3 more with much versatility along with a bunch of items. After the party found Wandering Fairy, they didn't attack directly but waited for her to wander toward a relatively barren area with more stones and less greenery due to the rocky terrain. It took over 40 minutes of stalking the fairy. But they had time to waste. So they leisurely stalked the monster until it wandered to disadvantageous area. The rest was easy. The battle started with Chimera Viper Fiend's Nightmare Mist skill, causing the Wandering Fairy to flinch and cower. If she had seen anyone, then it would have taken time. And she could have used the skill before Nightmare Mist took effect. But by getting stuck with Nightmare Mist first out of nowhere, the effect was quick. And looking at Armand, Lily, Natalia, and Alfred caused her to cower slightly, prompting her to escape first instead of attacking. But how could she escape? Armand and Lily were swift in their attacks. Lily shot a bog slither arrow while Natalia used her debuff skill. Sparkling Dust? The arrow quickly caused vines to produce as it ensnared the Wandering Fairy, ensuring that Sparkling Dust took effect. Half a second later, Armand arrived with a super-fast dash aided by Gravity Repel. The cold blade of his sword targeting Wandering Fairy's neck. But this wasn't a boss monster that died just by getting beheaded. It was a boss monster with some tricks. Her fallen head produced vine-like threads that rooted on the rocky ground, causing the ground to crack before a golem formed. Viper Fang shot. Chimera Viper Fiend blasted 4 orbs with snakehead designs with open mouths and gleaming fangs ready to bite from its snake-like arms hands. Alfred unleashed an icicle spear shot at the golem's lower body, making it freeze on the ground and immobilize it. Natalia and Lily attacked its original body since it was also capable of using skills. While Armand unleashed a devastating full-powered sword attack on the golem with the fairy's head. There was a striking weakness to both after this transformation, which was why Armand aimed to behead her. For the golem's body, it was a core right below the head, tucked inside a rock safely. For the headless original body that made a makeshift head with leaves and vines, it was the heart area. Lily threw a dagger and stabbed one into her heart while Natalia used light pebbles to destroy her wings, preventing her from flying. Meanwhile, Armand's sword squarely pierced through the rocky throat and destroyed the core. Congratulations! You have defeated the field boss Wandering Fairy. 10.000 gold coins to each party member. Let's see if it dropped a rare grade. Natalia grinned. Nope. I don't see it, Armand said as he looked at drops on both spots. There were a total of 5 materials, but no item drop of rare or uncommon grade. Lily was about to say something, but her pupils suddenly shrank, and she turned around, her daggers in a crisscross position before her. Armand also turned as he heard some sound and saw a group of 10 people. Damn! You killed Wandering Fairy. 10 people. All in their late teens. It was clear they were students of another city's academy. Different from the group they had encountered in Glassblaze Cavern. Yeah. We killed it. Armand walked and stood beside Lily with Alfred and Chimera Viper Fiend at their sides. Behind them was just a rocky terrain wall. And to the sides. Apen. Natalia stayed at the back as she stayed on the lookout. Damn. What's that monster? Must be a summon. That looks a bit familiar, I mean. Not exactly. But it looks like a mixture of monsters. Now that you say it. Doesn't that armor and those snake arms look a bit familiar? But it's as if they got some new design. The group started talking in magic whisper. It was clear from their lips moving. The group's leader seemed to be a fair brown-skinned boy with a rather calm expression and silky short red hair. After Armand spoke, there wasn't any response for 3 seconds until the red-haired young man said with a nod. Sorry for disturbing you. We just heard some big sounds. So we came here to take a look. No problem. You can go now? Lily nodded. Her face deadpan behind her mask. There's nothing here. The red-haired young man nodded before turning around. Let's go. Y'all bro? We could totally get those materials if we asked. Yeah. Kylar. Wandering Fairies drops can be used to craft a mage-type weapon. Either a wand or a staff with some good effects and affinity with nature magic. Dolly here has nature-type skills. Shut up. Kylar snorted. Do you think they will give up on their items just because we are high on number? Learn to read the room. Kylar is right. A blue-haired girl. Sophie. Rimmed up her glasses with her finger and said. None of them were even the slightest injured even while fighting the Wandering Fairy. Their clothes were also fine. The damage in the surroundings indicates that the fairy couldn't do much because they had a very strong attacking style. They also had a lot more items on each of them. It was an unusual party. They are strong and higher leveled than us. Kylar narrowed his eyes. Especially those 2 who were at the front. Their vibes were dangerous. Geez. I don't know how you can sense those vibes and shit. But gotta trust you on that since we've come this far thanks to you. Kylar. But wait. We are leveled than us. All at silver level 7 after farming for hours in Briarwood Grove. And we didn't even see them there. How are they higher? They must have farmed at a hidden location. Sophie answered. That's the only answer. Also? They were the first to clear the Shimmering Fen. I remember seeing them at the camping area there. To be honest. I didn't get a clear picture like Kylar. But yeah. Those 2 looked bad news to me. 2. We'll meet them again soon. Kylar said. They should be planning to camp at Snow Rock Plateau as well. It's evening. So people would gather there. Are we also going there already? Yeah. We'll rest now. I am also hungry. So you'll better cook something good. After storing Wandering Fairy's materials and its spirit, the group stayed there to recover for a bit before walking towards the Snow Rock Plateau for camping. They were the 4th to arrive there and easily got a good spot for the camping. Snow Rock Plateau was just half a kilometer away from the border of Frostbite Cliffs located in the east of the upper part of the mountain. Most people camping here would go to the Frostbite Cliffs after resting to kill monsters there. The monsters there were the strongest in terms of troublesomeness and power. But their numbers were high. And it was a good spot to farm to reach silver level 10. Armand put away Chimera Viper Fiend in the spirit pocket to see how the storing worked since he obviously couldn't go around with spirit wraiths after he left the labyrinth. Fortunately, the slots to put spirit wraith were different. And from that, it appeared that he could keep 10 spirit wraiths stored. But since it didn't take up a slot after he summoned them outside, it was safe to assume that there was no particular limit on the number of spirit wraiths he could have. Lily and Natalia took a bath first. And then Armand went inside to freshen up while those 2 started preparing for dinner. After he finished bathing, Almond lay on the bed inside and opened Spirit Kodoku. It was time to create a new spirit wraith. 3x White Poland Tiger Spirit. 3x White Dust Centipede. 3x Lethal Fang Rabbit. 3x White Reaper Beetle. 3x Chilling Spark Panther. 3x Sabersnout Hog, 2x Thornwalker. That's 20. Almond was about to activate it, but he looked at the list. And something clicked in him. No. Wait. If possible. He wanted a slightly more humanoid spirit wraith Thon Chimera Viper Fiend next. Among the types of spirits he had, the only humanoid type monster was Thornwalker. Chilling Spark Panther is not needed since I already added White Poland Tiger. Both are kinda similar, but just different skill sets. Rabbit for agility. Beetle for toughness and wings. Centipede for poison and toughness. Sabersnout had a sword at its snout. This could be interesting. He adjusted the spirits to add inside. 5x Thornwalker. 3x White Poland Tiger Spirit. 3x Lethal Fang Rabbit. 3x Sabersnout Hog. 2x White Dust Centipede. 2x White Reaper Beetle. 2x Briarweb Spider. Yep. This looks good. And hopefully, it will make for an interesting spirit wraith. Almond grinned and activated Spirit Kodoku with these 20 spirits. Almond got up and was about to go out when he suddenly heard some sounds along with a clear voice. Hey. Beautiful ladies. It looks like you'd love a company. Ha ha. How about we have dinner together? Almond raised his eyebrows. His hands slightly shaking. Noticing it, he stopped right before the exit. The fuck? Am I expecting a drama and getting excited about it? Don't tell me. Almond gulped, his fist clenching. I want to kill people. Am I hoping for a conflict that would result in us killing them to get human spirits? It wasn't like the thought and desire to add human spirit in the Spirit Kodoku didn't cross his mind. But he didn't want to kill people for it, unless they want to kill us. Almond's eyes glinted. Almond stepped out and saw 4 young men in their late teens, along with a man in his mid-20s. There was also when Natalia was shooing them, waving the vegetable knife at them. Go away. We are busy. Leave, Lily said, looking at them with a deadpan expression. Whoa. Chill. Chill. We were just asking. And it seems you are not alone. Eh? One of them spoke upon seeing Almond coming out. Ha ha. What luck you got. Friend? Living with 2 beauties. Almond looked at them, feeling something amiss in their smiling and friendly face. But he didn't want to sound sour, given their friendly tone. Yeah. I guess I'm lucky. Almond smiled. Anyway, if you'll excuse us now, we could focus on our things. Yeah. Yeah. Ha ha. Enjoy? We might run to each other again. Friend? See you. Ladies. The group left laughing and smiling but with a sinister air that Almond could strangely feel. Bunch of trash. Lily muttered and continued peeling the potatoes. Did you feel it? Too? Almond asked as he sat beside her and started helping. What did you feel? Natalia glanced at Almond while cutting the potatoes. I just feel like they have some ulterior motive. Almond frowned. I did feel their bad intentions. Lily nodded, her eyes icy. My phantom's 6th sense could feel it. Almond narrowed his eyes. The way that guy spoke at the end about seeing each other again, it seems they won't leave us alone. What? Fucking hell. Natalia muttered. So, are they horny dickheads like that Zoran bastard? Not different from him. For sure, Lily said as she coldly glanced in their direction. They won't make a move here with many groups. Which means they will likely follow us or find us in the Frostbite Cliffs area. Almond said as he cracked his finger. We should prepare to bury them there if they have some plans for us. If they have any weird ideas, then we'll strike first if they run into again. Lily sharply said as her hands blurred, cutting the potato she peeled into dices. What are we making? Almond asked as he looked at the veggies and meat. Tortilla meat wrap and fried leaf meatballs. Natalia grinned. My original recipe. Just make sure we don't get diarrhea, Armand chuckled. Lily laughed while Natalia snorted and replied. Fine. You can make your own dish. Come on. I was just joking, you thought I would say that. Armand grinned and rolled up his sleeves. We'll make something according to my recipes today. Living alone for so long has its merits. You know? After having a good meal, Armand kept Chimera, Viper Fiend and Alfred, who summoned wolves, to be on the lookout while they leisurely fell asleep without worry. If anyone approached them or something happened, the spirit wraiths could quickly wake up Armand. Naturally, the spirit wraiths that stood guard around their tent attracted the attention of everyone. Many of them were the ones who had seen Alfred already at the camping area at Shimmering Fen. But seeing an eldritch monster in the addition this time, the people couldn't help but wonder about them. There were also groups who had entered the first floor for the second time. Some people wouldn't level up that high on their first try. And once the first 3 days passed, some of them wouldn't enter the first floor of the labyrinth during this month because the danger would have increased. The group that approached Lily and Natalia while they were preparing the meal was an such group. The 4 18-year-old young men had entered the labyrinth's first floor a month ago but only reached silver level 5 or 6 before leaving. And the reason they didn't progress all the way was nasty and criminal. During their first run, they had a taste of the debauchery they could do and had their first kill as well. It was none other than the 2 girls they brought with them to their party. These 4 assholes had fun with those girls for 2 days at the Valley of Shadowsong, a big area just like Fairy Mountain, since they were close to that area when they arrived on the first floor the previous time. They also didn't have a night at that time as they hadn't entered a guild yet. But after entering the guild, they waited a month before entering the labyrinth again. This time, they had a night with them sent by the guild to observe their performance. As the moon shone in the sky, the knight went to sleep in the tent while the 4 youngsters sat around the fire camp, talking with each other using magic whisper. What's the plan, guys? Do we tell that knight about it? That guy seems upright and all. What if he disagrees? Damn. I'm telling you guys. Are doing this. One of them licked his lips with a crazed expression as he remembered the experience a month ago. Don't tell me you all didn't enjoy that. I mean, who the fuck can catch us here? We gon' get those 2 bitches for sure. But the topic. How do we go about it? And what about the night? I have an idea. Everyone looked at the dark-skinned guy with a military cut in the group, their ears perking. First, we'll leave once those girls leave. We have to follow them. And we have a good skill for it thanks to Jason's eagle eye skill. He can look at them from afar. Everyone nodded before a blonde-haired guy called Roderick asked. Good. What about the night? Isaac. Once we arrive at a relatively isolated place in the Frostbite Cliff somewhere, I'll ask the knight about the main question. Isaac grinned. You'll stay in his blind spot and look at my hand. I'll ask him what does he think about capturing those 2 bitches and having fun in our last day here. If he expresses displeasure and tries to lecture us, I'll show my first 2 fingers. Isaac's eyes glinted. At that sign, you 3 will attack him at once. He needs to die. Or he will kill us if we fight. Not all. But some of us might die in the fight even if he is lower level since he got better skills than us. Damn. That's a good idea. Alright. Let's go to fucking sleep now. But in turns. We gotta keep an eye on that tent. We'll take a turn of 1.5 hours each. I'll keep on the lookout first. A slim and tall guy with long brown hair said. You wish. Loki. I worked hardest today. So I'll look out first and then have a long sweet sleep. Motherfuckers. Fuck no. Jason. We are doing rock paper scissors for this shit. First and last slot is best. Hair. Alright? No getting sour over the results. Fellas. Roderick said. Grinning. Let's start. Armand, Lily, and Natalia fell asleep by the time the clock hit 8:30 p.m. While most of the parties were also sleeping by 9. There was no disturbance of any sort during the night. So when Armand's eyes opened, it was already 4 o'clock in the morning. 7 hours of sleep. And he would automatically wake up. Get up. I want to take a dump. Armand got up and lightly kicked their legs as they woke up. Be quick, Natalia said as she went out. Followed by Lily. By the time the clock hit 4:30, the group had packed up and began walking. A few others were also packing up. One of which was the group of 4 little assholes who were courting death. Frostbite Cliffs, Silver Level 7 to 10 area. The Frostbite Cliffs rise high on Fairy Mountain, where the air is thin, biting cold, and perpetually dusted with swirling snow. This frigid expanse is covered in sheets of ice and jagged cliffs, providing the most challenging area for the adventurers to tread. The cliffs have an ethereal glow from the frost crystals that shimmer under any available light, and the sky above is often obscured by thick, rolling clouds, occasionally broken by flashes of lightning that illuminate the mountain peaks. Key features: ice-covered terrains, frigid winds, perilous ledges and caverns, frequent avalanches. Monsters: ice golems, Silver Level 7 to 10. Snowspine leopards, Silver Level 7 to 10. Stormwing butterflies, Silver Level 7 to 10. Frostheather harpy, Silver Level 10 hidden boss. The party moved towards the northeast direction in the Frostbite Cliffs. Down the cliff, there was a wide yet slippery icy ledge with a cavern's entrance inside where the hidden boss lay. It was extremely dangerous to reach there because a slight mistake would result in a fall amidst biting cold and strong winds, straight to death. But it was at the very end of the northeast, so there was still a considerable distance to cross. After an hour of roaming and hunting leisurely, Armand had devoured all 3 kinds of monsters of all levels, gaining more stat points. With his current capabilities, he could literally one-shot any monster with a single sword move. And while Lily could also do that, she would need more energy overall to do that, while Armand could do that with relative ease. All in all, Armand devoured many spirits and gained another surge in stats. Ice golems, greater than level 7, 0.5 health, greater than level 8, +1 stamina. Level 9, +1 strength. +1 perception, greater than level 10, +2 focus. +1 health. Snowspine leopard, greater than level 7, +0.5 mana. Level 8, 1 health. Level 9, +1 strength. +1 stamina, greater than level 10, +2 health. +1 perception. Stormwing butterfly, level 7, 0.5 mana. Level 8, +1 focus, greater than level 9, +1.5 health. +1 perception, greater than level 10, +2 mana. +1 stamina in total. He gained stat points equivalent to leveling up 6 times +1.5 stat points. Armand, adventurer rank, silver. Level, 10, 42%, class, spirit dealer, SS, vitality, 100%, mana, 750, stats, 10 unassigned points, physical 1 strength, 43, health, 41, stamina, 41, mental 1. Mana, 30, plus 45, focus, 35, perception, 34, he couldn't wait to reach 50 in focus and perception since it was within his sight. The main advantage of reaching 50 in those 2 stats was a significantly deeper view into the skills. Not to mention the ability to pinpoint chakra points in one's body that could open techniques. World of One could even find out what stats affected their skill and gain insight into their skills, allowing one to fiddle with skill executions and modifications upon comprehending the skill. While the party continued moving on the relatively flat snowy ground with a low amount of trees. 70 meters behind them was group following them. Guys, those 3 are quite powerful. Not to mention their summons. If Big Brother John wasn't with us, we would have had to cancel our plan, Jason said with a grin. The knight with the name John heard that and lightly chuckled, nobody noticing a glint passing through his eyes. Did you find out who is the master of those summons? Isaac asked. Yeah. It's that dude. We gotta take him out first. So his summons will probably vanish. How are we going to do this? Brother John has more skills. We can make a plan based on that. Good idea. It's better if we can ambush them. But they are moving fast. We have to go around them faster while skipping monster hunting to ambush them. That's actually better. Yeah. We should do that. Hee hee. I can't wait. Brothers? Let's go. They are going in the same direction since the start. So that makes it easier for us. Ha ha. Jason led the group in a detour after seeing the general direction in which Armand and others were going. 20 minutes later. They were just 60 meters away from Armand and others. To their left behind a boulder. Let's start. John the Knight said as he narrowed his eyes. Let me repeat the plan. Jason will stand here. Ready to use his class skill, Meteor Arrow, after Isaac and Roderick make a dash towards them with my buff and use their attack type skills. Their aim will be that dude. Loki. Since you have a mage class with offense and defense skills, I want you to act according to the situation after Isaac and Roderick's attacks. John said with a serious expression. Observe and make a decision. Got it. Brother John. All right. John was ready with his mace and shield. A cold glint passing through his eyes. He used his class skill, Warrior's Blessing, to buff Isaac and Roderick's strength by 30%. Isaac had 2 daggers in his hands while Roderick had a longsword. Both of them were ready, and immediately made a dash. Let's fucking do this. The party was walking leisurely, unaffected by the biting wind and snowfall. To their left, the number of trees was high, making for a good obstacle to vision. Isaac and Roderick moved at full speed through the woods with their weapons and skills ready to unleash. When they were halfway, they saw arrows streaking above them, going straight for Armand. Wait. Isn't this a bit soon? Roderick thought. Feeling that Jason shot that arrow early. They were looking at Armand as they continued. Something shocking happened in front of their eyes. They saw Armand turning towards the arrow while his hand moved in a way their eyes couldn't even follow. They only saw a clashing spark as his sword struck the arrow, deflecting it as it exploded a meter above him, getting covered in smoke. Armand felt his ears ringing as he was injured. But not much. His vitality dropping by only 11% as he bled from his ears. But the effects of the arrow still affected him as the concussion from the blast made his vision shaky with a headache. Those damn rats. Armand stabilized himself. Meanwhile, Alfred and Lily reacted instantaneously as they spotted Isaac and Roderick before they could launch their attacks at Armand. What the fuck? He released that arrow fucking early. Ain't even in the attack range yet. Dumbass Jason? Isaac cursed. But they're going back. Meanwhile, Jason's lips trembled. Brother John. You told me to release the arrow. But wasn't that a bit too early? Argyle. Jason suddenly heard a scream from behind and saw John's mace, stuck inside Loki's chest at his heart. Yeah. It was early. Not that it would make a difference, John said. His eyes flickering with magic as he looked at the Isaac and Roderick. Those 2 idiots are not a match against them anyway. Jason felt his heart turning cold. His eyes trembling. He suddenly aimed his bow at John but only saw John's body covered in a bronze glow before crashing onto him, feeling his entire body in shambles before he puked blood. You pieces of trash. I only agreed to your plan because I knew what you planned to do if I disagreed. And I also wanted to make sure you assholes died here. John spat on Jason before crushing his head with his glowing foot as he used physical enchant. Splat. John looked at Isaac and Roderick but saw that they couldn't even hold a candle against their opponents. Roderick immediately lost his head a few seconds into the battle as Lily beheaded from behind while Alfred simply overpowered Isaac, unarming him by cutting his arm from his elbow and then cutting him into 2 with the flame-coated scimitar. Armand had already injected himself with a spirit syringe and walked towards Lily and Alfred. These fuckers really courted death. Natalia made a disgusted face as she looked at the dead bodies. Armand captured their spirits and looked ahead. There's more, Lily said. The one who shot the arrow. Let's go. Armand used physical enchant and made a dash towards them at full speed. But it wasn't long before he saw a man standing with both of his hands raised high. Lily raised her eyebrows in surprise as she saw 2 dead people nearby. Did you kill them? Yeah. John nodded. His hands still high. Natalia, Alfred, and Chimera also arrived there, staying behind Ormond and Lily to be on the lookout. Armand captured the 2 more human spirits. Weren't you this group's knight? Armand asked. Confused? I was here as an observer since they joined my guild. John nodded. But they turned out to be pieces of trash. They had assaulted 2 girls in their previous run here and sexually tortured them for 2 days. Little assholes wanted to do that again, and even told me about it. Lily and Armand understood the gist. So you pretended to agree with them. Lily's eyes flashed. These bastards were going to kill me if I didn't agree. John coldly smiled. But these cocky little idiots forgot that I've been an adventurer for 5 years. Well? Thanks. I guess. Armand said. You can put down your hands now. John Alacaster. I live in Desmond City and am vice president of the Death Angel Guild. John said as he put his hands down and smiled. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Promising adventurers. I'll get going now. Come find me if you want some help in Desmond City. John left without waiting. Dashing away with silent steps on the snow. Hee. Serves these assholes right, Natalia sneered. They got what they deserved. And I got some human spirits. Armand's eyes glinted as he looked at the dead bodies. I'll make good use of them. The party continued moving towards their destination and encountered 2 more monster groups. Armand refilled his spirit syringe stock during the battle. 10 minutes later, they finally arrived at the edge. Overlooking a vast and exotic territory ahead. Fallen Monastery Town is 10 kilometers away. Below that patch of dark clouds. Armand said as he looked at dark clouds far away. I'll go there to hunt after finishing here. That aside. This is damn scary, Natalia said as she looked at the steep cliff. Quickly moving back after taking a look. Fortunately, the ground here is solid since the snow isn't gathering here much, Lily said as she looked around the ground before turning to the edge. Which one of those 3 ledges are we looking to land on? The middle one to our right. This won't be hard with Viper Fiend's help. Armand smiled. Let's go. Let me go first, Lily said as she crisscrossed her daggers. I can also stab the daggers into the ice and get hold. All right. Be careful. Natalia bit her lips. Don't fall to death. Or I won't have a chance to drink Mama Lily's milk. Lily rolled her eyes. Get ready, Armand said before he commanded Viper Fiend. Shortly. Lily's waist wrapped by the Viper Fiend's arm. Afterward. She jumped off the cliff without hesitation. Nearly causing Natalia's heart to leap. Gosh. This girl is too much? Lily maneuvered in the air as she turned around and swung towards the wall with momentum. Stabbing the daggers into the wall as she stopped and started moving towards the ledger. Armand chuckled and commanded Viper Fiend to do the same to him before he also jumped off. I think I'm good here. And anyway. You 2 and Alfred can kill the boss yourselves, Natalia shouted while standing at the edge. But suddenly. Her feet slipped and she fell forward as her horrified scream rang out. Fortunately, Viper Fiend had enough intelligence to react to save an ally as his 3rd arm stretched and quickly wrapped around Natalia's waist. She crashed into the wall before as her tears and snow ran out. Fuck my life. Armand and Lily were already at the ledger as they successfully landed and saw Natalia dangling with tearful eyes and frozen snot as biting winds struck her, causing their lips to twitch as they held back laughter. Well? You're already here. So you might as well join us, Armand said with a laugh before he commanded his summon. Viper Fiend? Move her to our side a bit. And don't stand at the edge. Or you might slip too. Come baby. Mama will lend you a hand, Lily chuckled, as she stretched her hand. After everyone arrived at the cave. They entered and walked through the passage for 50 meters before arriving at an icy cavern. At the center was a 10-meter-tall harpy with her frosty wings curled up around her. The moment they exited the passage, and entered the cavern. Frosta the harpy woke up and screeched sharply as ice pillars produced around her. And she flew up. You know the plan? This will be our quickest boss fight. Armand grinned. Let's start. Viper Fiend? Alfred. And Armand went first. Attracting her attention. Viper Fiend and Alfred unleashed their long-range skill attacks while Armand waited as he took a potion at far left. His eyes on the monster. Natalia and Lily also took up a crossbow and bow. Respectively. Shooting arrows. Lily also used her newly acquired class skill during this Phantom Moon's Edge. Phantom Moon's Edge, Effect 1, grants 100% penetration boost and 50% damage boost to any attack. 50 mana cost. Effect 2, disintegrate a weapon type item and convert its entire potential into a single highly penetrative projectile attack of any shape you desire. 100 mana cost. The higher the mana consumption when using this, the higher the potential boost. Lily fired 2 arrows instead of 1. Both being produced from the magic quiver. She used both effects of her new skills. Enhancing one arrow with first effect and using second effect on the second arrow as it disintegrated and shaped into vertical slash of hazy white light. Slicing off Harpy's right wing. Before her wing was sliced off, Harpy had attacked Alfred and Viper Fiend with ice shards. But that was the only attack she could make before everyone's attacks struck her. Including Armand's ultimate attack. Spirit Explosions x 201 10 in front of her. 10 behind her. Only the stocked explosions of 20 spirits were destructive. To say the least. Not to mention that 7 of them burst out in special effects. The Harpy was immediately frozen and attacked with unique ice-type attacks and poison attacks as Armand had used 10 spirits of monsters from White Poland's lair and the other 10 from Frostbite Cliff's aerial. This is crazy. Natalia muttered. Isn't that too op? Lily? It is? Lily nodded. It doesn't cost mana. So he can stack 100 spirits, imagine the damage from those. Fuck, congratulations on defeating the hidden boss. Crossfeather Harpy. Everyone in the party is rewarded 10.000 gold coins and 1 random skill generation. Which you can access in your status. Good luck, the battle was over. And everyone reached the peak of level 10. Their level of progress stopped at 10.99%. The only way to reach level 11 would be when they entered the second floor of the labyrinth and killed their first level 11 monster. No rare drops. But we got nice materials, Armand said as he looked at the drops. Money. Natalia grinned. Thinking of something. She blinked and asked Armand. Wait. You don't want to craft items with materials. Right? Nah. I don't need it because I have a factory, Armand laughed. We'll sell them. Yay. The materials sell for a good price while commissioning to craft an item will instead cost us. Natalia was happy with the decision. And Lily doesn't want gold coins from them. So it's only for us to split. Really? Armand turned to Lily. Yep. You two keep the gold coins from selling things. I'm getting a big salary on gold coins from the guild on top of 50% of whatever I'll earn myself from their dungeons. Since dungeon doors randomly appeared all over the world, their ownership became territorial. Big guilds had larger territories under their name. So they had access to more dungeons. GA and Earth Union had the highest territory as they were a kind of new joint government of the world. So they had access to a lot of dungeons whose access they provided to smaller guilds and their own adventurers. That's a nice deal. But I guess you'll become an adventurer celebrity with that and all the stuff that comes with it. Armand wryly smiled. Yeah. We'll have to participate in some events and competitions and other stuff you see in media. But? Lily shrugged before she put her arms around his shoulder and grinned. I want you in my life from now on. So well. I am happy. So you were waiting for someone to make your life interesting. Eh? Armand smiled as his hands went around her waist. But both of them suddenly remembered something and glanced at Natalia. Natalia clicked her tongue and rolled her eyes. Fine. You can kiss this time. The party sat down in the cavern, ready to unveil their most important reward. Random skill generation. At the end of their profile status was a new tab, Random Skill Generation, D2A. Time to use my good luck spell. Zula? Asaka? Voodoo? Zing? Bing? Bong. Natalia spluttered gibberish with her eyes rolling upward, causing Armand and Lily to be speechless. Come to me. A rank skill. Natalia pressed the tab as a notification rang. What did you get? Lily asked. That was some advanced spell. For sure. It might have worked. Armand snickered. Natalia appeared blank as she read the notification. Silence ensured as Lily and Armand looked at each other after not getting any response for 2 seconds. Armand was interrupted by Natalia's shriek as she raised her arms with an excited expression. Let's fucking call me Divine Witch Natalia from now on. It's just an A rank skill. Armand wryly smiled. Well? You're wrong. Natalia's smile had stretched from ear to ear as she shared the notification. Congratulations. You have triggered a lucky break. Acquiring an S-rank skill Arcane Bastion from the random skill generation, S-rank. Lily was taken aback. Armand was dumbfounded. Holy shit. Divine Witch Natalia. Alright. What does it do? Lily curiously asked. Natalia shared the skill's status with a grin. It's awesome. Arcane Bastion, skill rank, S effect, conjures a tower shield in front of you, capable of absorbing damage and generating Bastion aura based on damage it absorbed. Bastion aura, you can use Bastion aura to boost an attack or heal. Bastion aura limit is based on the amount of mana consumed when using the skill. Cost, 100 mana. That's truly a good skill. Armand raised his eyebrows. Suppose you consume 300 mana on this skill to defend against a powerful attack. Storing a high amount of Bastion aura and then use your remaining 100 mana to use Action Mirage skill. Copying an attack and boosting it with Bastion aura to increase its power. Ho ho! Nice idea. This skill can come in clutch in that style. Natalia grinned. Lucky. Lily wryly smiled. Let's see what do we get. Armand? I ain't using my spell for you too. Natalia snorted. Yeah. Armand rolled his eyes. Pressing on the button with his thought. The tab, Random Skill Generation, disappeared and a notification rang. Congratulations. You have acquired a B rank skill, Lightning Lash, skill rank, the effect, greater than lashes at an enemy within 10 meters of yourself with a lightning whip from either of your hands. Has a chance to shock the target if the target takes damage from the skill properly. Shock ailment was different from paralyzing. Shock could weaken the enemy, slowing down their action and responses. Lightning attributed attacks could also cause paralyzing. But this skill couldn't do it given how it was structured according to the effect. Well? Not bad. Once I hit 50 in focus and perception, I might be able to improve it. Armand truly couldn't wait to explore the world of magic and learn how the skills were created. What did you get? Lily asked before adding with a downcast smile. I got a measly D rank skill, Water Palm. It wasn't that bad for me. But nothing impressive, Armand said as he shared his skill with the duo. Anyway. Once we reach 50 points in focus and perception, we might be able to improvise these skills. So all skills are welcome. True. Lily nodded while looking at her status in the quest section. Well? It's time to start with our final ordeal here. Yes, Natalia said as she remembered it. Her expression turning somber. You two gotta help me. Alright? I heard discussing such stuff can give us ideas. That's not wrong. Armand faintly smiled. Alright. Let's settle your skill first. I already have an idea of mine, which I will expand my way. Same, Lily said before adding with a chuckle. Let's fill up Nat's empty brain first. Hail after discussing for 10 minutes. So. I have to imagine an orchestra of different instruments, all releasing different kinds of powers, giving buffs and debuffs. Natalia muttered. Lily and Armand nodded. Natalia's class name was Chaosbound Serenador. Imagining a mystical array of instruments with all-round effects in combat seemed suitable to the name. To give it more substance, Armand said. Natalia, imagine these chaotic instruments facing a horde of monsters all around you. You are alone with your array of mystical instruments produced from your skills. Image all kinds of effects and attacks. Destructive sound waves of various shapes. Sound-based infiltrative effects like causing sleep, shock, confusion, charm, and everything you can think of. The goal is to just imagine without limitation about what your first-class skill can do, based on your class's name. Natalia closed her eyes and began imagination, entering deep focus. Lily smiled. This should be more than enough. I can't think of anything else related to her class. Yeah. Armand cracked his neck and sat straight as he closed his eyes. We should also start now. Lily nodded and closed her eyes as well. Both of them had ideas of what they wanted to explore with their class's name. Armand's class name was the most peculiar. But he had the imagination to stretch it open. Riftvale Grimblade? A Grimblade? An unpleasant blade. A Grimblade that can cut anything. Create a rift between anything. Not just physically. But ethereally. Mentally? Yes. A Grimblade that can cut off connections between powers. Between people. A Grimblade that can cut off emotions. A blade that cuts off anger. Happiness. Excitement. Sadness. All emotions from someone, a Grimblade that cuts off a mana flow of someone, a Grimblade that brings the most unpleasant experience onto someone. I have to add veil in the equation too. A veil, a cover. A blade that can uncover anything, unveil anything. Armand was in trance as he started imagining everything possible. A Grimblade that sees through mysteries. A Grimblade that rifts through any veil. A Grimblade that creates a veil to preserve everything I have cut for my benefit. A Grimblade that cuts off enemies' strength and veils it for myself. It should be possible. No. This must be possible. My Grimblade must cut through the world. Cut through the material plane and spiritual planes if they exist. My Grimblade must open the veil of mystery of myriad existences, so I can explore them for myself. Armand's mind was in overdrive as he was fully absorbed in exploring the imagination he could make with his class. Time passed. And half an hour passed when he was done. Armand decided to encompass everything he had imagined into a single skill. Naming it. Grimblade Art, The Paradox of Riftvale. Submit. You have submitted your imagined skill to portray the potential you see in your class. Evaluating. Armand opened his eyes and took a deep breath. It seems you are also done. Lily said with a smile upon seeing Armand opening his eyes. What did you name your skill? Armand grinned as he answered. Grimblade Art, The Paradox of Riftvale. Ooh. That sounds like a super edgy overpowered name. Natalia chuckled. Well? I named my skill Myriad Symphony of Sound. I have a better name? Do you want it? Armand smirked. Sure. Natalia crossed her arms. Behold harmonious crescendo of anarchy. Lily's eyes twinkled. That's way better. Nat. Use it. Damn. Boyle, all right. I'll use it. Natalia was amazed. What about your name? Lily? Armand curiously asked. Dreadspire, Warlock can have way more options. More than Natalia's class and mine. Yeah. Since it's a Warlock. I could go in any direction in the realm of magic. Lily smiled. I decided to emphasize curse and death as this is also suitable with Dreadspire word. And my skill's name is. Lily grinned. Pausing for a second before revealing. Omen of Abyssal Eldritch. I've made sure to imagine cool enchantments too, call it Dreadspire Darkened Flame. Withered Wind. Curse-weaved Water. And Gloombound Earth. Armand blinked. Amazed. Impressive. That's an awesome idea. Considering the class as Warlock. That's going to be op for sure. My class evaluation just arrived, Natalia exclaimed as she quickly checked the notification. Congratulations. The starting rank of your specialized class is SS rank. The first skill of your class has been generated based on your skill imagination input. Let's fucking go, it's an SS rank class. Natalia squealed excitedly. I can't believe it, won't I become as powerful as Armand now? Lily rolled her eyes. You wish. His first class is SS rank. And it's a complete one with a skill set and new skills that can be obtained by chance. Specialized classes are different. Armand added with a chuckle as soon as Lily finished. Natalia. SS rank is your specialized class's potential. It's up to you to reach that potential by creating and improving your class skills. Sigh. You two can't see me happy. Right? Lily and Armand both rolled their eyes upon hearing that. Natalia laughed. I know. Specialized class needs to be nurtured. And it's thanks to you two that I was able to beat the low chance and acquire a higher ranked class than I was initially assigned. Truly. Thanks a lot. You're welcome. Almond smiled. It's fine. You're my baby. After all. Lily lightly laughed as she patted Natalia's head. Now show us your first class skill. Let's see what you got. Chaosbound Serenador, class rank, SS class perk, plus 100% mana capacity. 100% mana recovery. Class skills, greater than 1. Chaosbound Requiem. Chaosbound Requiem, rank, SS effects, greater than a Requiem to manifest Chaosbound instruments. 1. Chaosbound Drum, increases the strength of allies designated by you and decreases the strength of enemies based on mana consumed. 2. Chaosbound Cello, increase the potency of your skill or a target's skill. Based on mana consumed. 3. Chaosbound Piano, unleashes sound-based attacks with shapes according to your desire. Damage based on mana consumed. 4. Chaosbound Flute, charm the enemies to control their body movements forcefully while calming allies. Requires mastery in flute for increased chance of charm and more mana to increase intensity. Cost, 10% of your max mana locked per instrument summoned. Note, each 10% of your max mana locked increases your mana recovery by 10%. Holy shit, Almond was startled. And so was Lily as they read the skill with amazed expression. As expected of a specialized class. Lily muttered. They do be very powerful. Especially of SS rank. Natalia was grinning from ear to ear. Right. It's so awesome. My mana pool doubled. And so it's recovery. It's good indeed. Almond nodded. But it's SS rank? Natalia wryly smiled. I can't imagine what kind of power your SSS rank class will have. Lily grinned. We'll find out soon. Our evaluations aren't finished yet. So in the meantime? Let's test your class. Almond said and stood up. Let's see the Chaosbound Piano's power. Yay. I better get the hang of it. 5 minutes later. Natalia slumped on the ground. Her expression blank. It's fine. You can start learning in the Firefly City. Lily patted her head, as she chuckled. It turned out that although the instruments could play themselves with her command, there was a hidden effect that activated when she played piano herself. Increases the effectiveness of the Chaosbound instrument by up to 100% if the user plays the instrument. It was up to 100%. Meaning that if she could play decently like a professional, the boost would be increased by 100%. You should learn instruments? Start with piano, Almond said with a nod. I feel like the better you play the instrument, the more its power will increase. And even its effect executions too. It might also go above 100% boost. And this could be some kind of condition for your class to go to the next rank. Lily nodded in agreement. Yep. And weren't you good with guitar? True. But there's no guitar here, Natalia sighed. Well, I guess I'll start with learning piano once we leave. Good girl. Lily patted her head while grinning. She suddenly got a notification and chuckled. Nice. I got my evaluation done. Congratulations. The starting rank of your specialized class is SSS rank. The first skill of your specialized class has been generated based on your skill imagination input. Lily directly shared it with Almond and Natalia as they began reading the information. Dreadspire Warlock, class rank SSS class perk, plus 100% mana recovery. Plus 100% blood recovery. Class skills, greater than 1. Warlock Enchant, Dreadspire Elements. Warlock Enchant, Dreadspire Elements, skill rank, SSS effects. You can use these 4 Dreadspire elements to enchant your weapons or skills with added effects. The higher the mana consumed, the more potent the effects. You can have multiple Dreadspire elements enchants in one attack. 1. Darkened Flame, continuously burns, fueling from the target's blood, and bans the healing process, even from skills. 2. Withered Wind, corrode durabilities and defenses. 3. Curseweaved Water, drains target's mana and stamina. 4. Gloombound Earth, reduces target's movement speed and action speed. Cost, 50 mana and 1% of blood per enchant. Stays active for 10 seconds. Every 1% of blood sacrificed increases potency by 1% and duration by 1 second. And the lower your blood, the more powerful the enchants. That darkened flame is crazily powerful. Natalia was dumbfounded. The others too, damn. As expected of SSS rank, class. You can consume 1% of your blood to increase duration by a whole 1 second. Armand raised his eyebrows. Not to mention that the class perk gave you a 100% recovery boost in blood. This is OP. Alright. Lily took out her doggers as they were coated in black flame. Her face grinning. This is nice. Alright. I want to check my blood recovery. Let's see. Armand nodded as it was important to check that. He looked at Lily's vitality. But it was still 100%. Although she lost 1% of her blood. After 10 seconds passed by, she started losing 1% of her blood every second. Meanwhile, the black flames became darker and glowed more intensely. 3 seconds later, 1% of her vitality was reduced. It reduced by another 1% 2 seconds later. And after that, she started losing 1% vitality every 2 seconds. Suddenly, Lily changed the enchant as a dark blue watery aura coated around her daggers. The consumption doubled. So Lily removed the darkened flame enchant. Hit me, Armand said, seeing the curse-weaved water. Let's see how long the effect stays on the target once you hit them. Lily slightly cut Armand's palm. And he immediately saw a debuff on him in his status window while stamina and mana started draining at a weird rate. It's a percentage-based reduction for this curse-weaved water. Armand was startled. That's crazy. 6 seconds. It stayed for 6 seconds. That's a lot. And I felt my stamina and blood recovery increase. Is it because I drained your stamina? Lily was surprised. You can drain stamina. That's freaking powerful. Natalia was tongue-tied. Lily's vitality was reduced to 83% when she made that slash. So. Armand thought of something as he said. Do it again. Let's see if the duration of debuff increases, since it technically mentioned losing blood would increase the power of enchants. Moreover, Armand saw that the debuff in his status showed 6.3 seconds. So he figured the duration also increased. Lily made a small slash again. And indeed, the duration increased to 7.1 seconds. And the reduction rate of mana and stamina also increased slightly. When she made the second slash, her vitality had been reduced to 78%. Alright. Your first skill is extremely powerful. Armand grinned. Well, it's an SSS rank. So that's obvious. But this is cool. Lily deactivated the skill and nodded. A thrilled smile on her face. All 4 elemental enchants are powerful, and they also have the original elemental attributes on top of these Dreadspire effects. She suddenly thought of something and said. Her eyes widened. But this makes one thing clear. The guild leader of League of Firefly has an SSS rank specialized class. My mentor told me about one of his skills in rough detail. And if I compare it with mine, then it makes sense. This means that there are indeed people with SSS rank specialized class. Armand wryly smiled. Well, we expected that. So there should be relatively more numbers of SS rank specialized class adventurers. Natalia murmured. Yeah. But this is still rare. We are just way better. Lily cheekily smiled. And you are lucky you got us to help you with your specialized class. Tisk. I don't deny that. Having a high-ranked class is good and all. But in the end, what matters is how good our abilities and hard work are, Armand said as he felt something deep in his heart but couldn't figure it out. We don't become undefeatable with high-ranked classes if we become careless. We die. Uck. Armand clutched his head as he suddenly saw some images of pure destruction and shook his head while his breathing turned heavy and uneven. What happened? Armand? Are you okay? That? Natalia frowned. It's the same as before. I'm fine. Armand shook his head a few times and rubbed his temples as everything disappeared. The headache was also gone instantly as if it never appeared. So weird, Armand sighed. Suddenly, a notification rang in his head. Congratulations. The starting rank of your specialized class, W what? Armand was dumbfounded as he looked at the notification. This can't be. Seeing Armand's expression, Lily and Natalia were confused. Why did he look shocked? Shouldn't he be excited if he got SSS rank, class? Hey! Don't tell me it's not SSS rank, Natalia said. Frowning. It can't be. Lily was speechless. It shouldn't be lower than SSS rank. Armand reined his excitement hearing their words and weakly smiled at them. It's not SSS rank. Damny, Natalia clicked her tongue. That's really sad. I for sure thought you would get it. Wait. Lily narrowed her eyes. You don't look upset. Armand burst out laughing, and directly shared his class details with them. Well? It's freaking one rank above SSS rank. Riftveil Grimblade, class rank, legendary class perk, plus 100% perception. Plus 100% focus. Plus 100 will. Legendary quirk, Riftveil Eyes. Class skills, greater than 1. Divine Divider's Harvest. $# and $% at, and Natalia muttered gibberish. The fuck? Meanwhile, Lily's eyes were twinkling. This is incredible, so the legendary rank class gains something called legendary quirk. How cool here. Let's check it out first. Armand grinned and shared the quirk's power. Riftveil Eyes, type, quirk effect, greater than allows you to see the desired attributes of your targets. Using it will exhaust your mind. And overdoing it will make you unconscious. What's it talking about? What kind of attributes? Natalia tilted her head. Confused? I can check right now. Armand blinked as he used the quirk. Looking at Natalia and Lily. A few seconds passed by. But Armand's brows furrowed. Nothing's showing up. He looked at the skill again. And it clicked. Wait. So it's up to my desire on what I want to see. Armand rubbed his chin. What if I want to see Natalia's emotional attributes? Just as Armand willed that. He saw the attributes. Empathy, ability to understand and feel the emotions of others. Impacting social relationships and compassion-based abilities. 83/100ths, compassion, capacity for kindness and care may affect healing abilities. Trust building. And supportive interactions. 51/100ths, mental resilience, emotional toughness. Determining how well one cope with trauma, stress, and adversity. 64/100ths, hope, optimism or positivity that influences motivation, morale, and one's ability to inspire others in dire situations. 73/100ths, fear tolerance, measures how well one can endure fear. Useful in facing intimidating opponents or frightening environments. 52/100ths, confidence, belief in one's own abilities. Often impacting courage, assertiveness, and performance under pressure. 58/100ths, determination, drive to achieve a goal regardless of challenges. Affecting stamina, persistence, and willpower in difficult tasks. 67/100ths, curiosity, desire to explore, discover, and learn. Impacting intelligence, adaptability, and resourcefulness. 63/100ths, this is scary. Armand was shocked as he read the information. What? What did you read about me? Natalia rapidly blinked. Show me? Lily looked at Armand's eyes and wryly smiled. If what I am assuming is right, then it's indeed scary. Are you sure you want to see this? Armand asked as he looked at Natalia. Natalia's lips twitched. But she vehemently nodded. I want to see my mental and emotional attributes. Yes. Just as Natalia said that, Armand actually saw 3 of her attributes increase by 1 fear tolerance, mental resilience, and curiosital weight. Will her attributes be affected if I show this to her? Armand was curious now. Here. Take a look. Both of you? Soon? They finished reading. And both had different reactions. Wow. Lily was amazed. And Natalia. $and %% underscore mother of fucking hell. But this ain't so bad, I am coping well in some areas. Natalia muttered as she nodded. This is kinda accurate now that I think about it. Armand soon saw her attributes increasing again. Her mental resilience, fear tolerance, And confidence went up. It seems that since these are all emotional attributes, they can affect each other and change. She is growing. Basically. Which we all do while living life. Seeing one's own attributes in numbers can be quite an experience. People usually have the wrong idea about their attributes unless they dictate it through their actions. Which most people don't really do, even myself. It's the first time I've been this talkative and open in front of others. I am changing. And I accept these changes. Armand was genuinely excited. For someone who prized knowledge and understood its significance, this newfound power was incredible. Here. Nat. Your attributes increased. Armand shared the updated attributes. Oh wow. Natalia was amazed. And a fire lit in her eyes. Her fist clenched. I am going to overcome this shit. Especially my trauma and furl. Check mine, Lily said as she stared at Armand. Check, let's say psychological attributes, yeah. But let's narrow down more, Armand said as his expression turned thoughtful. I could feel that getting information about 8 attributes drained my mental stamina a bit. How about we check your intuition and charisma? Both are in different fields in a way. Lily contemplatively nodded. True. Intuition is psychological. But charisma can be described as a social and relational attribute. Armand looked at Lily and willed it. Soon getting information about her intuition and charisma. Intuition, the ability to sense things beyond logical understanding. Useful for decision-making and detecting hidden motives or traps. 98/100ths, charisma, natural charm and influence over others. Impacting leadership, persuasion, and social interactions. 92/100ths, bingo. Armand grinned and shared it with Natalia and Lily. I knew these 2 attributes of yours were crazy high. Wow. Way to go. My oddball mama Lily. Lily was very flexible in a way. As Armand had seen different faces of her. Not to mention her natural beauty that enhanced her charisma further. As for intuition, he had experienced that firsthand. Lily smiled. Satisfied with the result. Well, I'm going to reach 100 in both sooner or later. You will, Armand chuckled. Anyway. Let's check out the skill now. He glinted as he added. I'm sure there's a reason why I have rift veil eyes. I may be able to affect these exotic attributes of others. That's seriously scary if you can do that. Natalia cringed. Getting goosebumps? True. Lily wryly smiled. Let's see. Armand checked the skill and shared it with them. Divine Divider's Harvest, skill rank, legendary effect, greater than Conjurer Grimblade only you can see. This blade is able to cut through anything up to a divide. Physically and ethereally. Including the attributes you see via your rift veil eyes and ethereal aspects of mystical things. And harvest the cut-off parts. You can attributes or aspects for yourself if you wish. The harvested cost, dividing any attributes or aspects above 80 will cost 100 plus 10% mana, and 20% of your mental stamina, greater than dividing any attributes or aspects above 50 will cost 55% mana, and 10% of your mental stamina. Dividing any attributes or aspects below 50 will cost 33% mana and 5% of your mental stamina. Holy moly! Natalia screeched. This is way too scary. It could indeed slosh everything by half with every use of the skill. Armand immediately used the skill as an ethereal block Grimblade with pale white aesthetic patterns on its blade manifested and slashed Lily. Lily immediately felt something and saw that her mana capacity was divided by half. Crazy. Lily muttered. So this is the power of a legendary skill. It's broken. It's awesome. Armand nodded. Extremely thrilled. As one could see in his eyes. He suddenly thought of something and wondered. I can also cut things physically, more specifically. Divide them. What does that mean? Don't tell me. Armand muttered as he looked at the girls. Can I try it on you too? What? Natalia demanded. Uncertain and confused. Feeling a cold chill. What are you trying to do? Lily blinked, as she thought of something. That would be interesting. Do it. Armand grinned as his eyes glinted. Reflecting the ethereal Grimblade as it cut both of them. In the next second. Natalia's height shrank by half, including her clothes and everything she had worn. Because Almond thought of dividing her height by half and everything else to be proportional to her height. On the other hand, Lily's C-cup melons. Well, it could bet between C and D shrank by half while he decided to use the harvested aspects of the girls on him as his bust grew. But not in the woman's way. And his height also became taller. Fuck. This is insane. Almond muttered. And he quickly removed the harvested attributes from him while Natalia and Lily returned to normal. That was so fucking weird. Natalia was dumbfounded. Everything looked so big to me. Indeed. It was a bit weird. Lily dryly chuckled. Well, I am going to mainly use this to divide the target's stats and boost myself. Almond grinned. That alone is crazy powerful. Yeah. Lily nodded. Almond is getting crazy powerful. Natalia was dazed. Feels like the protagonist of some movie. Nah. Almond wryly shook his head. Though I can't deny I am getting a windfall here. I still have some desolate feeling I can't explain. Anyway. All I know is getting powerful is my priority. And there's no stopping it no matter how strong I get. With that said. Let's get moving, Almond said. Smiling as he stood up and stretched his arms. It's time to finish our first floor's journey. Sounds good. Lily grinned. So. What are we going to do? Trigger the floor boss or go through the trial? Floor boss with just 3 of us. No way. Natalia sprung up on her feet and firmly shook her head. I did consider triggering floor boss. But yeah. It's not worth it right now, Almond said. Rubbing his chin. I mean. I'm pretty sure I can use my Divine Divider's harvest on it. Weakening it while empowering myself. But that would still be dangerous. I don't mind taking the risk. But you are right. Lily nodded. We also need around 3 hours just to get to the center of the labyrinth and then collect the materials required to trigger the floor boss. Yep. If we fail to defeat it by the time the exit gate appears, it will vanish, wasting our efforts. As such, let's go through the floor clearing trial. That's best for now? There were 2 ways one could go to the next floor. Either by defeating the floor boss of each floor, which is massive in size with tons of health and various attack patterns with multiple phases. The ideal party to defeat the first floor boss was 50 silver level 10 adventurers. Moreover, defeating floor bosses gave rewards according to contributions on the leaderboard that the labyrinth generated each time a floor boss triggered. Any action done by an individual that contributed to the damage on the floor boss would count, including healing other adventurers who were focused on attacking, defending, and everything else. The 3 of them could try. But frankly, there wasn't enough time. Up to the 5th floor. The floor boss would vanish every 3rd day's end, and it would spawn stronger every 3-day cycle. But from the 6th floor onward, new types of rules applied where the entire floor would change once the floor boss appeared. All other monsters would vanish. And the floor boss would remain perpetually active until it was defeated. It would also get stronger every 3 days as long as it wasn't defeated, making it a tough ordeal since as long as the floor boss remained on the floor, nobody would be able to level up by defeating monsters as there would be no monsters to kill. This incident happened on the 6th floor. And it caused a high death toll where even some talented and promising rising adventurers and frontline adventurers of that time died since the floor would shrink and it would be hard to escape from the floor boss. Exit would appear every 3 days for 5 hours. But it would be random while the floor boss would roam the floor. So only lucky ones could escape. From then onward, a rule was applied where GA and top guilds would first discover the floor boss triggering condition and keep an eye on it so that no one would trigger the floor boss of the new floor without preparation. Unless top guilds core members reached the maximum possible level to be reached on the new floor, nobody was allowed to trigger the floor boss. Let's check our new class, specialized quest before moving up, Natalia said as she looked at the new quest. 3rd quest of specialized class, 2nd skill creation. You may use 1 skill insight given to you to get insight into your next skill. You will be given hints during the insight and at the end, will get multiple skill options. You may select one of the skills as your 2nd skill. Well, we should start this quest once are outside, Almond suggested. The skill insight will put us in a deep, focused state for hours, maybe even 10 hours or more. From what I've heard and read. Yep. Lily nodded. We should start that quest after leaving. Armand climbed up first after storing Alfred and Viper Fiend in his spirit pocket. After which Viper Fiend used his arms to pull up Lily and Natalia. There was also an option to stay in the cavern until the exit portal appeared. But they would have to stay for over 10 hours there. As such, the party started descending the mountain at a faster pace. Most of the adventurers were still hunting in Frostbite Cliffs. So there was no one to court death as they descended. After all, it wasn't that uncommon for adventurers to loot others on the third day. A risky move. So only big groups would do that. The target could either fight for their items or give up on life. Threats from a big group often worked towards smaller groups. Over the years, the GAA received many complaints and worked to resolve the issue, capturing looters outside and imprisoning them. There were also some groups who killed others. And someone witnessed it coincidentally, leading to their punishment. With the changing world, rules and means to get information were easy with the usage of skills. So, although the number of looters decreased, they weren't completely gone. The party successfully descended the mountain without anyone looking to court their deaths. Armand originally planned to go to the fallen monastery town. But his specialized classes perk changed his mind. His perception and focus stats surpassed the 50-point mark with the class perk. So Lily and he decided to open chakra points. Lily had first-hand experience on how someone could do that properly. And Armand had a self-experimented experience. They decided to return to the starting area and open chakra points on Armand. On the way back to the starting area, Armand started feeling something weird. He felt as if he was being observed. He ignored it at first, thinking that a monster might have seen him. And his high mental stats captured that gaze, leaving his instincts to push this notion that he was being observed. But this happened again when he passed by the goblin settlement. And again, when he passed by the goblin camp, where he had killed Jacob, Sam, and Lamp. What's going on? I've checked thoroughly, but I saw no monsters. So why do I feel like I am being observed? Armand shared his findings with Lily after they got through the Direwolf Woods. Was that why you stopped to look around at those two places? Natalia raised her eyebrows. Yeah. But I saw no monsters, Armand said. His brows furrowed. I really don't think I am feeling this for nothing. I believe you. Lily nodded. With your current level of perception, and focus added to your natural cautiousness, and mental attributes, your instincts and intuitions should be high. You can't be wrong about the feeling of getting observed. She thought of something and added. I might have a clue. But I can't confirm it here. I have to go outside. All right? Since there's no use thinking about this, let's get started. They arrived at the starting area. One of the 8 stone chambers where people would spawn once they entered any labyrinth gate outside. Lily and Armand sat across each other as Lily guided Armand. Since she knew the method of properly detecting chakra points from her father, who did this procedure on her, she taught it to Armand, who slowly began to proceed and find chakra points one by one and carefully opened using mana without the hellish pain he had gone through in his reckless method. On the other hand, Natalia began practicing her specialized classes skill, Choosebound Requiem. She played different instruments, seeing how well she was with each, and practicing them since there was nothing else to do. Armand and Lily were absorbed in opening chakra points all over Armand's body. Rumor had it that there were hundreds of chakra points within the body, some so hidden that they required extremely high perception and focus to find. There were a few frontline adventurers who had some kind of unique power unrelated to skills classes but purely via some mysterious hidden chakra points. This was a mix of speculation and truth formed by people by watching videos and streams from frontline adventurers, with one of them even revealing a hidden chakra points experience. Since there were also mentions of chakra points in texts from ancient countries that existed thousands of years ago, many believed there were some special chakra points that could grant unique powers. The top adventurers also periodically scanned their bodies in deeper layers with growing power, trying to find them. Those who had apparently succeeded haven't revealed much about them, as well as nobody who supposedly opened one had actually come forward with solid information. But it was clear there was truth to this. And it was only a matter of time before it revealed itself to some people. And some more. And then everyone. Time passed by in the blink of an eye. And while Almond and Lily had taken a few breaks and continued with their chakra points opening session for hours, they didn't realize the time was over until the exit portal opened nearby them. We opened over 300 chakra points in your body, Lily said as a mischievous glint flashed across her eyes. And her hand went towards Almond's crotch. The only place that's left is this. And your bum at the back. Cough, L can do that on my own, Almond said before he came true to his desire and added. Or say? Can continue after I return. What do you that's better? Lily grinned and leaned on him as her arms went around his shoulder. See you later. Darling smooch. Yes. Yes. That's enough. We are getting late? Momo Lily. Natalia glanced back at Almond and stuck out her tongue as she magic whispered to him. Lily will be mine until you return. Have fun. You too, Almond chuckled. He knew Lily wasn't into girls. She was a mate and power. True woman down to her wild instincts. Seeking an ideal male as they two left. Almond turned around and stretched his arms and legs. Now then. Coming out of the stone chambers. It was already evening as the portal opened at 7 in the evening and remained until 12:00 midnight. Let's see how it feels to hunt at night. Almond left at full speed. And his senses wide opened. Over the past 3 days. His natural hunting and survival instincts had sharpened. And combined with his powerful physical and mental attributes, he felt practically invincible on the labyrinth's first floor unless he did something reckless. Which he wouldn't do. As such. With his 2 powerful classes and his innate talent that increased his recovery drastically. He was about to speed hunt every single different kind of monster at silver level 6 and above on this floor to raise his stat points at the maximum possible. Lily and Natalia emerged from the city's labyrinth gate. Where families had gathered. Some waiting hours to see their loved ones. Parents wept with relief and pride as their sons and daughters returned from their first venture into the labyrinth. Although not many were professional adventurers. Every single person who was above 18 10 years ago, and has survived until today, was technically an adventurer since it was mandatory to enter the labyrinth. Everyone above 18 was at least silver level 10 or higher. Paying the monthly tax of the labyrinth system required gold coins. Many just cleared the first floor again and again instead of risking their lives on higher floors. These people had jobs outside and didn't live their lives as adventurers but as civilians. Naturally. GAA was still encouraging them to participate in higher floors. At least until becoming gold rank level 1 adventurer to attain the subclass. Which would grant one of those development classes like blacksmith, tailor, and such to boost their world. There were already many people like this. They didn't have experience in combat as much but focused on developing their subclasses. Mom. Dad. Lily smiled as she saw her parents standing a bit far from the initial crowd. She also saw Jacob's father standing with 2 people from his guild. Hello. Uncle and Auntie. Natalia grinned as she waved at them. I can see you 2 progressed a lot. From your demeanor to gait to the light of your eyes. Ha ha ha. Good work. Girls. Lily's father. Dogon Darkwood. Said with jolly laughter. Lily's mother. Sabrino. Gently smiled. Welcome back. Come on. I have prepared a feast in celebration. But before that. I want to talk about something, Lily said as she stared into her parents' eyes. Dagon and Sabrina blinked. They knew what that look of their daughter meant. It was something serious and a priority. Well then. Let's head back to the home. While the group left. Jacob's father was walking to and fro as even after 5 minutes. Jacob hadn't arrived yet. Something's wrong. Jacob's father. Draven? Looked convinced as he spoke. I told him to exit within 5 minutes. He wouldn't disobey me. Something's wrong. Taking out a cig. He started smoking while walking to and fro. Something's wrong. He immediately started walking towards the gate. But the muscular man beside him suddenly stopped him. "Guild Master. You don't need to go. I've called people. And I am also going in. You have a meeting coming up for the deal you finalized yesterday." "Hurry up," Draven said. His face ugly. "Within 5 hours. All traces will vanish. And the floor will reset." His heart was telling him that something was wrong. Damn it. Draven crushed the cigarette under his foot and vanished like a gust of wind. Entering the labyrinth gate, the Vice Guild Master, Rufus, turned to a man in his late 20s and said, "Mark, stay outside and handle the guild's matter. And tell those guys to hurry up." "Got it." Rufus also dashed nimbly and silently, entering the labyrinth gate and choosing the first floor to enter. After entering, he took out a major high-tech device and contacted Draven. "Rufus, Draven. Searching like this is a waste of time. We don't know where Jacob was spawned in the first place to begin looking around for his traces. Draven, where are you?" "Rufus, I am at the eastern spawning point." "Draven, go out and use your focus field. Tell me if you get the feeling of getting observed at starting areas where monsters spawn and see if you can find something." Rufus was confused. But he did as told since Draven sounded as if he was onto something. But as he speedily went out and looked around using focus field, he indeed got the feeling of being observed. The focus field heightened one's senses via eyes and allowed them to see things normal eyes couldn't observe. Armand had abnormally high perception and focus for someone at silver level 10. So he got this feeling even without using the focus field. And he was right. Draven and Rufus both felt the same thing. Next, Darkwood Mansion in the Frostar City. "So, what's the serious talk, daughter?" Dagon asked. A maid arrived from the kitchen, putting juice glasses on the table. "You too. Drink this first," Sabrina said. Natalia grabbed the juice and chugged it down while Lily took a sip before saying, "Did the GA already start testing the prototype you were talking about?" Dagon and Sabrina looked at each other, their expression shifting. "Lily? Please tell me you didn't do anything stupid?" Sabrina asked, her face somber. "And to your question," Dagon said before nodding, "Yes. They've planted arcane eyes on the first floor for testing. This is not to go public. You understand? This project is directly approved by the top brass of the GA. It's not the same as the personalized camera project." Natalia almost spat out her drink and gulped before looking at Lily, who started rubbing her temples. "Shit." Natalia muttered. "What did you two do?" Dagon frowned. "Cough. We didn't do anything," Natalia quickly said with a wry smile. "But someone else did." Sabrina and Dagon clearly heaved a sigh of relief before becoming curious. Armand was right about getting the feeling of being observed. Ha! It's impossible for newbies to discover arcane eyes. Not without a properly honed focus field. Dagon raised his eyebrows. "What happened?" Sabrina asked. "Who is Armand?" Lily's expression turned deadly serious as she looked at her parents. "Can we somehow access the arcane eyes data and delete something?" "Not possible." Sabrina shook her head. "This is handled by the top brass of the GA headquarters. Branches like us have no access to anything related to arcane eyes. That means Jacob's father won't be able to access them either." Lily muttered. Dagon's brows furrowed upon hearing that. "Are you talking about Draven?" "Don't tell me, his son." Sabrina looked at Natalia, who quickly nodded. Cough. Dead. And I assume this Armand person killed him?" Dagon asked with a wry smile. "Who is he to you? We've never heard of him from your mouth. This is strange." Sabrina looked at her daughter, feeling something amiss. "It's the first time we've seen you concerned about someone else aside from Natalia." Lily smiled and said, "He is my boyfriend." "What? Your boyfriend?" Dagon was taken back. "That's an unexpected news." Sabrina digested it before adding, "So, who is that unfortunate fellow, Mom?" Lily pouted. Natalia snickered and said, "Don't worry. He is also crazy like our Lily." "Well? That sounds like a worry on its own." Dagon wryly smiled. Lily rolled her eyes. Ha ha. Don't worry about that. He is not a bad kind of crazy, Natalia laughed. Well? This unknown young man is piquing our curiosity more if even Natalia says that, Sabrina chuckled. Right? Honey. Indeed, Dagon said, laughing. But he stopped, seeing Lily's expression. All right? All right? Let's see what's the matter. We are all ears now. Sabrina nodded. Okay. So Armand killed Jacob and 2 others. But they almost killed him first. Wait. Lily? Natalia interrupted her. Let's start from the very start. Like who was Armand in our academy and then him in the labyrinth? Right? Dagon and Sabrina patiently listened to Natalia and Lily as they jointly began telling their story. Draven, let's get out. I need to attend the meeting, Rufus, if what we are perceiving is indeed that rumored project. Then the GA's top brass and let us have a look, can talk about it in the meeting and ask Mr. Han if he can talk to both of them had discovered the existence of arcane eyes. A type of monitor device that could directly relay everything it captured on the labyrinth's floor to the outside. Arcane eyes were deployed hurriedly on the last 3 days of the previous month's labyrinth cycle. For one, the GA's top brass wanted to see what was happening inside while the labyrinth remained close. And second, they wanted to start observing adventurers inside. This way, they would be able to observe newbie adventurers and pick out some talents while also discovering nasty individuals to punish them. Draven and Rufus arrived at their Wild Hunt Guild's base. A magnificent wooden metal castle reflective of modern and magic tech in the mix. Entering the hall, he sat down on the couch and lit up the cigarette. His heart unsettled. Rufus. Send someone to the academy with party invitations for all the students and their parents from the same batch as my son. Draven ordered. A cold glint passing through his eyes. And get me the status of every student who entered was returned and who hasn't. I want to know about each one. All right? Rufus nodded and took out the phone. But before he could call, he received a call. Hello? Mr. Han? Yes. We are at the guild base, yes. Understood. Draven looked at Rufus, who promptly said after cutting the call. They are coming here in 10 minutes. Got it. Afterward, Rufus contacted a guild member to work on the part invitation plan while he and Draven waited in the hall. Several minutes later, 3 people arrived at the guild base. A middle-aged man, a black, brownish-haired woman in her 30s, and an old man in his 60s, all wearing different colored professional office suits. To grow the guild further, Draven had made a deal with GA to get some dungeon doors owned by GA in the forest 50 kilometers away from the city. As the biggest guild in Frostar City, the Wild Hunt Guild had many members. Entry into the labyrinth was limited. But the same was not true for the dungeons. There were riches and power to be earned by exploring the dungeons, making them important resources for overall growth in the world. The deal was already done. So these 3 from GA were here to give the locations of dungeon doors and finalize the deal's terms. After an hour of peaceful meeting, the old man in his 60s, Mr. Han, spoke as his eyes slightly narrowed. You seem to be in distress? Mr. Draven? Draven leaned back and lit up a cigarette as the meeting was finally over. After puffing once, he took a deep breath and said, My son didn't return from the labyrinth. And I'm certain something bad happened to him because he was supposed to come out. Draven closed his eyes for a few seconds before opening again. I'm worried. Did you send people inside? I did. I've sent over 100 people inside. All of my silver-ranked and 5 gold-ranked adventurers are looking for him. Draven stubbed the cigarette on the ashtray to his left after taking a long puff and looked at Mr. Han in his eyes. Everyone could see his bloodshot eyes. Mr. Han? I need a favor. It seems you went inside and discovered it. Spoke the middle-aged man, a known platinum-ranked adventurer ranked 78th in the global leaderboard, Austin Wern. Ironheart Crusader. The woman adjusted her rims and said, I'm afraid access to arcane eyes is not possible. I want to know what happened to my son. Draven said. His fist clenched tightly. If the arcane eyes are deployed, I'm sure someone at the top is watching everything. It's fine if you can't show me the video screens. But at least tell me what happened to my son. Mr. Han? Draven looked at the old man. His eyes almost pleading. I will forever remember this favor. Mr. Han stood up and sighed. I will try to see what I can do. But please know that only 3 people are allowed to watch the video screens right now. Not even I have access to it. So don't keep your hope on me and try investigating your way. I'll pass down the order to this city's GA branch to cooperate with you as well. He added. Thank you. Thank you very much. Draven stretched his hand for the handshake. After leaving the Wild Hunt Guild's base, Mr. Han said, let's go to the GA branch here and have a talk with Dagon and Sabrina. It's been a while since we last talked. On the other hand, Lily and Natalia also had been speaking for the past hour and finally relayed everything. So he is that impressive. Sabrina was slightly dazed. Especially at the last part. I can see why your heart settled on him. He must have rocked your so-called chemistry meter. Dagon dryly chuckled, and rubbed his temples. But this trouble is serious. Indeed. The matter is a bit tricky, Sabrina sighed and said. Arcane Eye's video screens are fully restricted. Only 3 people can watch the video screens. And those 3 are the GA President, GA's most powerful adventurer, and GA's Grand Admiral. Hearing the end, Lily's eyes lit up. Dad. You know the Grand Admiral. Right? You said you were friends with him? That old man had broken many of my bones when I was in the military. Dagon wryly smiled. And even more when we worked together in the labyrinth exploration in the beginning. He is a stickler for the rules. But? Dagon looked at Sabrina, who nodded at him and turned to Lily. Dear? Your friend. Boyfriend. Lily corrected her. Sabrina rolled her eyes. Yeah. Your boyfriend. He didn't do anything but kill those 3. Right? Yes. However, Jacob and the other 2 killed him first at the starting area. Correct? Yep. Then don't worry about this. Sabrina smiled. Although they do plan to punish nasty people who go out of their way to harm and sabotage other adventurers using arcane eyes, Armand won't be on that list. Dagon nodded and said. Naturally. That doesn't mean he will be off the hook. If that old man Rudra is one of the people overlooking the arcane eyes, Armand will be called to the headquarters. Lily frowned. What will they do to him? Dad. Mom. I am telling you. I am going to live with him in Firefly City once he finishes his speed hunting in the labyrinth. That's final? You have to make sure nothing bad happens to him. She stood up and said with flames in her eyes. I want him in my life just like how you 2 are in each other's lives. If something happens to him and he is not at fault. Then what? Natalia slowly asked as she gulped. Then I am going to get strong enough to topple down whoever that harmed him. I know I'll be strong enough and catch up to frontliners. It's only a matter of time. Humful, Dagon and Sabrina weakly smiled. It was shocking to them to see Lily like this. And they could feel that if something bad happened to Armand, Lily would indeed follow up with what she said. This daughter of theirs could become very stubborn. Relax. Lily, Sabrina said as she gently smiled. Since you like him so much, then we won't just ignore his plight. Dagon nodded with a smile. Don't worry. His calling to the GA headquarters won't put him in danger. I will personally accompany him if he gets called. I'm sure I'll get the order to escort him if he ever gets one. Natalia thought of something and said. If they can watch various spots in the labyrinth using arcane eyes, then won't they know about Armand's skills? Is that why you said he will be called not for the punishment, but for recruitment? Since he killed those 3, I believe he will have to go through some questioning and tests. Sabrina said. Grand Admiral is someone who nurtures talents. But he is a righteous man. He needs to see if Armand won't stray to the wrong path. So that's why. Lily sat down and slumped back on the couch with relief before she grinned. That's good to hear. Armand is more level-headed than me. That's for sure. True. He even spared that piece of trash because killing him would indirectly harm the innocents, Natalia said as her expression turned foul. I still feel hate towards that bastard. I wish he'd drop dead as soon as possible. Consider him dead, Sabrina said, her demeanor turning cold. Based on what you said about that incident, I'm pretty sure arcane eyes were also deployed in that area. At least, I hope so. True. Dagon nodded. If an arcane eye captured that incident, and they see how Armand handled it, he will get plus points in Old Man Rudra's eyes. That's a decision that I might not have been able to make if I was in his shoes. During our time in the middle floors, after people were used to the labyrinth and new changes, many killings happened. Sabrina sighed and shook her head. Anyway, don't worry about Armand. You focus on your departure after 2 days. Okay. But I got his back. And you got mine. So we have to work this out. I am really looking forward to life now. We got it. Sabrina gently smiled. Suddenly, Dagon's phone rang. Seeing who it was, Dagon was surprised and walked away. Mr. Han? You two want to eat first or get freshen up before eating? I want to take a bath, Natalia said as she sniffed hard and her nose trumped up. We are a bit smelly right now, Sabrina chuckled. All right then. Go and take a shower. I'll lay out the food on the table. Thanksies, Aunt Sabrina. Lily also got up and yawned as she stretched her arms and left, going upstairs after Natalia. Lily? Sabrina called out. Lily stopped in the middle of the stairs and turned to her mother. What? I'm proud of you. Hum. Lily grinned and nodded. Me too. Of you both? After Lily left, Dagon returned and said, we need to go to the GA branch. Who's coming? Sabrina asked, already guessing the matter. Mr. Han and 2 others. It's just a normal visit. But I am curious as to why they were here. Were you informed? Nope. It must be a guild-related matter. But since he contacted us, then we'll find out soon. Let's go. If it's a guild matter in this city, then it should be only one. Dagon raised his eyebrows. Wild Hunt Guild. Yep. That's why we have to get some information from him. Draven must be going insane with his son missing. And I'm positive he talked to Mr. Han about this if they went to visit his guild. The 2 of them left and met up with the GA members. Draven's party invitation was also sent to the Darkwood family, who received it shortly after they finished talking with Mr. Han and his small entourage. Draven invited us for lunch in the morning. Dagon's one eyebrow raised. Feeling weird. What's going on? He must want to investigate on his own. Sabrina read the invitation. It seems this sent to families of all students who went to the labyrinth. Looking at Dagon, she said, Draven is a frontline adventurer, but not a good one. He will try to do anything to get information, even if he has to kill innocents for it. That won't happen anymore. Dagon grunted coldly. I won't allow him to be rampant anymore. Times have changed. The sky turned fully dark after a few hours. And before midnight arrived, Wild Hunt Guild members started leaving the labyrinth as the exit portal was about to close. Draven was waiting with antsy feeling as he couldn't wait to hear from the guild members who went to investigate about his son. He personally heard reports from every single person for 3 hours straight. But he couldn't get much information. Over 100 adventurers had gone and spawned in all 8 starting areas randomly, as they only focused on searching, essentially exploring the entire floor during those 5 hours. But nobody found Jacob or anything related to him, making Draven mad as he drank himself to sleep drinking a wine made from rare-grade resources. Tomorrow. Rufus. I want all the information. I'll prepare everything. You go sleep now? You need it. Skytree City. Global Adventurer Association headquarters. The main building was a huge cone-shaped structure, and other buildings connected to it all around. It was the biggest and most advanced structure on the Earth, located in the largest city, Skytree City. At the top of the headquarters building, in the restricted area, a person emerged from the secret elevator. He was 6 feet 5 inches tall with a black beard and mustache, paired with short black hair and a muscled figure. Although he was 70 years old, His build, aura, and look gave off a youthful, vigorous, and powerful vibe. Grand Admiral Rudra. Frontline adventurer. He wasn't listed on the Global Adventurers leaderboard, as he never participated in competitions. But there was no denying that he was one of the most powerful adventurers with unknown depths. What most people didn't know was that he was also one of the few who had attained supernatural disposition even before the Grim Worlds tutorial descended on Earth. He already had all of his chakra points opened. And he even had opened one of his hidden chakra points unknowingly because of his daily meditation and training. He was always at the front line and the highest contributor to clearing the labyrinths. He became GA's Grand Admiral to oversee the military might of GA, and nurture upcoming adventurers. Grand Admiral Rudra arrived in front of a door that projected a robotic face. The leading AL of GA. Welcome. Grand Admiral. Please give me a sample of your mana to confirm your identity. Grand Admiral Rudra infused a bit of mana on a tablet stuck on the door, which lit up slightly, and a second later, the owl spoke. Confirmed. Welcome back, Grand Admiral Rudra. He entered the hall with multiple screens lit up all around. And a man looking in his 40s with mixed black and red hair was already sitting there, eating a pizza and drinking while watching the screens. Hey, Pops. You're back. Come here. I found someone interesting. Grand Admiral Rudra vanished from his spot and appeared right behind the man. His palm in a slapping motion, as it squarely landed on the man's head. Damn. That hurts. Old man. But I took it. So let's rest the case. I'm sorry for not going to clear that dungeon. The man turned to look at the old man while rubbing his head. He had purple-blue eyes with intensity of lightning, and a lean muscled build with a height of 61. Aryan Deva. The son of Grand Admiral Rudra Deva, the third rank holder in the global leaderboard, and the strongest adventurer of GA, at least based on the global leaderboard rank. Aryan. This is the last time. If you fucking ignore my orders again, we are going to have a serious duel. Aryan felt a chill as he got up and fawningly smiled. Come on. Dad. Wasn't that dungeon cleared just fine? There was no need for me to go there. Anyway. Sit here. I want you to look at someone. Rudra snorted and sat down on the main chair before leaning back and looking at the front screen. However, in just a few seconds, his pupils shrank. Aryan saw his father becoming still and grinned. Told ya, Pops. I found someone interesting. Those top guilds have top-notch young blood talents. The so-called super rookies. It's time we also have someone like that. You know? On the screen was none other than Armand. Going past groups of monsters while leaving behind cut-off bodies of humanoid monsters, corrupted priests and priestesses who were over 2 meters tall with darkness and death attribute skills. Armand soon stopped and absorbed some monsters' spirits, increasing his stats before he continued moving. By the way, this is his footage of 3 hours ago. I just arrived an hour ago and asked Astra about the killings of adventurers by other adventurers and saw him. He is in the inner circle of the labyrinth right now, where we don't have any arcane eyes. Can't observe him. Hearing that, Rudra frowned. He killed others. Yes. But, it's better for you to see it. Astro? Show the target's earliest footage, Aryan commanded the Al-Astra. Upon getting Aryan's command, the front screen changed as it showed Armand cornered at the pillar in the starting area's stone chambers by 3 young men. Rudra's brows furrowed more. We have to improve the arcane eyes further. We need to hear the sounds, too. How's it going in that regard? We already got the arcane eyes with sound capture enchantment in development. We'll deploy some tomorrow. Rudra nodded, although he couldn't hear anything. The clarity of the video was ultra-high definition and from all angles due to the nature of how arcane eyes worked. He could see their lips and could interpret what they were talking about. Who is that brat's father? Rudra asked when he heard what Jacob said about learning from his father not to leave any trouble and ordered Seong to kill Armand. When he saw Seong slitting Armand's throat, Rudra coldly snorted. His father is Draven. You know him? Aryan grinned. That fellow is hanging at the top 90s in the global leaderboard and seeking to grow his guild. Frostar City. Rudra raised his eyebrows. That's where Dagon is. Right? Yeah, Aryan said, his smile widening. Well? This young guy and Dagon have quite the connection as well. Astra? Fast forward a bit. Dagon's daughter is going to Firefly. I wish we could get her here, Rudra sighed and continued to watch. We need some more young, talented blood. Rudra saw Armand suddenly floating with mysterious energy oozing out of him. Surprised. He triggered a special condition. That makes him the sixth one to do this that entered our radar. True. I'm pretty sure there are more people who triggered special conditions and acquired better classes. Aryan nodded. The ones we know have gotten A rank class, S rank class, and even one SS rank class. This young lad's new class is no less than S rank. I'm sure of it. As Aryan finished speaking, he commanded the owl. Astra? Fast forward and show us some fights and the instances where he takes out the unique items. Aryan commanded after unique items. Rudra raised an eyebrow. Is it related to his class? Indeed. If I have to guess, his class is pretty powerful. Maybe S or SS rank. It could even be SSS rank. From what I've gathered, he can create explosions anywhere at any point of space within 10 meters of himself, which increased later to 20 meters. The explosions can be quite unique too. And I've inferred it's related to monsters he had killed. He can also create some unique items, which are frankly quite powerful from what I observed. And lastly, he can summon. Rudra soon saw Alfred and was surprised. A humanoid summon. Interesting? Aryan told Astra to fast forward more. But Rudra interrupted him with a snort. Stop it. Aryan. Astra? Listen to me. Set the motion speed to 3 times and show me everything you've captured about this person. Understood? Well then. I am going out. Pops. You enjoy the show? If you even think about stepping onto the first floor of the labyrinth to see him, I'll skin you alive. Aryan stopped at the exit door and released a hollow laugh. Come on. Dad. I'm not going to do that. I'm quite scared of him to meet him there. He is practically invincible on the first floor right now. Anyway, the second cycle of labyrinth started 2 hours ago. So I am going to the 10th floor. Good. Aryan left. Meanwhile, Grand Admiral Rudra ordered Astra while watching Armand's adventure. Astro? Get some rice and dal tatka for me. Also? Call President Lincoln and put him on my college, he added. Understood. 2 hours passed by as Grand Admiral Rudra finished watching everything. The arcane eyes they've deployed were in the outer areas of all 8 corners of the labyrinth and some in the 8 major areas. Since there was a shortage of arcane eyes to deploy it at all spots, the ones in the 8 major areas moved around. A few had moved a bit further, which luckily captured Armand's adventure in the fallen monastery town that Aryan was watching when Grand Admiral Rudra arrived here. Looking at the footage of Armand's combat in fallen monastery town, Rudra's eyes glinted. Why is he killing monsters when he is already at maximum level? And he is not particularly training. There were people who fought just to hone their combat and learn more about their skills. But from what he observed, Armand was in a very efficient and quick hunting mode. That's not a sign of learning or training. It's as if he has a goal related to killing monsters. Rudra got off the chair and locked his hands behind his back as he started walking to and fro. He could be farming for drops. But that doesn't make sense given his class that produces items. He could also be gathering gold coins. His profile showed he is not well off. But he already got a girlfriend who is Dagon's daughter. Looking at the clock, he muttered. It must be over 6 in the morning there. Good. Astra? Call Dagon from my contact list. In Frostar City. Dagon woke up hearing the ringtone and saw that it was Grand Admiral Rudra. He couldn't help but dryly chuckle. I have a feeling this is about Armand. Dagon, good morning. Admiral Rudra, morning. What do you know about Armand Crochet? Dagon, it seems that you've already seen him in action. I'm afraid I only know as much as you do. Admiral Rudra, bring him here once he comes out. Dagon, Roger. Also? I have a favor to ask. If you don't mind, Rudra, I got it. I'll make sure Draven won't get what he wants. Dagon, thank you. Senior, Rudra, it sounds like you've already accepted him as your son-in-law, Dagon, haha, cough. My daughter can be quite stubborn. So I have to do all I can. But since you've seen him in action, can I ask you about your analysis of him? Please. Rudra, he is focused. No unnecessary thoughts. His expression while fighting and killing monsters has a purpose. There's no distraction in his life. He has a strong thirst to become powerful and, Dagon, and? Rudra, he is goddamn talented, a monster-level breed of human. The way he improved in his sword mastery can only be summed up as true blue genius. Like how Mozart knew what to do when he saw the piano and composed a myriad of works in his short life that made a whole case of genres. This young man picked up his sword and did exactly that. Once he learns or enfold, I feel he will compose monstrous sword techniques. Dagon, I see. Didn't think I would hear this level of praise for someone from your mouth, Rudra, but I will have to test his mind. His heart. We already have some big headaches hiding in the darkness. I don't want someone like him to go on a dark path, Dagon, I understand. Admiral? I will bring him to you once he comes out of the labyrinth. Rudra, did your daughter tell you why he extended his stay in the labyrinth? Dagon, not in details. She just told me it's related to his class. Rudra, got it. You can go back to sleep now, Dagon, cough. I usually woke up at 6. But, Rudra cut off the call before Dagon could finish. A smile hanging on his lips. Lucky bastard. He caught you? Sabrina chuckled. Dagon helplessly smiled and lay back on the bed. He was just pulling my leg. Anyway. We'll give the good news to Lily later. Since she believes Armand is good. Then I believe he will pass Senior Rudra's tests. Adventurers at such a high rank and level could indeed remain perfectly fine even without sleeping for multiple days unless they exhausted their mind and body doing strong work and needed sleep. On the other hand, Rudra sighed as he put away his phone. Even Dagon's daughter has found her life partner. And then there's my son. Who isn't married yet. Rudra rubbed his temples as he muttered. Does that rascal want to pass down our bloodline or not? Astra's hologram appeared as she said. I'm positive he has an offspring or two in the process. Given his activities. For a fact. A female named Amelia is keeping his baby. Though she thinks she is keeping it a secret. Rudra was stunned. Since when did you collect such information? I was ordered by Aryan to do that. As he wanted to know about his possible offspring. That darn rascal while Armand was speed hunting the labyrinth. Even as a new day descended inside and outside. Draven was in his afternoon party with newbie adventurers and their parents. Given that Draven organized a party, everyone thought that his son had also returned. Which wasn't the case in reality. Looking at everyone enjoying and being happy, Draven felt like pulling his hair. He only showed his face one time and then left. Letting Rufus and other members of the guild do the work of meeting and talking. Some parents also had a desire to let their kids join Wild Hunt Guild. So they were happy to be here. Draven? What we know so far is that there are 3 more students who haven't returned yet. Who? Draven asked. His expression intense. Seong and Lamp. These were Jacob's friends. The third is someone called Armand. I know the first 2. But who the hell is Armand? His parents. No parents. Lives in the academy dorms. He has some internal physical defects. Making him weaker physically with low stamina. He has been bullied by Jacob and those 2 a few times. But nothing serious. Also? 3 students who returned didn't attend the party. They are Jace, Natalia, and Lily. Draven frowned. Lily and Natalia are kids of the Darkwood Mansion. Forget about them. What's the deal with Jace? He lives with his older sister. I've sent someone to check. But he is at his home training while his sister is at GAA's branch. Working? I guess they just weren't interested in the party. Considering Jace would join GA because of his sister, Draven sighed. His expression weary. Did you ask students if they had seen Jacob? Where did he spawn? Apparently. Nobody saw him at the starting area spawning with them. But everyone had spawned to all starting areas except for one starting area leading to Fairy Mountain. Draven's eyes glinted. So nobody here saw Jacob spawned at their starting areas. Not just Jacob. But they also didn't see Sean or Lamp. Nor Lily. Natalia. Armand? Or Jace? Rufus slowly said as a sheen flashed in his eyes. It's safe to assume that these 6 spawned in the same area. That's it. Draven smashed his hand on the couch's armrest and stood up. Send someone to ask Jace if he saw them. Now. This new humanoid spirit wraith had flexible transformations. He could sprout monstrous wings that seemed mixed wings of wandering fairy and frostfeather harpy. He could transform his arms into blades. He could become larger in size. He could turn fully beast mode like Manticore, which had multiple beasts features. But unlike Manticore, this spirit wraith looked like a slick nightmare. 4 legs? 4 pairs of big crystallized thin wings with colorful patterns. 3 tails with blade-like tip parts. A large variety of 2 horns on all 3 heads, 1 lion-like head, 1 beaver-like head, and the third being a mix of fairy and harpy head. Leaning towards human-style face just like those 2 boss monsters. Armand named this spirit wraith, Chimera Frank, since this guy was a true monster in human-like form and no doubt the strongest spirit wraith so far. It had tons of strong skills and high base stats. It was already at silver level 5 when it manifested like the Chimera Viper Fiend. With easy 42 stat points to distribute on top of its already high stats. Armand realized that boss-type monsters' spirits played a huge part in making this spirit wraith so strong. He had already planned to make the next spirit wraith, which he figured would be even more crazier. He had 2 boss monsters, spirits from Fallen Monastery Town and 5 from Valley of Shadowsong. The 2 bosses in Fallen Monastery Town were fully humanoid Bishop of Dark Faith and Apostle of Blighted Chalice. This area had basically ghouls' version of priests and priestesses as monsters. So they were all kind of humanoids. He had kept these 13 spirits of monsters of this area just for the next Spirit Kodoku creation. After putting 5 boss monster spirits of Valley of Shadowsong, 2 boss monsters, and 13 other spirits of Fallen Monastery Town, Armand left the Valley of Shadowsong and went to another inner area location like Fallen Monastery Town Doomed Citadel. After clearing the Damned Citadel, boosting more stats, and getting 2 more boss spirits from this area along with a lucky drop of a rare grade item, Armand went to the 3rd big area Wonder Tree Topia. Speedrunning this large area as well. He got more stat boost and 5 more boss spirits. And by the time he was finished with this area, his 4th spirit wraith was completed. But Armand didn't bother using it. Nor did he use his other spirit wraiths. There was no need. He was sufficiently fast alone. Naturally. He did put together 20 spirits in Spirit Kodoku again, with 7 of them being boss monster spirits from Doomed Citadel and Wonder Tree Topia. Sun was going down afterward. But he pushed further and cleared the 3rd inner area location Plagued Necropolis before the clock hit 12 midnight. With 4 spirit wraiths Alfred, Chimera Viper Fiend, Chimera Frank, and Dark Pope guarding him. Armand slept like a baby without any worry on top of a big tree's branch a kilometer away from Plagued Necropolis. The labyrinth's 1st floor had a total of 13 monster-infested areas. If one looked at the map, their location would be drawn as mentioned below: 1 Fairy Mountain, major area, southwest. 2 Valley of Shadowsong, major area, west. 3 Wonder Tree Topia, major area, northwest. 4 Twilight Cove, major area, north. 5 Crystal Hollow, major area, northeast. 6 Ashen Fields, major area, east. 7 Starfall Basin, major area, southeast. 8 Frostlight Grotto, major area, south. These were the 8 major areas that one would choose based on one of the 8 starting spawn points. Armand was already done with 3 of them and also finished 3 out of 4 inner areas. Fallen Monastery Town, inner area. Doomed Citadel, inner area, Plagued Necropolis, inner area, Burial Light Forest, inner area. These 4 inner areas were in the inner circle of the floor. Finally, the centermost area of the 1st floor, where the floor boss would spawn once conditions were met. Heart of Wilded Center area. The conditions of the 1st floor's boss spawning were pretty simple. There were 4 items with special rank in their description found in 4 inner areas main base rooms. The description of the items mentioned these items being floor bosses' requirements along with the floor boss spawn location's name. So it was easy to know what to do. Armand had 2 more days before the 3rd cycle of the labyrinth began. He didn't mind fighting in the 3rd cycle with increased difficulty. But he wasn't going to delay just to do that. He planned to clear the rest of the areas and kill the floor boss to clear his first floor and get access to the 2nd floor. The plan to clear the 1st floor via floor trial went to naught since he and Lily spent the whole remaining time of the 3rd day opening his chakra points. As such, although he could do the floor trial after the girls left, he didn't do it since he had decided to kill the floor boss on his own to clear the floor instead of doing the floor trial. Armand woke up after 8 hours of sleep and resumed his solo adventure. His 5th spirit wraith still in the making. On the other hand, Lily and Natalia were still in meditation. They entered meditation at 10 in the morning yesterday. And the clock was already hitting 9 o'clock the next day morning. They were in meditation for 23 hours. There was a known limit of skill insight period. And it was 24 hours. Spending the whole 24 hours meant that one gained the full benefits of the skill insight period. Both of them opened their eyes when the 24th hour passed by. Ugh. Natalia clutched her head, and lay on the floor. This headache is annoying. But worth it? Lily smiled as she also lay on the floor. I had a long, fun dream of fighting with exotic powers related to my class that I was designing. Same. Natalia couldn't help but grin. Thinking of the dream. Anyway. Let's quickly submit our 2nd skill design. Eat and then sleep. I'm tired as fuck. Yep. At noon, Sabrina and Dagon talked with Grand Admiral Rudra on a video call. Sabrina explained the plan to deal with the time bomb that was Draven. Hearing Draven's situation, Rudra's moustache flared in anger. That bastard. If he raised his son with a bit of kindness instead, he wouldn't be wallowing in grief right now. All right, Rudra sighed and continued. I will arrange this play you made, Sabrina. But let's go with 3 days instead of 5. Dagon and Sabrina were surprised. Lily told me Armand planned to completely clear all the areas. Sabrina blinked. But you think he can do that in the next 3 days? Senior Rudra. You have seen him in action and also praised him to the heavens. Dagon said with a laugh. That's enough reason to believe you. Well? I can't disagree. Sabrina chuckled. I am more and more eager to see him in the flesh. Don't count the chickens early. Rudra sternly said. He must pass my test first. If he doesn't pass he will pass. Dagon grinned. We believe in our daughter's ability to someone's character. She said he is a good person. So he is. That's right, Sabrina said with an almost prideful tone. All right. All right. I'll find that myself soon. You two just get into me when he comes. As for Draven, I am directing Han to relay the message to him now. Thank you, Admiral Rudra. Sabrina smiled. You two have accepted him without even meeting him. Rudra rolled his eyes. All right. I am cutting off now. Let's hope he passes my test. An hour later, Draven got a call from Mr. Han. And he immediately jumped from his chair. Mr. Han? Please tell me you have good news. I do have the good news. Mr. Draven? I have gotten approval from the Grand Admiral to allow you to watch the recordings captured by Arcane Eyes. What? Draven was shocked. His lips trembling. Did you already see what happened to my son? No. I am not allowed to see it. The new policy is that those whose relatives met with unfortunate development will be allowed to see what happened to them in the labyrinth. This is not public yet. But I requested it. And they agreed to let you see it after 3 days. 3 days. Draven frowned and then eased it up as he added. Understood. I'll get on the flight after 2 days. Yes. The arrangements will be made by then. Thank you. Mr. Han? Lily and Natalia woke up in the evening after resting fully. After freshening up, they went to the dining table to eat and started TV to watch the ongoing situations over the world. Super Rookie Jian Ranford has just returned from the second floor yesterday and already cleared a red-colored C-rank dungeon all alone in just 3 hours. The screen showed a young man, 18 years old, with short white blue hair and brown eyes. He could be considered a pretty boy with his thin frame and look. But his demeanor was cold and indifferent. The reporters were asking him questions while he was moving towards the car surrounded by bodyguards. But he kept a mum and a plain face, ignoring them until he arrived at the car's door and finally turned to the cameras. I heard a question about the strongest super rookie. Who asked that? It was Mellow Round. Spectacled lady in her late 20s replied, raising her hand. Jian looked at her and replied, "You will get your answer soon when the new leaderboard opens up." After saying that, he entered the car and left while the reports continued to speak. Humph. That bastard is quite haughty. Natalia snorted. I'll beat some sense into him when I fight him, Lily chuckled. Anyway, you are participating in the Rising Star tournament. Right? Of course. Natalia grinned. I can't possibly back away when this tournament is giving away stat-boosting items. With my new class, I might enter the top 100 in the new leaderboard. What do you say? Lily chewed her meatball before answering. No idea. You need to get better combat-wise. Talented people between 18 and 24 all over the world will be entering brackets of different ranks in the Rising Star tournament. We'll be in the silver rank bracket. And there will be many silver-ranked adventurers. But I can at least get into the top 100 in the silver bracket of leaderboard. Right? Natalia asked with a pout. That's minimum, if I want the stat-boosting item. You gotta train? Lily wryly smiled. Look. There are 150 cities in total. Thousands will participate. And there are many of the so-called elite families that train their kids to be fighters. Just after the first year of the appearance of the labyrinth, these families had popped up as they knew that the future lay on becoming powerful and having a powerful new generation. That's why the competition will be tough. Aside from class skills, you also need to learn core techniques like physical enchantment, master a weapon, and train in combat. In your case, your class is one of those perpetual class combat types. So you need to master an instrument first. Your second class, skill Musico Weaponize, is pretty cool. It's a passive skill and allows you to perform unique basic attacks based on the instrument you are wielding. Any instrument you use will be your unique weapon. So mastering one is a must. Natalia nodded. Her eyes fired up. Piano will make it hard for me to move. So I can't train in it if I want to utilize my second class skill for the Rising Star tournament. I'll go with flute first. That's good. Lily nodded. You'll start training in it once we reach the Firefly City. When's our flight? Tonight at 9 o'clock. Meet your grandparents and stay with them for a bit before we meet up at the League of Firefly Guilds training center. I'll talk to my mentor to allow you in. Yay. Also? We'll enter Labyrinth near the end of the second cycle. Right? Because I want to finish the floor trial and get the juicy reward. I'll need it to do better in the tournament. Of course. Anyway, let's finish eating so we can go to the GA branch. I saw Mom's message on the phone after I woke up. It seems Mom and Dad want to talk about something related to Armand. Lily and Natalia heard from Sabrina and Dagan about the plan to deal with Draven. And it was frankly wonderful. Just like baiting a fish into the hook using bait. The bait was Armand. The fish was Draven. And the hook was Admiral Rudra. Mom. Dad. Thank you. That's a great plan. And I'm glad Admiral Rudra agreed, Lily said, grinning as she added. And I am sure Armand will pass the moral test easily. We hope that's the case, Dagan said with a nod. Anyway, I'm in a hurry. There's a gold-colored A-rank dungeon door on the verge of breaking about 5 kilometers from the northern city border. I won't be able to see you off at the airport. No problem. Dad. You hurry up. Dagan left hurriedly. Sabrina looked at Lily. Her eyes glinting as if she was scanning her body. Dear? Do you want to open the rest of your chakra points now? Or did your mentor say she would do it? She will do it. Lily replied with a smile. But we don't have much time. So I'd like you to help Natalia open her chakra points. I'm sure she will be accepted in the guild, given her specialized class and potential. But it's better she gets some help before her examination test. Natalia clasped her hands and cheekily smiled. Thank you, Auntie. Oh. It's nothing. Sabrina waved her hand and got up from her chair. Let's go to the training room and finish it. Your primary class is quite good due to its skill. And your specialized class is an all-rounder and powerful being at SS rank. I'm sure League of Firefly will consider you an asset to nurture. But if not, GAA will always have a spot for you. Nah. I'll make sure she gets in the League of Firefly Guild. Lily grinned. I'll make better use of her. Auntie. I think Lily is going to violate me. Sabrina couldn't help but laugh. All right. All right. Don't do that. Lily? Lily? Hee hee hee. Natalia. The night descended soon as time passed swiftly in the training room. Lily didn't want to stay idle. So she was also playing with her new class skills, exploring better usage and applications to combat style. The Manha Sabrina was proficient in opening the basic chakra points all over the body. So she was done helping Natalia just half an hour before their departure to the airport. Fortunately, the airport system all over the world has drastically improved. And the fuel usage has also changed to magic crystals from dungeons. Each monster dropped magic crystals with attributes. And there was usually a magic crystal vein in dungeons from which adventurers could mine the crystals. The Grand Abyss Labyrinth didn't have those. But both of these supernatural forces were important for humanity's growth. The labyrinth allowed adventurers to level up and get stronger, while dungeons gave much-needed resources. Failure to clear a dungeon before its border turns completely black results in disaster. So it's critical to clear dungeons on time. Usually, the dungeon doors spawned with a white-colored border. But if left unattended, their color would change to blue, then red, then golden, and then black. Dungeons became a high priority for adventurers because there had been multiple disasters occurring due to dungeon breaks. The patterns and time required for their color change weren't discovered because it appeared that each dungeon door had a different period, making GA and Earth Union put much effort into locating and observing them all over the world. GA shared responsibilities of handling dungeons with guilds by giving them territories because of that. But generally, dungeons were considered fortunes and a place for training for adventurers as long as they were cleared on time. Thanks to dungeons that often dropped stat-increasing items, it was hard to judge an adventurer's stats purely based on their rank and level. Not to mention other factors like mastery of 5 important mana techniques: physical enchantment, aura enfold, focus field, mana transmutation, and flow state. The distance from Frostar City to Firefly City was 6,758 kilometers. The flight took 3 hours. If it was in the past, it would have taken a lot more hours. But the safety measures while in the air and the functions of the airplanes had drastically improved thanks to the addition of Magitech, which was developing fast. With the additions of various Magitech developments, the importance of dungeons increased even more, igniting competition between guilds. GA was still at the forefront of development, but many organizations backed by guilds were researching their own new Magitech. Firefly City, one of the 10 biggest cities on Earth. League of Firefly had a huge array of structures to their name. A headquarters building, a training center building, a combat arena, and other smaller facilities. It was like a university campus. As Lily and Natalia landed, both went their separate ways for the time being. Natalia's grandparents picked her up while Lily was picked up by a woman in her mid-20s with wavy red hair. Lily Darkwood. Lily cordially smiled, as she stretched her hand for a handshake. So she is the one that Senior Arya favored. Ha! Hazel Sol. Nice to meet you, young lady, Hazel said with a smile, sizing her up. Well, you're gonna be popular among the guys. Hope you don't mind some courtings. I do mind, as I am taken, Lily plainly said, and took her hand back as they both started walking. Thanks to the storage pouch, many people didn't need to carry their luggage. Though Lily kept an umbrella since she didn't like to walk empty-handed. It wasn't just any normal umbrella, it was an epic-grade defensive type item that her father had given her. Taken. Ha! Poor girl got trapped by some guy. But the world of adventurers is a cutthroat one. Hazel thought as she wryly smiled. That's a surprise. Lily, is he some famous rookie or an older guy around my age who impressed you? So she is the type that's more into this. Lily thought. She could easily read this Hazel girl. What about you? Hazel. I feel like you got someone good as your partner. Eh? Haha. Well? He is kinda good. Hazel smiled. He's got an S-rank specialized class on top of an A-rank primary class and is doing good. I wanted to join him on the second cycle of Labyrinth on the 6th floor. But the guild said no, Hazel sighed. I need to get better. You're focusing on the wrong areas as an adventurer. I bet she is also cheating with someone. Securing another lap to ride on. Lily rolled her eyes. Funny thing. Lily was actually right. They arrived at the car. So Hazel sat in the driver's seat. And Lily went around to sit in the passenger seat after folding the umbrella. But just as the car started and Hazel drove the car, she spoke again. Anyway. I heard from Senior Arya that you have the potential to be the super rookie like the one we already have. Maybe. Hazel responded while smiling. You got S-rank primary class. Right? In that case, someone like you must surely have gotten into a relationship with a talented guy. Haha. Is he also going to join League of Firefly? No idea. It's up to him. Lily replied. Oh. To be honest. If you want to be in a relationship with someone, it would be better to be in the same guild. There are only benefits this way. Hazel said with a grin. Geez? Will she stop talking about relationships and stuff? Lily sighed internally. She didn't want to talk about this anymore. Yeah. Noted. Anyway. How far is the guild's location? Just 10 kilometers. We'll be there soon. Great. Hazel could feel Lily didn't want to talk about it. Tisk. The new kids get some attention and think they are something. Class ranks are not all there is to become a powerful adventurer. Well? She'll find out how tough competition is here soon enough. There was silence in the car for 10 minutes before it was broken by Hazel, who cursed out loud and pressed on the brakes. Lily blinked. Her eyes focused on a 3 meters tall door manifesting several meters away. In the middle of the road. Wonderful, Lily said as she got out of the car. Wait. Lily? What are you doing? It's a 3-meter tall door with a white border. Meaning that it's a D-rank dungeon gate. Lily took out her daggers and positioned them at her waist with the sticky belt. And her outfit also changed. Turning hazy black wispy magic robe. Looking badass. After all, it was her specialized class's second SSS rank skill. A toggle-type skill Dread Spire Mantle. I am going inside. I was supposed to be allowed to enter any dungeon I wish within my rank difficulty range anyway. And because I don't want to hear your nonsense anymore. At that, Lily jumped into the dungeon door. D-rank dungeons were small. Generally the size of a major area of the labyrinth's first floor, despite showing phenomena like the sun or moon. These dungeons had fixed boundaries according to their size. Some dungeons were entirely enclosed, resembling large castles, peculiar towns, or sprawling settlements inhabited by various monsters like goblins and orcs. Others took the form of intricate networks of tunnels and caverns, forests, mountains, various unique biomes, etc. As Lily entered the dungeon door, she found herself in a lush meadow with domes made of colorful flowers. The dungeons had some similarities to each other. No matter the rank. The starting area filled with normal mobs. The inner area as one progresses further resources and elite mobs. And boss room, the final boss, whose defeat would lead to the appearance of the exit portal. There were also mini-bosses. But those only appeared in B-rank dungeons and above. After the final boss is defeated, the dungeon door remains in existence for 24 hours. Allowing the adventurers to explore it and possibly find a magic crystal vein to farm. D-rank dungeon meant the monsters inside were only up to bronze rank level 10. It was like a walk in the park for Lily as she leisurely killed the monsters using new styles. Her second SSS rank class, skill Dreadspire Mantle, was a perpetual booster as long as it remained activated. Dreadspire Mantle, skill rank, SSS type, toggle. Cost, 0.5% to N% of blood every second. Effect, adorn the outfit of Dreadspire Mantle over the user. While the skill is active, all attacks of the user, be they magical or physical or both, can drain the vitality of the target based on damage and fill up the gauge of Dreadspire College the higher the activation cost, the stronger the vitality drain. You can also channel drained vitality to another target. Dreadspire Call 0100, once filled up, the user can call upon a Dreadspire Elemental to aid in combat. Once summoned, the gauge resets. These elementals have the same stats as the user. You can summon up to 4 at once, greater than Dreadspire Elementals. 1. Lupin of Darkened Flame. 2. Rock of Withered Wind. 3. Hole of Curseweaved Water. 4. Golem of Gloombound Earth. Lily wanted to see these Dreadspire Elementals, but the monsters here were too weak, such that it was taking time to fill up the Dreadspire Call gauge. It seems that the higher the damage I deal, the faster it fills up. But since these monsters have such a low maximum vitality, the damage it registers, which is based on their maximum vitality, is also considered low even if my attack is stronger. Lily was slightly annoyed at it, but there was nothing else she could do. Fortunately, by the time she arrived at the boss room, a beautiful garden with colorful flowers, the gauge had finally filled. The boss was a massive flower with 5 writhing vines and a circular, tooth-ringed mouth. Let's see. Lily summoned Lupin of Darkened Flame as a 5-meter-tall badass black wolf manifested. It had crimson aura waves and some patterns of red on its fur, with deadly shining block claws covered with translucent red aura. Lily's eyes sparkled as she saw the wolf. Attack. The wolf transformed into a dark red stream of flame that formed a massive claw, slashing through the flower and tearing it to pieces before reverting to wolf form behind it. A whoa! Congratulations! You have defeated the dungeon's final boss. Wow! But this isn't enough. I need to enter a stronger dungeon as soon as possible. Lily was in a good mood as she tested her new skill. Even though it was only a part of it, she was raring to fight more. So she exited the dungeon and saw there were already normal members of the guild present whose job was to secure the area around the dungeon door. You brat! You couldn't contain yourself. Eh? Lily smiled as she saw the speaker, a gorgeous woman in her 30s with dark silver hair, wearing a black robe embroidered with silver design and a sword at her waist. Ranked 12th on the global leaderboard. She was Arya of Crimson Shadow, the second most powerful member of the League of Firefly Guild. But her gaze shifted to behind Lily as the Lupin of Darkened Flame also emerged from the dungeon door, startling the surrounding people. What is that? Arya looked at the wolf and raised her eyebrows, her eyes glinting. Interesting? It's a pure elemental creature. Lupin of Darkened Flame. Lily replied with a smile and waved her hand, causing the wolf to vanish as she dispersed it, and also found another thing regarding the skill. It seems that once an elemental is summoned, it stays even if I deactivate the skill, which means it needs to be defeated unless I disperse it. Ha! Cool, it seems that you got a pretty interesting specialized class. Arya smiled and stretched her hand towards Lily. Come. We'll talk in detail about that. Lily nodded and grabbed her hand. In the next second, she only saw darkness around her before she appeared right in front of the League of Fireflies' gate. Shadow transport. Lily blinked and looked around. Pretty handy skill. Come. Let's finish the guild matter first. After that, we'll do a thorough evaluation of your current combat power. And I can go to dungeons. Right? I can't wait. It was already almost 1 o'clock in the morning. The sky was fully dark, and stars were visible. By the time Lily finished with guild matters and her evaluation, 3 hours had passed by. There wasn't any need to sleep for her yet, so she asked to dive into a dungeon and went on. Meanwhile, Natalia spent the night at her grandparents' place. They were gold rank adventurers and progressed slowly as they also had a company to handle. Natalia's uncle was in jail. But his wife, daughter, and son were living with her grandparents. All of them also abhorred him because they knew of his crime and were accepting of Natalia. She had a real family time after years and spent the night with her cousins. Roaming the city as they showed her around, Lily cleared a big C-rank dungeon until 7 in the morning, with Arya accompanying her for observation. Upon returning to the guild, she fell asleep and met up with Natalia after waking up. Arya agreed to let Natalia train and give her guild entrance examination a day later. Meanwhile, Armand was on the cusp of clearing the entire first floor of the labyrinth. The second cycle's third day had just started. But Armand was ready to summon the floor boss as he stood at the center of the heart of Wilded, summoning his 8 exotic spirit wraiths around him. Armand put the 4 special items at the center of the eccentric stone circle and initiated the floor boss summoning. Floor boss summoning in 10 seconds, get into position. 8 of you in 8 directions. We are going all out once the boss appears, Armand commanded his spirit wraiths. Alfred stood at the north. Chimera Viper Fiend stood at the northwest, entering its synthesized tank mode. Chimera Frank stood in the south point, entering its monster lord form. Dark Pope appeared at the southwest spot. Forest Maid Sylvia entered her Forest Queen form and rooted herself in the western spot. Chimera Crystalist, in its crystal artillery form, floated in the eastern spot. Starlight Beast crouched itself in the northeast direction of the circle. Finally, the Infernal Knight, wielding a massive greatsword and shield of lava patterns and ashen rock, positioned itself on the southeast point atop its fiery horse arm and stepped back from the center, stopping on the south side 5 meters in front of Chimera Frank as the countdown hit 0. Floor boss Lord Wilded the Broken has been summoned. The floor boss towered at an imposing 50 meters. A colossal figure carved from rugged stone with deep fissures crisscrossing its surface. These cracks pulsated with an eerie glow, streaming vibrant red and green energy, giving it a lifelike aura. In its right hand, it wielded a massive, shattered sword, jagged edges gleaming ominously in the light. Its left arm ended abruptly at the elbow, replaced by a menacing hook that seemed to glint with a predatory intent. As it lifted its head to the sky, a thunderous roar erupted from its depths, echoing through the surroundings. A primal sound that signaled both power and impending doom. Lord Wilded the Broken Floor Boss Vitality, 100%/100%, Mana, 25.000 25.000, Stats, Physical, Strength, 200, Health, 1000, Stamina, 500, Mental 1 Mana, 2500, Focus, 200, Perception, 200, Armand's eyes flashed with power as he immediately made the first move. Divine Divider's Harvestal the ethereal Grimblade manifested and slashed through Lord Wilded before its vitality suddenly dropped to half. From 100% to directly 50% in turn. Armand felt surging vitality coursing through him. Now he was as tanky as the floor boss. The air crackled with anticipation as Armand stood at the center of the battlefield, his gaze fixed on the colossal floor boss towering above them. Attack! Everyone attacked at the same time, unleashing a bombardment of exotic skill attacks containing their full power. Alfred unleashed a vortex of flame like a drill containing all of his mana, blindingly beautiful as it pierced through the darkness toward the monstrous giant. Skill, Flamestorm Drilly Chimera Viper Fiend, in its formidable tank mode, crackled with mana as it released a relentless barrage of a condensed beam like a railgun from its barrel. Skill, Viper Toxin Beam, a new skill attack in its synthesized tank form. Chimera Frank assumed its terrifying monster lord form, a hulking figure of raw power. It let loose a terrifying roar that sent visible ring-layered shockwaves that dealt devastating damage, crackling the floor boss's exterior. Skill, Echo of Ruin. Dark Pope, cloaked in shadows, extended a hand, and summoned tendrils of darkness that lashed out with ferocity, striking the floor boss and inflicting deep wounds that siphoned its strength. Skill, Shadow Strike Whiplash. Forest Maid Sylvia, in her Forest Queen form, sprouted a giant sunflower that unleashed a bright, burning golden beam, unleashing a furious offensive attack. Skill, Sunburst Fural in the eastern sky. Chimera Crystalist floated gracefully, shimmering with crystalline beauty. With a swift motion, it launched a barrage of razor-sharp crystal shards that flew through the air like deadly missiles, exploding on impact and raining glittering destruction upon the floor boss skill, Prismatic Onslaught. Crouched in the northeast, the starlight beast glowed with ethereal light, coiling its muscles like a spring. It leapt into the air and enveloped itself into a starlight veil before crashing down upon the floor boss with explosive force. Skill, Starlight Meteor Strike. Lastly, in the southeast, the infernal knight raised its greatsword, and a sweeping arc of molten lava cascaded over the floor boss, igniting it in a blaze of destruction. Skill, Molten Arc Cleavel Roar. The floor boss Lord Wilded roared, as they swept its broken sword in a furious motion. Its vitality still at 2161. The broken sword was suddenly extended with a dark red and green energy weaved on it. But Armand was ready with his own strongest attack with his insane stats. Before launching this attack, he had used Divine Divider's Harvest again to halve Lord Wilded's strength stat and absorb it. Next, physical enchantment boosted his strength by 100%. He attacked the incoming sword attack of floor boss with his Praying Hunter's sword in a slashing motion, bearing all of his power as it cut past Lord Wilded's sword attack before Armand jumped and executed 5 slashes in quick succession, exerting all of his physical prowess. 5 slashes of starlit destruction. This simple move of the sword required him to exert his physical prowess to the limit to perform 5 slashes that would be connected to each other and create a star-shaped carving infused with a devastating attack from his exerted physical strength and condensed mantle boom. Congratulations! You have displayed the transcendental feat of defeating a floor boss all by yourself. You have been awarded with 1.00000 gold coins. You have been awarded a complete floor boss subjugation reward chest for achieving 100% contribution on this floor boss fight. Whoa. Armand landed on the ground as the adrenaline rush got to him with that last attack. That was by far his strongest executed attack. On top of his already insane stats, he had further boosted himself with Divine Divider's Harvest. Good work, everyone. The floor boss scattered away, leaving behind a glorious treasure chest that nobody had ever gotten before. But Armand put it inside the storage bag that Lily had given him, before leaving, since Lily had kept Jacob's storage pouch inside Armand's backpack that she took out with her when she left. Afterward, Armand captured the floor boss's spirit and simply lay on the ground right there and then. Spirit Kodoku has Fini, yeah. Later. I am going to sleep. Look out for me. Buddies. The last time he slept was over a day ago. And he had been fighting non-stop. So he was extremely tired as his adrenaline rush died down. And in just a few seconds, he was sleeping like a log. 10 hours later, Armand woke up. But along with feeling vigorous and refreshed, he was suddenly assaulted with a burst of memories. Clutching his head, Armand saw images flashing in his mind. Voices of people he had never seen before but somehow felt familiar. And most of all, the destruction of the world happening in front of his eyes before he entered into the labyrinth's 30th floor. And then the image skipped to the mysterious notification telling him that he going to be reborn and could get his memories upon clearing 1st to 10th floor of the labyrinth. But then, everything went blank. And a clear flow of memories entered him. The memories of him when he was a kid with different parents. How they entered the labyrinth, died, and his life turned a mess before he trained hard until he was 18 and entered the labyrinth, becoming stronger gradually, forming new bonds, and bearing new hopes. He and his party cleared the 2nd floor and celebrated outside before the flow of memories cut off. At that moment, Armand understood everything that was happening. The light in his eyes shifted. His entire vibe elevated. And he oozed out an aura resembling an indomitable sword, viewing everything in front of it as nothing more than temporary obstacles for him to overcome. You have awakened your dormant trait, tenacity, rank X description. This trait is awakened due to your undefeated will and tenacity in the face of adversaries. Despair runs from you, and hope embraces you. Effect, you may transcend and break all your limits in the pursuit of your goals. The world of my past life was destroyed. Armand clenched his fist. Although I didn't get my full memories. The images? My entry into the 30th floor. That dead floor boss. And that message. Whatever the case, this is my new life. And I will make sure the same fate won't befall this world. For I have people I hold dear now. And I will have more of those people in my life. Armand's eyes were bright. Looking at the spirit wraiths and his feats so far, he had a surge of confidence and drive because he was strong. And he was going to get stronger. Stronger than anyone. To find who or what was putting the Grimworld tutorial on worlds. Grimworld tutorial. And whatever that is above this, I am coming there. Coming to destroy your system. That is my ultimate goal. At the Labyrinth Gate in Frostar City, there were always 2 people from GA watching. They changed shifts with 2 other people every 8 hours to be on the lookout. I don't get it. Why are we looking for some unknown kid? It's the second cycle's 3rd day's evening already. You think he died inside? If not, he has 5 hours only. Once the 3rd cycle starts and the monster number increases along with their stats, it becomes way hard to survive inside. The gate is glowing. Someone's coming out. The 2 men fixed their eyes on the gate and soon saw a black-haired young man with almond golden eyes walk out and stretch his arms with a leisurely vibe. Feels good. Armand smiled as he looked around. Everything was familiar. The same as when he first entered the labyrinth. But, he was completely different. He sensed a couple of gazes on him and turned his head looking at the 2 men in their 20s as they were walking towards him. Armand crocheted. We are from GA. Nice to meet you. Armand smiled and nodded. Hi. We would appreciate it if you could come with us to the GA branch. As we have orders from Commander Dagon. Sure. Let's go. I guess Lily has made arrangements for me. After Armand arrived at the GA branch, he met with Lily's parents in the office. Looking at Armand, both of them subtly sized him up. Their eyes filling with shock as they could feel Armand's stats were off the charts for someone at silver level 10. Armand greeted them politely and respectfully. But his bearing was confident and unperturbed. Attributed to his arsenal of power and also the memories he acquired of his past life and knowing the brutal truth that people of this world didn't know related to the phases of the labyrinth. Anyway. Do they know about my relationship with Lily? Armand was only a bit nervous about this one thing. Armand crocheted. Sabrina smiled. Her voice gentle and calm as she continued. Lily told us everything. Everything. Armand blinked. Dagon had a poker face as he replied with a nod. Everything. Indeed, but there are important things that you need to know right now. He added and gestured to Armand. First. Have a seat. Armand sat down on the chair. A hint of curiosity on his face. The act of you killing Jacob and the other 2 has been captured in a live high-definition video format due to a secret project of GAA Arcane Eyes. Armand's pupils shrank. But don't worry. Sabrina immediately added after Dagon finished speaking. Jacob's father doesn't know. If my act is captured, then does that mean what they did to me was also captured? Armand asked. He is still calm. Anxiousness worry. Dagon surprised. It seems he already figured our intentions aren't to harm him. That's right. What they did to you was also captured at that time. Sabrina nodded. I had formed a plan to help you get out of this mess and deal with Jacob's father, who was like a time bomb ready to explode because his son died. And, Dagon said, that plan was approved by Grand Admiral Rudra. Armand was genuinely surprised. Grand Admiral Rudra. He's way too big of a big shot. It was too dangerous to leave Draven alone because he could kill students and anyone he found suspicious. Which was why this plan was formed. Sabrina narrowed her eyes. GA decided to let him see the footage of his sons being murdered. This was the only way to keep him from snapping. Armand nodded. His expression thought. From what I know, Jacob's father isn't exactly a good person. I've heard rumors. And rumors like those have a basis of truth. Is GA planning to eliminate him? Sabrina and Dagon were taken back. Kid is sharp. Lily was right. He is a hoarder of information. That's right. Sabrina nodded with a soft smile. Lily is completely smitten with you. And we don't have any objections. She's our beloved. Brilliant doubter. And we trust her judgment completely. Armand's ears turned slightly red as he couldn't help but smile. Cough. Dagon coughed and continued with the main topic. Anyway. That's why we have to remove the threat that is Draven. And you are bait in this plan. We also can't just kill Draven openly. There are guilds and forces that oppose GAA from the dark. And killing Draven without solid proof will put GAA in a negative light. Armand nodded. So after showing him the footage, you will let him loose on me? Seeing no hint of fear in him, Sabrina and Dagon were surprised and Riley smiled. Aren't you scared? Sabrina raised her eyebrows. This is a risk for you. Armand smiled and replied. 2 reasons. One is that this plan was approved by Grand Admiral Rudra. I can't possibly die with him in the play. Dagon chuckled and nodded. That's correct. What's the second reason? My class skill. Armand's eyes glinted as an ethereal and mysterious Grimblade flashed in them. Clearly captured by Sabrina and Dagon, who felt a potent, higher rank of power from Armand. It was higher than any of their skills quality. And that's what Armand wanted to show them. Interesting, Goggins said as he stretched a grin. Although we are curious about your arsenal of power, we won't pry as that's not exactly tasteful for adventurers. Putting this aside, the stage is set for the play. So we can depart for Skytree City anytime you want. Sabrina waved her hand as a hologram popped up from the table in front of her, showing a countdown. If you want to rest and sleep, you can do that here or in the Skytree City because you exited the labyrinth 1 day earlier than expected. Draven is already there and waiting to see the footage. But he will only see it once you arrive there, Sabrina said. Well, there's no need for rest as I had full 10 hours of sleep after defeating the floor boss. Armand smiled and got up. But I'll appreciate a shower before we depart. Floor boss, you defeated it alone? Dagon asked. Dumbfounded. Sabrina was also taken aback and thought she had heard wrong. Not exactly alone. As I have my summons, Armand chuckled. But it's mainly thanks to my specialized classes skill. Armand didn't want to leave them in suspense after sharing this revelation. So he decided to demonstrate the skill directly. After all, they were Lily's parents, fully supportive of her and of him. They had even prepared everything he needed with genuine care. If he couldn't trust them, then who could he trust? I can show you the effect directly on you if you don't mind, Armand asked with a smile. Dagon's eyes immediately gleamed as he laughed. All right. Throw it on us. I assume it's not direct offensive skill since you suggested using it on us. Armand nodded, his eyes gleaming as he used Divine Diver's Harvest on both of them, halving their strength stat. Dagon and Sabrina were shocked as they felt a clear reduction in their strength. So you halved that floor boss's vitality by half. Borrowed its strength well, I suppose? Sabrina asked. Her eyes blinked once, showing amazement. This is powerful. Dagon calmed waves in his heart before he heartily laughed. All right, boy. You got one hell of a specialized class. I can tell. What's its name? Riftvale Grimblade? Armand answered with a smile and returned their strength. Dagon and Armand arrived at the Darkwood family mansion. Armand finished showering, and they departed on an advanced private Magitech airplane given to high-ranking members of GA. In just an hour, they crossed 7,000 kilometers and reached Skytree City, landing at the Global Adventurers Association's headquarters. Since Dagon had notified Admiral Rudra that he was coming with Armand, the play had already started. Mr. Han led Draven to the restricted area of the headquarters, leaving in the corridor before gesturing to him. Please go ahead. You'll meet Admiral Rudra past that door, and he'll show you the video. Mr. Han left, and Draven walked as he arrived at the door. It automatically opened the second later, with a single big screen showing Jacob, Sam, and Lamp. Jacob, Draven muttered, his lips trembling. He looked at Admiral Rudra's back facing him and composed himself. Greetings, Admiral Rudra. Come and stand here. Admiral Rudra replied without turning around, his hands still behind his back as he calmly stood at the center of the big room. The other screens were off at the moment, only one big screen was turned on. The door behind closed as Draven walked in and stood beside Admiral Rudra. His gaze on the screen. "Do you know the crime of killing another adventurer in the labyrinth?" Draven nodded. "Imprisonment to death sentence depending on the circumstances and reasons after investigation. This law will change soon," Admiral Rudra said, his voice lacking any emotion. "But that doesn't concern you anymore. Here, take a look at what your son did inside and what happened to him in the end as a result." "Astra? Play from the start." Draven wanted to ask something. But in the end, he didn't say anything and just looked at the screen. But his expression soon changed as he saw the three of them cornering Armand. This Draven gulped, foreboding something bad. And indeed, Seong looked at Jacob and said something while Jacob waved his hand, his expression commanding. Right after that, Seong slit Armand's throat. The trio left, leaving Armand twitching in pain and agony, heading towards his death. If your son were alive, he would have been subjected to the new punishment law. Not imprisonment but enslavement and forced labor with period mind-controlled moral tests to determine their disposition and further sentence. The video paused there as Admiral Rudra commanded Astra, "Show the Goblin settlement incident." The video fast-forwarded as Draven saw Jacob, Seong, and Lamp fighting against the goblins. But suddenly, Draven's body jerked as he saw two explosions occurring around Jacob, exploding him into bits as his disfigured head landed beside Seong. "Jacob!" Draven shouted, his breath uneven. "Someone killed him." Admiral Rudra didn't say anything as the video continued and soon showed Armand. He. Draven was shocked, his eyes trembling. To clear his confusion, Admiral Rudra promptly spoke with indifference. He had a second awakening of sorts. That occurs upon meeting some special conditions resulting in awakening a new primary class. Draven's eyes were already bloodshot, his fist clenched. To him, it mattered not if his son did that. He was captured only because of this new magitech. He himself had killed people in the labyrinth secretly. To him, the only fault here was getting discovered. "I am going to kill you even if it's the last thing I do. Bastard." Draven's eyes glued hatefully on Armand as he saw him taking Jacob's storage pouch and leaving. "What are you going to do, Draven?" Admiral Rudra finally moved and stood across Draven, his eyes boring into his with sharp glints in them. Draven's heart was beating fast. He rationalized because the threat in front of him wasn't something he could face. He knew what this Grand Admiral Rudra was like. One wrong statement, and he would face hell. Taking a deep breath, Draven suppressed his emotions as his expression turned weary and defeated. "What can I do except move on? I only wish that bastard fails the moral test and you give him appropriate punishment. I have called Armand here, and he will take the moral test soon. Within half an hour. You are free to spectate." Draven's eyes twitched as he promptly bowed to hide his eyes that showed his current uncontrolled desire. "Thank you. I will take up on that offer. Go? Wait in the long area. You'll be called when it starts." Draven left the room as Rudra watched his back with a somber gaze. It seems that he has given up on the future. Although Draven tried to hide it, Admiral Rudra clearly captured his desire to kill Armand. This desire was set at an extreme level such that Draven didn't think about any consequences at all. All he wanted was just one opportunity to be near Armand, to make one move and kill him to avenge his son. What happened to him after he killed Armand no longer mattered in his mind. Good thing that Sabrina hatched this plan in a timely manner. This piece of trash would have caused much damage in the Frastar city otherwise. Rudra sat down on a chair and sighed. "Armand? You better pass the test. We need you on the good side." "So this is the GA headquarters," Armand muttered as he saw the mega sci-fi magic structure with multiple roads streaking over each other in multiple directions and buildings situated around the one giant cone-shaped structure in the middle. He had seen this many times in the news, but seeing it with his own eye was a different experience. There used to be a similar big organization in my past life's world. Armand remembered that as he had regained some of his memories. The plane landed, and both of them got into the car before going straight to the central building. After meeting up with Mr. Han, Dagon and Armand followed him and entered the elevator that stopped on the middle floor of the building, the 32nd floor. As they walked into the floors long, Armand saw an imposing figure sitting on a couch while reading a hologram from a tablet in his hand. Admiral Rudra. When Armand looked at him, Admiral Rudra put the tablet away and stood up, his gaze directly meeting Armand's eyes. At that time, Armand felt something very clearly. The willpower and other mental aspects of his old man were crazy high. Divine Divider's harvest might not work on him as effectively as it works on others. Armand thought as his eyes glinted. And he used Rift Veil Eyes' willpower, mental fortitude and resistance to mind control. Illusions? Or fear effects? 99/100ths, focus intensity, depth of concentration on a single task. Impacting the effectiveness and efficiency of abilities or actions. 100/100ths, crazy? Did you finish prying? Admiral Rudra asked, with a poker face as he stared at Armand. Cough, I apologize. Armand coughed in response, his eyes shifting. He wasn't expecting to get caught. Got you. Admiral Rudra chuckled. But I am surprised. Usually, I can sense it. But I couldn't sense if you were prying or not. What, then how? Armand asked, his expression shifting from getting startled to curiosity. He must have one hell of an intuition. 2. If he caught like that. Your eyes and body language gave it away, allowing me to throw a surefire guess. Admiral Rudra slyly smiled. Next time you use that scanning power of yours, create a facade outside. Admiral? You're already teaching him, as if he is your student. Dagon laughed. So we don't need to do the morality test, I guess. The test will happen now. And I am betting on a positive result as well. Let's go. Armand could only wryly smile. But he didn't hold back and checked a couple more things using Rift Veil Eyes. Insight, depth of understanding or perceptiveness. Affecting problem-solving skills and the ability to discern subtle truths based on the information captured via advanced awareness. 99/100ths, sense of justice, moral compass or fairness. Influencing the likelihood of defending others. Intervening in conflicts. Or showing mercy. 100/100ths, damn. Sense of justice is at max. Armand looked at the old man's broad back as he followed him with Dagon and Mr. Han. But I don't understand if this means he is a god saint or normal. I think I'll find out soon during the so-called morality test. Still, he wanted to see one more attribute. Though I don't know if it will show me this attribute. Oh? There it is? Armand thought. And it appeared. Ego strength. Balance between humility and self-respect. Affecting pride. Resilience. And interpersonal harmony. 100/100ths, he felt kind of relieved. Sense of justice and ego strength at maximum, meaning that this Admiral Rudra was really someone extraordinary. They walked through a corridor and soon entered through a door, arriving inside a big room with a white-walled chamber with one side made of glass inside. There was a pedestal in the center of the room, holding a mysterious glass orb with faint sparkling blue, white, red, and green hues of energy. Come. Armand nodded and followed Admiral Rudra inside the chamber while Dagon stayed outside, observing them through the glass wall. Mr. Han had already called Draven, so he soon arrived. Dagon just glanced at him before turning his head back to the chamber. Draven's eyes were glued on Armand after he looked at Dogon and Mr. Han briefly. Inside, Admiral Rudra gestured at the orb and said, "Put any one of your hands on the orb. This item is called Truth-Seeking Orb, which can discern the truth from anyone touching it. I will ask you a question, and you simply have to answer it as truthfully as possible. If you do not resist the power of this orb, you will automatically speak the truest answer." Armand nodded as he put his hand on the orb. "Before I ask the first question, let me tell you one more thing," Rudra said, his expression somber. "Situations may change a person's disposition. And this truth-seeking orb can discern that based on the question I ask. It will bring out your true feelings. Your truth that you also may not be consciously aware of it. However, he added. His voice firm. A strong mind does not truly bend. And a just heart does not truly break. The world is unfair, but fairness must be present in one's heart. For a good blade must cut down evil for fairness. Now. Are you ready? I am. Armand nodded. His expression solemn. He knew he wasn't a villain. He believed in goodness instead of going out of his way to harm others. He believed in fairness and accepting it. And he believed in repaying evil with punishment. Hearing Armand's reply, Admiral Rudra turned on the speaker to allow the people outside the chamber to hear his question and Armand's answers. Afterward, Admiral Rudra asked his first question. Why did you kill the 3 people who killed you? Armand didn't resist the power of this orb because he believed in himself. Hearing the question, his mouth opened without his control. And his voice rang out. 2 reasons. 1. For revenge. They killed me without any reason conflict. I didn't do anything to them. Yet they felt the need to bully me. Depicting their vile nature. It is only right that I kill them. 2nd. If I didn't kill them, there was 100% chance that I would have been hunted down by Jacob and his father, who had taught Jacob the ruthless way to live. My existence and my confession can bring them trouble. Given that there are ways to discern truth easily thanks to magic. If I may add, I had thought about sparring Lamp, who wasn't keen on killing me. However, a weak-willed person like him with a broken moral compass, who bases his values on material things and following others, was bound to descend into complete vileness. He would spill to Jacob's father. And I would be in immediate danger even inside the labyrinth with people of his guild and he himself entering to hunt me. Everyone was shocked. Although they had heard answers from people influenced by truth-seeking orb. Armand's answer was simply too detailed. Which was testament to the breadth of his mind. Armand himself was dumbfounded as he finished speaking. Actually think these are my personal thoughts. But it's strange how I spoke automatically. Outside, Draven was gritting his teeth and clenching his fist, barely containing his killing intent. On the other hand, Dagon laughed. Well said. What do you think, Mr. Han? Indeed. Based on that answer, I can imagine Admiral Rudra liking him already. Mr. Han wryly smiled. Meanwhile, Admiral Rudra asked another question. But it was a simple one, like what would he do if he saw 5 people getting chased by a monster in pursuit of death and he had the ability to save them. Outside, Draven turned to Mr. Han after hearing his comment and said while frowning. Mr. Han? I think that is wrong. Does he think he can dictate the future of someone by prediction? Lamp was a wimpy kid. He even begged Armand before he died. Doesn't this make him ruthless and villain? This asshole? Dagon's nose flared. But before he could speak, Admiral Rudra's voice rang outside as if he heard Draven's question. Draven? His voice was firm, resonating with authority. We are not training saints here. Nor do we need saints in this world. They will not save the world of this time. A person with power must have the ability to discern cold, hard facts, to uphold fairness, and to apply logic in their reasoning. Armand had formed a compelling rationale, and justified reason for his act. So, don't you dare twist that in my presence all this old man is awesome. Draven shut his mouth after that. But the flame of revenge in his eyes burned even more. All he wanted to do was to tear Armand into pieces. And he was determined to do that. The rest of the morality test was no surprise anymore as Armand answered the question with a proper sense of justice in his heart. He wasn't a saint. But he proved he wasn't evil. Good. The test is over. Admiral Rudra said. A faint smile playing on his face that hinted at something more than mere satisfaction. He was already looking forward to Armand's future. Turning off the speaker, he stood and said, I'm fairly sure that Draven will try to kill you. If he knows he won't succeed in my presence, he won't do it right away. In that case, you and Dagon can go out and bait him. Armand nodded. Mildly nervous. But overall, he was okay and ready. However, he had an idea. And he decided to share it. Wait. Before we go out, I have an idea. Since you approved of this plan, then you are also looking for the chance to eliminate Draven. Right? That's right. He has gotten away because of no proof. But he had done many vile things. Enough for me to behead him. But I can't because of Earth Union, and other guilds' opinions. Without proof, I will be labeled as a tyrant? And GA will suffer greatly. Then I can erase his cautiousness right now, Armand said, his eyes glinting as he looked at Draven through the glass. I can force him to make a move on me. Draven, who was outside, was fairly certain that Armand knew he was Jacob's father. His eyes were spewing daggers. But they shifted as soon as Admiral Rudra looked at him. I can't let that old monster get wary of me. I will only get one chance. Just one chance, or what are they talking inside? Draven asked with a frown. It doesn't matter to you, does it? Dagon snorted. Meanwhile, Rudra's eyes visibly shook as he heard Armand's idea and stared intensely at Almond. Are you certain that is possible? I mean, I don't doubt you. But you do realize that being able to do such a thing is exceedingly terrifying. Right? Armand nodded, his expression severe. I know. I can ruin lives with this. But I can also do much more than that. I don't plan to use this power in a bad way. Certainly not on the innocents. Admiral Rudra's eyes had a strange flicker of flame. But you can use it to root out vile pests. All right. Do it. Let's start walking. I've locked on him. So once I do that, he will attack me for sure. As the duo started walking out of the chamber, Armand used his rift veil eyes to discover Draven's cautiousness. Cautiousness, the trait of being careful and attentive to avoid danger. Mistakes? Or risks? 6334/100, Why are there two numbers? Is his current state already affecting his cautiousness? Armand was surprised. But that didn't change what he had to do. The moment they exited the door, Armand used Divine Divider's Harvest, and cut off Draven's cautiousness by half. Done. Draven's vibe had already shifted. His mind was fully occupied by the revenge. Admiral Rudra exited first. And Armand followed. All right. The test is done. Armand? We have some other stuff to do. So follow me. As for Dagon, Ham, and Draven, you three can leave. After saying that, Admiral walked towards the room's exit, showing his back to Draven. But he had also given a signal to Dagon, who was behind Draven. Almond also followed Admiral Rudra, his back facing Draven. He could feel literal heat at his back. The vibe and the killing intent bearing on him from Draven. After all, his perception was off the charts. And then, it happened. Throwing caution to the wind, Draven, Platinum rank adventurer of level 57, primary class of warrior role and specialized class of similar role, attacked Armand as two small black axes with bloody aura and patterns conjured. Going straight for Armand, intending to cut him into 3 pieces. Die! And he shouted as he was close to his goal. His eyes bloodshot. He could see his axes going to cut Armand into 3 pieces. He was already visualizing it. But all that shattered as an imposing figure suddenly blocked everything as a lapis blue barrier manifested. Both axes struck the shield before they shattered. The barrier then released a pulse of shockwave targeting Draven, shooting him back right at Dagon, whose punch squarely struck Draven's head. Smack! Knocked out completely cold? Ham. Upload the recording of his assault to the internet and send a copy to the Earth Union. Ensure that Armand is completely blurred from head to toe in the videos. Admiral Rudra commanded, his gaze cold as he looked at the unconscious Draven. Call the enforcers and have them throw him in jail for now. I'll decide his fate later. Armand followed Admiral Rudra, as they arrived in a big, empty training hall. The materials on the walls. The aura this hall feels crazy. Armand curiously looked around. It was completely empty with only white square patterned walls. Armand? I understand your brilliance. And I'm sure you also do. Admiral Rudra sighed, his arms crossed. I don't know what's your plan now that you've successfully started on the path of an adventurer. But allow me to offer you something. In exchange for joining the GA? I will take you as my personal student and guide you in things that the public is not privy to. You will get my full support. You will get your full freedom as long as you show decent improvements periodically. And? Admiral Rudra paused before he smiled. You can state whatever desires and proposals you have. I will seriously consider them and approve them as long as they aren't harmful. Armand was taken back. So much sugar. But he shouldn't know about my classes. Why is he thinking of me so highly? I mean, he already knows about my abilities' depth after seeing how I drove Draven to attack me. But training with his guidance and getting GA's full support, including my freedom, this is invaluable. I am sure to get stronger faster with him at my back since he has secret knowledge of chakra points and is one of the highest authorities in this world. I can also demand to be at Firefly City's GA branch. Admiral Rudra could see what Armand was thinking. You are smart enough to choose wisely. Armand? Your senses have given you enough information to form a solid intuition regarding me. Rudra's eyes were smiling. I have a suggestion regarding Draven, Armand said. His eyes firm? You can also call it an experiment. Oh. Admiral Rudra raised his eyebrows before he nodded. I'm ears? You must have felt the power that struck Draven. Right? The way I cut off his cautiousness by half. I did feel something. But it was subtle enough that only a few would be able to sense that. Admiral Rudra nodded. It should be a fairly advanced power. I assume it should be from an SSS rank, class or higher. Armand was surprised. You know about the class rank above SSS rank. I am certain it exists. Though I don't know the name of the rank. Admiral Rudra smiled. I myself have upgraded my primary class to SSS rank just recently. Damn. So. What's your suggestion? Admiral Rudra asked. I want to use my skill on Draven, Armand said. His expression serious. I want to use him as an experiment subject. I can study my skills because my perception and focus are high enough. I want to see if I can cut off more things from him to make him an obedient dog of GA. After all, it would be better to use someone like him instead of killing him or imprison him. Using him for a good cause is better. In my opinion. Admiral Rudra mildly surprised. I don't necessarily disagree with you on that. But we have annoying people in Earth Union who take issues with human rights and other bullshit even though people like Draven treat other people like animals. It won't be about Draven. But just to make issues for GA. However. Admiral Rudra's eyes glinted coldly. We can still proceed with that plan. I will pass the verdict of imprisoning Draven, and have Earth Union approve. As for whatever happens to him here, we have to keep a tight lid on it. Armand's eyes sparkled. And he nodded. Sounds good. Thank you. He wanted to explore the power of his legendary class and experiment on someone. However, he couldn't do that just on anyone. So it would be better if he did that on a piece of trash like Draven. Then I suppose you will join GA. Admiral Rudra smiled. Yes. But I have some more desires to express. Armand grinned. Joining GA will be better if I want to form my trustworthy group. Especially now that I have Rift Veil eyes which can allow me to see a person's everything. Quite literally. Shoot. I would like to be appointed at Firefly City's GA branch. Aloud, Admiral Rudra nodded. Next. I want absolute secrecy regarding my classes and their powers. Armand soberly said. I can trust you. But not others. That's a must. I won't let your information get spread anywhere. Admiral Rudra nodded. A flicker of worry in his eyes. There are some hidden forces. Something in the dark. This is why we can't divulge some important information to the public. Armand blinked in surprise and asked. What is that? I have no idea. But I felt their presence during the 9th floor boss battle. Admiral Rudra's eyes were intense. I don't doubt my intuition after I saw the unnatural death of a promising adventurer. We can discuss this when I find more information. Anything else you want? Nope. This is all for now because I feel like you'll take care of other things for me on your own, Armand chuckled. Well? I am certainly not hiding my willingness to nurture you. Admiral Rudra smiled. You are a gem that I want to unearth. But I won't interfere in your life too much. Someone like you needs to grow in your own way so your potential can properly bloom. As he finished speaking, His eyes suddenly flickered with mana as a precise string shaped of mana released from his fingers and went inside the floor. A second later, a 5-meter crystal cube of deep blue color emerged from the floor. Then let's start your evaluation. Show me your status first. Armand nodded. Armand, Adventurer rank, Silver. Level, 10, 99%, Class, Spirit Dealer, SS, Specialized Class, Riftveil Grimblade, L, Vitality, 100%, Mana, 2250 2250, Stats, 10 unassigned points, Physical, Strength, 88, Health, 84, Stamina, 83, Mental 1. Mana, 90, plus 155, Focus, 89, plus 89, Perception, 91, plus 91, Will, 100. Ha! Admiral Rudra blinked not once but twice as he looked at the status screen. He knew Armand had higher than usual stats. It was clear from his aura. But what the hell, you are Class A to reaching the limit on Silver rank? What's going on? Admiral Rudra asked. Dumbfounded. It appears that the rank after SSS is LAS in Legendary. Interesting? Limit? There's a limit on stats in each rank. Armand was also dumbfounded hearing that. Bonus stats stemming from class perks and items do not count towards this limit. But yeah. There is a limit. Admiral Rudra nodded. Bronze rank can have 50 foundational paints in all stats. Silver rank can have 100. Gold rank can have 200. Platinum rank can have 400. But of course, it's impossible to maximize these limits. Admiral Rudra narrowed his eyes as he added with a faint smile. Though you might be an exception. I see, Armand mumbled. I better save the unassigned stat points then. Since I can gain stats from monsters of each rank as I level and rank up. It's better to save stat points gained from leveling so. What's the secret? I assume it's related to your primary class. Admiral Rudra asked. Yeah. It is related to my primary class. Armand smiled and revealed it. Basically, I can gain stat points after killing monsters. But not from all monsters. He explained the working of the skill briefly. I see. That's powerful. Alright. Other high-ranking classes might have buffing skills that elevate their powers. But your class directly gives you a foundational boost. Anyway. Now that I've seen your stats. It's time to see your mastery of physical enchantment. Admiral Rudra pointed at the cube to their left. Punch it with your full power. Alright. Armand faced the crystal cube and took a deep breath before putting up a punching stance. Mana infused into his chakra points as he aligned his body to a perfect condition to exert all of his power for a single punch and, boom. Smashel the cube glowed as it absorbed the power. Measuring it in numerical value that was soon displayed inside the crystal cube. The number displayed was 226. Do you know what this number means? Admiral Rudra had a wry smile hanging on his face as he asked. No idea. Armand shook his head. Let me tell you how the power works first. Your strength is 88. Using mana for physical enchantment can, at most, double your strength, making it 176. But you can still generate more power. And this power is based on how you execute your punch. You made it reach 226 with your execution. Not bad. Admiral Rudra smiled as he added. In short, this punch of yours was equivalent to a punch with 226 stat points in strength. Armand rubbed his nose with a hint of smugness as he smiled. Curious about Admiral Rudra's power? He asked. I am curious. How high is your punch power? This crystal cube can't measure it. I've tried it before. And it broke. It can only measure up to 1000 power level. Damn. Anyway. Let's sit for now. I want to scan your body properly and see your chakra points. Admiral Rudra said as he released a mana string, causing the crystal cube to return back under the floor. Both of them sat down, with Admiral Rudra sitting behind Armand and putting his palm on his back. A minute later, he said, good job opening these chakra points. There are still some closed off. So I'll open them right now. Right after he said that, Armand suddenly felt a jolt in his bum and his crotch area. He didn't feel any pain. only comfort. He opened them just like that. Armand was shocked. Now tell me. What other techniques do you know aside from physical enchantment? Admiral Rudra asked. Remembering something, he added. And magic whisper. None. I only know these two for now. Armand wryly smiled. But I want to learn or enfold. I feel like I can get the hang of it pretty fast. He was about to mention he'd accidentally used it before. But that would sound ridiculous. No one accidentally uses or enfold. The only reason he could use that was thanks to his memory seeping into his body at that time. It was like his soul had those memories sealed actively. But his soul affected his body, granting it a muscle memory of sorts. He was confused at that time, but everything became clear once he learned of his past life. Good. That's the only technique you can learn for now. That and the techniques of physical enchantment. One of which is strength boost that you've already mastered. Armand nodded. I also want to learn the other two. Focus field and fortification. I'll teach you their methods now and get you to a rudimentary level so you can practice and master them on your own. Once we are done, you can go and enjoy in the Firefly City. Really? Thank you very much. Admiral Armand was pleasantly surprised and thrilled to hear that he could go this fast. He did want to meet up with Lily and Natalia. Especially Lily. Soon as possible. Admiral Rudra chuckled in response to Armand's enthusiastic response and said, I would hate to keep you with me and let your girlfriend get swarmed by other young suitors. It's only a matter of time before she's famous all around like other super rookies. While Armand was learning the methods and reaching rudimentary activation of mana techniques under Admiral Rudra, Lily and Natalia were also training under Lady Arya of Crimson Shadow. Lily insisted on getting Natalia to learn alongside her. And Lady Arya agreed on the condition that Natalia pass the entrance examination of League of Firefly with stellar marks. Tomorrow was the day. So Natalia was working hard to learn the flute and the basic magical attacks she could unleash from it while playing in the training hall. Natalia moved about, playing the flute and striking at magic dummies that hovered around her. Her flute released small, circular waves with a focused center. These were called sonar strikes, concentrated sound bursts capable of piercing targets, delivering high single target damage over range. Their mana consumption was very low unless she enhanced the attacks with extra mana. Lily was also gearing her build towards increasing her mana perception and focus more. She wanted resources and items that increased her mana and mana recovery so that she could perpetually keep her first specialized class skill active, which increases her mana recovery by 50% extra as long as she summoned all instruments. While she would release constant basic magic attacks from instruments she wielded. On another side of the hall, Lily was learning Aura Enfold from Lady Arya. She had had her fun yesterday doing dungeon raids. But it was time to learn today. Her chakra points were all opened by Lady Arya. And coincidentally, both Armand and Lily were doing the same thing at the same time, learning Aura Enfold. Aura Enfold required higher mana control than usual. It way to properly wrap mana around themselves. An object to strengthen it. The benefit was that it didn't consume mana constantly. But mana itself gained a sort of durability at that level of control and application after consuming a certain amount of mana to form Aura Enfold. Mana would transform into aura and become visible in different colors, with colors indicating the level of one's Aura Enfold. Level 1 was blue. The higher one's mastery, aka level of Aura Enfold, the stronger the boost it provided, and the tougher and longer it lasted. The method was to properly exude mana from all of their chakra points outward from skin spores to apply Aura Enfold on the body. This expulsion of mana must be even and consistent, resonating all chakra points with each other. On the other hand, using it external weapon or shield was slightly tougher. This required focus field to observe the object's structure to see how it flowed magical power within it and then apply Aura Enfold on it to properly strengthen it. Using it on weapons could allow for the extension of the weapons in ethereal ways, resulting in a personalized arsenal of powers, for adventurers called battle arts. However, a single mistake in the entire applied Aura Enfold would disperse. The higher mastery of this technique included strengthening a single aspect, effect, or part more by higher consumption of mana. But this required even higher mana control and mastery of the technique. After 10 hours of constant tutelage under Admiral Rudra, Armand indeed learned Aura Enfold properly. It helped that his muscle memory seeped properly and that his mana control was quite good. His crazy high perception and focus for someone of his level helped quite a lot. As he reached level 2 Aura Enfold at the end. Good job. This was unexpected. Brat. You are too good with mana control even if you have high perception and focus. Admiral Rudra wryly smiled. Thanks. Armand grinned. Now. I want to learn focus field and fortification. Let's start. Admiral Rudra nodded. You'll be done with those two in no time. Tell me what you know about focus field. Focus field is enchanting eyes with mana, and project a kind of magical eye based on our eyes outward so that we can observe everything within a dome-shaped range around us. Good. I am going to guide my mana through your eyes. See how it flows and then do it yourself. Half an hour later. Armand's eyes were faintly glowing deep within as he could observe everything around him. Impressive as expected. The more mana you use, the bigger the range. There are advanced ways to use focus field. But you should master level 1 first before moving to learn level 2. Armand nodded. His expression eager. Now it's time to learn fortification. I know that we need to connect all basic chakra points to each other to create a complete network of pathways, so that we can enrich our entire body to increase the basic defense of the body. Good. But there's more to it. Admiral Rudra said with a smile as he activated fortification. Armand's eyes widened, sparkling with awe as he watched the display of an advanced level of fortification that he knew he wouldn't achieve anytime soon. A crystal clear, translucent golden film appeared around Admiral Rudra, coating his body like still water. The aura even extended over his clothing. A sign of an advanced fortification. Maintaining this seamless connection from skin to clothing was no easy feat. Projecting fortification outward without losing the bond to the skin required mastery at a high level. You must keep the entire pathway of the chakra network consistent. And no chakra point must connect to more than one. Assign a starting chakra point and an ending chakra point while connecting all chakra points into a seamless network. Armand nodded, immediately closing his eyes and focusing inwardly as he began. Keep at it. I'll return in half an hour to finish some procedures concerning your entry into GA. Half an hour later. Admiral Rudra returned and saw Armand, as he promptly recognized a proper activation of fortification on his body. Good. Now. Let's begin your evaluation for your profile. Profile. Armand blinked. Like this. Admiral Rudra showed his profile. Rudra Deva, Platinum rank / level 118 combat power, A10 combat arsenal, physical enchantment 1 stage 3 strength boost, level 10. 1. Stage 3 focus field, level 10. 1 stage 3 fortification, level 10. Aura enfold 1. Stage 3 body enfold, level 10. 1. Stage 3 weapon enfold, level 10. Mana transmutation 1. Stage 3 elemental mimicry. Stage 3 complex combined mimicry. Flow state 1. Stage 3 overdrive. 1. Stage 3 overload. Admiral Rudra. Are you perhaps the highest stage in all mana techniques? Armand asked while wondering about Admiral Rudra's combat power. Let me tell you a secret. My profile is classified solely to me. Admiral Rudra said. A faint smile playing on his face. I've shown it to only 3 other people. And you are the 4th one. As for your question. Yes. I am the one who explored, developed, and coined names of these techniques. So I am indeed at the highest possible for now. What? Armand was dumbfounded. Well? I wouldn't say I did this all on my own. Admiral Rudra chuckled. I had found an interesting book on the 2nd floor of the labyrinth 9 years ago. It showed that mana hid more mysteries than just using it to execute skills. It was a damaged book and didn't have detailed information. But whatever knowledge it had, I had used it to research and explore possibilities with mana to reach this stage. GA was indeed at the forefront in terms of people with a higher mastery of mana techniques. For the public of adventurers, it was because GA was researching more on this. But it turned out that it was this old man who solo carried the whole research. Although he had a damaged book. It was surely his insight, talent, and aptitude that allowed him to research this. That makes sense. In my previous life, there were also these Mana techniques, with minor changes in name. Armand remembered some techniques. It could be someone or a group also found that book in my last life's world and researched these techniques. That's awesome. I wonder how much these techniques can increase one's power. Armand asked in wonder. I hear mana transmutation can give elemental properties to our mana, but I don't know much about it and flow state since such information wasn't on the library or news. Hearing Armand's question, Admiral Rudra chuckled. Well, I am not bragging when I say that I am strongest in 1 versus 1. Nobody can defeat me alone even if I don't use any of my class skills. Pausing a bit, he added with a glint in his eyes. At least, nobody from our world. Our world. Armand's pupils shrank. Are you saying there are people from other worlds here? That is what my intuition is saying after the information I have perceived and unnatural things I've noticed. Admiral Rudra nodded. I can't help but feel that there's more to this grim world's tutorial than meets the eye and that some people of our world have made contact with them. Especially the dark organizations. I believe you. Armand somberly said. I have some knowledge. But it's incomplete. I need to clear labyrinth floors to get that. But I am sure that it will be of great help to us. All I can tell for now is that something big will happen once the 10th labyrinth floor's 4 boss is defeated. In Armand's past life, the 10th floor was cleared soon after he became adventurer. And he knew something had happened. But the memory wasn't clear. He needed to clear the 2nd labyrinth floor to find that out properly. Admiral Rudra raised his eyebrows upon hearing Armand's words and tone. It seems you have some secret. All right. I'll wait until you are ready to tell me. For now, let's begin your evaluation so that I can create your profile. Let's do it. Armand grinned. Slightly excited. Boom. Armand punched the crystal cube. Good. Stage 1 level 10 strength boost. I'll guide you on stage 2 once you cross 100 points in all 3 physical stats. Now use your focus field as best as you can and keep it for 1 minute without any change. Armand did as told while Admiral Rudra's eyes gleamed, observing Armand's focus field. After a minute, he nodded at Armand. Deactivate it. Your focus field had a 32-meter radius consistently for 1 minute. That's stage 1 level 3 focus field. Next. Activate fortification. Armand did as told. Activating fortification within 2 seconds. Not bad. That was fast. Now. Stand still and grit your teeth. This will hurt a bit. Admiral Rudra rolled up his right sleeve and, in the next second, punched Armand. Smack. Armand's fortification shattered as he was flung several meters away. But in the next second, a wave of healing showered over him as all pain and injury vanished. He could only release a hollow laugh in response as he got up. That's one way to test fortification. All right. Admiral Rudra laughed. The fastest way is for me to personally test it. Based on what I felt. You can keep your fortification up for 60 minutes easily due to your fine mana control. And it boosts your overall body toughness by 24% of your original toughness. That makes your fortification at stage 1 level 2. Alright. Now use body enfold. Armand nodded. Using body enfold as an airy light blue aura spread around him, reminding him of Dragon Ball Z's Super Saiyan mode. But less showy and small. More closely to the body. Punch me with your full strength. Armand blinked before he grinned and didn't hold back as he punched Admiral Rudra with his full power. Boom. Naturally. Admiral Rudra had fortification activated. So not even his clothes got damaged. Let alone him. I expected it. But still. Armand wryly smiled. Not bad. Your body enfold increases your physical stats by 27%. That's stage 1 level 2 body enfold. And you're already close to reaching level 3. Next. Use weapon enfold in your sword. Armand took out his praying hunter's sword. He had already trained 10 hours solely in aura enfold at first. So he was proficient in using it with this weapon. Admiral Rudra observed it for a moment and said, Extend its range must not budge even in a bit. Much as you while keeping weapon in fold activated. Its aura. Armand nodded. His expression focused. The sword's length range increased by half a meter. And its blade width also increased. One must know that the extended ranges, although not physical, share the same level of power as the boosted sword. It was essentially like the sword had gotten bigger and longer while getting the boost from weapon in fold. Attack me. Admiral Rudra saw Armand's wrist and body resonating as his sword slashed. And a hint of amazement appeared in his eyes. This kid is indeed monstrous with the sword. His vibe entirely changes subtly when he wields it. That's perfect slash imbuing the flow and power of his entire body. Slashy wonderful. You managed to increase your weapon's attack power by 48%. Admiral Rudra wryly smiled. Your rate of improvement with weapon in fold is absurd. All right. True. But I think it's only when I use a sword. Armand said before he shrugged. Well? I am not going to use anything other than swords. So that's fine by me. Your mana control is already high. So when you studied this sword and activated weapon in fold, it paired well, allowing you to reach a higher boost in weapon in fold than body in fold. So I need to study my body better to allow for a better execution of body in fold. Got it. Armand smiled. The last evaluation is of your combat power. But it's better that you do this in Firefly City. Admiral Rudra smiled as he showed a hologram screen to Armand from his wristwatch. Special Hunter. Armand read it out loud. Surprised. What's that? A new position in GA for you. Soon? Admiral Rudra explained why he did this. Apparently, Admiral Rudra had decided to create a special position for him in Firefly City's GAA branch to allow him more freedom than usual new low-rank members. After all, Armand was capable of clearing labyrinth floors at higher cycles and stronger than his usual rank. This would scream bias and make him look like a case of nepotism. But it was Armand's job to shut them up. Which was why he decided to let Armand hold the last evaluation to determine his combat power at the Firefly City's GAA branch. All right. Your profile's completed. I am going to send it to the GA branch in Firefly City. Your jet is also ready. So you can depart after half an hour. Admiral Rudra handed a wristwatch to Armand, an advanced Magitech device that was like a mini-computer. It acted as a mobile phone with magic whisper ability and information source. Wearing it on his wrist, Armand checked his profile. Firefly City. GA branch. At the moment, a 20-year-old blonde-haired slim man, Julian, was looking at the profile sent by the branch master with an errand of picking up the profile's owner from the airport. With him was his brown-haired, bulky-sized partner of the same age. Roken? Hey. Isn't this profile strange? Roken? What do you mean? Take a look. Armand crocheted, silver rank / level 10 combat power, combat arsenal physical enchantment 1. Stage 1 strength boost, level 10. 1. Stage 1 focus field, level 3. Stage 1 fortification, level 2. Aura enfold stage 1 body enfold, level 2. 1. Stage 1 weapon enfold, level 4. Mana transmutation 1. Stage O elemental mimicry. Stage O complex combined mimicry. Flow state 1 stage O overdrive. 1. Stage O overload. Roken tilted his head. He ain't better than us. What's the issue? Look at the damn details below. And his level. You skipped his level. Ha. It's so low. I skipped. Idiot. Julian made it a disgusted face. He is 18 years old. And his level being silver level 10 meant that he fucking entered the labyrinth this month. Meaning he awakened this month. At most. It's been 23 days since he got access to mana if he awakened on the first day of this month. Only now did Roken connect the dots. Resulting in a dumbfounded expression as he exclaimed. Fuck. This profile is fake. Ain't no way he reached these levels in those techniques in 23 days. It wasn't like he trained every day all day. Julian muttered as he looked at the profile. It's also strong that his combat power is yet to be assigned and that he got a strange position called Special Hunter. What the fuck? Who is this guy? Roken looked at the photo. Dude is handsome. Must be from some big family. Are you saying only big families have handsome guys? Julian snorted. His mood foul. Chill. Bro? You are also handsome. Anyway. So I'm going to pick up this dude. As much as I hate to do it. We have to go now? He should be landing in 10 minutes. Next Armand landed from the private jet belonging to GA's upper brass in the airport's GA's plane landing area. Lily doesn't know I am here yet. I should give her a surprise. Armand smiled. He soon arrived at the arrivals hall, where he spotted 2 people, with one of them holding a sign of his name. They also spotted him. Armand nodded at them as he walked toward them. Hi. I believe you are here for me. Yeah. Let's go, Julian said with a plain expression as he nodded and turned around. Hello. Friend? Roken smiled and put down the sign as he nodded. I am Roken. And that guy with a bit of a bad mood is Julian. Julian's lips twitched. But he just continued to walk without any reaction or response. Nice to meet you. Armand nodded. As Armand followed the duo, Roken curiously asked. Armand? I haven't heard of the Crocheted family. Where are you from? Armand blinked. Well? I am from Frostar City, and it's not strange you haven't heard of this family as I am the only member with this surname. Though I don't know if there are Crocheteds somewhere else. Oh. I thought you were from some influential family. Haha, Roken laughed while scratching the back of his head. Haha. Nope. Armand lightly chuckled before he paused and added. Well? If you consider my girlfriend's family. Then yeah. They are kind of influential. Oh. Nice. Nice. Is she in this city? Yep. She is a member of the League of Firefly. She just joined recently. Damn. That's pretty good. What's her name? Lily? Armand smiled. I had a girlfriend. But she broke up with me a week ago. Right before the labyrinth opened, Roken sighed. She said I was not serious at all and not working hard. So she went inside with another group. Well? I can't blame her. But it feels a bit bad. Heh. So she was right? Armand asked with a wry smile. Well? Kind of. Yeah. I got my subclass the previous month. It's called Runic Blacksmith, a rank. So I started focusing on it since my specialized class and primary class are both B rank. But she wanted me to focus on my combat arsenal. Roken shook his head. So that became the catalyst for our breakup. Then she is wrong. Armand smiled. You do what you want to do. Yeah. Man. I think I'm getting the hang of this blacksmithing stuff. I even crafted a decent rare rank weapon the other day. Julian immediately snorted. Oh. Sure, after failing a dozen times. Crafting shitty and common rank products. Wasting tons of materials. And going completely broke. Hey. That's just part of the learning process. I'm only going to get better from here. A rank subclass. Runic Blacksmith. Ha. Sounds interesting. Armand raised his eyebrows. The group arrived at the car by now as Julian entered the driving seat. Armand went ahead to sit in the back seat while Roken sat in the passenger seat. As Julian started driving, he said, The branch master ordered me to take you to the branch for your combat power evaluation. Are you ready for it? Is there anything specific I should know beforehand to be prepared? Nothing particular. Just know that usage of weapons or items is forbidden during the evaluation. So don't use them even by mistake. Armand thought of something and asked. What if my summon uses an item? My summon is a part of my power. And so is the weapon it wields. Right? That Julian frowned. Roken laughed and said. That's a good question. We have to ask it there to get an answer. Adventurers who have summon-type powers are pretty rare. After all, we don't have any in our branch. I see. Armand nodded. So, how was your first adventure into the labyrinth? Pretty good and rewarding. Armand smiled. Good. Good. Oh yeah. Are you going to participate in the Rising Star Tournament? Rising Star Tournament. Armand blinked. Curious. First time hearing this. Roken explained the tournament, causing Armand's interest to peak up. Sounds interesting. When is it starting? After 8 days, Julian said. You won't get much far in that since you just entered the labyrinth for the first time and are only at silver level 10. Pausing a bit, Julian added with a hint of mockery. Well, if your combat arsenal is accurate as displayed in your profile, then you might get a good rank in the silver rank bracket. Roken wryly smiled as he used Magic Whisper. Come on, bro? You don't have to say it like that. I see. So you think the combat arsenals evaluated in my profile are false? Armand asked, an amused smile on his face. Do you think GA would do that? Then what's with your strange position in the branch? Julian asked, his tone raspy. Usually, newbies start officers, then to marshal, then captain, and then commander. So, what's with the special hunter? Scouts? Then climb up to be. You really want to know? Armand's voice dropped, taking on a deeper, almost unsettling tone that caught both Roken and Julian off guard. Roken coughed nervously. I mean, yeah, we're curious. Are you absolutely sure? Armand's voice grew even lower and more somber, adding a strange tension to the air. Like really? Really sure? Roken swallowed hard, visibly tense. Julian, feeling both irritation and pressure, didn't back down. Just say it already. Leaning forward, Armand lowered his voice even more, his tone deadly serious. Listen carefully. I have no idea. Screech brawl eyes on the road. Don't crash. Scree arc. Julian didn't say anything anymore during the rest of the ride while Roken and Armand talked about various news regarding big families, adventurers, and other stuff. It was past 12 noon, and the sun was bright with no clouds over the city. After arriving at the GA branch, they went to the combat evaluation zone, a building with a big white hall installed with advanced projection magitech. They created 3D holograms of monsters and accurately interacted with physical and magical phenomena in a unique way. They were not physical, but any skills and attack that struck them would cause a 99% accurate reaction. Their attacks wouldn't register. Adventurers? But wearing projection monsters attack, it would reduce the adventurer's vitality. Simple device would display the adventurer's vitality. And based on the overseeing this facility was Marshal Lopol, a level 23 platinum rank adventurer. I've asked the branch master, Marshal Lopol said as he nodded at Armand. Your summons are allowed to carry a weapon, but you cannot. The reason is that your summon being able to use a weapon is a part of your power. Got it? Armand smiled. Now then, who should I summon? We'll start the evaluation minute. Get ready. There will be spawning of monsters randomly for 10 minutes in stage 1. Your combat power rank will be determined based on the highest stage you can complete. Armand nodded. I'll go with Infernal Knight. He is not too scary and not weak looking. With his cool mount he is perfect size and badassery to display. Come out. Infernal Knight, Armand commanded as if he were calling out his Pokemon. Julian, Roken, and Marshal Lopol focused, curious to see his summon. In the next second, a big vortex of dark orange and emberic red flames appeared, within which the Infernal Knight stood as a towering figure clad in dark armor veined with fiery cracks, wielding a massive greatsword streaked with molten patterns and a shield of ashen rock laced with lava veins. He exudes volcanic fury, mounted atop a spectral warhorse wreathed in flames. His burning eyes peer from beneath a horned helm, scanning the battlefield with lethal focus as the air around him shimmered with heat. The warhorse was 5 meters tall, and the knight atop it was an over 3 meters tall humanoid as the pair made a giant monstrous figure together. Holy shit! That's awesome, Roken exclaimed. Infernal Knight Ashgar. Damn cool. Alright. It's powerful. I can feel it. His class must be high-ranking. Julian clenched his fist. Why do people get different ranks of class at the start? No. Fuck unfairness. I am going to be stronger with whatever I have and get more myself. Admiral Rudra started at B rank primary class. But he is the strongest. That's a powerful summon you got there. Marshal Lopol raised his eyebrows. His eyes glinting. Its stats feel quite high as well. Would you mind sharing the status screen of this summon with me? Me too. Brawl if you don't mind. Roken quickly said. Armin smiled and showed his status screen for all of them to see via the wristwatch's hologram function. Spirit Wraith Infernal Knight Ashgar, rank, silver level, 10 classification, cavalry warrior. Quirks, generates ember sparks upon getting damaged, which can be used to restore Infernal Knight's health and increase fire attribute damage. But Infernal Knight can't receive any kind of healing aside from its own way, greater than True Knight Agramon, if Infernal Knight Ashgar takes fatal damage. His warhorse Agramon sacrifices its life and revives him. The revived Infernal Knight acquires Molten Fury, increasing his stats by 50%. If warhorse Agramon dies first, Infernal Knight acquires a special skill Failed Knight's Shattered Vow, kills himself and self-destructs 100-meter radius while changing the 100-meter radius area into deadly molten lava. Stats, unassigned stat points. Physical 1 Strength, 66 Vertical bar Health, 62/Stamina, 62, Mental, Mana, 67/Focus, 63 Vertical bar Perception, 63, Skills, Infernal Flames, A, Enhanced Type, Darkened Blade, A, Enhanced Type, Shadow Step, A, Movement Type, Hellfire Burst, S, Attack Type, Infernal Shield, A, Defense Type, Cursed Strike, B, Debuff/Attack Type, Blazing Rush, S, Attack/Movement Type, Ember Veil Restoration, A, Self-Support Type, Pyroclasm/A, Attack Type. Emberclad Barrier, A, Support/Defense Type. Inferno's Wrath, S, Attack Type. There was a silence after Armand showed the status that lasted for 3 seconds before. Holy smokes, Roken shouted. His mouth wide open. Julian's eyes visibly trembled just like his body. What kind of summon is this? What the fuck is this? Marshal Lopol was also dumbfounded as he stood there stunned. And his arms crossed as he proceeded. There was a hint of satisfaction in Armand's eyes as he saw their reactions. He was quite proud of his 4 sentient creations as they had human spirit's influence. He had one more that he got last. But he had yet to summon it from the Spirit Kodoku pocket, and write down its name and disposition details. And in terms of stats, aside from Alfred and Chimera Viper Fiend, the rest had way higher base stats because each of them had 5 boss monsters, spirits in their Spirit Kodoku round. This is very powerful. Armand? Marshal Lopol said as he composed himself. His eyes curious. The stats are close to same-leveled field bosses. But these skills and those quirks, along with potential growth, what rank is your class? If you don't mind revealing it. My information is classified. So whatever I say would be accepted. Let's go with S rank. It's an S rank class. Armand replied with a smile. Roken and Julian were further stunned upon hearing Armand's class rank. I see. That's what I expected. Marshal Lopol nodded. His eyes curious and focused on the Infernal Knight. By the way, are your summons real entities in some other world? I am just assuming this because there seems to be a story based on that quirk. Armand chuckled. That's not the case. The way I get my summons is a bit special. Their stories are what I came up with. I can decide what kind of personality and disposition my summons get when I summon them first. As this can give me interesting power. As you saw in my Infernal Knight. Armand had discovered this when he made Dark Pope Benedict, filling its disposition with a quirky personality and backstory in the mind based on its name. He was surprised to find an interesting quirk based on information he filled. So he figured out this hidden effect of influencing his summons. Marshal Lopol was surprised. He didn't expect something like this to be the case. I think, just based on this class skill that can allow you to get your summons of this type. Your S-rank class can be considered one of the most powerful if I have to judge. Marshal Lopol looked at Armand with a smile. The way he looked at Armand was now completely different. This kid is going places if he is really talented like his profile shows. This and his class, we are finally going to have one super rookie of this generation. Yeah. I agree. Armand smiled. It's quite powerful, if I have to say so myself. Bro? I am so envious. Like damn. You arp? Roken laughed. Julian was completely still and silent as he observed. He suppressed his growing envy. Observed. And fueled his fire to become stronger. All right. 1 minute's up. Here comes the first stage. Armand turned around and saw 5 bronze rank level 5 dire wolves around him a few meters away. They launched their attack without hesitation upon materializing. Armand stood with his arms crossed. Leisurely and carefree. As he commanded in his mind. Burn them! The warhorse Agramon stomped on the ground. Creating shockwaves laced with flames, a simple use of its flame attributes, power unrelated to the skills. The flamed shockwaves instantly incinerated the wolves. But the stage I wasn't over yet. 2 goblin archers and 1 goblin warrior spawned. Initiating their attack soon. Armand didn't bother dodging and simply waved his hand. Deflecting the arrows physically. Warhorse Agramon stomped goblin warrior to death while Infernal Knight Ashgar released a flame wave with his sword in long range. Destroying the goblin archers. Like this. 3 more different waves of monsters. All being bronze rank up to level 10. Appeared. That was expected. I suppose you don't need to take a break. Nah. Let's start stage 2. Stage 2 began with 5 silver rank monsters from level 1 to level 5. This time? Armand made a single move. His figure visibly blurred as he wielded his sword. Crossing past the 5 monsters within a second as he exerted his physical prowess while using weapon in fold. In another second, all 5 monsters were sliced as their digital structures bickered and vanished. A silver level 5 shadow eagle spawned, and made a surprise attack. But before it could near Armand, it was slashed by Infernal Knight Ashgar. More and more silver rank monsters spawned with gaps as their level got higher and higher. But all of them were killed before they could do anything. Even if they used the skills. None could hit Armand. Soon, Armand started facing monsters at silver level 11 and above. What the hell are his stats? Julian frowned. They don't like they belong to a silver level 10. Even if he has used a couple of stat increasing items. Damn. Roken muttered. Just watching with a daze and a bit of excitement. His stats? Marshal Lopol blinked a few times. Trying to get a reading on Armand. His aura is properly maintained. And not once has his mano control wavered. This kid is not even giving me an opportunity to get a proper guess on his stats, but they are all above 50 for sure. Those movements are impossible without at least that much. Marshal Lopol's eyes glinted as he saw Armand dispatching a silver level 20 chainsaw monkey in a single slash of his sword after leisurely dodging its attack. Julian? Is he going to get C10 combat rank just like that? Roken muttered. Julian's fists were clenched in his cross-armed position. His profile is real. He is using all mana techniques with better fineness than though we have reached a bit higher level than him in those techniques. He got the C10 rank in his bag. Even C10 meant that he had reached the peak of silver rank in terms of combat power. It also meant he would be allowed to enter C rank dungeons. Up to the black-colored C rank dungeons. Which are the most dangerous. The last monster of stage 2 spawned. A mini-boss of level 30. Go? Destroy it. Armand commanded them with what skills to use for the attack. Infernal Knight Ashgar and Warhorse Agramon unleashed dark red flames that whirled around them and rushed forward. Using Blazing Rush skill while both of them were also enhanced with the Infernal Flames skill that boosted their fire-related damage further. Boom, the mini-boss was obliterated. Putting an end to stage 2. Impressive. Marshal Lopol clapped while smiling. Way to go. Brawl, you better enter that tournament because you might just become the champion of the silver rank bracket. Ha ha ha. Julian didn't want to admit it. But he had to. That Armand was skilled and powerful. Let's start stage 3, Armand said as he cracked his index finger. A faint smile on his face. Marshal Lopol thoughtfully nodded. You might be able to defeat a few waves. Let's see how far you go in the B rank. Stage 3 spanned longer because the monsters in this stage ranged from gold level 1 to gold level 100. Do you want to wait a bit to recover your stamina and mana? Yeah. Give me a few minutes. Almond nodded and sat down cross-legged. Entering meditation. You two got a new task. Or are you just wandering around instead of training? Marshal Lopol turned to Roken and Julian. We were about to begin our training session. Marshal, Julian said respectfully. Then go. Marshal. Can we wait until Almond finishes? Please. Roken asked while putting up puppy eyes. Get lost. Just do your training until you get a task. Julian? Don't forget about your goal in the Rising Star tournament. If you want the rewards, you have to work hard. Yes. Sir? Roken? Let's go. Julian began walking out along with relucent, long-faced Roken. After they left, Almond opened his eyes and looked at Marshal Lopol. Marshal. Do you mind if I borrow them to explore the city a bit? I also want to visit League of Firefly. They are in their free time, which is usually used for training. So if they don't mind showing you around. Sure. Also? I sent them away because I wanted to isolate this session. Marshal Lopol smiled, his eyes flashing a sheen of light. I've turned off cameras as well. So don't hold back in this stage. I will allow you to set your combat power rank if you want to hide your real combat power on your profile. And yeah. I got the mail from Admiral Rudra. He added. But I have no intention of doing that. Almond internally chuckled. Admiral Rudra doesn't know about all of his spirit wraiths, nor the full power of his specialized class. And Admiral Rudra didn't even press Almond to reveal them. So Almond wasn't planning to show all of his cards here. Not like I can show my full power against the 3D projection of monsters. My Divine Divider's harvest doesn't work on them. He had tried the skill, and it ended in failure, which he expected since these monsters were not real at all. The Magitech also wasn't high enough to detect that advanced skill and make proper result. And even if it could detect and halve the monster's stats, it couldn't give Almond the boost as he essentially couldn't harvest stats from these unreal monsters. I am ready. Let's start. In the end, Almond fought until his Infernal Knight died. Naturally. It didn't die due to these fake monsters' attack. But Almond killed the Infernal Knight and triggered its trait True Knight Agramon to make it stronger until he defeated the 5th wave Stage 3. Reaching B5 combat power rank. He also exhausted his mana and stamina by then because the gold rank level 50 monsters were indeed strong enough that he had to exert more of his power. Do you want to continue with more summons? Marshal Lopol asked. I assume you have more summons. I do have. But I wonder if I should show more. Almond blinked, his expression thoughtful. Almond answered as he made a decision. Nah. I indeed have more summons. But Infernal Knight is strongest in terms of stats due to that quirk. I've also exhausted myself. So I guess this is it. Do you want to register your combat power as B5 or lower? Almond replied with a question. Do you know the combat power of silver rank super rookies? Well, the strongest of them have revealed the combat power of B4. Revealed? Almond raised his eyebrows. Revealed? Indeed, interesting choice of word. Then I would like to set my combat power at B1 for now. Almond smiled. All right. Your position is a bit special. So according to Admiral Rudra, you allowed to come and go you please and get priority in dungeons suitable to your combat power rank. You can bring people inside with you. But only those belonging to GAA. You're free to choose and recruit new people for GAA as well. Wow. Almond was surprised. Old man is going all out. And he listened to my last suggestion. Since he could see people's character attributes. He was the best when it came to judging someone with coldly precise detail due to his rift veil eyes. You don't know what you have to do with this new position. Marshal Lopol asked in surprise upon seeing Almond surprised. Nah. Admiral Rudra made it for me but didn't explain much. Almond wryly smiled. I think because he wants me to freely progress in my own way. I see. There's also not much information about you and your position due to Admiral Rudra. Well? Putting that aside. Do you want anything or want to know about anything? I would like useless rare grade items if this branch has any. I am willing to buy them cheaply. Oh. Why do you need them? Just some skill-related condition of my primary class. I need 100 of them. We don't have that many useless rare grade items in stock. But we do have some that are quite bad despite being rare grade. You're going to the training zone. Right? Wait for 10 minutes. I'll send someone there with the items. All right? Armand nodded with a smile. Thank you for the trouble. Armand left while thinking about Lily. I am coming soon. Lily? He was eager and wanted to meet up as soon as possible now that he was here. It had been a while since he was in her loveful presence, and tasted her kiss. Armand went to the training zone and encountered an interesting situation. What's up? Julian? Is that all you got? Did you even make any progress in this month's labyrinth dive? Did you just return after strolling for 3 days? I bet he was getting enlightenment under a waterfall somewhere on the 6th floor. Ha ha ha. Sounds about right. Julian was in a sparring ring with someone of his age. And it seemed that he was losing. Roken had a puffed expression and he angrily said. Doman. You would lose if it's just sparring using mana techniques. Ha. Are you going to say the same thing when a monster is about to kill you? Lamau? Doman. Monsters can't use mana techniques. Ah. Right. Maybe he will tell the monsters to fight without using skills then. Doman grinned. You stop it. Roken, Julian said as he got up. His whole body aching as he held his sword properly again and looked intently at Doman. The muscled guy wearing boxing gloves. Let's continue. Doman grinned as his fleeting footsteps caused confusion to Julian again. Dodging Julian's attack while throwing a jab at him using his class skill. Shattering Julian's body in fold and fortification as he puked blood. Armand blinked. That Doman has some good class skills. He got better stats as well. Julian. Doman. Roken? And other people in this group were all gold rank adventurers. Mostly below gold level 50 and some under 70. I guess this is it. Hey. Someone heal him. Doman said before leaving the ring. I'll heal him. Armand chimed in as he waved his hand. Summoning the forest maid Sylvia. Who used a skill to heal him. Whoa. Who is that? No way. A summon. Is it a new member? The appearance of forest maid Sylvia attracted everyone's attention. She is such a cutie beauty. A girl said as she and other girls approached her. Looking at her and Armand curiously. Forest maid Sylvia embodied the spirit of the forest with her flowing gown of leaves, vines, and flowers, shifting in hues of green and earthy brown. Her hair, woven with twigs and glowing fireflies, cascades down her back while intricate root-like markings spread across her sun-kissed skin. She wielded a staff of ancient wood adorned with vines and a glowing crystal, symbolizing her connection to nature's magic. Her emerald eyes shone with calm wisdom while her presence radiated life. Forest maid Sylvia, rank, silver, level, 10 classification, all-arounder mage. Quirks, greater than floral maid, Sylvia can summon small animated flowers or saplings to assist her in minor tasks from any natural greenery around her. These helpers can retrieve items, carry small objects, or even assist in light combat by distracting enemies. This quirk reflects her role as a devoted caretaker, with nature itself lending a helping hand in her tasks. Nature's caretaker, Sylvia passively releases a soothing aura that gently restores the health and mana of nearby allies over time. The effect intensifies if she is focused solely on tending to others, boosting their recovery. Stats: physical, strength, 55, health, 70, stamina, 60, mental, 1. Mana, 75, focus, 68, perception, 72, skills, nature magic mastery, A, nature's embrace, A, vines of binding, A, forest's blessing, S, healing dew, A, thorn barrier, S, whispering breeze, A, enchanted flora, A, woodland camouflage, A, earth's resonance, B, verdant surge, S, with a gentle wave of her staff. She used a skill and materialized dreamy green wisps infused into Julian, and completely healed him. After she was done, Armand put her back in the spirit pocket. Are you a new member? Hi. I am Laura. Nice to meet you. Are you new here? What's your name? Armand? Armand politely said. And yes, I moved to this city and joined GA. I am Marina. Another and said with a grin. I have a question. Handsome. Are you single? Before Armand could answer, Roken jumped in with a snort. He is not single, go away. Ladies. He already has a girlfriend. Someone of his age at that. Hey. What do you mean by that? Fatty. Are you saying we are old ladies? We are just a couple of years old. It's nothing. Asshole? Humph. Ignore that bum. Girls. It's no wonder Sally dumped him. Anyway. Armand? If you want any help, you can reach out to us. Seniors here will help you. Since you're new in the city, we'll be happy to show you and your girlfriend the charm of this city. Roken snickered. It's fine. Julian and I can show them around. You all are too noisy. Anyway. Don't listen to Get Dumbo. Armand? He knows nothing. Marina rolled her eyes. Anyway. We won't disturb you anymore. Have fun. Meanwhile, other girls, particularly the newbies like him, whispered among themselves. His eyes are so beautiful. Right? And his fashion sense is good too. That noble vest and coat combo with sleek black pants. Stop it. Girl. But I can feel you. What about his class? I think his class is powerful if he has such a powerful looking summon. Should we invite him to our party? He is also silver level 10. So he'll also enter the second floor next month. Didn't we decide not to invite any boys for our first year here? Meanwhile, the boys were quiet at a distance due to two reasons. The first reason is that he healed Julian and seemed to know him and Roken. There were formed groups among scout and officer rank members, forming a sort of rivalry between them to get stronger and get over one another as their total contribution determined the next rank. And they could use GA's benefits and resources by using contribution points. The second reason is that a girl group that usually plays hard to get for seniors swarming at him. Thanks for the healing. But you might attract fellows who will pick some trouble with you, Julian said as he walked towards Armand after the girls left and nodded at him. They are free to pick the trouble. Armand shrugged. Anyway. I am here because I want to go to the League of Firefly, and do some shopping before checking out my house here. Armand's eyes glinted as he smiled and added. Of course. Your free time to train is precious. So I'll give you some useful pointers regarding swordplay. What do you say? Let's go. Julian's reply was swift. His expression deadpan and serious. But make sure to keep your word. Ha ha ha. What about me? Bro? Roken said as he pointed at himself smilingly. You got any tips for me? But before Armand could answer, a laugh echoed from behind as Doman and 5 people of his group, 2 girls and 3 boys 20 years old, approached them. You're seriously asking pointers from a silver rank level 10 newbie? Ha! No wonder you two aren't improving. It's none of your business. Doman, Julian said. His expression indifferent. If you're just here to speak shit. No thanks. You can continue your training. Little shit. You forgot your beating already. Doman sneered. That was a spar. Julian narrowed his eyes. Now. Get lost. Conflicts resulting in fights were absolutely prohibited. Breaking this rule could result in bigger trouble and hamper their progress overall. They could only fight in proper sparring. So Doman could only get pissed even if he wanted to beat Julian. We are going to a dungeon as we just got a task mail. Unlike a certain someone who got nothing to do. Doman said as he turned aloof and looked at Armand. See you later. Newbie. Sure. Armand smiled. Unfazed. Yet a chill glint passed through his eyes as he checked out a certain attribute of this Doman. That one's a negative. All right. I'll have to see if he has a skeleton or 2 in his closet. I would love my next summon to have some good close combat expertise. Armand stayed in the training zone until an officer rank girl with long dark green hair arrived, who also attracted some attention because of her status as the branch master's student Nevira Erdent. She was in the same age group as Julian and Doman's group, 20 to 21 years old. Here's the rare grade junks. Keep the storage pouch. Thank you. Armand accepted the storage pouch and put it in his coat's pocket. 7. Ha! I was expecting more. Check the mail and pay on time. Nevira said before leaving without further interaction. Armand checked the mail and saw that these 7 rare grade items cost him 57.400 gold coins. Not bad, Roken. I'll buy your rare grade item if you don't have any use for it, Armand said. Really? Thanks a lot. Bro? It's not that good. Which was why nobody was willing to buy it. And you put a price that's more than it's worth. Julian rolled his eyes. Roken winced. I wanted to recover some money. We don't even have any dungeon assigned to us. And it's 3rd cycle. So we can't enter the labyrinth anymore unless we have a death wish. What can I do now that I've wasted over 200.000 gold coins? Armand laughed and said. I'll buy it. What's the price? Put it up for 25.000, but fuck it. I am not going to rip you off. Take it for 10.000, Armand chuckled. Alright. That's just earned you a spot in a B-grade dungeon raid. What? Roken shouted. Julian was startled before his brows furrowed. How? Just know that I got it. I'll tell you when we'll go at the end of the day. Armand cheekily smiled. For now? Take me to the League of Firefly. Let's go. Young master. Roken bowed like a butler and gestured to Armand with a respectful expression. Driver Julian. Take out the car. Julian didn't say anything and began walking out of the training zone. Armand followed as he said. That said, I also want to buy a car. Roken quickly walked beside Armand. What's your budget? I should buy necessary things first before dumping all gold coins on gathering sacrificial rare grade items. Budget. Let's say it's 100,000 gold coins. Damn. Alright. I know some good dealers affiliated with GAA. So we'll get a good car with your budget. As the trio got into the car, Armand asked. How far is the League of Firefly? Roughly 50 kilometers away. They have to protect their territory, which also includes a coastal area. They have to stop monsters coming from the sea. Julian answered as he began driving. Oh yeah. Bro? Roken said as he looked back at Armand. Why don't you get assigned to the mini branch of GA there? I mean, it's hard to get spots there. But given your strange position, you should be able to ask it. Julian nodded. GA members there enjoy better training and a better environment cause there's a beach. And they can join League of Fireflies Sea Defense to kill monsters regularly, which earns them more gold coins. Interesting? That just gave me a good idea. Armand smiled. On the way to the League of Firefly, Armand took his time checking out various important attributes of Julian and Roken. His powers, especially in both of his classes, were suitable for a leader. A commander with the power to arm his subordinates with more power. And Armand himself wanted to form a trustworthy group. He wasn't going to underestimate himself. Especially after learning of his past life and the bigger troubles in the dark regarding this Grimworld's tutorial, the characters are good in the core. One has a strong drive to get stronger despite the bad hand dealt to him and focuses on it. The other has a carefree and honest nature. His subclass might just pave a good path for him. Starting with these two, I'll make them powerful and earn their loyalty. This is the best way if I want truly trustworthy people to work for me. League of Firefly Guild Base. Armand was genuinely surprised by the scale of the base as they entered through the peripheral gate and saw big and exotic buildings. Yeah. This is nothing. Bro? League of Firefly is over 3 times bigger than GAA's branch here in terms of base size, Roken said upon seeing Armand's expression. But of course, the main headquarters of GAA is the biggest and grandest of all. Roken added with a grin. Let's go, Julian said as he parked the car and turned it off. The trio entered the reception building, which had 5 desks and a person sitting behind each of them. Armand, Roken, and Julian walked towards a desk as the black-haired girl in her 20s promptly asked, "How may I help you?" "Visitors. I am here to meet someone," Armand said with a polite smile. "Would you please tell me where is Lily Darkwood?" Hearing that, the girl squinted her eyes for a second before replying, "I'm sorry, but reporters are not allowed to have an interview with her." Armand blinked. "Do we look like reporters?" Roken pointed his finger at himself. "Reporters in camouflage." The lady tilted her head. "We've had 5 of them since morning." Armand wryly smiled. "We are from GA." Julian replied with a deadpan expression. "Ha! Are you here for her inspection?" "Nope. Not even your branch master is allowed to do that. Her profile will be out when the guild decides to do that. We are not here for that." Roken scratched the back of his head and looked at Armand. "Can you please call her here then?" Armand asked with a dry smile. The lady rolled her eyes. "Yeah. Sure. Who are you?" "Her brother." "Haven't heard of one." Armand paused and leaned ahead before he whispered, "Her life mate." The lady was stunned before her expression gradually darkened. "Security. This is embarrassing. Do you not have her contact or something?" Julia clicked his tongue as they were escorted out of the reception building. "I don't have her contact." Armand wryly smiled. "I didn't think it would be hard to meet someone here. And we didn't think that your girlfriend was the super newbie that's going to be super rookie soon. She's the same one some of those people were talking about, right?" Roken curiously asked. "Yeah. I don't think there's another Lily Darkwood here." "Hey. Chaps from GA." Suddenly, a group of 6 people approached them. 4 of them were in their late teens, and 2 were in their early 20s. "What's up?" Roken blinked. "What you're here for?" the red-haired young man in his early 20s asked. "We came to meet someone. I wonder if you can help us." Armand asked. "Ha! You're asking us means that the receptionist rejected you. Hey! Don't tell me you're here for Lily Darkwood." Next, Armand had a feeling this group was also about to reject them. Getting no answer, a few of them in the group burst out laughing while the red-haired senior said, "You're not the first one to be rejected. Hair. Get lost." Actually, Armand stepped forward, as he cracked his knuckle, his face forming a narrowed-eyed grin. "I am here with a challenge. I heard there are some strong newbies in the League of Firefly. I guess this is the only way to meet her. A little commotion can be helpful." Armand thought, smiling inwardly. Might as well see what the chaps of this guild got. Julian and Roken were startled. Just like the Firefly group. From that group, a brown-haired 18-year-old suddenly sneered and said, "Since you're here for the challenge, I'm sure you'll put something on the line. How about the winner take home 100.000 gold coins?" "Ha ha. Good idea. The arena's there," another said with a grin. "Don't back off now that you've said it. Senior Riker." "It's fine. Right?" the third newbie asked the red-haired 20-year-old. Armand looked at Riker, smiling. "It's fine. We've had challenges from other guilds before. But this time it's GA. No harm in earning pennies," Riker said as he formed a faint smile. "Come on, Chap." Armand said and chuckled. "Don't worry. Won't remember that name for lang," the cocky brown-haired newbie said before he strutted towards the arena's direction while others also turned. Armand promptly replied as he followed the group. "That's an interesting theory, friend. Unfortunately, it only applies to goldfish. So unless you are one, you won't ever forget my name." "He won't ever forget your face after the battle," Roken sneered before he quickly whispered to Armand. "Bro? Is this really a good idea?" "Don't worry. Didn't they say challenges are common?" Armand smiled and glanced at Julian. "I don't give a fuck. Besides, it'll be fun to see them eat dirt," Julian said as he sensed his gaze. Causely walking alongside Armand. Riker heard them and chuckled. Let's let the fist do the talking now. The arena is 300 meters deep. So we should hurry. Armand followed them while looking around, amazed at the whole base. Is that hill at the end a residential area? There's a cool palace there. Armand didn't know that Lily and Natalia were training in that private palace that only high-ranking platinum rank members could access. And only they could bring others on that hill. That tall and big building must be their main headquarters building. They soon arrived at the arena section. It was a big bow-shaped area slightly bigger than a football field, with 5 elevated platform rings over it in pentagon-shaped points. This is pretty good, Armand said. The 4th number platform was empty. So the newbie did a long and high jump, landing squarely on the platform. Come on, he said, beckoning at Armand. Sure. But I would like to change the bet, Armand said, his voice loud as he raised his hand holding an item. Riker and others looked at it while the brown-haired boy on the platform also squinted his eyes to see the item. This is a rare grade weapon drop from the 1st floor. Star Driver Shard Staff. No fucking way, Roken shouted. Julian was also dumbfounded. You can't be serious. Riker narrowed his eyes. That fetches 1 million gold coins minimum. And more if it has good perks and skills. No fuck. He said it. So it's on the game now. The blonde-haired newbie said excitedly. But no, that won't put anything of that value on the line. The second senior, tall, muscled man with short indigo hair, said with narrowed eyes. If you said that in excitement, I'll allow you to take it back. I am serious, Armand said as he handed the item over to Julian. He'll hold on to it. Saying that, he jumped and landed on the platform, 10 meters away from the brown-haired newbie. Damn. Bro is serious. Roken muttered, his excitement surging. This is going to be fun. On the platform, Cinna grinned at Armand and said, I am Cyrus. And my role is of a warrior. What's your name again? I forgot. He took out a big mace with a spiked metal ball. It was a rare grade item crafted in the guild's forge house. Armand took out his praying hunter's sword. Another rare drop. Riker muttered. 2 top-notch drops from the 1st floor. That chap must be from a rich farm. Humph. What's his role? Armand stretched his arm and made a showy magic symbol with a star-themed design from his palm facing the ground. I am a summoner. Armand smiled. Come out. Starlight Beast. What the fuck? Cyrus' eyes popped out. That's one fucking cool beast. Whose summon is that? Armand's Starlight Beast instantly captivated the platform. The beast's sleek, muscular body shimmered with a soft, stardust-like glow, and faint constellations pulsed subtly across its silver-blue coat. A flowing mane shifted between indigo and silver while intense, glowing silver eyes seemed to peer into every onlooker's soul as more and more people focused there and closed in towards this combat ring platform. Everyone felt as if they felt a mysterious pull from the beast, unaware that it was the Starlight Beast's inherent trait. Starlight Beast, rank, silver, level, 10 quirks, greater than Starforged core. This core pulses with starlight, allowing the beast to passively regenerate mana over time and granting it resistance to physical and magical attacks. When its health drops below 30%, the core activates a Starforce urge, temporarily increasing its strength and mana by 25% and surrounding it with a faint, protective aura of stardust that reduces incoming damage. Stats: Physical, 1. Strength, 70, Health, 80, Stamina, 70, Mental, 1. Mana, 80, Focus, 70, Perception, 70, Skills, Celestial Roar, A, Astral Claws, V, Starburst Leap, A, Moonlit Howl, V, Radiant Aura, C, Starlit Veil, B, Cosmic Pulse, S, Twilight Regeneration, B, Meteor Rush, A, Nebula Shield, V, Starlight Beast didn't have a human soul in its creation, but its birth gave it a quirk on its own, like Chimera Viper Fiend got, through the process consisting of 20 spirits that were used as the foundation of their spirit evolution. But unlike Chimera Viper Fiend, Starlight Beast had 5 big bosses from the major area Starfall Basin. And 2 big bosses from the inner area Burial Light Forest. Do we start now? Armand asked stun-looking Cyrus. Why yeah? Let's start. Cyrus nodded before he breathed out and focused. It's just big. It can't be that powerful. I'll go all out from the start. All right? Armand smiled and commanded the Starlight Beast to use its only S-rank, Cosmic Pulse. In the next second, a disc-themed pulse gently released from the Starlight Beast's body, creating an ethereal cosmic disc covering the entire combat ring platform. Boom! This sound was actually Cyrus' knees hitting the ground before he released a scream as he felt his whole body breaking. Shit! Was this too strong? Armand was dumbfounded and told Starlight Beast to tone down on the gravity pressure. But how? It shouldn't be this powerful. Cyrus was barely hanging on to prevent himself from getting unconscious. Gravity. I fucked up. I use half-assed weight increase fuck. Riker arrived on the platform behind Cyrus and pulled him up. It seems that Cyrus lost this match. Give it up for our GA friend here. Armand was already using focus field. Thought a bit late. But he captured Cyrus' activity that suddenly ceased. It seems that he used a kind of skill that made the effect of Cosmic Pulse stronger on him should be weight, or something related to it. Well? Anyone else wants to come up? Armand said as he enhanced his voice with mana. If any silver rank can defeat me, I'll give up my rare drop Star Driver Shard Staff. Riker followed up as if he wanted to fuel this. Everyone, feel free to come up. Riker jumped off the ring while carrying Cyrus and handed it over to his friends. Take him to the infirmary. He needs to be healed from within his bodily foundation. Tell the healer to check his body properly first. Cyrus' 3 friends took him away while Riker turned back to look at the ring. The second challenger had already arrived. A summon this powerful. Riker narrowed his eyes. Riker. I'm calling Xavier. You think no one else in silver rank can defeat him? Sam. Riker turned to his friend. Yeah. Sam nodded. His gaze on Armand while he dialed a call to the League of Fireflies, super rookie Xavier Rosef. Meanwhile, the second challenger was thrown off the stage 1 second after a makeshift referee from the crowd arrived and rang the gong to start the fight. Repel. Riker frowned. It seems to be based on attraction and repel. Sam muttered. This means that the pulsing ring phenomenon, this is reminding me of some bosses in Starfall Basic. Yeah. That Star Magnet Minotaur. But it also has a visual effect of Starfall Lion King's Glitter Pulse. Meaning there's more to this skill than just attraction and repel. The third challenger arrived. This time? Each step within Cosmic Pulse's range suddenly formed tiny neon-colorful stones that struck the challenger along with a hard gravity pull toward the ground. It was over in a jiffy. What the hell? How can Mona lose this fast? Yeah. She's got 2 A-rank classes and is one of the best among this time's newbies. She didn't get the chance to display her arsenal of power. That beast's crazy skill is overwhelming them. This time? The previous month's newbie arrived, who had ascended to the 2nd floor and went past silver level 10. But the result remained the same. Instant defeat. 2 more challenged Armand. And then 2 more. But Armand hadn't moved a single step from his position. Suddenly, only the uproar and talk ensued while no one else came to challenge him. Nor anyone shouted that they would go next. The one who said he would go after Mona was also silent. The audience was also increasing in size and the higher-ups were getting informed about the challenge. Though it wasn't anything new. So it just about relaying information. However, that changed within the next 10 minutes when one of the strongest silver level 30 adventurers lost as well. This person had reached level 2 in all mana techniques. And level 6 in strength boost. He managed to hurt Starlight Beast. But that's all. Armand had to command Starlight to use 3 skills. And one fact still hadn't changed. He still didn't move from his initial position. Nobody could get close to Armand nor manage to hit him from long range. Starlight Beast was like a ruthless protector, defeating opponents swiftly while protecting Armand on its own with Starlit Veil. A passive skill that works while Starlight Beast is spending its mana, the effect of creating a mystical transparent silver curtain as makeshift shield anywhere within its range. Anyone else? Armand shouted, causing other voices to lower. Seeing no one coming forward after 5 seconds, Armand wryly smiled. Well? This is disappointing. Don't be. A voice boomed out before a figure landed on the platform 10 meters across from him. Xavier. Defeat him. Xavier. Show him who's the boss in Silver Ronk. Armand looked at the light blue-haired young man with a white shirt and a trouser the same as his age, who was quite famous a month ago. Nice summon, Xavier said, his eyes on Armand as he took out a rapier from his storage pouch. Thanks. Armand smiled. I guess I don't need your introduction. Well? I am Armand. Nice meet you. Xavier faintly smiled. If you have more summons, take them out. This one won't be enough to protect you. I am 20 levels above you anyway. Gah! Starlight Beast growled at Xavier, its mane pulsing with a glow. It's saying that you are getting too full of yourself, Armand chuckled. Xavier raised his eyebrows. Well? Do you agree? Armand grinned. Absolutely. Xavier icily smiled as his eyes turned severe. I hope you are right. Or this will be an unsightly battle. He activated fortification, consuming 100 mana as a protecting film that appeared around him, along with body enfold, to increase his overall physical power. The referee, who was floating above the platform on a small cloud, felt they exchanged enough words and hit the gong. Swoosh! Xavier's rapier pointed at Starlight Beast as a sharp, blue-silvery beam unleashed, aimed at its head. Starlight Beast's reaction was fast enough to protect itself as it used B-rank Nebula Shield skill, a whirling mass of sparkling dust that ate up the beam attack. But Xavier had already launched himself right after that attack. His physical enchantment and weapon enfold also activated. Starlight Beast couldn't react in time as Xavier had already arrived at Armand's left, his rapier glowing and ready to deliver a powerful strike using his physical prowess, and an attack-type class skill Radiant Pierce. He might die. So I'd better use it in a non-fatal area, was what Xavier thought as he aimed the attack at Armand's shoulder. But instead of seeing blood, Xavier saw sparks flying before feeling a powerful rebound as his body was flung away. He quickly stabilized himself after shooting 10 meters away and gained a foothold as he landed, his eyes trembling. Not bad. Armand nodded with a smile. His strength boost is at level 7. Fortification at level 4. Body enfold at level 3. And weapon enfold at level 2. However, Xavier had waves rising in his heart. What's going on? Was my skill interrupted right before it could release? The arena suddenly turned deathly silent. Nobody had expected Xavier to get pushed away after he himself went for an attack. But Starlight Beast was angry, so it launched itself at Xavier, going full throttle for the first time. Starburst Leap, Cosmic Pulse, 5, boom. Xavier rolled to the side as he dodged the leap. But its main attack was the area of effect it generated after landing. Xavier was struck by the shockwave, making him unbalanced while feeling a jolt throughout his body with pain. And due to that, Cosmic Pulse's gravity pull suddenly ruined his foothold as he fell hard on the ground. Starlight Beast used a rank Meteory Rush skill, turning into a comet wrapped in fiery starlight, intending to crash into Xavier. It can't be this easy, right? Armand raised his eyebrows. Super rookies are supposed to have S rank and above classes, along with a good foundation. Fortunately, Armand was right. Xavier's body was wrapped in a milky blue light, as his figure flickered, moving 10 meters towards Armand, as he dodged Starlight Beast's attack, and was already in the position of stabbing at him. Radiant Piercel swoosh. Armand's pupils shrank as he precisely sidestepped while moving less than half a meter, dodging the beam by a palm's length. What? How can he dodge that? Xavier's focus field clearly captured Armand moving timely as he masterfully dodged the attack. But he didn't have time to think because Starlight Beast was once again on his tail, more angry than ever. Get lost, Beast. Xavier muttered with a dark expression as he caught Starlight Beast's movement in his focus field. He jumped and somersaulted before unleashing his signature powerful attack. Radiant Pierce Crimson Spiral this time. Xavier's piercing beam had a crimson spiraling effect around it, while the beam also had a hue of dark red. It struck the Starlight Beast squarely, entering its head and coming out of his back as its vitality turned 0 in a second. I've half of my mana now. But that beast's gravity was annoying, Xavier thought as he looked at Armand. He shouldn't have any more summon as powerful as that beast. Right? Wow. That was not bad at all, Armand said as he clapped and nodded while smiling. Why did you put away your sword? Xavier narrowed his eyes. Are you going to continue with another summon? Of course. If you let me do it, Armand chuckled and added. Come out. Dark Pope Benedict. Just as a fancy black-crimson magic circle formed below Armand's right-hand palm, Xavier launched himself, his rapier glowing while 3 needle-like projectiles conjured as they shot toward Armand. Armand's eyes glinted, a smile playing on his face. His left arm, empowered with fortification and body enfold, swooped in a timely manner as he shattered the needles forcefully by using 100 extra mana on empowerment. Ignoring the stinging pain, Armand's right hand moved, as his praying hunter's sword once again appeared in his hand. His eyes cleanly following Xavier as he had arrived in a crouched manner to his left side, ready to stab his rapier. Armand met his rapier in a head-on collision. But he didn't push away Xavier this time. Do you know I don't need to do particularly anything to summon? Xavier's expression changed as he a figure manifesting from the corner of his eyes that soon saw black tendrils coming at him. Xavier jumped away quickly, missing by a hair's breadth, as he saw a 3-meter-tall figure clad in a black robe with a shadowy effect around him, with one hand empty and another holding a thick block book. Tell me, young man, Dark Pope said to Xavier, his eyes peering at him with a nasty smile, to dare challenge my lord here. Are you inspiring or perhaps suicidal? Uproar a humanoid summon. Damn. He can talk. What the fuck? 2 such powerful summons, I feel like he's got an S-class. Xavier, don't lose to him. That beast is no less impressive. But to have 2 such powerful summons while he is just a newbie, fuck. His class must be powerful. Dark Pope looked around at the source of such noise. Where are we even? This is not a battle to the death. So keep that in mind, Armand said with a wry smile. Duly noted. Dark Pope nodded as he turned to Xavier again, his lips spreading into a grin. Come on, young man. Let's have some fun. Dark Pope Benedict, rank, silver level, 10 classification, mage, quirks. Dark Pope Benedict, rank silver level, 10 classification, mage, quirks, Veil of Shadows, a passive shroud surrounds Benedict, reducing damage from holy attacks and granting him slight regeneration in darkness. Sin of the Faithful, losing his daughter, Miriel, to the demons. Pope Benedict broke the god's will to bring her back once Dark Pope Benedict receives fatal damage. Demonic angel Miriel revives him and joins the battlefield. Stats: physical, strength, 40, health, 80, stamina, 60, mental, mana, 110 focus, 95 perception, 85, skills, darkness mastery, A, shadow dominion, A, shadow strike whiplash, S, dark benediction, A, soul grasp, S, dreadful aura, A, void barrier, A, corruption wave, A, black prayer, A, obsidian fouled arms, A, deathly conviction, S, use shadow dominion and play with him. Armand commanded. Shadow dominion, A, description, Dark Pope summons a large area of darkness that suppresses light, granting him increased power within its bounds. While active, allies within the shadow gain enhanced defenses, and enemies suffer reduced visibility, perception, and slight erosion of their magical defenses. Xavier's expression was dark as he looked at Dark Pope. This summon feels even stronger than that beast. Darkness suddenly started spreading around the platform as Dark Pope used Shadow Dominion, initiating the combat. What? Xavier narrowed his eyes, activating his focus field at full power. Where is he? I can't sense him, There's no unique mana trail in this mess. This is bad. Should I attack Almond? No. If I do that, I'll get struck by that summons skills. Come on. Make your move? Almond's voice carried over. His tone carefree. Xavier gritted his teeth and dashed at him. I can't hit that guy with my long-range skill. I have to get close. He couldn't detect Dark Pope. So if he didn't do anything, he was just waiting to get ambushed. But just as he crossed 5 meters, even in his fast dash, crackles of whip echoed in his ears before he felt danger. He had no choice but to boost his legs and change his direction as he made a burst dash to the left, dodging whatever that was about to attack him. Your reaction is pretty good. But how long will you last like this? Almond asked with a smile. While the battle progressed slowly on the platform due to Almond not taking the initiative to attack Xavier, the audience was growing faster even since Xavier's appearance. Naturally, the uproar even bigger than before. Enough to reach seniors of the guild. Damn. Just how many summons bro has? Roken smacked his lips. But I think Infernal Knight is the most badass. Right? Julian? He has more of such powerful summons. Riker asked. His brows furrowed. How many exactly? We don't know. Julian curtly replied. Including the 2 he showed back in the branch. He got 4 so far. Sam had his mouth covered with his palm. His eyes on the platform. Our super rookie will lose, he doesn't have enough mana to deal with this summon along with Almond. While Almond still has a lot. And he hasn't shown everything yet according to these 2. Why isn't Xavier using his Spellblade's Descent? That SS rank skill should allow him to one-shot both of them if he does it correctly. Riker muttered. Right. He wanted to use it. But I am thinking that he can't discover Dark Pope. That shadow zone must be hindering his perception and vision. Sam guessed. Without proper perception and vision, he could miss the target even if he used Spellblade's Descent. And he is already low on mana. So he only has one chance. Lily? Let's go out. Quick. What's the matter? Some guy from GA is challenging newbies. He put up the Stardriver Shard Staff as a bet. That magic staff is perfect for me, Natalia said. Excited. Let's go get it. Lily raised her eyebrows. What's his level? No idea. But it's silver rank. Anyway, I just heard about this from Melissa, who contacted me just now. Let's go. Let's go. He might be Almond. Lily smiled, her eyes sparkling as she began walking towards the exit. Wait. Almond? How do you know? Natalia caught up to her. Just my guess from what you said. Lily grinned. He is a newbie in GA. Put up a first-floor rare drop that hasn't been seen for years as a bet. And came here, yeah. That's Almond. Only he on the labyrinth's first floor in the second cycle where drop chance increases, especially when soloing. So he might have gotten it. Damn. That's kinda makes sense. Let's see if this challenger is really him. Natalia was excited. I'll get that magic staff easily if it's him. They arrived at the arena shortly but saw that no one was fighting on any of the 5 platforms. Hey. Where's that challenger? Mel. Natalia asked as she and Lily walked towards a group of 4 girls of their age. Executive Ken took him away. You should have come here 2 minutes earlier. That rookie from GA really defeated Xavier. And he made it look easy. Can you believe that? Natalia grinned. We believe because we know someone who can do that. Why did Executive Ken take him away? Lily asked. Her brows furrowed. Executives were only below Guildmaster and Vice Guildmaster. They were frontline adventurers. I don't know. He just appeared on the platform out of nowhere and said something to that rookie before both of them disappeared with Executive Ken's teleport skill. I bet Executive Ken is going to recruit him to our guild. One of the girls said with excitement. It will be fun if he joins our guild. He is also quite handsome. You know? I watched the battle with my skill. And oh girl. His eyes were something else. Not to mention how he made it look so easy when defeating Xavier. Another one swooned. What's his name? Lily said plainly before narrowing her eyes as she asked. Is it Armand? The girls were startled. How do you know his name? We just found out a minute ago since it's been spreading after he left. Lily vanished like a shadow. Onwards to the headquarters building. What happened to her? Nat. He. Just know that he is the reason why she shooed away Xavier when he came to propose to her. Natalia snickered and left as well. Going after Lily. Hey. What do you mean by that? Does that mean Lily likes this Armand? Poor Xavier, I think I should tell him this news and comfort him to move on. Armand found himself in a plain white room inside the guild's headquarters building with nothing inside except 2 chairs. Teleport. Armand's eyes glinted. What a handy skill set. Executive Ken said as he sat down on the chair and gestured for Armand to sit on the chair 2 meters across from him. Armand blinked and sat down. So why are we here? I thought challenges from other guilds were supposed to be common. They common. But a random newbie defeating our super rookie is not common. Executive Ken narrowed his eyes. If someone recorded your battle with Xavier and how you defeated him, it's going to damage our guild's public image. We can't let that happen. Especially now that Rising Star Tournament is approaching. That tournament has the sponsorship of some of the biggest families and all top 10 guilds. There's a lot of money and resources involved in it. So what you've done is quite damaging. Welcome to the adults' world. Executive Ken's eyes glinted as he added. His voice firm. Join this guild, and we'll forget about your mistakes since you'll be able to bolster the image. Xavier losing against a fellow guild member won't hurt us. We'll also handle your contract with GA. As long as you agree. You can join. Armand raised his hand. Blinking with a slight smile. Are you? By any chance? Treating me like I'm 10 years old. I have to admit. Though? Your recruitment tactics are impressive. Pressure. Temptation. And a convenient escape from the illusion of mess you've pinned on me. Executive Ken felt like a deflated balloon inside. Though he didn't show it outside and just raised his eyebrows. He was about to say something when his wristwatch rang. His eyes flickered as he opened the mail in private mode, making it appear in his brain via a magic signal instead of a hologram. I guess that's the fire you got on me. Armand commented. His body language leisure as he leaned back on the chair. Don't worry. You won't find anything? Admiral Rudra is personally ensuring that. Executive Ken's eyes shook at the mention of Admiral Rudra. He let go of his facade and laughed out loud. Armand laughed together with him. You stinky brat. Where did you come from? Executive Ken asked while grinning. Hell. The file I got didn't even have your full name. Armand crocheted. Nice to meet you. Armand smiled. So. Were you here just to challenge our rookies or what? I was here to meet someone. But I wasn't allowed to. Armand wryly smiled. The reception lady threw me out. Executive Ken raised his eyebrow. It seems that you've come here to meet our new super rookie. She has been assigned training tasks to complete before Rising Star tournaments. So random people can't meet her. Not even reporters or GA members. That I heard. Armand dryly chuckled. Suddenly, the door of the room opened with a bang. Executive Ken and Armand turned at the door and saw Lily standing. Her eyes on Armand. Armand stood up and raised his hand to wave at her while smiling. Hi swoosh. Lily's figure blurred as she moved like the wind and hugged Armand tightly. I thought this guild was about to do something stupid after I heard that Executive Ken took you away, Armand chuckled. Ha ha. They won't do that. Lily side glanced at Executive Ken briefly before closing her eyes and focusing on the hug as she soaked herself in Armand's presence. Now I am finally feeling better. Let's go somewhere else and decide some things. Like where we are living together from now on. Meanwhile, Executive Ken felt a chill when he saw Lily's icy glance. It seems that our new super rookie is also cut out of some extraordinary mold. Geez. How can she exude such a resolved killing intent? Looking at the duo, he could only wryly smile. Kids these days. Ahem. This is unexpected. He spoke after a cough. Hoping to get their attention. How about we have a small talk about your relationship. What? Lily asked plainly as she stood by Armand, grabbing his hand. Please don't say anything stupid like I am not allowed or anything. She doesn't hold back against her superiors. Ha! I guess she got hold of the guild's dynamic based on her treatment here. Armand internally chuckled. Maybe having Lady Arya as her mentor has its exclusive perks, of course not. I won't say anything stupid like that. Executive Ken smiled as he spoke, putting emphasis on stupid as his lips twitched a bit. But I would like you two to keep your relationship a secret for a bit. Why? That makes no sense unless it's for stupid things. Lily fired back immediately with a frown. Executive Ken's right eye twitched, but he held his smile and replied, well, the boys are kinda fired up because of you, and the girls also have a rivalry. You revealing you have a boyfriend is going to dampen some fighting spirits, so it's really for some stupid reasons. Lily snorted. To be honest, I agree with Lily. Armand smiled. But we don't need to do anything regarding this. It's not like Lily wants to announce to the world. I don't mind doing that so that other girls don't get any ideas about you. Lily cutely harumphed. But I heard reporters can be annoying when they find such things. Armand can stay rational. But I might not if they overstep their boundaries. You're not too known at the moment. Only some channels here are eager to get first and inside to present to the world when you appear in the Rising Star tournament. Executive Ken Riley smiled. But I agree with Armand. Executive Ken shrugged. I guess I'll leave you young ones to deal with your life yourself. Walk while holding hands or not. You are free. Thanks. Armand smiled. Then send us off to Shadow Palace. Please. Lily said. Or we can also walk down this headquarters while holding our hands. I'll take you up on that offer. Executive Ken Riley smiled and got up as he stretched his hand towards Armand. Well? Nice to meet you. Armand? I hope you can keep my crude tactics a secret. Armand shook hands and nodded while smiling. No problem. Though I was a bit disappointed to see you do that to someone who defeated your super rookie. I thought only your class was strong and not mine. So I decided to give it a try. Anyway, I trust you to keep this confined. Or my ass would get whooped by Admiral Rudra. Ha ha ha. Now off you go. Have fun. Just as Executive Ken used his skill, Natalia entered and saw them. In slow-mo, her mouth opened, and her expression changed as she tried to stop them. Wait? And they were gone. Executive Ken looked at Natalia, and Riley smiled. Natalia. Right. Want me to send you to them? Yes. Please QQ. When Natalia was teleported into the Shadow Palace, she caught the lovebirds kissing passionately. Goddamn. You thirsty hoes? But anyway. You continue. I'll take a stroll outside. Adios. After a short, passionate session of kissing, the duo walked outside to the training field of the hill. You can leave the guild. Right? Armand asked. Yeah. Why? Then let's go. Admiral Rudra gave me a property here. Armand grinned. We'll do some selling and shopping first before heading there. Armand, Lily, and Natalia soon met up with Julian and Roken, who were outside. They were still with Riker, Sam, and a few other seniors of their age, talking about Armand and other things. Seeing Lily coming with Armand, Riker's brows jumped. So he was telling the truth when he said he knew Lily and came to meet her. But his gaze went to the hand-holding part, and his heart skipped a beat, feeling shocked. Don't tell me. Seniors. We'll be going now. Let's have a good fight later. Armand cheekily smiled. Smell you later, chaps. Roken said with a smug expression, and waved his hand, while Julian simply nodded at Riker and others before joining Armand's group. Damn. Don't tell me he is our beautiful super rookie's boyfriend. One of the seniors muttered as he watched Armand and Lily leave while hand-holding. He indeed is, Sam said as he clasped his hand like a Buddha. Amitabha. May the other boys get peace with that, because they are not going to stand a chance against Armand. Well? The silver bracket of the Rising Star tournament is going to be more interesting. Riker smiled. Once Xavier finds this, He is going to train like hell to get back at Armand. He lost twice in one day. Let's go tell him that right now. We'll start by asking if he knew Lily already had a boyfriend. Another senior snickered. After the trio got in the backseat of Julian's car, Armand said, I want to sell the first floor's rare drops. So let's deal with that to increase my budget. Then I'll drive to the Skypath treasure house. We'll get better prices there. Armand? How many gold coins have you got in total after your first floor's second cycle run? Natalia curiously asked. Roken and Julian were surprised upon hearing that. Something over 2 million gold coins. And I got a total of 6 rare drops on top of the other rare drops we had. That's easily above 15 million gold coins. Armand grinned. Roken and Julian were dumbfounded. Holy shit. Roken smacked his lips. How did you get so many rare drops? Julian focused on the road lest he lose his shit again. But his ears were attentive. Just a bit of luck paired with an adequate challenge to increase drop chance. Killing bosses while being lower level or soloing them increases drop chances. And in the second cycle, I killed all bosses alone. So 6 of them dropped rare grade items. Did you kill the floor boss? Lily asked. Her eyes glinting. I did. Armand smirked. Quiet easily. Yeah. We can imagine. Natalia sighed. Your specialized class's skill is too op. Julian and Roken were intensely curious. So much so that it was eating them as they really wanted to know Armand's classes and skills. But they didn't ask as it would be rude. Let's finish shopping and stuff first before heading to my house. We'll open a surprise box there. Even I don't know what it contains, Armand said as the image of the complete floor boss subjugation reward chest flashed in his mind. Lily immediately followed up with a grin. Floor boss drop. What did you get? People get treasure chests based on contribution. But you killed it alone, I imagine you must have gotten something crazy. Bingo. It looked crazy in design. So I bet it contains some really good stuff. After arriving at the Skypath treasure house, Julian made a hard bargain for Armand. Selling all but one rare drop that Natalia wanted. And got a whooping 18 million gold coins. One of the rare drops. A shield he got from defeating a Wonder Tree Torpia area's boss. Had max perk values and 3 effects. So it alone sold for 3 million gold coins. The same price as earth-shattering gloves. The gloves were considered one of the most, if not the most, valuable drops because of the effect of burrowing and traveling via ground, making it a highly sought-after life-saving item. The rare drops that Armand, Lily, and Natalia got via team efforts were Praying Hunter's sword, earth-shattering gloves, and the guaranteed rare drop they got from defeating the hidden boss White King Manticore. Lily didn't want any money. And Natalia only took 1 million gold coins because she wanted Stardriver Shard Staff. As such, aside from this one item, Armand sold off everything, including the Pearl of Light Flower and the rare drop he got from Jacob given by his father, the Ring of Aegis Elysian. All in all, Armand pocketed 17 million gold coins from the sale. And adding another 2 million he got from purely killing monsters and bosses. He was officially a temporary rich adventurer. What's up with the flying vehicles here? I am seeing more and more of them, Armand said as he got out of the car and saw 2 strange vehicles flying past them as they exited the Skypath treasure pavilion. One looked like a boat shaped with wings. And another was like a sedan sports car with a jet wing design. Yeah. They've started selling custom flying vehicles. It takes several days to make one. But only top manufacturers are selling them for now, Julian said. And each one's starting cost is over 1 million gold coins. Armand? You should buy one. Natalia grinned. You're loaded anyway. Do you have any place where they already have some flying vehicles in the showcase? Armand asked. We can buy a car. But just save 15 million gold coins. Lily said with a smile as she shared a piece of good news. I've asked teacher Arya about the trash tier rare grade items. And she inquired about it in the guild's forge. You can buy the bulk of 100 with the price of 15k per item. Armand was pleasantly surprised. You've already arranged for that. Awesome. What about super grade ones? They have a stock of trash tier super grade items. But only around 20. And it will cost you around 30 million gold coins to buy these 20. Armand looked at the requirement window and sighed. Yeah. I am going to stay broke as long as I want to unlock these stages as soon possible. But it'll be worth it. Requirement to unlock the skill and finish the upgrade, -1. Sacrifice 100 rare grade items, 7 100ths. Skill unlock and rare grade guaranteed item forge option. 2. Sacrifice 50 super grade items, 050. Super grade guaranteed item forge option. -3. Sacrifice 10 epic grade items, 010, greater than epic grade guaranteed item forge option. -4. Sacrifice 5 legendary grade items, 05. Legendary grade guaranteed item forge option. -5. Sealed, requires the class to reach L rank. They visited a couple of manufacturers who had some flying vehicles already made. Armand didn't want to wait for over a week to get his ride. So he decided to buy a ready-made one. Its design was like a jet sports car. 3 meters wide with an additional 3 meters of wingspan for retractable wings. Its length was 4 meters long. The color schematic was dark and edgy, with mainly black and red colored designs. It cost 1.8 million gold coins. Since Armand had gold coins to spare for now, he decided to splurge a bit. He had already gotten a way to secure more gold coins thanks to his perk of no limit on entry into dungeons matching his combat rank in GAA's territory. Since his combat rank reached B rank, he could access B-grade dungeons containing gold rank monsters. Dungeons were the biggest source of earning for adventurers. Armand gave his new home's address to the manufacturer as it would take a day to do the last bit of refining and maintenance of the Red Hawk spacecraft. After finishing there, the group finally headed to the new home. This area is near the coast side. Don't tell me. Julian muttered as he looked at the address properly. I knew it. Julian dazedly said as he looked at the so-called house. What the younger boomer? How did you get your hands on this property? Roken's jaw dropped as he looked at a property that screamed tranquility and aesthetics from all sides. Damn. Armand muttered as he walked ahead. Entering the gate, what greeted him was a green lawn ground with a small pond to his left. To his right side was an array of flowers and empty ground suitable for growing more plants. Going ahead, there was a cobblestone pathway that parted into 3 paths, each one leading to different structures. In the middle was a beautiful and aesthetic wooden pavilion akin to an eastern castle 2 floors big. The left pathway led to a rectangular structure with no walls or roof. It was an open pavilion suitable for meditative type training. To the right was a guest house and a training ground with strange crystal dummies with metallic coatings. This is crazy. Natalia screeched. I will also live here. I don't mind making my bed on the ground. Lily was grinning as well. This is amazing. Armand? This is in the restricted area of the coastal side. So the general public doesn't come here. We have a beach view right outside and a clean part of the beach to ourselves. But this area is also one where monsters usually enter, Julian said. That's why other residents in this area are all adventurers. Powerful ones. Mostly platinum rank ones. I feel something more to this, Armand said as his eyes glinted. He could feel magic permeating below the ground and around the whole property. That reminded him of the words Admiral Rudra said when he mentioned giving him a place to live here. So that's what he meant when he said he would give me the safest place. There's definitely some sort of magic formations here. You must be sensing the magic formations. It's not strange here, Julian said. But if this property belongs to Admiral Rudra, then this courtyard definitely has the best magic formations fueled by sufficient magic crystals in the stash somewhere under the ground. Say, Armand? I can live here. Right? Natalia asked, displaying puppy eyes and expression. Pretty please. Fine. You can live in that pond, Lily chuckled while Natalia pouted. What am I? A fish? The group arrived at the central pavilion. And sufficient to say, it was amazing. The hall was huge, with a set of couches, sofa chairs, and small tables facing the fireplace. The kitchen was to the left side. And a rectangular dining table was outside the kitchen. The stairs to the second floor were at the end of the hall in the middle section. Everything was fully furnished. And the entire place had decorative aspects like chandeliers, vases, curtains on windows, and such. After looking around a bit and checking out the upper floors, the group sat down on the living hall's couches and sofa chairs. It's time to open the surprise box. Armand grinned as he took out a big treasure from his storage pouch. Complete floor boss subjugation reward chest, that's a long-ass name. Natalia was speechless as she inspected the treasure chest. I still can't wrap my head around how Armand soloed the first floor boss. Roken asked, dazed as he looked at the giant treasure chest. Julian wondered the same thing. Such a big treasure chest, just what kind of rewards are in there? Open it, Lily said, her eyes shining curiously. It should contain something extraordinary. Maybe a special item. Without further ado, Armand touched the giant treasure chest as he got a notification asking if he wanted to open it. Yes, crackle. The big chest opened with a small bang and crackles as colorful firecrackers blasted out of it. And with that, a bunch of small colorful orbs spewed out, each containing various items. Armand saw a window panel containing the list of items and leaned on it. Damn! So many things. Skill upgrade card X1. Super rank item ticket X1. Special, Wild Berserker's Blood X1. Special, Dew of Arcane Moonlight X1. Random skill book, B rank to S rank, X1. Rare, Blood Starmite or X2, Rare, Silkshade Herb X2. Super, Thunderstone Trotto Shard X1. Super, Sunroot Vine X1. Rare, Sword of Wilded. Rare, Amulet of Blood Berserker. Grand Abyss Labyrinth Roulette Ticket X1. What are these crazy things? Natalia shouted as she read the list. What the fuck? Roken was dazed, rubbing his eyes. 2 special items. Julian muttered while his eyes trembled as he read the rewards. Sweet. Lily grinned, clearly thrilled. She waved her hand, gathering all the orbs using her mana, as they floated in front of Armand. Darling, start opening them one by one and inspect them. Let's see what kind of crazy things you got. Armand was rubbing his hands while broadly smiling, putting away the skill upgrade card into his storage pouch. He said, I'll use the tickets at the end. So let's start with the special items. Touching the orb containing the Wild Berserker's blood drop, he opened it and saw a tiny vial containing glowing red blood. Wild Berserker's blood, rank, special. Wild Berserker's blood, rank, special. Effect, drinking the blood will increase strength, health, and stamina by 10. There's a 1% chance to acquire Wild Berserk passive skill. Holy shit. Roken's jaw hit the floor. Is this for real? Slap me, Natalia said as she stared at the item. Should I really? Roken blinked as he turned to her. No, this is invaluable. I've seen stat increasing items, but this tops them all, Julian said before he swallowed hard. All 3 physical stats increasing by 10 is big. Lily's eyes glinted. Armand picked up the vial and stretched his hand to his left at Lily. Take it. Why are you giving it to me? Lily asked in surprise. Julian's eyes twitched. Is he for real? You might not know, but there's a limit of maximum stats we can have, Armand said. You should understand now why I've given that to you. Yeah. That item is useless to him, Natalia said while grinning. Do these 2 know about your skill? They don't even know my current stats. Armand chuckled. Roken and Julian blinked, confused. You brought them here for a reason. What's the deal? Lily curiously asked. The 3 of us are going to enter a dungeon tomorrow. They'll be my party members. Roken and Julian looked at each other. You were really being serious about that, bro? Roken asked. Of course, Armand chuckled. Julian clenched his fist. I'll remember this favor. Just consider us a party. Ha ha. No need to remember favors. I am allowed to bring any members I want. So I chose you 2. Simple as that. Ha. You ain't gonna invite us too? Natalia pouted. Armand shook his head. Nope. I can't even if I want to. He can't. Lily nodded as she understood. GA won't allow adventurers of other guilds to enter their dungeons. I also have dungeons to do. But I can't invite Armand as he is not part of League of Firefly. Yep. But we'll time our dungeon entry so we can get together once we finish our respective dungeons. Armand smiled. Sounds good. Afterward, Armand looked at the second special item. Dew of Arcane Touch, rank, special effect, drinking the dew will increase mana perception and focus by 10, greater than 1% chance to acquire mana crystallite passive skill. Nobody was as surprised as previously because they had guessed that this second special item might be something like that. But it was still crazy as these two consumable items gave 60 stat points. Natalia, Rokan, and Julian didn't bother hiding their envy. After all, it was impossible not to feel envious of such invaluable items. All right. Who is going to open this skill book? Armand smiled as he took out a pitch-black skill book from an orb. Opening it will transform it into a random skill book from B rank to S rank. Natalia pointed to herself with a pleased smile. Why don't you open it yourself? Bro? Natalia threw daggers at Rokan with her eyes. No. My luck is shit. Natalia pointed to herself with a pleased smile. Give it to Natalia. Lily said with a chuckle. She's the divine witch. After all, I'm just afraid she will lose that title if she tries her luck here. Armand cheekily said as he threw the book to Natalia. Well? Give it a try. Is she that lucky? Julian raised his eyebrows. Well? She got an S-rank skill from the random skill chance that was supposed to only be up to an A-rank skill. Armand wryly smiled. Holy cow, that's another level of luck. All right, Rokan said as he looked at Natalia. Hey. What is she doing? Her ritual or something? I guess. Lily shrugged. That won't help. Hair. Julian scoffed. Zula? Asaka? Voodoo? Zing? Bing. Bong. King. Kong. Natalia spluttered gibberish before slapping the book's cover and then opening it slowly. As soon as she completely opened the book, it glowed and started changing as eccentric patterns and designs appeared. Lightning crackled around the book, looking as beautiful as the blue and white lightning-themed design and patterns that appeared on the book. Lightning Dragon Skill Set, Book Owner, Armand. Skill 1, Lightning Tail Whip, S, Effect, conjures a lightning dragon tail anywhere within 10 meters of the user to deal devastating lightning attribute damage. Causes shock and paralysis. Skill 2, Voltron Edge, S, Effect, infuses a melee-type weapon with crackling lightning energy, increasing the weapon's damage significantly and granting lightning attribute to all attacks released through the weapon. What the fuck? Armand muttered despite himself. I thought it would be one skill. But it's two, Rokan exclaimed. Julian? Do you know about skill books? There are skill books with more than one skill. But to get one like this? Julian was dumbfounded. Crazy. It looks like Natalia's gibberish luck increasing magic is true. Lily muttered. Those two are some powerful skills. Especially that Voltron Edge. But you'll have to learn them yourself, Julian said. And only one person can view the content. Who is you? Only you can give it to another one to view it. Skill books had workings of the skill. Adventurers had to learn it themselves by reading its content. Armand nodded as he conjured a mana hand and grabbed the book from Natalia. This is nice. Indeed. I needed some good attack skills anyway. Thanks. Nat. Natalia sat there with a smug expression. I told you. I am the divine witch Natalia. And I can manipulate luck at my whims. I guess you'll be opening the random things from now on. Armand grinned. I am curious to see how long Nat's luck streak lasts, Lily chuckled. Bring it on. Moving to the next items. They are just materials, Armand said as he took out the 2 blood starmite ore pieces. That can be used to make a solid rare rank weapon, Rokan said with shining eyes. Armand threw them at him and said. They are yours to experiment. What? Are you sure? Each one can easily cost over 200,000 gold coins. Roken was taken aback as he caught the ore pieces. Yeah. Just take them and use them to get more experience with your subclass. As for the rare rank and super rank herbs, can I let you handle their sale? Julian? Armand asked. I can do that. Julian nodded. Our branch will buy them. Herbs are precious to make potions. If these herbs are something that we haven't acquired before, we must let GA get their hands on it. Some herbs have seeds hidden in them, Lily said. So close inspection of herbs, that's a huge benefit. Is a must because we can grow them here if we get the seeds. That's interesting. Armand raised his eyebrows. But they would require more than just regular air, water, and sun. Right? Yeah. They need tons of magic crystals. Julian nodded. We already have a garden in our GA branch. The dungeons are assigned properly so they can farm magic crystals from killing monsters and finding magic crystal veins. Nice, Armand said as he moved to pick up the next orb. This one has super rank material. Sorry. But I won't give this to you. Roken, he said with a smile as he got an idea. Now that I got the skill book and this super rank material that's of lightning attribute, I am going to use it to commission a good sword. That's a good idea. Lily nodded. This short sword looks badass. Armand commented as he took out the next item, Sword of Wilded. The short sword had a rich dark green wooden handle with rose-red patterns. And the sword's main part was even more unique, a sleek green crystal blade. Sword of Wilded, grade, rare/high. Attack 200, 110% of user's strength, perks is 10 strength, 15 stamina, 5 focus, plus 15 health. Effects, greater than, active, Wild Blade, unleashes a slash projectile that deals damage based on your strength and mana consumption. The slash gets stronger the more it travels. Up to 500 meters for plus 200% bonus damage. Cooldown, 1 minute, greater than, passive, Blood Drinker, the sword absorbs the blood. Either yours or your opponent's. And increases its attack by 5%. Up to a 100% increase. It's a high-tier rare, Gradel Natalia exclaimed. You don't get these even on the second floor. True, Roken nodded. And this sword is even good. 2 effects and almost maximum perk value. Its active skills cooldown is very low. Julian narrowed his eyes. You can abuse this as a long-range one-shotter. Indeed. This is not bad at all. Armand raised his eyebrows. I'll use this until my super-grade sword is ready. And then I use dual wielding because it sounds fun and powerful. Knowing you, you'll do crazy good even with dual wielding swords. Lily grinned. I do dual wielding daggers. And it's fun. Dual wielding is good. But it also consumes more stamina and mana. This is good when it comes to fighting a strong single monster to finish it faster. Julian said as he looked at Armand. Getting adequate mastery in dual wielding is important for that. But I suppose you won't have any problem with that. Do you have some kind of innate talent related to the sword? Because your sword mastery is very high from what I saw during your combat power evaluation. You can say that. Yeah. And I'll keep my word of giving you pointers in sword training. Armand smiled and picked up the next orb before taking out its item. Amulet of Blood Berserker, grade, rare/high, defense, plus 200 physical def. Perks, plus 10 perception. Plus 8 focus. Plus 20 health. Effects, greater than, passive, Blood Berserker, the lower your vitality, the stronger your strength. You also gain lifesteal. Absorbing the vitality of the targets you bleed with your weapon. The lifesteal effect is doubled. And you also recover stamina if you attack with your fists and come into contact with the enemy's blood. Dash greater than, active, Crimson Warrior, when your vitality drops below 30%. You inactivate Crimson Warrior to seconds. Cooldown, 1 hour. Your strength by 200% for 10. These are some crazy effects. Lily muttered. This can actually make someone unkillable if they are good with fist fights. Damn. Pugilists-type adventurers will go crazy for this item, Roken said. They fight with bare fists because of their class. So pairing them with this item will make them unkillable against same rank mobs. Yes. But I have a very good use for this. Armand's eyes glinted. I'll have to try this new tactic I just thought of against a strong boss. I know what you're thinking. Lily looked at him. You want to use Divine Divider's Harvest to get strength. Drop your vitality below 30%. And use this skill. Right? Attacking after that is going to be catastrophic. Fuck. That's just too awful. Natalia was dumbfounded. What does Divine Divider's Harvest do? Bro? If you don't mind telling. I'll leave it a suspense for now. Armand faintly smiled. You'll see that tomorrow when we enter the dungeon. Anyway. It's time to begin the final course. Armand took out the super rank item ticket and Grand Abyss Labyrinth roulette ticket. Natalia stood with a smug expression. Both of her hands stretched forward. These shall receive divine which Natalia's fortune. Ha ha. There's no way you will get lucky all the time, Roken laughed. Time to get exposed. Foolish, Natalia said with a disdainful expression. Armand sent the tickets on her palms and said. All right. Let's see you roll high again. At least. I'll hope that because I'd benefit. Natalia began as she closed her eyes and uttered gibberish while moving both of her hands holding the tickets. You first? Natalia spoke. Her voice deep as she raised the right hand holding the super grade item ticket. If your luck ritual is the real deal. Lily crossed her arms as she said. Then it should be a high tier super grade item. Boom shakalakal, Natalia shouted and used the ticket. It shattered and turned into motes before transforming into a fancy black robe with a waist belt attached. It looked pretty cool with dark gold and crystal blue patterns on the fabric. Everyone quickly inspected the item. Nightfall Ebon-Axe robe, grade, super/high defense, greater than -200 physical def. 400 magic def. Perks, 40 mana. Plus 14 focus. Plus 16 perception. 20 strength. Effects, greater than, active, Nightfall retreat. This effect can only be activated during the night. Using it will make the invisible from all senses for 10 minutes. Cooldown, 1 hour. Cost, 200 mana. Dash greater than, active, darkness surge, upon using this effect. The user can produce dark elemental energy for 5 seconds, doubles during the night, to give their next skill or attack the dark attribute for bonus damage based on the amount of darkness energy produced during 5 seconds. The darker the place, the more dark energy is produced. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Cost, 50 mana. No way. She got divine powers of luck. Roken wondered with a disbelief expression. No way. She is just on a lucky streak. Or maybe this item ticket was supposed to give a super grade high tier item in the first place, Julian said as he rolled his eyes. Tisk. Tisk. You dare doubt my divine might. Foolish mortal? Natalia shook her head with lament. She threw the robe at Armand and focused on the other ticket. Well? We'll find out the reality soon with that ticket, Armand chuckled, as he put organic away the robe in his storage pouch. Do it, Lily said. Staring at the exotic metallic block ticket with dark gold metallic patterns. Natalia used the ticket. And it actually burst into colorful sparks that turned into a big roulette with 5 sections. The roulette had 5 sections. Each containing a single word. Talent, skill, consumable, item, random, talent. Is it talking about innate talent? Roken's eyes widened. Yeah. That should be the case. Julian nodded. I believe that's the most valuable out of the 5 there. Well? Getting that talent option out of the 5 will prove that Nat's luck ritual is the real deal. Armand grinned. You better not fail. Nat. Humph. Just watch. She won't get it. Lily chimed in. But I am saying this so that she will get it. Here I go. Natalia pressed the red button. And the roulette started spinning. It seems that I have to press the button to stop it. Natalia raised her eyebrows. Well? That's just perfect. Lily grinned. Now it's really all up to your luck. I pray for talent. Roken clasped his hands. Natalia hit the button. And the roulette started slowing down. The needle was hitting each section's border. slowing down more and more until the needle entered the random section and hit the border. Go over. Go over. Natalia's face was red as she muttered. Everyone's eyes were glued to it. The needle even bent since it was a flexible one. But would it over to the talent section from the Natalia spluttered gibberish in the next second, and it didn't cross over. The roulette stopped on the random. And a pitch-black, palm-sized box appeared. Damn. Roken slapped his thigh. So close. Well, Julian simply shook his head while smiling. That's how luck works. Open that box. Lily said. Yeah. The moment of truth is only after you open the box. Armand grinned. Natalia touched the box. Her expression utterly somber. Behold. The box opened as a strange black glowing light in scattered form oozed out slowly. It lingered around the opened box, making everyone feel something mystical. Inside the box was a soft red cushion. And on it was a black bead. Looking rough but still having a strange sheen to it. There were hidden patterns on it. But they were so deep within that it had entered the micro-realm. It was simply impossible to observe them with normal or even just enhanced eyes. Everyone just quickly inspected the black bead to satisfy their curiosity. What the hell is this? Natalia blinked. Broken myth bead, rank. Requires 1000 perception to inspect this item. Everyone was dumbfounded. But before anyone could say anything, another strange thing happened. What's going on with me? Natalia shouted as she looked at her arms and body. Glowing all black and gold sparklingly. This. Armand was shocked. He suddenly had a very familiar feeling looking at the phenomenon on Natalia. Lily looked at Armand's face. Hearing him and seeing his expression, she knew Armand guessed something. Is her class evolving? Lily turned back to Natalia as she connected the dots. The only thing Armand had experienced that she didn't was a new class awakening. It was an instinctively logical conclusion. But she wrong this time. What's going on? Roken was dumbfounded. That's class evolution. Damn. Julian narrowed his eyes. No way. Right. Armand saw Natalia's expression easing up and her eyes closing. We can only wait now. Anyway. I'll take the bead. This is definitely something good. And this is Nat's third lucky trigger in a row. I'm guessing whatever that is happening to her occurred because of opening these random things and getting lucky in them. Somewhere in the mysterious black space filled with stars, there was a throne. And on it sat a lady-like figure that couldn't be perceived properly. Only the shape and outlining of her hair and outfit were visible as she glowed in a whitish-blue aura. Grimworld, Tutorial Overseer, in front of her was a screen displaying the live feed of Armand's new home. Her eyes seemed to flicker as she saw the black bead, and then Natalia, as an amused expression appeared on her face. He is already affecting world lines in his new life. Is he unconsciously making things better for the people around him? Interesting. The Heir of Oblivion talent is enhancing it due to its effect of his strong impression imprinting on people he finds important. What an interesting curve this is going in. The lady seemed inebriated. She pointed her finger ahead as a square runic plate appeared. Her finger released a trail of white string as it entered the plate. Her eyes seemed to blink afterward as the screen changed again, showing Armand, who was in a sword stance while unconscious. His aura oozing out watery dreamy golden substances as he faced dreadful level 300 mythical rank floor boss. The lady appeared highly intoxicated as she watched him. Scatter away. Armand's lips moved unconsciously. His eyes closed as he stabbed forward in the air and slashed, unleashing a torrent of golden destruction that destroyed a foe several times stronger than him. Completely and utterly. Armand? Oh Armand, you better set foot into this realm of power again and properly this time. Or else everything will be ruined again. Natalia sat back down on the couch, her eyes glittering as she was reading something. She could feel 4 gazes on her, all hungry to know what happened to her. Share it already. Lily rolled her eyes. Natalia grinned, her nose pridefully high. Behold the wonder of divine which Natalia, scales of fortune, innate talent rank, legendary effect, greater than +10 luck, passively increases the user's overall luck, enhancing chances of favorable outcomes in day-to-day events and challenges. Greater than fortunate scale, the user can manifest an ethereal scale that stores a desired amount of luck. ranging from 1 month up to 1 year's worth. To provide a temporary surge of exceptional fortune, this stored luck can be unleashed at any chosen moment for a powerful one-time effect. Greatly boosting luck for a critical situation. Once the lucky YF event occurs, the boost dissipates, and the user's natural luck decreases proportionally to the stored amount, resulting in average luck until the pre-used luck period has passed. An hour later, Julian and Roken left the courtyard while still feeling a bit riled up inside. Bro? Armand is kind of amazing. What do you say? I think I'm gonna support him. Support for what? Next Earth Union presidential seats election. Julian chuckled. But you are right. There's a reason he invited us here and to the dungeon tomorrow. We'll respond to his reason appropriately. Looking at the night sky while walking out, Roken laughed before saying, I think our days are going to get better thanks to Armand. Meanwhile, Lily, Armand, and Natalia talked about various things and also decided on their dungeon entry time tomorrow. Armand had just gotten a notification in his wristwatch that a B-rank dungeon door with a white border had appeared. Without further ado, he had booked the dungeon to his name by informing Marshal Lopol. Lily wanted to enter a B-rank dungeon, but she wasn't allowed to. However, she still decided to enter a black-bordered C-rank dungeon. It was 10 o'clock in the night, so they weren't sleepy yet. And since they hadn't eaten yet, the trio decided to go out and eat somewhere nearby. After returning, Armand and Lily went to their luxurious bedroom while Natalia went to sleep in a different room. The house had 6 big rooms in total, so there wasn't a lack of space. I'm going to take a shower first, Armand said as he headed to the bathroom. Lily saw Armand going in and thought, I also need a shower since I didn't have one. After training, she took off her clothes outside and opened the bathroom door, which wasn't locked. Hearing something, Armand turned around and instantly swallowed hard upon seeing Lily's hot figure. Utterly tempting from head to toe, his gaze went to Lily's twin round marshmallows with cherry tips. They hung slightly low while having a tempting curvature upward, appearing firm and yet soft. Lily's face was a shade of pink as she felt Armand's gaze and saw his little dragon getting hard. But she boldly walked inside as she said, I'll wash your back. Armand turned around, his ears red. Ahem. Sure. However, the image of Lily's slim and perfect figure wasn't leaving his mind. The shower room was not too big, but it had water spraying installed on all 4 sides, along with water spraying from the top. Armand deactivated all sprays while Lily was soaping his back. Turn around, Lily said, her voice small. Armand turned around and met her eyes, finding a similarity in their current emotions. Ahem. Should I clean you while you clean me? If you want to? Sure. Then I'll go ahead. Armand picked up the shower gel and dripped it on Lily's bosom. It slid down and covered her pink cherry. But before it could drop on the floor, Armand had put away the bottle and put his hand over her twin peaks as he started rubbing. Lily's face turned a shade redder, but she was done with Armand's chest and went down, her hands roaming on his abs with anticipation of going further down. You like them? Lily asked with a smile, feeling electric currents from Armand fondling her breasts. Well? Yeah. Armand coughed and moved above, foaming her shoulder and neck area. Lily giggled and moved down, suddenly grabbing the hard meat rod gently within her palm and moving it. Armand twitched but stayed strong. Nevertheless, his red ears and flushed face indicated that he was feeling the unintentional handjob strongly. His hands went down and fondled her twin peaks strongly for a bit to make Lily twitch as she almost let out a moan before he moved at her belly. But Lily responded by increasing her hands, speed of cleaning Armand's stiff little dragon. Weight Armand stammered as he leaned ahead, feeling intense pleasure as he rested his head on her shoulder. Lily got excited as she really wanted to see the result and didn't stop. No. Babe. I am not going down alone. Armand tried to hold back and armed up as he grabbed Lily's butt cheeks and pushed his hip in the front, his meat rod resting right below Lily's pink lips at her crotch. Lily felt a strong current of pleasure as she hugged him tightly and moved her hips on her own. feeling Armand's straight and stiff meat rod rubbing her down. Both of them could feel their hearts racing so fast. Their blood rushing in their body and minds filling with pleasure. Fuck. I can't anymore. Armand groaned as he released the load that started hitting the glass behind Lily as he twitched. Lily suddenly kissed Armand while pressing herself tightly in the hug. Her body twitching as her dam also flooded. As their passionate kiss continued, Armand turned on all the shower points. That felt amazing, Lily said after a minute. Her head resting on his shoulder in his embrace. Armand smiled as his right hand gently slapped her butt cheek and then strongly squeezed. I agree. My naughty girl. After they finished showering, both of them slept on the bed, naked and skin to skin. The morning arrived soon as Armand and Lily woke up at 8 o'clock after wearing the pajamas they bought yesterday. They went down and saw that Natalia was preparing breakfast. Lovebirds woke up. Hey. Sit down. The breakfast is almost ready. What are we eating? Armand asked as he sat down and turned over the plate before grabbing a fork and a spoon. I smell eggs. Yeah. It's a breakfast set with egg as the main ingredient. Hee. Egg rolls. Omelette. Half-fry egg with mixed spice and bread. Nice. Lily smiled, her stomach slightly rumbling shortly after she spoke. We have 2 hours of free time before entering our respective dungeons. Let's do some morning training after breakfast and then leave. What do you say? Sounds good. An hour later, Lily and Armand sat down on the training ground as they had finished sparring with each other. Natalia was practicing her flute attacks on the dummies. These strong dummies were set up through the ground so that they could actually move around at various speed levels, giving Natalia an adequate challenge on how to control her magic basic attacks to hit the targets. By the way, take this with you, Armand said as he took out the Nightfall Ebenox robe. You'll benefit better from this since your primary class is also attuned to Dark Attribute. And you're an assassin type. Thanks. Lily smiled and took the robe before putting it in her storage pouch. Oh yeah. We still have an hour. So do you want to finish the deal with the Guild's Forge to unlock your skill before entering the dungeon? Sure. Definitely. My spirit pocket is full. And I'll get more spirits from the dungeon. It's better I use them to create items. One more thing, Lily said as she took out the Dew of Arcane Touch. Do you mind if I give this to Nat instead? She'll of course, Armand chuckled as he interrupted her. I don't mind if you want to give it to her. Actually, I got an idea. Same. Lily grinned. Let's use her scales of fortune. Armand grinned and nodded. Turning to Nat, he shouted. Nat. Come here. Natalia stopped her training and walked towards the duo. What's up? Looking at the transparent vial containing magical blue sparkling liquid, her heart skipped a beat with anticipation. There's a 1% chance to acquire Mana Crystalline passive skill from this, Lily said, her smile sharp. Let's see you get it. And I reckon that this passive skill is anything but ordinary, Armand said. I am assuming that only the complete floor boss subjugation reward chest drops these valuable consumables that increase stats so much. And even then, they have a 1% chance to get those unique passive skills. Natalia gulped hard as she tremblingly took the vial. I can really get such an awesome skill, but how much luck should I use? 1 month? 2 months? 6 months? Natalia muttered, unable to decide. Lily and Armand entered thoughtful expression for a few seconds before they simultaneously spoke. 3 months. Natalia blinked. Geez? What's with that sync? Well, if we consider a 1% increase in luck per day, then 3 months should be enough to push the probability to 100%. Armand answered. True. I calculated the same way. Lily smiled. All right. Then 3 months it is. Natalia nodded, her expression somber. Let's do this. Using her innate talent, a mystical scale appeared. After choosing a period of time, 3 months, manifested on one side of the scale while a golden milky star appeared on the other side of the scale. Done, Natalia said before taking a deep breath as the fortune scale vanished and her luck increased proportionally. Without further ado, she opened the vial and chugged in the content. I got it. Natalia was shocked as she acquired the passive skill. I really got it. Great. Armand smiled. Now share its details. Let's see how powerful it is. Natalia shared the skill while grinning from ear to ear. It's freaking awesome. Mana crystalline. Description: you have mana crystalline pathways established in your body. Uncovering their mystery can allow you to step into the advanced usage of mana. And you can also teach others how to form mana crystalline pathways once you discover how they formed in your body. Skill rank, S, growth, effects, plus 50 mana stat. You can store 1000 mana in mana crystalline pathways, which you can use to recover your mana pool. Lily and Armand were dumbfounded as they reached the skill's details. This is crazy. This skill's potential is way high. Armand muttered. Nat. Once your perception and focus reaches 50 plus, you should give an hour or two daily to learn more about mana crystalline in your body, Lily said. This is a big boon. For sure. Natalia grinned. Suddenly, Armand got a call. And he picked it up via his wristwatch that was connected to his mobile phone. Great. Our new ride is here. Armand said as he lightly laughed. Our new day is off to a good start. Let's go and finish the deal in the guild before diving into dungeons. They arrived at the League of Firefly Guild base like a gust of wind in their new flying ride. Many people already recognized him because his fights yesterday were recorded by multiple people and spread everywhere. Even on the internet. Armand was already being considered a super rookie of GA by many people. Lily, Armand, and Natalia went directly to the guild forge, where Armand paid for 93 rare grade trash items. He directly sacrificed them without further ado and unlocked his spirit factory. Lily had also ordered 3 tough crystal cubes. And they were ready. Armand put a moonlight crystal in each of them, successfully creating a super useful monster detection and lighting item. Focus field could also discover monsters. But it cost mana while using this item was free except for its 1 hour cooldown. Not to mention it illuminated 50 meters of radius. Armand gave 1 to Lily and kept 2 for himself. Intending to use 1 for himself and 1 to experiment in the new option of his Spirit Forge factory, Armand left quickly after finishing matters in the guild. He contacted Roken after parking his new ride in the GA branch's parking area, and found out that the duo was in the training hall. His voice was hesitant. Did they land in some trouble? Armand raised his eyebrows. His eyes flickered as he went inside like a gust of wind. Soon arriving at the training zone. Indeed. When he arrived there, he saw Roken and Julian hanging upside down in the air. Their legs bound by magical vines controlled by a blonde-haired guy in Doman's group. He was a bit speechless to see them getting bullied like this. What's going on? Armand spoke, his voice high as he walked towards the group. Hey, newbie. I told you we'll talk later. Doman said with a grin. Come here? We are having some training-related fun. I don't have time for stupid shits. I have a dungeon to enter with those 2. Armand plainly said before he took out his sword and slashed in smoothly, projecting a simple magic slash as he cut off the vines. Julian turned while in the air, landing on his feet while Roken fell on his back. Their mana was drained, so there was no way they could break free from those vines themselves. Did you say that we are simply doing stupid shits here? Doman narrowed his eyes. Did I stutter? Armand asked as he raised his eyebrows. Hey, newbie. It's better to show some respect to seniors. You know? A guy in Doman's group snorted coldly. You never know when you might need them. Seniors. Ah. Right. I am your senior in that case. Armand smiled as he glinted, activating the wristwatch and showing his position in the GA according to GA. My position as a special hunter is above you all. Bullshit. There's no position like that here. Doman frowned. By saying that, you are denying Admiral Rudra's authority. You know? He appointed this position himself. Everyone's expression changed. Armand shook his head, as he sighed and turned around. Anyway. We don't have time for stupid shits. Let's go. Roken? Julian? Hey. Newbie senior. Since you are well above us, how about giving us some pointers? Doman baited Almond, a sly expression forming on his face. Get an appointment. Hearing Armand's response, Doman's face turned dark while Marina and her group burst out laughing. What happened back there? Armand asked, his face speechless. Like, how can you give in to them and then suffer? Roken sighed. Julian just doesn't want to quit. I have no reason to decline his challenge, Julian said with a deadpan expression. I lost. So I had to hang like that. And then I had to join the fray and lose. Roken rolled his eyes. What was the challenge? Armand curiously asked. Rock. Paper. Scissors. Armand almost slipped and became even more speechless. Yeah. But it's not normal rock. Paper. Scissors. Roken said. When you lose in a bout, the loser must use their hand moves to defend against the winner's unarmed melee attack. Mostly punch or slap. If you successfully defend, nobody gets points. But if the winner's attack hits you, then the winner gets a point. The first one to get 3 points wins. Geez. That Doman is a melee fighter. He trains in hand-to-hand combat. Of course. He's bound to win. Armand shook his head as he unlocked his aircraft's doors. And Roken quickly took the passenger seat. No. But I'll win someday and smack his smugness out of his soul. Julian's eyes icily glinted. Imagine when he loses against someone he used to bully. I rejoice because that day will come soon. Armand chuckled, and went to the back seat. And Julian. You're driving since I have something to do with a skill. I've sent you the address of the dungeon door. All right? Sitting inside? Armand used the Spirit Forge factory skill as his consciousness arrived in a large dark hall with a scully maw with a whirlpool in its mouth at the end and exotic weapon slabs on both sides of the wall. Armand's spirit pocket had 99 normal monsters, spirits and 1 floor boss spirit. I have to earn a lot of gold if I want to unlock the other guaranteed forge options. Armand thought as he looked at the big screen above the scully maw showing the requirements. What if I sell my spirit items at a cheaper price? I can essentially make thousands of spirit items as long as I have 1 durations of good items and keep other items duration to 3 days, even if I sell them cheap. I'll earn a lot of gold coins. Spirits. I can extend. Armand's eyes glinted. Well? No harm in trying. My items are pretty good. Better than normal items. So they'll sell for sure. Armand directly put 99 spirits in the Maw's whirlpool, keeping only the floor boss spirit. Now. Time to check the new guaranteed function and the weapon slabs. Armand went to weapon slab on the wall, a broadsword slab. As he touched it, a dreamy, cloudy, dark green bordered screen appeared before his eyes. Broadsword slab, 1. Craft a random broadsword. 2. Use the guaranteed rare grade forge option. Armand chose second option. And the screen changed while an additional blank screen appeared beside the original one. Broadsword slab, design, create your desired design of the broadsword on the blank screen. Rare grade guarantee forge. Up to 3 spirits as ingredients, sacrifice 10 uncommon grade items for a low tier rare grade result. 0-10. Sacrifice 15 uncommon grade items for a mid tier rare grade result. 0-15, greater than sacrifice 20 uncommon grade items for a high tier rare grade result. 0-20. So I can design a sword in that blank screen. Ha! Neat. Almond was kind of excited. Swords could really become exotic with myriad designs. From their blade's width, length, and curvature, the blade's shape taught itself. That said, I can use spirit items as sacrifice. Right? Armand muttered. It'd be bullshit if I needed to get normal items for sacrifices. Armand took out a spirit item, glass blaze shield, and attempted to add it as a sacrificial item. The count increased by nice 5 minutes later. The trio landed in a restricted area of the city. The dungeon door had opened just yesterday, so it still had white border around its gate. The road was blocked since the door was in the middle of it. There were two middle-aged men standing guard there. Seeing the aircraft landing nearby, they knew the adventurers who were supposed to enter had arrived. "Please sign this. Only 3 of you are going in?" the second man asked. "Yeah. Us 3 are enough." Armand smiled. Armand signed on the paper before he nodded at them and entered, followed by Julian and Roken. Why did they send only 3 gold rank adventurers after reading the dungeon's density value? Relax. One of them must be a peak gold rank adventurer veteran if they only sent 3 here. "I see. You have entered the lair of the orc bandit King Trocker." The group found themselves inside a huge hall with floating purple and orange lights after entering. "It's a structure-type dungeon." "Ha!" Julian raised his eyebrows. "The final boss must be at the very top. This looks like a big castle." Roken said as he looked around before stopping at the stairs. "There's only one way. You both have rare-grade weapons, right?" Armand asked. "Yeah." "Good." Armand wore his lethal fang boots, snow-hide cloak, and his Poland tiger's belt at his waist. He took out 5 other items and attached them to the belt in miniature form with the belt's effect Shimmering Trap X1, Shimmering Spine Spears X3, and Moonlight Crystal XL. Whoa. What's that? Roken blinked. "Cool item." Armand smiled and took out more items. "Here. Take them. This is called the White Poland Charm Ring. It has a magic shield skill and an illusion skill with a 10% chance to charm the target. Charm won't work on monsters here since they are gold ranked. But the shield will be helpful since it scales based on your stats." Roken took the ring and wore it. "Nice. This is for you." Armand handed over 2 small orbs to Julian. "They are wispy illusion bombs. They'll confuse monsters and cloud their vision, even if their effect is lowered against gold rank monsters. Use them when required." "Got it. Let's go," Armand said as he started walking while Julian and Roken followed him. "Aren't you going to use your summons?" Roken asked, confused. "Nope. No need," Armand chuckled, as he unsheathed his sword of Wilded from his back. "This is enough. I want to improve my combat ability this way. I can explore more possibilities on how to use my body and sword when I fight against monsters who each use different methods and styles. And another reason is that I can freely use my swords on them so that I can conjure more ideas. Unlike on humans during training where I can't kill them." "Is that how geniuses think?" Julian thought. A bit speechless. The trio climbed up the stairs and faced a big, wide door at the end. "We'll likely face monsters inside." With some sort of challenge, Julian said as he was ready with his sword. Roken also gripped his big hammer tightly, his body packed in metal chain armor. Both of them had worn rare-grade armor, boots, gloves, and a couple of rings. So they were ready for this dungeon. "Armand? You don't have any armor? Or you are not wearing one?" Julian asked with a frown. "Not wearing one." Armand walked forward and touched the door. "I don't need it because I won't get hit." "Get ready. I'm opening it." Saying that, Armand pushed the door with a palm attack as he activated his physical enchantment. Boom! The wide door flung open and crashed into a couple of monsters. "You have entered the first area, Hungry Pit. Defeat the 50 pin-furred wolves within 5 minutes for challenge completion," but there was no light inside except for the glowing green eyes and the slightly glowing red fur of the monsters. "Shit. It's a dark area." Roken cursed. "I hate those. Velp. I didn't think I would get to use this so fast." Armand chuckled as he threw the moonlight crystal cube on the ceiling of the floor. The monsters were already growling and looking at them. The cube lightened up the whole room. Everyone saw the first section of the dungeon. There was a wall just 20 meters away with a door on it. And in this 20 meters of space were roughly 50 strange monsters resembling a mix of wolves and porcupines. The wolf-type body had spikes on their fur, and they glowed menacingly. Their levels ranged from 5 to 20. Pin-furred wolves, rank, gold level, 14 stats, physical, strength, 55 health, 65/stamina, 55 mental, mana, 55 focus, 45/perception, 65, so many at once a single place. Fuck. They won't shoot those spikes. Right? Roken gulped as he took out his tower shield. I'm going into defensive mode. Guys. You all handle them. I think the strategy here was to open the open slowly. Let out a few of them outside. And close the door again, or we are supposed to have more people here. Julian said as he gripped his sword tightly. We'll have to waste a few mana bottles already to kill this many at once. Or we'll get overwhelmed unless Almond summons. Swoosh alas. Armand directly dashed inside. He briefly vanished from their vision, as he crossed past 4 wolves. In the next second, all 4 of those wolves were sliced cleanly into 2 as they vanished into mates, leaving behind 4 magic crystals. The wolves focused on him. But Armand was dancing on the battlefield. The spike attacks of the wolves either missed, or he destroyed some with his sword as he cleanly sliced off wolves one by one. At this moment, Julian fully realized that he wouldn't be a match for Armand even if Armand didn't use his summons bro. Is it just me? Or does Armand have higher stats than us? Roken muttered. Way higher, Julian said. We have over 50 points in all stats and close to 100 with perks from the items we are wearing. But Armand has more than us. Or at least close. But I can't fight like him. Julian narrowed his eyes as he continued. He knows exactly what to do in the next second. 1 second early? The way he uses his focus field is better. He is directing this battlefield solely to let his sword meet the flesh of these wolves ruthlessly and precisely. I don't think we need to go in there. Right? Roken put down his shield on the ground and put his chin on top, watching Armand butchering the pin-furred wolves. He's certainly having fun. So let's just observe, Julian said, his eyes intent on Armand. He was analyzing Armand as best as he could to learn. As a swordsman, he was aware of foundations. His foundation of properly slashing the sword was established after he swung his sword over 100,000 times. But Armand was appearing way past his level in his eyes. I know the cold truth, that talent exists. Julian clenched his fist. Someone just progresses way faster in some things. But I don't believe that those without talent cannot reach their level. I will reach his level. Something was getting ablaze. It was on the verge of lighting up an inferno. But whether Julian would be able to light it up, only the future would tell. That was fun. Armand breathed out as he put his sword back into the sheath. The whole room was sparkling with magic crystals scattered on the floor. He stored all the spirits. He kept 10 pin-furred spirits in his pocket while throwing the rest of them into Spirit Forge Factory to be made into random items. Armand? What's your status? You said you would show us? Right? Roken spoke with puppy eyes as he walked towards Armand. You only need some fur on you. Then you would look exactly like a bear. Armand laughed seeing Roken's face. Challenge complete, congratulations. You have been awarded a strength fruit, Not bad. Julian remarked, glancing at the vibrant notification suspended in the air. Armand inspected the fruit and laughed as he threw the fruit towards Julian. Take it. What? Julian was dumbfounded as he caught the fruit. It just increases strength stat by 2 points. It may. Armand turned around and stretched his arms. Anyway. Let's continue. He used his mana, controlling it to attract the magic crystals as they flew toward him, and he put them into his storage pouch. Bro? You serious? Roken shouted as he followed behind. The chance for a stat-boosting item as a reward to appear in dungeon challenges is freaking 5% or less. That's sad, Armand sighed as he waved his hand. Anyway. Here's the reason why I don't need it. Armand shared his Spirit Devour skills detail and his status with them. Julian and Roken saw the skills details first. As they read it, their footsteps stopped. And their eyes went wide. Practically going off screen. What the fuck? SS rank skill. Then they saw his status and realized why Armand's stats were so high. Armand arrived in front of the door and put his palm over it. Hurry up. I am opening this door. Boom. Wait. Don't you want to recover? Julian snapped out and dashed ahead. He extensively used mana and stamina in that intense battle for 3 minutes to kill those 50 wolves. He should be exhausted. Don't worry. I recover fast. Bro? What is the rank of your sea? Roken's mouth suddenly shut. And footsteps stopped as he saw the scenery past the door that Armand blasted open. You have entered the second section. Barracks of the Orc Bandit Warriors. Armand thought it would be a room. But the scenery in front of him was as big as 2.5 football grounds with wooden walls and tents. Along with over 100 bandit Orc warriors or more, as he couldn't see everything from there. We are fucked. Roken muttered. Orc Bandit Warrior, rank, Gold. Level, 24. Their levels ranged from 10 to 30. Even Julian's face formed sweat beads. He quickly finished eating the fruit before saying, Armand? Did you check the density value of the dungeon? That's an important indication to determine if a dungeon has sections with a huge number of monsters congested into one relatively smaller place. Such as this room and that area over there. As he finished speaking, a bead of sweat fell off his face. How high is the dungeon's density value? Armand? Density value? Yeah. I think it was around 1,380, Armand said as he saw the group of Orc warriors several meters away turning to him. Meanwhile, hearing the number, Julian and Roken trembled. Armand? Get back fast, Julian shouted as he snapped out quickly. There was a membrane at the door, indicating that monsters inside couldn't see them unless they entered the area. But Armand was already inside while Julian and Roken were still in the first section. One of the orcs suddenly roared, initiating the battle. As a result, the membrane turned red. Those inside wouldn't be able to exit now. We should go? Roken dashed inside with a determined expression, jumping and landing right in front of Armand with his shield ready to block. Bro? Summon your monsters. Julian also blitzed inside like lightning, swinging his broadsword as he consumed 15% of mana to use one of his strongest skills as a glowering wind/projectile 10 meters long shot forward. The Orc Bandit Warriors couldn't do anything on time, as the slash cut the whole group in half. Nice, Armand chuckled, as he stood in a sword stance with his sword raised to his eye level and pointing at another group rushing at them. A wide grin stretched on his face as he said, but don't worry. The numbers don't matter when you can dance all over them. Unleash your senses. Boys. Swoosh. Armand vanished from his post, using only physical enchantment and nothing else. Only exerting his physical body appropriately. He jumped and turned upside down while in the air. His position calculated. Yes. I should try this interesting method. Armand's sword point released a neon glowing blue thread of mana, well compressed and condensed, as he quickly wrapped it once around the 5 Orc warriors with his mana control. Krull, I should name this sword thread. Armand's momentum remained fast as his jump continued while the 5 Orc warriors were sliced. He landed in the middle of another group of orcs before crouching low and swinging his sword as a beautiful wavy trail of blue briefly appeared around him. Slash! In the next second, all 5 orcs were sliced without any resistance. Armand was moving way faster than their perception could follow. This was not just fast in terms of speed. He was double of their speed and triple with physical enchantment according to stat difference. But the problem was Armand's unconventional way of moving around and swinging his sword. More and more orcs were rushing at Armand, but they couldn't predict or follow his way of attacks and moving. It was too much random for them to hit Armand. Those that tried to attack either hit their own, met the air, or, in rare cases, met with a swift retaliation from Armand. Julia and Roken faced a relatively lower number of orc bandits, since most of them were aggroed by Armand. Roken gulped and quietly took out a cam recorder as he stuck it on his shoulder. I gotta capture this. Julian? Like. Look at that fucking monster. Watch out. Julian kicked the injured orc's club that was about to hit Roken from behind. Finish off your enemies properly first. Idiot. But even as Julian said that, his eyes couldn't help but go over to Armand. He is not using focus field, or any protection measure against such raw. A huge number of monsters, what the hell? Julian's eyes flashed a hint of irritation as he turned to the orc. Roken? You just focus on buffing me with your skill and recording. And you better record him properly. I'll handle the orcs coming our way. Roger. Roken grinned. While Armand and Lily had gone into the dungeon, Rudra had also gone into a red-bordered A-rank dungeon. Alone. Of course. He exited after 7 hours. The moment he left, his wristwatch rang with a notification. Rudra raised his eyebrows. It was a video linked to an iTube video, the biggest video sharing and live stream platform. A mysterious silver rank trampling all over 1300 DVB rank dungeon. The video had a boastful title with the initial video screen showing. Dungeon result of lair of orc bandit King Trocker. First area, 50 pin-furred wolves annihilated within 3 minutes. Second area, 200 orc bandit warriors were decimated within 24 minutes. Third area, 30 elite orc bandit platoons ruined within 54 minutes. Final boss area, Orc Bandit King Trocker one-shot. The video was just 10 minutes long. But it showed key parts, showing off the good moves. Admiral Rudra started watching the video and immediately knew it was Armand. He watched to see how Armand was doing. He nodded as he watched the fight in the first. When he watched him fight in the second area, Admiral Rudra smacked his lips, thinking how fast he was growing in combat proficiency. And when he watched the third area's fight, he was silent. Something clicked in him as his expression changed. He called someone and spoke with stern urgency. Take down this video from iTube. Fast. He then called Armand. It was a bit over 4 o'clock in the evening. Armand's group had exited the dungeon 3 hours ago. Lily's dungeon was a biome type with a bigger size with less density value as those required more time to clear due to dungeon size. They had exited just an hour ago. Both groups had met up at a place to eat. Armand was famished as he had physically pushed himself for thrill and challenge in the dungeon. And others were hungry. Admiral Rudra's call arrived just as the food arrived. Armand simply nodded with a hum and said yes on the phone. As he didn't talk much. Rudra, Armand? What you showed in that video is easily discernible to top experts. Especially those in the dark that I talked about. Don't show too much talent to them. And if you do, tell your friend to do it properly. The talk lasted for roughly 4 minutes before Armand wryly smiled and turned off the wristwatch connection. What did he say? Lily asked. Well, it's about the video. He said it's fine to upload. But make sure that the video doesn't get any hints that make it connect to me. Julian was visible once. And both of your voices. Too. Those could be used to discern that it was me in the video even though my face was censored completely. Oh, Roken's neck shrank. Did Admiral reprimand you? Nah. He just told me to tell you to censor the video properly. It's taken down. But you can upload after removing the hints that reveal your and my identity. So your identity must not be exposed through the video. Ha! Julian raised his eyebrows. Why such a secrecy? I can't tell. Armand shook his head. As a matter of fact, this is a precaution because there's not much information at hand for that particular subject in the first place. I see. Since there's not much information in the first place, it's better to be careful from the start. Lily nodded. Admiral Rudra must believe in his hunch or whatever that makes him want to set this precaution. Yeah. Armand nodded. His gaze on the food as he sniffed slowly, taking in the fragrance. Anyway, let's start eating. After that, I need to open a business with everyone's help. The group returned to Armand's courtyard villa after eating and sat down on the couches, watching Armand in the spacious spot in the hall. Here's our products. Armand waved his hand as items started pouring out from a black portal, forming piles. Aside from devouring a spirit of each monster species and officially getting his stats to the limit of silver rank, Armand had used the rest of the spirits to craft spirit items. Pin-furred wolves gave crossbows that conjure and shoot exploding arrows of flame attribute and a throwable type item spike bomb that bursts into exploding spikes upon impact. Orc bandit warriors gave medium and heavy armor and various kinds of melee weapons like swords, clubs, hammers, and such. The third area had platoons that consisted of orc bandit mages, assassins, warriors, tanks, and support. So spirit items from them were of a wide variety. Naturally, Armand saved the dungeon boss's soul. Out of 418 items here, roughly half of them are low-tier rare grade. The rest of them are uncommon grade. Julian and Roken were dumbfounded. Ho ho! That's a big loot. Armand? So you want to sell them? Eh? Natalia rubbed her chin. This can legit work. We are getting rich with this. True. Lily nodded. If we sell them cheap and reasonable, they'll sell like hotcakes even if they are not permanent because your items have good effects. Come on. It's time to inspect them and set the prices for each batch of items. We'll think about how to sell them after deciding appropriate prices. Lily and Natalia arrived at the pile and started working. Let's separate the piles into the batches of the same items first. We'll put a price tag on each batch. Julian and Roken looked at each other as they swallowed hard. They knew Armand had one more crazy class still. And they were dying to learn more about it. As if Armand read their thoughts. He sent them the skills details and said, "Here's the skill responsible for these items. Read it and then join here." After creating several smaller piles of the same items and putting their price tags. Bro? If we sell all of these items, then you'll get roughly 2 million gold coins. Roken excitedly said. And this is your product from just one dungeon run. Armand grinned. I am seeing hope of unlocking my skills options early now. So, how are we going to sell these times efficiently? Any suggestions? Julian showed 3 fingers as he said. 3 ways. First, we can set up our own website portal and advertise it in various media to get customers. Second, we tie up with GA and Earth Union and use its resources to reach customers quickly. But we might have to adjust the price and cut we get from the sales. Third, we can use Silverbird services. And I personally recommend the third option. Julian is right. I say we go with Silverbird services. Roken nodded. They are a growing delivery service platform of 17th ranked guild Silverbird Tree Guild. They've bred and trained magical birds called Silverlight birds, from the 8th floor. These little skitters are monsters with no offensive capabilities but have a super fast speed and can phase through physical things with their skill. They deliver things all around the world. Oh. I've heard of them a few times. Armand nodded. So, how does this service work? We can upload the list of items we want to sell to their website after making an account. They'll only take delivery fees and no additional cut from sales. So they are getting favorites for new sellers who want to sell their products. But we'll have to coordinate when the birds come here to take the goods. So we need to hire someone to work 8 hours a day. Roken answered as he had learned about their services to sell his products from Runic Blacksmith class. I have someone in mind. Armand smiled as he thought of Alfred. More people have started focusing on production-type subclasses, Julian said. Alchemists and blacksmiths are in large numbers. But other exotic subclasses are also popping up. There's a tattoo master in the 2nd rank Blackstar Guild who can paint a tattoo on your body to give you a significant physical boost along with a unique skill related to the tattoo. I've heard about him. Lily nodded. And he is just one. I bet there are other weird subclasses. That said, I wonder what we'll get as our subclasses. Natalia wondered and then shrugged. But we need to reach gold rank for that. And it'll take time. Next month? Armand grinned. We are going to clear 2 floors or maybe 3 floors next month and reach gold rank. We have 22 days until the newest cycle of the labyrinth starts. So we are going to train heavily for these 22 days and complete our specialized classes. Anyway, Armand continued with a wave of his hand and summoned Alfred. We will use Silverbird's services. How about we contact them right now and set up the business? Alfred here will oversee the goods and coordinate during the 8 hours every day when the birds come here to take the products. Let's do this. Roken grinned. Armand? You should call them since it's your business. I am sending you the number. 2 hours later. Everything was set up with the Silverbird services. Alfred understood the instruction. and Armand planned to let him handle this courtyard as the head butler. There was no need to put him back in the pocket anymore. And along with the wolf claw gauntlets at his waist, the property also had spectral wolves as solid guard dogs. Julian and Roken left after Armand told them he would accompany them to training a day later since he was going to be busy for the next 24 hours. Armand? I have to leave for now. Teacher Arya wants me there for some training, Lily sighed. And my exam was delayed in the morning. So I am going to take it now, Natalia said. Her fist clenched. I did everything I could. So it's time to show them my power. Then go. Armand smiled. I also need to complete my current specialized class quest of using skill insight and creating my second class skill. So I'll be meditating for the next 24 hours. Good. Then I'll properly discuss with teacher Arya about my terms. Lily nodded with a resolved expression. Did she take any problem with you living here? Armand raised his eyebrows. Natalia snickered and answered in Lily's stead. Lady Arya thinks that Lily will focus less on training and important things if she's with you. And she is just very wrong. Lily snorted. Armand grabbed Lily's waist and pulled her as he smiled. She is wrong indeed. Come. Spar with me for an hour. I got some new moves to show. So let's get some pointers. And then you can go prove her wrong. Lily's eyes sparkled. Wonderful. I also got some new moves. Let's go. Darling damn. Natalia stomped her feet. I have to be there at the guild in 10 minutes to take my exam. Take my aircraft. Armand touched his wristwatch. I've given temporary access to you. Wahoo. All right. Smell you later. But make sure to shower after you finish sparring. Natalia left, leaving Armand and Lily's ears a bit red before they burst out laughing as they remembered their time in the shower room yesterday. Natalia went to take the examination. Where's Lily? Lady Arya asked, frowning. She is at Armand's place. Training. She'll return after an hour. Natalia said as she cupped her fist. I am ready for my examination. All right. Let's go. The examination was similar to the combat evaluation Armand had. But instead of stages, Natalia faced waves of monsters one by one that increased in power with each wave. The result required to enter the guild as its main member was to clear 5 waves without any break in between except for 30 seconds of gap between each wave. But Natalia's performance successfully rocked Lady Arya's boat. She still has mana. Lady Arya's eyes glinted. Her movements are also better than before. Her flute magic attacks are more precise and powerful. Did she learn how they work on her own? Her improvement is fast. Who is she? Lady Arya. A man in his 50s with a brown beard and long brown hair asked as he appeared beside Lady Arya. His eyes on Natalia, who was fighting 20 meters ahead in the hall. Brian Earthcross, a top 15 global rank adventurer, and third most powerful in the League of Firefly. Brian. What brings you here? Lady Arya glanced at him but then continued to watch Arya and said. Anyway. She is a new rookie who just needs a bit of polishing to shine and become a super rookie. Her combat style is completely different thanks to her specialized class. So if she can develop with that class as the center focus, she'll be a powerful asset in the near future. Are those instruments also buffing her? Brian asked as his eyes glinted. Yes. All 4 instruments, including the flute she is wielding, are buffing her constantly. Brian frowned. Am I wrong, or the timer indicates that she has been fighting for over 15 minutes now? She has been fighting for 15 minutes. And yes, her mana recovery is abnormally high. She already had high mana recovery due to her specialized class. But this is more than that. This wasn't the case last time I saw her. So she got some kind of improvement in the past 24 hours. Brian smacked his lips. That's a lot of mana, and high recovery for a newbie silver rank. Not to mention how it drastically increases her combat power due to the nature of her class skills I am seeing. Are you going to take her in as your student? I've already taken her. But she is more than I expected her to be. Lady Arya smiled. We might be getting our 3rd super rookie. A. What's her class rank? Her primary class is B rank. But her specialized class is SS rank. What? Brian was dumbfounded. And you didn't find it important to tell me and others that we have someone with an SS rank specialized class? Yeah. Hashtag King Dog, holy shit. How is he moving around like that? Hashtag Skyle, his movements are crazy. And I think that cloak is partly responsible for it. Hashtag Skyle, what do you mean? That item has a skill that makes him move like that. Hashtag Skyle at absolutely. Check the 139 part of the video. It shines briefly there. And then his speed increases. And the amount of time he floats around. I am guessing it has same gravity-defying effect. But he only uses it when necessary since it seems to remain active only for a minute or two I guess. Anyway. That doesn't change the fact that he is a monster in combat. Hashtag Burning Fighter 009 at Skyle, his boots are also aiding him in speed and jump. I am guessing. But he is able to coordinate his movements very well. I for one can't move like him even though I can fight those gold rank monsters. Hashtag Lono, holy cow. That guy is killing those monsters as if he is killing flies. I think the video title is fake. He's definitely not a silver rank adventurer. #non001, that's obvious for all to see. But he's pretty good nonetheless. I wonder if he'll appear in the Rising Star tournament. Hashtag Sword God, this man is a true monster of the sword. I would love to spar with him. Hashtag Kara Sword God, damn. It's Sword God himself. I am learning a lot about sword training thanks to your videos. And if you say, he is a true monster? Then how does he fare compared to you? Senior. Hashtag Dumb Doll at Sword God, when are you going to reveal your identity? Senior. We are tired of seeing a scarecrow bucket hiding your face. Are you a renowned adventurer or what? There are many theories painting you as some top adventurers who use sword. So when's the grand reveal from yourself? Senior. Hashtag Sword God at Kara, compared to me. I'm afraid he has a lot to learn. But if I can get his identity, I might extend an invitation to him. Hashtag Purple Knight at Sword God, you've never invited anyone to your mysterious abode in nature's embrace. Senior. Nobody knows where you record your sword training videos. But you are going to invite him. That's unprecedented. Hashtag Raw Hero at Purple Knight, yeah. It's pretty crazy. Senior Sword God has never invited anyone to his video. But he wants to do it this time. I guess that guy in the video is really that good. Roken had re-uploaded the video with extra censorship after leaving Armand's house that evening. The video only focused on Armand. His face blurred. And items were slightly altered. The original noises were replaced with some badass music. And there was no hint of other people in the video. The video was gaining views at above average speed. Slowly blowing up. There were some people who felt like they had seen that guy in the video. These people were those who had seen Armand in the Fairy Mountain. And they only felt that because of the snow-hide cloak and white pole and tiger belt that he had worn. But no matter how hard they tried to remember his face, they couldn't. Armand's innate talent, Air of Oblivion, was playing its part as his impression on others was easily forgotten unless it was on people he considered important. Somewhere in the northern mountains of the globe, a man in his 60s sat cross-legged on a rock facing a small waterfall 10 meters away from him. In front of him floated a table and cup with the control of his mana as indicated by a faint lustrous border around the items. A hologram was also projected from the table's center, displaying the video of Armand with his face blurred. You got something good, young man. The man spoke with his eyes glinting in light. I have to find you. Caressing his beard with one hand while nodding as he watched the video. His eyes glinted as he contacted someone using his custom com wristwatch like the ones GA members had. It had a unique design different from GA wristwatches, indicating that he was part of a different organization. He indeed was. But not part of an organization. Instead, he was the head of a renowned family. Duncan Sylvester, the head of the Duncan family. Renowned in martial arts. Mainly sword mastery. The Duncan family was comparable to the Yugiri family in terms of sword mastery. In terms of swordplay, these two families had dominated the field globally even then before the Grimworld tutorial descended. Duncan Sylvester, son. I am sending you a video link. I want you to find the adventurer in the video. Make sure to inform me immediately once you find him instead of taking any unnecessary actions, Duncan Roy, understood? Also? Have you thought about Master Rishi's proposal? Duncan Sylvester, I've thought about it and I might agree if more of the old monsters join. Rudra's involvement is also important. But he hasn't answered yet, Duncan Roy. Admiral Rudra might reject the proposal. But his absence won't affect the outcome if the rest of the powerhouses join, Duncan Sylvester, that's true. But his opinion matters, Duncan Roy, understood. I'll contact you once I make progress with your task. Duncan Sylvester contacted Admiral Rudra afterward. Rudra, it's rare for you to call me. What's the matter? Sylvester, have you seen that video of a young man with genius swordplay? Rudra, don't. Admiral Rudra rubbed his temples. Sylvester, oh ho. You seem to know him. That's wonderful, Rudra, don't poke your nose in this. Stay away from him. He doesn't need your influence, Sylvester. I am sad you are treating an old friend like that. I've put my son onto it. So he'll find him sooner or later. So let's just save our time and resources. Shall we? I won't meddle much. I just want him to spar against my grandson. Rudra, your wish will be granted. He'll participate in the Rising Star tournament, Sylvester, cough. And I also want to spar with him. Rudra, how about you spar with me? Sylvester, Rudra, yeah. I figured, Sylvester, I just want to see him up close and clash the swords. The video is shortened and edited. So I can't see his full brilliance. But he is a wild one. That's for sure. I can refine him. You know? Rudra, no need. He'll be able to refine himself. Sylvester, you should know that leaving some geniuses alone could also destroy them if not properly guided. You haven't forgotten about Nina. Right? Rudra, he is different and fine. I'll take him to you? But not anytime soon. It'll be after the Rising Star tournament, Sylvester, great. And Rudra? Make sure that old bastard from the Ugiri family doesn't sniff him out. He'll want to do the same as me once he sees that video. In fact, he doesn't have a male grandson. So I bet he'll be more thirsty for this guy. Rudra, I should take down the video again, Sylvester, vahahaha. No need. It's fine. Only I and that old bastard can discern his genius sword from that video. The others might think he is a wild sword fighter with cool moves. That's all. It helps that the video is shortened and edited. Not to mention that it'll spread as a fake video due to its title. Rudra, Anyway. Is that all? Sylvester, there's one more thing. It's about Rishi's proposal. Sylvester, what do you think about his proposal? Rudra, that's dated for the month after next. And I won't answer until a month later. I am going to sniff in darker places. And if I am right in my suspicion, I am going to do my best to prevent you all from triggering the floor boss. If those old bastards die, we are going to have a loss of power. We don't know what's going to happen in the future. So we have to be prepared. Big, Sylvester, sniff in darker places. Ha! Do you think your suspicion will prove true at those places? Rudra, that's my current best bet. Sylvester, are you going alone? Rudra, I can't afford to take anyone with me. Sylvester, want me to come? If you are really right, then don't you think going alone might be dangerous even for you? After a second of silence, Admiral Rudra replied. Rudra, all right. I'll tell you when I am going. Be ready. Armand had entered meditation and used his specialized class quests skill insight at 10 o'clock yesterday night. And he had just woken up after spending 24 hours. Welcome back, Master. The pearly charming voice belonged to a beautiful girl in her 20s with a forest-themed maid outfit. Don't tell me you didn't move at all after I summoned you. Armand wryly smiled. He had summoned Dark Pope Benedict and Forest Maid Sylvia as guards before he entered meditation. I simply stayed here as your guard since there didn't arise any need for me to move. Sylvia smiled. I see. Well, just relax now and follow your desire. You can laze around, tend garden, or train. Just keep your mind active and running. Okay. As you wish, Master. Then may I go to the garden? I wish to explore something there, Sylvia said with twinkling eyes. Armand grinned. Go? Nice. They are thinking. Armand internally nodded in satisfaction. He wanted his sentient summons to grow more and become more intelligent. They were already a new soul. A new kind of species with intelligence. So if they could grow their consciousness, and become more intelligent, they would be able to self-develop their powers. Like how adventurers start introspecting their skills and how magic works to improve and create skills once their perception and focus cross past 50 points. It wasn't easy. And it usually took multiple months to even years to develop a powerful skill. But these spirit wraiths had high stats. And their existence was based on their power. If they became more intelligent, Armand felt they could develop their powers further. Armand went outside and saw that Alfred and Dark Pope Benedict were hanging around on the ground. Sensing Armand's presence, Alfred promptly bowed and said, "Master. Why you were where? The products have been sold." "How many?" "All of them." Armand was taken aback. "All of them?" Yes, Armand used his wristwatch to check this account balance. And he was dumbfounded. 2.02 million gold coins after deducting the delivery charges. "I might have gotten a very good business in my hand," Armand muttered. "My lord. Now that you're awake, are there any instructions for me?" Dark Pope asked as he glanced at Sylvia, who was humming cheerfully and tending to the garden. Sowing seeds she created and watering them. Nothing in particular. Do whatever you want. And if you want a sparring partner, I can summon Ashkar. "Oh. That is interesting. My lord. I would love to do that." Armand stayed with his summons for half an hour. Alfred was roaming around the 3 buildings, cleaning and adjusting them. He also told Alfred to do anything like cleaning and stuff. Armand granted his summons access to television, and the internet as well so they could learn more about them. Afterward, he contacted Lily and found out that she and Natalia were somewhere on Hidden Island in the sea with Lady Arya for extensive training. And they would return after a day. After talking with her, Armand decided to do some fighting and training to get stronger as well. He had a new skill that he wanted to test and also finally introspect his class skills and learn how the magic worked since he had reached 200 in perception and focus. With those 2 stats that high, Armand was eager to learn more about magic and the construction of skills. Contacting Marshal Lopol, he first asked for a blue-bordered B-rank dungeon. "You have entered the Delia's meadow at the horizon's end," as Armand stepped into the meadow. The sheer vastness of the landscape stretched endlessly before him. A lush field of vibrant, otherworldly flowers blanketed the ground, glowing faintly in the perpetual twilight. The horizon seemed both near and impossibly far, bathed in warm hues of gold and pink as if caught in an eternal sunset. Wisps of light flitted lazily through the air, their trails sparkling faintly, while the soothing hum of magic resonated faintly beneath Armand's feet. Damn! This dungeon is amazing. Armand felt amazed at the scenery. Yet, this serene beauty felt strange. The meadow seemed alive, watching, its tranquility masking an undercurrent of danger. As Armand moved forward, distinct areas began to show up. Those must be the monsters' locations. The nearest one was a glade. A dense grove of silver trees spread there. Their mirrored leaves reflected the twilight sky, creating a disorienting array of light. Faint whispers echoed through the glade, drawing intruders deeper into its heart. "You have entered the dungeon's first area," Whisperlight glade, as Armand entered and walked past a few trees. He saw 2 fairy-like monsters dancing in an empty patch of ground with beautiful designs carved on the surrounding trees' trunks. One blue and one pink. Male and female. Both fairy-like monsters held some weird wooden instruments in their hands as their crystal blue and red eyes glowered at Armand upon seeing him. And one, Lullaby Sylph Adam, rank, gold level, 47. Stats, physical 1 strength, 74 vertical bar health, 68, stamina, 54, mental, mana, 78, focus, 70, perception, 72, the other was Lullaby Sylph Eve, who also had similar stats. Time to see if my fiddling in the skill works or not.